Thanos possesses 6 infinity stones, while I possess 6 enchanted talismans. Wang Chuan, due to a system error, was transported into the Marvel Universe, becoming the neighbor Spider-Man. To atone for this blunder, the system bestowed upon him 6 talismans. With the powers of the ox, rabbit, rooster, pig, dog, and horse, Wang Chuan emerged as the invincible superhero of the Marvel realm. Spider-Man remarked, "With great power comes great responsibility." Wang Chuan retorted, "To act as one pleases is the privilege granted to the mighty. I shall do as I wish." Chapter 1. The Good Neighbor of Spider-Man. In Queens, New York, Gordon John rang the doorbell of Peter Parker's home. Upon entering, he found Aunt May diligently wiping the table. In her 30s, Aunt May radiated a youthful vibrancy akin to a ripe peach. "Hi, Gordon. You're here so early. Would you care for some pasta and meatballs I made?" Aunt May inquired with a warm smile that "I would be honored. Your pasta is truly a culinary delight." A month prior, Wang Chuan had been transported to the Marvel Universe by a peculiar entity known as the Multiverse lottery system. To his dismay, the system confessed to a case of mistaken identity. As compensation, it randomly bestowed upon him a novice starter pack before vanishing without a trace. In his previous life, Wang Chuan was a mere mortal, and finding himself in the perilous Marvel world due to a foolish system left him feeling quite unfortunate. A regular person armed only with a novice pack, his survival in the fierce battleground of New York seemed uncertain. However, upon unveiling the powers of the ox, rabbit, horse, rooster, dog, and pig from his starter pack, Wang Chuan's perspective transformed instantaneously. Though the talismans required time for their powers to be absorbed, Wang Chuan had ample time, and the talismans were directly inscribed into his soul by the system, eliminating the need for any balancing. What ordinary person? I am of noble lineage. Moreover, Wang Chuan found himself quite intrigued by certain female characters within the Marvel Universe, as he was inherently a man of avarice and indulgence. Simultaneously, through the memories of his predecessor, he gleaned insights into his current circumstances that he was a white orphan named Gordon John, the unfortunate lad featured in Spider-Man, who was once upended by a school bully during lunch. At that moment, Peter Parker had intervened, only to receive a beating himself from the bully. Later, Gordon discovered that his home was merely a few minutes' walk from the Parker residence, leading him to frequently visit Peter during the summer break, as Spider-Man was one of Gordon's favorite Marvel characters in his previous life. Just as Gordon was about to ascend the stairs, he paused and turned to Aunt May, saying, "Aunt May, you look even more beautiful today." Aunt May chuckled, charmed by the lad's sweet words that never failed to brighten her day. Ascending the stairs, Gordon pushed open Peter's bedroom door and asked, "Peter, what were you up to yesterday?" Peter Parker sat bewildered on the bed, one hand gripping the faucet and the other holding a toothbrush, his eyes a mix of confusion and alarm. He glanced at Gordon and stammered, "No, I don't know. I think I'm feeling unwell." Gordon's eyes sparkled with amusement. Surely, this was not a matter of illness, but rather a transformation. In the Marvel Universe, the affluent rely on technology, while the less fortunate depend on mutation. In Gordon's mind, Spider-Man epitomized the quintessential example of mutation. Astonishing strength and acute intuition, all without any apparent alteration to his physique. It was, in essence, the perfect mutation. Gordon approached Peter and patted him on the shoulder. "Relax, my friend. Tell me what's going on." Peter took a moment to calm himself and recounted the events of yesterday and this morning. Gordon feigned an analytical demeanor as he explained to Peter, "It appears you have acquired superpowers, much like those in the comics. That spider has bestowed upon you extraordinary abilities." Yet Peter remained somewhat incredulous. "This is too unbelievable. What if there are side effects?" "Don't worry, Peter. Even if the worst happens, I will take care of Aunt May." "Gordon, that is hardly amusing." Peter rolled his eyes. "Don't overthink it. Today marks the first day of school. Let's head downstairs for breakfast. We need to get to school. By the way, I also unexpectedly gained superpowers over the summer." With that, a golden light flickered in Gordon's eyes, as if golden lightning coursed through him. Peter's hair stood on end, and he instinctively vaulted to the ceiling. "Ward, what are you doing? Come down." Peter realized his reaction was somewhat exaggerated, but in that fleeting moment, he could not suppress his instinct to evade danger. He relaxed his grip and returned to the floor, then curiously inquired, "What bit you?" Gordon's lips twitched slightly. "It's not always a bite that grants superpowers. Certain genetic mutations can also be responsible. Moreover, you must learn to control your abilities. Now, let's go downstairs for breakfast, and remember not to crush any spoons. We wouldn't want Aunt May to notice." Peter took a deep breath, donned his clothes, and followed Gordon downstairs. 2 plates of spaghetti and meatballs were neatly arranged on the table, and Gordon curiously asked, "Aunt May, isn't Uncle Ben eating? He has the day off, a rare opportunity for a lean." After their meal, the two bid farewell to Aunt May and hurried toward school. On the way, Peter incessantly discussed the matter of superpowers with Gordon. Point one could only assert that the Marvel Universe is indeed a tangible realm, and the films do not always convey the complete truth. For instance, Spider-Man frequently worries about being poisoned by the very spider that granted him his powers. Suddenly, a brazen voice pierced the air. "Hey, hand over the money." In a nearby alley, three young men were menacing a frail white individual. Upon witnessing this scene, Peter hesitated. Gordon understood that Peter was weighing the decision of whether to assist the white man. These thuggish youths typically bore knives. Unlike the school bullies, Peter, if you wish to act, then act. You are now endowed with extraordinary powers and can become a superhero at any moment. Upon receiving Gordon's affirmation, Peter suddenly recalled the formidable strength and reflexes he possessed, prompting him to step forward and shout decisively, "Release him." The three young men turned at the sound, and upon recognizing the two 16-year-old high school boys, their expressions brightened with delight. It appeared they had gained two additional sources of income. Regrettably, they were merely boys. How splendid it would have been had they been two high school girls instead. "You white pig, do you relish the idea of being a hero? You bunch of white pigs, always pretending to be heroes. It's truly disgusting." The derogatory remarks hurled by the thugs momentarily incited Peter's ire, but the lessons imparted by Uncle Ben left him momentarily at a loss for words. He cast a glance of desperation towards Gordon, though he held little hope, for Gordon had previously been the kind of earnest individual often bullied at school. In truth, Gordon John was not one to hurl insults, but Wang Chuan certainly was. With a shift in his demeanor, Gordon stepped forward and unleashed a torrent of invective. "What the hell? What the hell are you, a bunch of damn black monkeys, saying? How dare you? A group of fried, chicken-eating, watermelon-munching black monkeys speak in such a manner. Is it only when I wield a whip that you will obediently scram?" Peter Parker stood there, bewildered. His eyes widened as he gazed at Gordon, thinking, "Goodness, are you truly this formidable?" The impact of Gordon's words was far more potent than Peter had anticipated, as evidenced by the three young men, who, momentarily taken aback, responded with a furious shout, before brandishing a knife and lunging forward. Chapter 2. The new Gordon and the new Peter. The newly mutated Peter had yet to fully master the development of his abilities. Yet he was far from being outmatched by three ordinary thugs. Although lacking in technique, Peter effortlessly subdued the trio with his extraordinary strength and reflexes. Observing the three groaning on the ground, Gordon casually kicked the most vociferous thug a good 3 meters away. He harbored no affection for such individuals, particularly those who clearly bore the mark of addiction. Instead, he was consumed by disdain. "How does it feel to possess the ability to assist others, Peter?" Peter gazed at his hands and joyfully replied, "This is simply magnificent." Gordon patted Peter on the shoulder. "That's splendid, but we must hasten our pace. We have several blocks yet to traverse." The two glided on their skateboards, quickening their speed as they approached the school. On the first day of classes, everyone was in high spirits. Peter and Gordon's lockers were situated in close proximity, one above the other. However, a couple deeply in love was passionately kissing in front of their lockers. Gordon let out a sigh and approached, delivering a swift slap to the boy's head. "Hey, buddy, your saliva has splattered on my locker." Peter stood bewildered beside him, swearing that the Gordon from before summer would have been friendly and greeted them, or perhaps even struggled to retrieve his books from the locker while enduring their presence. Yet, the Gordon who traversed here was no saint. In his past life, Wang Chuan was notorious as a local thug. Had it not been for the illness that took his parents, Wang Chuan might have remained a perpetual leech. The boy, disturbed from his romantic encounter, wore a grim expression as he contemplated reprimanding this diminutive figure of 170. However, upon locking eyes with Gordon's fierce gaze, a wave of fear washed over him, leading him to retreat with his girlfriend in tow. Casting a glance back at the dazed Peter, Gordon urged, "What are you standing there for? Do you wish to be late for your first physics class? I'm not waiting for you. I'm a good student. And I'm off to class." The bell rang, signaling the end of the period. Peter roused the drooling Gordon, who had managed to create quite the puddle on his desk. "Hey, Gordon, the next class is gym. We need to head to the gymnasium." "Huh, what? Are we going to the gym to eat fried chicken?" Gordon blinked drowsily. It was hardly surprising. In his previous life, he had dropped out of school after middle school, and the physics knowledge from his senior year was entirely foreign to him. Moreover, Gordon had no aspirations of diligence or academic excellence. This was the Marvel Universe, after all, where geniuses abounded. Why not let them work for him instead of laboring himself? Besides, gaining admission to an American university was relatively easy, with little regard for grades. The real challenge lay in graduating if one failed to study diligently thereafter. The current year was 2007 in the Marvel timeline, the year preceding the emergence of Iron Man. Next year, When Tony Stark is kidnapped, he will seize the opportunity to purchase a substantial amount of Stark Industries stock at a low price. Once Tony returns, he will sell it at a premium, and subsequently, after Tony announces the closure of the Stark Weapons division, he will invest heavily in the stock once more. By the time the renewable energy sector emerges, the dividends from the stocks he holds will be sufficient for him to indulge in lavish expenditures. What are you doing eating fried chicken in the gym? Wake up, my friend. We should be attending class. Peter remarked with exasperation. He vividly recalled how this guy had confidently proclaimed himself a good student before class. The two then made their way to the gym, casually finding a spot to quietly discuss matters of superpowers. What is your superpower? A dazzling gaze? Peter jested. What dazzling gaze? I'm more like Black Tiger Afu. It's called Electro Eye, and I also possess the abilities of flight and healing, along with the power to levitate objects. At that moment, with a mere thought, Gordon made Peter slowly rise into the air, though only by an inch from the ground, mindful of the crowd around them. Oh, this is truly astonishing. You weren't bitten by some strange creature. How did you acquire such powers? I don't know. That day, I was contemplating suicide. And just as I was on the brink of death, my powers suddenly awakened. Peter pondered this, realizing there are myriad ways one can become a superpowered individual. Enough of this, mate. My first wife is here. Peter looked bewildered. When did you get a wife? And your first wife? Are you planning to have several? Of course. Gordon had no wife. The previous Gordon John was only about 5'7", frail in stature, and with a meek disposition, he could hardly attract a girlfriend. Gordon's aspiration was to win over a minor character from the Amazing Spider-Man, a girl named Melissa Marks, originally Hannah Marks, quite beautiful. At that moment, she was laying out a large sheet of drawing paper. Due to family circumstances, she often took on part-time drawing jobs to make ends meet, which explained her choice of cheap, outdated discount jackets. Yet, her modest attire could not conceal her stunning beauty, and seizing the opportunity, Gordon would not let it slip by. Hello, do you need any help? Melissa looked up, momentarily forgetting Gordon's name. I'm Gordon John. I don't quite know how to say this, but I noticed you a long time ago, and in my final year of high school, I don't want to miss my chance. Will you be my girlfriend? Oh, for heaven's sake. Peter, listening from a distance, was taken aback by Gordon's boldness, especially since he still fumbled when speaking to Gwen. Melissa was equally startled by Gordon's words. At school, she often dressed plainly and was frequently teased by classmates. Now, someone was professing their affection for her. This left Melissa questioning whether Gordon was merely jesting at her expense. My name is Melissa Marks, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Not that I mean to say I am delighted that you like me, but I, Melissa, had not yet finished speaking when a basketball hurtled directly toward her dye bucket. If fate were to have its way, her allowance for the week would be irrevocably spoiled. However, how could Gordon let such a splendid opportunity pass by? With a swift turn, he kicked the basketball back, striking Fleischer squarely on the head before it ricocheted to Peter. Peter entertained Fleischer for a moment. I must accompany this lovely lady in her artistic endeavors. Peter nodded with a smile, gesturing to Gordon. Blast. At that moment, Fleischer released his hands from his head. Rising in anger to confront Gordon, Peter hurled the basketball, hitting Fleischer again, only for it to bounce back into his grasp. Fleischer, look this way. Do you not want the ball? Peter teased, inciting Fleischer's fury. He could not fathom why these two cowards, having spent a summer apart, would dare provoke him. He resolved that if he did not send them both to the infirmary today, he would consider it unfinished business. Melissa, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Gordon. Feeling flustered by his confession, she managed to say, perhaps you should assist your friend. Fleischer is quite irate. Glancing back at Peter, who was blindfolded and urging Fleischer to take the ball, Gordon stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Melissa's waist from behind. Peter can handle it. In fact, I have some knowledge of painting, and perhaps I could aid you in completing your artwork. Melissa paused, her ears turning a shade of pink. Stepping forward, she distanced herself from Gordon's embrace. I appreciate your kind feelings towards me, but what? I am an orphan. I have no family. If we were to be together, I would only burden your future. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of inferiority, Melissa uttered these disjointed thoughts. Well, I understand now. You despise me, do you not? Gordon feigned a sorrowful expression. I apologize for intruding upon you. As expected, upon witnessing Gordon's dejected demeanor, Melissa quickly interjected, no, that's not what I meant. If you don't mind, I think we could give it a try. Her voice dwindled to a near whisper by the end. Although she had scarcely interacted with Gordon prior, his heartfelt declaration left her mind in a haze, and coupled with his heartbroken visage, she found herself yielding. Truth be told, Gordon's actions were rather unscrupulous. He understood precisely what such a girl lacked and how to soften the hearts of those who were sensitive, insecure, and inherently kind. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, pulling them from their reverie. Peter had shattered the backboard, glass scattering across the floor. Staring at the wreckage in shock, Peter could hardly believe he had inadvertently caused such destruction. Chapter 3. The decay equation. Peter was summoned to his parents due to an incident at the gym, while Gordon, fortunate enough, was overlooked by the teacher. In the schoolyard, contrasting with the scolding Peter Parker, Gordon was immersed in a realm of tenderness. It seems we are destined for each other. My parents have long since passed away, yet I am somewhat better off than you. They left behind a sum of money and a house. At that moment, Gordon rested on Melissa's lap, and through their conversation, he discovered that Melissa Marks was of mixed heritage. Her father was a Native American, while her mother hailed from the distant East. Approximately 3 years prior, Melissa's parents perished in a car accident, for which they were wholly responsible, resulting in the court seizing their home and assets to compensate others. Since then, Melissa had resided in a welfare house, subsisting on government aid and the free meals provided by the school. Upon entering high school, she began taking on part-time painting jobs, as painting was not only her passion but also a means to earn some living expenses. Melissa still felt somewhat uncomfortable with intimate contact with boys, even if that boy happened to be her boyfriend. Watching Gordon recline on her lap, she stammered out responses to his inquiries. In stark contrast to the sweet scent of young romance surrounding them, Peter was facing a bit of trouble. Ben Parker emerged from the office, visibly enraged. One might have thought Uncle Ben was concerned about the school demanding compensation for the rebound, a not insignificant sum for the Parker family. Do not worry, Uncle Ben. The school will not make us pay for that rebound. Peter dismissed the concern. I could not care less about that rebound. Uncle Ben's voice was tinged with anger. What I just heard, was it true? What? Peter responded, perplexed. I heard that you humiliated that boy, did you not? Peter was taken aback that Uncle Ben would inquire about such a matter, yet he straightforwardly admitted, indeed, it was me. But, Uncle Ben pressed. But he deserved it. Peter's anger flared at the mention of Fleischer. That child who often bullies you? Uncle Ben seemed to anticipate Peter's next words, and Peter reluctantly replied, yes, it was him. Being in a rebellious phase, compounded by the sudden acquisition of superpowers, Peter's defiance had intensified. So this is revenge, is it? If so, I suspect you must feel quite powerful now, do you not? Am I correct? Peter, hearing Uncle Ben's probing, helplessly nodded without uttering a word. It appears my guess was not amiss. Uncle Ben regarded Peter. Well, thanks to your little prank, I must swap shifts with a colleague. Which means you need to pick up Aunt May at 9 tonight, understand? Peter slightly nodded, still keeping his head down. Observing Peter's demeanor, Uncle Ben reiterated, do you remember? At that moment, Peter lifted his head and declared, I remember. Just then, Gwen appeared from the corridor behind Peter. Ben glanced at Gwen, who appeared strikingly familiar. Peter, puzzled, turned to look and immediately recognized Gwen, swiftly turning back. Is she the girl from your computer desktop? Peter shook his head, yet sincerely replied, yes. After all, Ben often came across Gwen's photographs. However, Ben's subsequent remark left Peter blushing with embarrassment. He has your picture on his computer. I am his guardian. Ben exclaimed towards Gwen. Peter stared at Uncle Ben in shock. Patting Peter's arm, Ben chuckled as he made his way home. Peter awkwardly turned away, muttering, he certainly has a personality. That's my uncle, always spouting nonsense, mistaking others for you. Indeed, it was somewhat quirky. Gwen gazed at the shy and embarrassed boy before her with a warm smile. She had long noticed Peter occasionally sneaking photos of her, and after Peter took a beating to help Gordon, she found herself quite fond of him. After all, having a father who was the police chief made her lean towards boys with a sense of justice. Oh dear, don't you have any pictures of me on your computer? Gwen's bright, expressive eyes fixated on Peter. I do. I mean, there's a photo from the debate team. You're part of it. Indeed, Gwen nodded. Just as Peter was about to elaborate, he suddenly thought of Gordon. Taking a deep breath, he pondered, what would Gordon do? So, I've liked you for quite some time. Are you free this weekend? Peter stammered nervously. Gwen felt a mix of surprise and joy, not expecting this awkward boy to so boldly express his feelings. I am indeed free. However, I haven't agreed to be your girlfriend yet. But I do have a fondness for you. Let us see how you perform, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. I have things to attend to for now. See you tomorrow. With that, Gwen briskly walked away. Peter excitedly whispered to himself, wow, what has brought such joy to our dear Peter? Gordon's voice called from behind. Peter turned to see Gordon and Melissa walking side by side. It's Gwen. She agreed to be my girlfriend. Peter exclaimed happily. Gordon smiled at Peter. Oh well. She mentioned she has feelings for me and decided to give me a chance. Peter continued to beam. That sounds promising. When a girl says that, it's essentially an agreement. Just a bit shy to admit it openly, Melissa remarked, her eyes widening as she looked at Gordon. She quietly asked, have you had many girlfriends to know this so well? Looking at Melissa, who summoned her courage to ask such a question, Gordon felt a hint of exasperation. He hadn't anticipated that Melissa would be so cautious about such inquiries. Of course not. You can ask Peter or anyone else. You are my first love. Like a guiding star amidst the vast fog. Melissa heard Gordon begin his flattery once more and immediately placed her hand over his mouth, signaling him to cease his words. Gordon took her delicate hand in his, aware that Melissa had been residing in a rather chaotic welfare housing. I decided it was best for her to move into my home. Could you assist me with the relocation this evening? Peter, upon hearing this, felt a pang of envy. Are they truly cohabiting now? Sharing a bed with someone they adore? Apologies, but I have matters to attend to this afternoon. I must visit the Osborne building. I see. Gordon nodded. According to the narrative, Peter was off to provide a decay equation for Kurt Connors, but that was of no concern to him. His focus was on helping the lovely Melissa with her move. After bidding Peter farewell, Gordon took Melissa to the rooftop of the academic building, which offered a panoramic view of the entire school and even Queens. Aren't we supposed to be moving? Why are we here? Melissa regretted her words immediately, fearing it made her appear overly eager to relocate to Gordon's home. Surely he wouldn't think I am with him for the sake of a place to stay or for money, she mused anxiously. In truth, Gordon had not contemplated such thoughts. He merely intended to reveal to Melissa his superpowers, a fact he felt no need to conceal. Do you remember when I kicked that basketball back at Fleischer today? Yes, I do. You were truly impressive, Melissa exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration. No man can resist the praise of his beautiful sister. A smile spread across Gordon's face. And I possess even greater abilities. Chapter 4. Now it's broken. Gordon pulled Melissa into his embrace, holding her tightly. What? Melissa was taken aback but obediently wrapped her arms around him. With a thought, Gordon levitated into the air, soaring towards the welfare housing in Queens. Melissa gazed in astonishment at the minuscule buildings below. You can fly? Indeed, that is my superpower. Melissa clutched Gordon tightly. This was utterly incredible. With a flick of his wrist, Gordon held Melissa in a princess carry. Feeling the large hand gripping her waist, her cheeks flushed crimson. Without the use of a rabbit charm, Gordon's flying speed was only 10 meters per second, not particularly fast, but not slow either. They soon arrived at the alley behind the welfare housing. Following Melissa into the corridor, he noted the dismal environment, littered with refuse. Melissa, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, "The surroundings are not ideal. I hope you don't mind." Just as Gordon was about to respond, a lewd voice interrupted. "Hi, Melissa. Care to spend the night with me? I'll treat you to some drugs. How about it?" Melissa's expression changed instantly. She grasped Gordon's hand, urging him to leave, while explaining, "His name is Megan. A local thug. We should hurry. Some say he is related to the leader of the Black Rat Gang." However, with the power of the charms, Gordon felt like a small superhero. If he were to tolerate such disrespect, would he not tarnish the dignity of his future Marvel lineage? Gordon turned around and, without a moment's hesitation, activated his electric gaze, unleashing a beam of golden laser light that struck the face of the white male, Megan. The temperature of Gordon's electric gaze soared to several hundred degrees, resulting in a piercing scream that echoed through the air. Melissa, momentarily taken aback, quickly urged Gordon to stop, exclaiming, "Cease, Gordon. It would be disastrous to take a life." Upon hearing this, Gordon retracted his electric gaze, having initially intended to incinerate the scoundrel's head. Despite his withdrawal, the man's face was already severely scorched, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground. However, since Melissa had intervened, Gordon decided to spare the man, planning to eliminate him at a later time, for killing openly was against the law. At present, Gordon's mastery of the talisman was still insufficient to elevate him to the status of a national or ancestral figure. Although the dog talisman could currently ensure his survival, it could not prevent capture, especially with formidable individuals lurking on Earth, such as a certain elusive bald figure. Nevertheless, Gordon believed that within a few years, he would undoubtedly become the supreme ruler of the planet. Ignoring Megan's anguished cries on the ground, Melissa led Gordon to her modest refuge. After all, there were no surveillance cameras here, and the police would be unlikely to believe Megan's claims. A man severely burned by someone's gaze? Such a notion would likely be dismissed as the hallucinations of a drug addict. Melissa's room was simply furnished with basic clothing, books, and government-issued furniture. "Is there anything you need to take?" she inquired, quickly gathering her books while Gordon assisted her in packing her clothes. Pure white." Gordon held up a pristine white piece of underwear. "Ah, give that to me," Melissa exclaimed shyly, swiftly snatching her undergarment back. The luggage consisted of 2 suitcases, and as Melissa prepared to leave, Gordon halted her, gesturing towards the window. "The window? It's cumbersome to carry 2 suitcases. We should take a cab," she suggested. Without uttering a word, Gordon raised his hand gently, causing the suitcases to levitate. Melissa stared in astonishment at the floating luggage. "You can control objects to fly, yet you want me to hold on to you?" She shot Gordon an annoyed glance, yet gradually moved closer, embracing him. By the time they arrived at Gordon's residence, it was already 5 in the afternoon. His home was a 2-story detached house, complete with a small yard suitable for parking or planting flowers. Such suburban self-built houses offered remarkable value, possessing almost no drawbacks aside from their distance from the city center. Upon opening the door, Gordon handed the key to Melissa with a smile, saying, "This house has welcomed its new mistress." This gesture undoubtedly instilled a profound sense of security in Melissa. Though a high school senior moving into the home of a boyfriend she had only just met a day prior, she harbored some apprehensions. Yet, Gordon understood the importance of providing a woman with a sense of safety. Gordon introduced his home to Melissa. "Here is the living room, and over there is the kitchen. The bedroom is upstairs." Leading Melissa to a room on the second floor, he remarked, "This used to be my parents' abode, but it has since become a storage space. However, it is quite clean, is it not? You must tidy up frequently." Melissa felt a growing fondness for Gordon. In truth, the original occupant did not maintain cleanliness. When he first traversed here, the place was in utter disarray. Gordon, who had a penchant for orderliness, spent an entire day restoring the house to its former glory, inadvertently increasing the street cleaner's workload by 3 days. As Melissa busied herself with her luggage, Gordon curiously inquired, "What are you doing? Am I not to reside in this room?" Taken aback, he realized he had never explicitly invited Melissa to stay in this room. No, Melissa. This room lacks a bed. You must sleep in my room." Melissa stared blankly at Gordon before glancing at the sizable bed in the corner, which was certainly more spacious than those found in subsidized housing. At that moment, Gordon noticed the bed as well. Damn, he should have disposed of it at that time. With his mind racing, Gordon suddenly devised a brilliant solution. A flash of golden lightning coursed through the air, instantly cleaving the bed in two. "Apologies, Melissa. I just acquired this superpower, and my control over it is somewhat lacking. It seems you will have to sleep in my room." Melissa cast a sorrowful glance at the solid wooden bed, feeling somewhat resigned as she approached Gordon. "Gordon, there are certain matters you could express directly. You need not resort to such measures," she said, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Gordon, noticing Melissa's flushed face, chuckled and willingly dragged her suitcase into his room. His quarters were quite minimalist, featuring an empty bookshelf, a bare table, and a precariously balanced chair. Melissa was taken aback. She had expected Gordon's room to be cluttered with novels, comics, and game discs. To her surprise, there was not even a computer in sight. Gordon perceived Melissa's thoughts and explained, "I usually watch television downstairs or explore various Eastern cuisines. I will prepare some for you to taste in the future." Gordon had a particular fondness for Eastern dishes. While he initially found pasta and barbecue intriguing and delicious, he soon grew weary of them after a few meals. Chapter 5, The Bat Superman. He filled the empty bookshelf with Melissa's books, transforming the once desolate bedroom into a vibrant space. Opening the drawer of the table, he retrieved a bank card and handed it to Melissa. "This card contains $800,000, a legacy from my parents. You can use it for groceries or furnishings from now on." Melissa stared at the bank card, momentarily stunned, before responding, "No, Gordon, I cannot accept this money. It is far too much, and it rightfully belongs to your parents." Gordon gently ruffled her hair and said, "Melissa, you are now my fiancée. We are family." Upon hearing the word family, Melissa's eyes brimmed with tears. Gordon stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her, allowing her head to rest against his chest. "I am aware of the hardships you have endured over the years," he reassured her, "but now you have me, and I shall protect you with all my might." Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Melissa broke down, sobbing uncontrollably as she clung to Gordon. His heart ached for her as he held her tightly. To be candid, when he first saw Melissa, he was merely captivated by her beauty. However, upon learning of her tragic background, he felt genuine sorrow for her plight. After 5 long minutes of weeping, Melissa gradually regained her composure. Gordon gently wiped her tears away and said, "Are you feeling better? Familiarize yourself with your surroundings. I must step out for a moment." Melissa nodded obediently, and Gordon affectionately patted her head. Once outside, Gordon concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant, he soared towards the Relief Housing District on 57th Street. Without Melissa by his side, he invoked a rabbit charm, enhancing his flying speed to an impressive 40 meters per second, swiftly reaching the street in question. At that moment, Megan was nowhere to be found. But a man of African descent stood at her door, engaged in a phone call. "Where's Megan?" Gordon inquired as he approached. The man, preoccupied with his conversation, did not catch Gordon's words and responded irritably, "Get lost, white boy. I'm busy." In a flash of anger, Gordon seized the man by his collar and forcefully pinned him against the wall, golden light erupting from his eyes, as if divine flames were igniting within. "I ask you again, where's Megan?" he roared, his voice a tempest of fury. Gordon was no paragon of virtue. Having reincarnated into the Marvel Universe and acquired 6 formidable charms, he found it commendable that he could suppress his darker desires. However, he was far from being a righteous superhero. The young man, trembling and desperate, finally stammered, "She's at the hospital on 58th Street." Releasing his grip, Gordon shot off towards the hospital with blinding speed. The young man, named Tom Beale, watched as Gordon departed, his initial fear giving way to avarice. Megan was the cousin of the Black Rat Gang's leader, and it was clear that the gang would seek retribution. However, it seemed that this man might be the one responsible for disfiguring Megan's face, and perhaps the gang would not stand a chance against him. Tom dialed his brother's number, plotting his next move. Meanwhile, Gordon swiftly arrived at 58th Street. He visited several clothing stores, purchasing an assortment of garments and a mask before heading into a dimly lit alleyway. By sheer coincidence, he donned a Superman outfit, complemented by a Batman mask. Though this world boasted of comic book heroes, none existed in reality. Gordon discarded his own attire, incinerating it with his electric vision. Before slipping into the Superman jacket and Batman mask, he then made his way to the hospital. The Block Hospital on 58th Street is a 4-story standalone building. At this moment, Megan's hospital bed is situated on the 2nd floor, near the balcony, while the other patients in the room have been hastily evacuated. Melver gazes at his cousin Megan, who has just been rescued, with intense rage. The audacity of someone to assault the cousin of the notorious leader of the Black Rat Gang in the 57th and 58th Streets is utterly disrespectful. Grasping Megan's hand, Melver declares fiercely, "Rest assured, Megan, I shall avenge you. I have already dispatched my men too." Before he can finish his sentence, 2 golden beams of laser light burst through the window, and the electric gaze of his powers severed Megan's head from her body. Blood splattered across the floor, and Melver stood frozen, staring at the headless corpse of his cousin. After a moment of shock, he turned and fled. The bond of brotherhood was no match for the instinct to survive. Not pursuing Melver, Gordon, who was experiencing his first taste of murder, took deep breaths, not from fear, but in an effort to adjust his mindset. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly crushed a living being as one would a mere ant. The sensation was indescribable. Though it was not a thrill, it undeniably impacted Gordon's psyche. He understood that he must not let such feelings control him. Otherwise, he would become a slave to power rather than the master of it. Chapter 6. The Tragedy of the Black Rat Gang. Upon reaching the 1st floor of the hospital, Melver quickly gathered his awaiting subordinates and frantically called others, urging them to rush to the hospital. Suddenly, the creaking door swung open to reveal a mysterious figure clad in a superhero costume, wearing a Batman mask. Upon seeing Gordon floating in midair, the Black Rat Gang members momentarily believed that Superman had descended upon them, albeit with the jarring presence of the Batman mask. However, they soon realized that whether he was the genuine Superman or an imposter, he was trouble. In an instant, they drew their firearms, prepared to shoot. But Gordon denied them the opportunity. With his electric gaze unleashed, in mere seconds, the 12 individuals present were cleaved in half. Notably, their leader, Melver, was reduced to mere fragments. Once certain that no one was left, Gordon vanished into the inky night sky. Nurses and patients cautiously peered out, and upon confirming the absence of danger, they promptly called the authorities. Gordon reclined in the sky, gaining a fundamental understanding of his own strength. Against ordinary individuals, mere pig talismans would suffice. Reflecting on the past few months when he had toilingly worked overtime for a living, he now found himself as a superhuman capable of effortlessly eliminating common folk. All this was thanks to the enigmatic system too. He wondered if that peculiar system had finally identified its intended master. Is that Aunt May? At this moment, on the ground below, a woman in her 30s or 40s strides briskly. It is indeed Aunt May. Gordon suddenly recalled a particular scene. Peter had forgotten to pick up Aunt May after discussing interspecies genetics with Dr. Connors at the Osborne Tower. This very incident had precipitated Uncle Ben's demise, catalyzing Peter's profound transformation. Gordon donned the Batman mask once again and descended rapidly, arriving before Aunt May. "Who are you?" Aunt May gasped, startled by the masked figure descending from above. "Madam, perhaps you are in need of assistance," Gordon intoned, lowering his voice. "No, I do not require help. Thank you. I must leave," Aunt May replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. At this juncture, Spider-Man was still in high school, and Aunt May had not yet aged considerably. Her allure remained. It was somewhat perilous for her to traverse the night alone, as dusk had begun to settle. Gordon swiftly encircled Aunt May's waist and soared towards her neighborhood. The sudden flight startled her. "Madam, if you do not disclose your address, we may find ourselves circling the skies indefinitely." 42nd Street. It's on 42nd Street, she exclaimed. Of course, Gordon was aware of Aunt May's residence, but refraining from inquiry would prevent the exposure of his identity. Before long, they arrived at Aunt May's home, where he gently placed her in the yard and then ascended into the night sky, vanishing from view. Aunt May swallowed hard, trembling as she fumbled for her keys, feeling as though she had just awakened from a dream, having been escorted home by a mysterious figure capable of flight. Upon returning home, Gordon felt a wave of contentment. Not only had he resolved the situation with Megan, but he had also safely returned Aunt May, greatly reducing the likelihood of Uncle Ben's tragic fate. Although Spider-Man had matured overnight due to Uncle Ben's death, Gordon believed he could nurture Spider-Man into a capable, albeit flawed, ally. At this moment, Melissa had prepared dinner, a delectable steak accompanied by pasta. Wow, what is that delightful aroma? Gordon mused, despite having had his fill of pasta. He could never tire of Melissa's culinary creations. Do you enjoy the steak and pasta? Melissa asked shyly, her confidence in her cooking evident. After all, one could not survive alone without some culinary skills. Taking a deep breath in front of the steak, he exclaimed, absolutely love it. The two sat across from one another, beginning their meal, while Gordon's unwavering gaze upon Melissa caused her to blush and lower her head in modesty. Rarely did she indulge in steak at home. She typically subsisted on more economical fare like chicken cutlets and bread. After finishing their meal, Melissa rose to clear the table, while Gordon stretched languidly and sank into the sofa, turning on the television. Indeed, having a wife was splendid, especially one as stunning and bashful as Melissa. Gordon was already contemplating how to savor the evening further. Once Melissa had washed the dishes, she returned to the living room, leaning against him as they watched television together. Suddenly, the channel broadcasting their show was interrupted by an urgent news bulletin. At 7:58 this morning, a heinous murder took place in the district. Surveillance footage revealed a mysterious figure, clad in a Superman coat and a Batman helmet, brutally killed 13 ordinary individuals within the hospital. As news reports continued to unfold, more details emerged. The deceased were notorious members of the Black Rat Gang, including its leader and his cousin among the 12 victims. Melissa turned to Gordon, asking, "Did you do this?" Gordon looked down at her, neither confirming nor denying. "Indeed, it was I. They deserved it. That man, Megan, looked at you with such contempt." To his surprise, instead of recoiling in fear, Melissa leaned in and kissed him. It was hard to fathom that such a shy individual would take such a bold step. After a brief moment, they parted, Melissa gasping for breath, feeling an unexpected sense of security. Chapter 7. The all-powerful clerk. Gordon and Melissa lingered on the couch until 10 o'clock, and sensing the time was right, he suggested, "Melissa, it's getting late. You should take a shower and get some rest after all that moving today." Melissa, feeling a bit more at ease, shot him a playful glance. "I didn't even break a sweat moving today. You just want to sleep beside me." Yet she did not refuse him, aware of the sincerity in Gordon's demeanor and his affections toward her. "All right, I'll go shower first." She rose to head upstairs when suddenly, the phone rang. It was Peter. "Hey, Peter." Gordon answered. "Gordon, please, I beg you, save Uncle Ben. Don't you have healing powers?" Peter's panicked voice pierced through the line. Gordon furrowed his brow, realizing that the inevitable had occurred, but fortunately, he possessed the horse talisman. The horse talisman was one of the few divine symbols that could be used on others, boasting formidable healing abilities, akin to restoring an object to its original state. For instance, in Jackie Chan Adventures, Jade once employed the horse talisman to restore a statue, and Uncle had remarked, "The noble horse expels the inner strength of external things." "I'm sorry, Melissa," Gordon said, pointing toward the phone, his meaning clear. Although she was unaware of the circumstances, she replied, "You should hurry, Gordon. I'll wait for you after my shower. And be careful." Her cheeks flushed. "Okay." 10 minutes earlier, at Peter's home. "Listen to me, kid." "I'm listening," Peter replied impatiently. "You resemble your father quite a lot, which is a good thing. However, he had his own philosophy regarding responsibility. He firmly believed that if you possess the ability to help others, you have a moral obligation to do so. That is what truly matters. It is not a choice. It is a responsibility." Peter nodded, acknowledging, "That makes sense. So where is he now?" Uncle Ben, somewhat uncertain, inquired, "What? Who is where? Where is my father? Shouldn't it be his responsibility to tell me this in person?" At that moment, Peter was on the verge of a breakdown, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Oh, don't say that. How can you say such a thing? How dare I? And how can you say that?" Peter exclaimed, trembling with anger as he pointed at Uncle Ben. He stormed out, shattering the glass in the doorframe. "Peter, come back. Don't do this." Uncle Ben realized that his words may have been too harsh. Aunt May, with a sense of resignation, said, "Ben, let him be alone for a while. He'll be all right." However, Ben Parker remained uneasy about Peter being out alone so late, and, after signaling to Aunt May, ventured out in search of him. Peter arrived at the supermarket, intending to purchase a bottle of milk, but found himself a mere cent short. "Hey, kid, if you don't have the money, make yourself scarce. The people behind you are still in line," the plump cashier urged, his expression one of disdain. At that moment, the only person behind Peter was a peculiar man wearing sunglasses. Observing this, Peter took a penny from the heart-shaped change bowl on the counter and offered it to the cashier. Yet, the cashier snatched both the milk and the penny from him, stating, "No, you can pay the penny, but you cannot take it from here." People often relish the opportunity to complicate matters for others within their limited authority. The rotund cashier regarded Peter with an air of superiority. It clearly states here that you may pay me a penny at any time, but to take a penny, you must pay me in dollars. That is the store's rule. You're blocking the people behind you. The cashier interrupted Peter. I don't have 2 cents. If you don't have 2 cents for the milk, then step aside, don't block the way. Didn't your father give you money for milk today? The cashier's impatience was palpable. Don't drag my father into this over 2 cents. Peter's chest heaved with anger. He genuinely wanted to punch this cashier twice. No money? Step aside, kid. The cashier barked. The man behind him placed a 6-pack of beer on the counter, evidently growing impatient as well. Enraged, Peter could only grab his $2.05 and leave. At that moment, the man feigned ignorance and knocked the beer to the ground, causing the cashier's face to darken as he glared at the man. However, the man's fierce appearance deterred the cashier from saying anything. He bent down to retrieve the beer, exemplifying his tendency to bully the weak. As the cashier leaned down, the man suddenly reached in and took all the money from the register, noticing Peter observing from the side. Seeing that Peter did not expose him, he casually tossed the milk to Peter. When the cashier stood up and realized the money was missing, he exclaimed, "This is not funny." He hurriedly dashed outside, shouting, "Hey, someone help me stop him." At that moment, the cashier spotted Peter. "Hey, kid, quickly help me stop him." Peter stood his ground, a look of satisfaction on his face, and replied, "This has nothing to do with me." The portly man, in a state of desperation, could only chase after the thief while shouting for assistance. For if he could not retrieve the stolen money, his employer would surely dismiss him. "Hey, someone help me. Stop him." At that moment, Ben Parker, positioned fortuitously in front of the thief, heard the cries. The thief, distracted, stumbled over a fire hydrant, causing his firearm to fall between himself and Ben Parker. Their eyes met, and in an instant, both lunged for the gun. In the ensuing struggle, the weapon discharged unexpectedly, and Ben Parker collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. The thief, startled, scrambled to his feet. He never intended to kill anyone, as murder and theft were 2 entirely different matters. Yet, faced with this dire scenario, he had no choice but to flee. Meanwhile, Peter, hearing the gunshot, sensed something was amiss and rushed to investigate, only to discover the fallen figure was none other than Ben Parker. "No, God. Oh, God. Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Someone. Call an ambulance. Please, call an ambulance." Peter pressed down on Uncle Ben's wound, his voice breaking with despair. "Please, Uncle Ben, don't do this. Don't leave me." Regret washed over Peter. If it weren't for him, Uncle Ben would never have found himself in such peril. Uncle Ben, still clinging to life, looked at Peter, gently stroking his cheek. "Peter, I hope you never forget, with great power comes great responsibility." With that, Uncle Ben's arm fell limply to the side, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. No, Ben. Uncle Ben," Peter cried out in despair. Suddenly, a phrase from Gordon echoed in Peter's mind. "What dazzling eyes. They are electric. I can also fly, heal, and manipulate objects." "Yes, Gordon." In a panic, Peter fumbled for his phone to call Gordon. Chapter 8. The clarity of thought is the privilege of the strong. As the incident unfolded in the 40-second block, Gordon, harnessing the power of the rabbit charm, arrived in a matter of seconds. Even the rabbit charm had gained some strength, but Gordon had no time to savor the enhancement. "Peter, what is happening with Uncle Ben?" he asked urgently, kneeling beside him. "He has been shot, Gordon. You have healing powers. Please, save Uncle Ben." Peter pleaded. "Don't worry, Peter. I will do everything I can." Gordon placed his hands over Uncle Ben's wound, channeling the energy of the horse charm. Having never utilized the horse charm before, he was aware of its purifying and healing capabilities, yet he was uncertain of its full potential. However, noble steeds often bring unexpected surprises. As the power of the horse charm surged forth, Uncle Ben's bleeding began to subside. Moments later, the bullet was expelled from his body by the divine strength of the horse charm. Gordon ceased the infusion of energy, gasping for breath. Employing such powers drained his stamina. The shallower his connection to the charm, the more energy it consumed. Just moments before, Uncle Ben's vital signs had nearly vanished. But through the strength of the horse charm, Gordon had pulled him back from the brink of death. Gordon realized that should he fully master the horse and dog charms, he could truly revive the deceased with ease or even grant eternal life. Feeling the gradual revival of Ben Parker's heartbeat, Peter let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank you, Gordon, truly, thank you." Gordon helped Peter to his feet. "Uncle Ben was a good man. I admired him greatly. He should not have met such an untimely demise." Additionally, he mused, should we not give that rotund fellow a good thrashing to vent our frustrations? He gestured towards the overweight man who had retreated to a safe distance. Peter did not ponder how Gordon was privy to the events that had transpired. Instead, he advanced with the intent to confront the individual. In truth, this incident bore no direct relation to the chubby man. It was merely a twist of fate. After taking a few steps, Peter hesitated and spread his hands in contemplation. He recalled Uncle Ben's teachings, recognizing that the matter was not directly tied to the portly man. After all, he was not the one who fired the gun. At that moment, Gordon stepped forward and clasped Peter's shoulder. Peter, while it is true that life is about clarity of thought, and that with greater power comes greater responsibility, I hope you remember that clarity of thought is the privilege of the strong. Gordon wished for Peter to temper his compassion, for sometimes an excess of benevolence could lead to unforeseen troubles, just as the overly compassionate Dutchman inadvertently led to Aunt May's demise. Gordon found her death the most regrettable across the 3 generations of Spider-Man. Low emotional intelligence. I will do whatever I please. High emotional intelligence. Life is about clarity of thought. Clarity is the privilege of the strong. Peter's eyes sparkled with determination as he approached and delivered a thorough beating to the fleeing rotund man. Before long, an ambulance arrived. Although Gordon had pulled Ben Parker back from the brink of death, it would likely take some time for his wounds to heal completely. Watching as Ben Parker was taken away by the ambulance, accompanied by Peter, Gordon exhaled slowly and glanced at his watch. 10 minutes. Melissa has probably just finished her shower. Upon returning home, Gordon washed the blood from his hands to spare Melissa from concern. Ascending the stairs, he found Melissa wrapped in a towel, drying her hair. Turning off the hairdryer, she inquired curiously, "Back so soon? What happened?" "There was a minor issue at Peter's home. I went to check on it," Gordon replied as he took the hairdryer from her and began to assist her with her hair. After drying her hair, he instructed Melissa to return to their bedroom while he took a shower. She nodded gently and proceeded to make the bed. The following day, Gordon arose early to prepare breakfast for Melissa, also taking the opportunity to request a leave of absence from school. Exhausted from the previous night, Melissa did not awaken until 8 in the morning. The aroma of breakfast wafted through the air, and driven by hunger from her exertions, she descended the stairs with a slight limp. Seeing this, Gordon swiftly bounded up the stairs, scooping Melissa into his arms and placing a heart-shaped bacon sandwich before her while simultaneously heating the milk with his electric vision. "Good morning, my dear." "Good morning, darling." Melissa's cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Yesterday, she was reluctant to comply, but Gordon insisted, promising that he would marry her, so Melissa eventually acquiesced. After finishing breakfast, Melissa suddenly inquired, "Gordon, which university do you intend to attend?" "I haven't considered it. Wherever you go, I shall follow," he replied. In truth, Gordon had no plans to pursue higher education, but realizing Melissa's fervent anticipation for the collegiate experience, he resolved to accompany her. As a native New Yorker, Gordon could easily gain admission to New York University, and Melissa found herself in a similar position. Upon hearing that they both desired the same university, Melissa's eyes sparkled with joy. "Wonderful. Let us attend New York University together." Chapter 9. Physics problems are far more challenging than Thanos. The diagram illustrates the Shugong ski jump at the 2022 Winter Olympics. Athletes descend from a stationary position, take off at a designated point, and the height difference between 2 points is represented. The requirement is that the pressure exerted on the ski board at a certain point must not exceed a multiple of the gravitational force acting on the athlete. Ignoring all resistance and treating the athlete as a point mass, the radius of the arc at that point must not be less than a specified value. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Gordon erupted in frustration. He had initially shown interest, recalling that his original self had excelled in physics. However, upon casually attempting a set of problems, he found himself stumped by the second question. Observing Gordon's agitation, Melissa gently nestled into his embrace, offering comfort. "It's all right. We can learn together, and I will teach you." As he studied, Gordon gradually infused the magical energy of the talisman into Melissa, healing her physical injuries from the previous day's exertions. A week passed quietly. Uncle Ben, concerned about financial issues, moved back home from the hospital. Miraculously, his wounds had healed significantly, making the transition seamless. With only a need for occasional anti-inflammatory medication, one evening, Peter arrived with a gift, ringing the doorbell. Gordon opened the door to find Peter holding a box of milk. "Hey, Gordon, this is a small token of my appreciation. You know, Uncle Ben's hospital bills have been quite substantial, which has strained my finances," Peter explained as he placed the milk on the table. "Your gesture is greatly appreciated. Thank you for the milk." "Melissa was just planning to buy some," Gordon replied, pouring Peter a glass of warm water. "How is Uncle Ben faring?" "Thanks to you, Gordon, he is recovering quite well," Peter expressed gratefully. "Have you found that man?" Gordon inquired, aware of whom Peter was referring to. Peter shook his head. "I've been searching for him the past few days, but not only have I been unsuccessful, the police have started to take notice of me." Gordon teased. Indeed, the valiant Spider Boy, donned in a mask and an outdated trench coat. "Huh? I just crafted a new suit for myself. Trust me, it's incredibly cool." During this period, Peter balanced fighting crime while continuing his quest for the individual adorned with a star tattoo on his wrist. To facilitate his movements, he fashioned a fibrous spider suit inspired by yoga attire. From now on, kindly address me as. For Ben Parker is not deceased. Peter does not exhibit the same despondency as in the original narrative. Moreover, with Ben Parker's injuries healing well, Peter appears to be in relatively good spirits. At this moment, Melissa descended from upstairs, initially intending to fetch a glass of water, only to discover Peter's presence. "Melissa, come and see the Spider Boy." Gordon laughed heartily. Peter glanced at Melissa, then at Gordon, the implication unmistakable. "You just exposed my identity." Gordon swooped in, embracing Melissa, and Peter realized that Gordon had not concealed his own superpowers either. "I believe that those in love should harbor no secrets. Secrets come at a cost, as they always have and always will." Upon hearing Gordon's words, Peter fell into silence. Aunt May had expressed similar sentiments recently, especially considering he returned home bruised daily. "Hello, Peter. Gordon mentioned you can shoot webbing. Is that true?" "No. It's not that I can spit out webbing. I devised it myself," Peter replied, revealing the web shooters he had created. "By the way, Gordon, do you need assistance in crafting a suit?" Peter inquired. "No need. Do you think I would idly engage in crime fighting like you?" Gordon had no desire to patrol the streets daily. The citizens of New York would be thankful if he merely refrained from becoming a criminal. At this point, Peter had yet to fully comprehend the nature of Gordon. His aid stemmed from Peter's identity as Spider-Man, not from any inherent kindness. Peter found himself at a loss for words. "Don't you wish to help others? You once said, 'With great power comes great responsibility.' Indeed, my power is formidable. Yet my responsibility is limited to ensuring the happiness of those around me." Upon hearing this, Melissa smiled contentedly, nestling into Gordon's embrace. Peter felt overwhelmed by the scent of romance, a constant reminder of his own solitude. "Wishing you both happiness, but I must continue my search for that man." Humiliated, Peter departed from Gordon's home. Upon returning home, Peter donned his newly crafted suit and, after slinging his backpack over his shoulder, began to roam the streets of New York. Chapter 10, Human Experimentation Oscorp Tower. A black man approached Dr. Connors. He was Norman Osborn's secretary. "We must commence human experimentation immediately. You have only 1 week." The secretary proclaimed. Connors shook his head. "This is perilous. We have just made significant breakthroughs, yet it is far too soon to apply them to humans." Peter Parker had provided the crucial decay formula, allowing the laboratory mice to successfully regenerate their limbs. However, only a few days had passed, and the serum's absolute safety remained uncertain, let alone the notion of human trials. Nonetheless, the Black Secretary was unfazed by such concerns. "Norman Osborn is out of time. We must proceed with human experimentation at once. I will select suitable candidates from the Veterans Hospital. Death is an inevitable part of life. It is not the end that instills fear, but rather the notion of incompleteness," Connors stated, gazing steadfastly at the African-American secretary. "That is merely your perspective. Do not forget the source of your research funding." With that, the secretary grasped his briefcase, preparing to depart. After taking a couple of steps, he paused, recalling something, and turned back to say, "Norman established a research initiative to ensure that his son could seamlessly take over Oscorp after his demise. If successful, humanity will forge an artificial sun, granting us boundless energy. You must comprehend the gravity of this. Should Norman Osborn not be revived, this endeavor shall be suspended, leading to my dismissal while you continue to subsist on your own." With that, the secretary pivoted and left, utterly bewildered as to why Sabby believed Oscorp would lavishly support his research. His lofty refusal of human experimentation, cloaked in a guise of benevolence, was merely a stance untested by personal stakes. Dr. Connors, akin to what the secretary had remarked, was able to renounce human trials solely because his interests remained unscathed. Slowly, he sank back into his chair, staring vacantly at the green serum on the table. After nearly half an hour of silence, Connors rose and seized a vial of the serum, resolving to experiment on himself. As 200 milliliters of the serum coursed into his system, he gazed expectantly at his right arm. However, 10 seconds elapsed without any discernible change. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness engulfed him, and Dr. Connors collapsed onto the lab table. Meanwhile, Peter lingered on the balcony of Gwen's room, hesitating before finally tapping on the window. Gwen, engrossed in her paper, turned at the sound and was surprised to find Peter on her balcony. She opened the window and exclaimed, "How did you get up here? Why didn't you use the front door?" "I saw your father's car parked below, so I..." Before he could finish, Gwen's door swung open, and George Stacy peeked in. "Hello, Uncle," Peter said, a bit awkwardly. George, seeing the unexpected presence of a young man in his daughter's room, took a deep breath, mentally reminding himself, "I am a police officer. I am a police officer." Once he regained his composure, he turned to Gwen, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Dad, this is Peter. I told you about him. Thanks to Uncle Ben's prior encouragement and Gordon's situation, Peter summoned the courage to confess his feelings to Gwen. Following Uncle Ben's incident, Gwen comforted Peter, and their relationship naturally progressed. This development unfolded more smoothly and ahead of schedule compared to the original narrative. So you're Peter? I made lemon base. I hope you enjoy it. George abruptly closed the door, only to return a moment later, addressing Gwen. Hurry down. Don't keep everyone waiting. Peter understood that this was directed at him. George was merely trying to prevent his little sister from being too easily won over by Peter. Although he did not oppose Gwen's romantic pursuits, he certainly did not wish for them to progress so swiftly. Gwen exchanged a glance with Peter, who reluctantly followed her downstairs. Upon seeing Peter, Gwen's mother appeared somewhat astonished. Well, her daughter had grown up and was now harboring a secret admirer. Nevertheless, Gwen's mother did not cast any disapproving glances at Peter. Instead, a gentle smile graced her features. Peter gradually acclimated to the situation, as Gordon had remarked. If the romantic interest had a younger brother, there would be ample opportunity to maneuver. At the dining table, Peter engaged in lively conversation with his brother-in-law, Grafus, who turned out to be an ardent fan of Gordon, specifically, of the superhero known as Superbat. Indeed, following the Black Rat Gang incident, Gordon had acquired an unflattering moniker, Superbat, owing to his Superman-like attire and bat-shaped helmet. Brother-in-law, are you well acquainted with Superbat? Grafus inquired with eager anticipation. After a moment of hesitation, Peter silently apologized to Gordon for the endearment he had just used, which he cherished dearly. Well, sometimes I catch him in Queens, dispensing justice. He is a remarkably formidable superhero. Gordon knew he would likely burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all, shamelessly admitting to being a superhero of justice, despite never having performed such noble deeds. Chapter 11. The first appearance of Dr. Lizard. As the two conversed, George abruptly interjected. Do you consider those masked individuals who challenge order to be superheroes? Or do you believe our New York police are merely pie-eaters? George's tone was tinged with irritation. And what of that Spider-Man? Does he think we, the New York police, do not exist? Grafus, somewhat intimidated by George, immediately chose to remain silent upon sensing his displeasure. In contrast, Peter spoke up to defend Superbat and Spider-Man, and the discussion soon escalated into a heated argument. Unable to bear it any longer, Gwen directly invited Peter to the rooftop. I apologize. Peter, do not know how to express contrition. Gwen sighed. That was quite intense. I'm sorry. I thought he would apprehend me on the spot. That would not happen. I know my father well. Peter took a deep breath. There is something I must tell you. Oh, Gwen's face lit up with a smile. She sensed a change in Peter. He hesitated, opening and closing his mouth, finally exclaiming, I was bitten. Gwen beamed. So was I? However, while Gwen referred to being bitten by Peter, Peter was alluding to being bitten by a spider, clearly indicating they were not on the same wavelength. Realizing this, Peter took another deep breath. I truly need to share something with you. It concerns the emissaries of justice and car thieves. Gwen promptly grasped that she had misinterpreted him, gazing at Peter in exasperation. I'm listening. As she spoke, she moved a few paces away from him. Peter, witnessing Gwen's reaction, was somewhat incredulous as he exclaimed, What? Let's not discuss that car thief. Let us speak of my own matters. What about you? She inquired. I do not know how to begin. It is all right. I am listening. Speak freely, Gwen encouraged, gently cradling Peter's face in her hands. However, Peter turned away, resting against the railing. I truly do not know how to express this. Hesitation lingered in Peter's heart, as he feared that revealing his identity as Spider-Man would lead to Gwen's disdain. What? Gwen, observing Peter's silence, felt a surge of anger and disappointment and began to turn away. Sensing this, Peter steeled himself, shooting a web to catch Gwen and pulling her abruptly into his embrace. Peter, you? Gwen gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless in his arms. At last, she understood why the typically honest Peter had argued with his father. Without hesitation, Peter leaned in and kissed her. In shock, Gwen asked, You are Spider-Man? Do not speak, Peter urged, pressing his hand to her head. Just as their lips met passionately, Gwen's mother unexpectedly appeared, interrupting their fervent kiss. Oh, my apologies, Gwen, but your father insists you come downstairs immediately. Peter, feeling embarrassed, turned his back to Gwen's mother, while Gwen nodded and followed her mother down the stairs. As she approached the staircase, a sudden cacophony of sirens erupted in the distance. Peter's head snapped up, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the rooftop of the apartment. Watching this unfold, Gwen murmured to herself, It seems trouble is brewing once more. Swinging through the air, Peter arrived at the scene of chaos, which was the Williamsburg Bridge. There, a towering lizard creature was perched atop a car, rummaging through it. Peter, using his momentum, kicked the lizard creature away. Before he could fully ascertain the monster's appearance, a car hurtled toward him. With a deft backflip, He evaded the vehicle, but the lizard creature lunged at him. The lizard's physical prowess rivaled that of Peter Parker, forcing Peter to rely on his agility to evade its attacks. "What are you, Ward?" Peter exclaimed as the lizard's tail sent him flying. Just as the lizard intended to press the attack, the effects of its serum began to wane. Grabbing a car, it hurled it toward the bridge below. Seeing Peter rush to save the occupants, it seized the opportunity to escape. Peter hesitated for a moment, glancing in the direction of the lizard's retreat, but ultimately decided to prioritize saving lives, as many vehicles were ensnared by his webs on the bridge. Meanwhile, in the Gordon household on 42nd Street, Gordon and Melissa were engrossed in the news, watching the perilous battle between Spider-Man and the lizard creature unfold on screen. Gordon was taken aback, realizing that his mere presence had instigated a butterfly effect. In the film, Peter had only encountered Connors briefly. "That lizard monster is terrifying. Has some ancient beast awakened?" Melissa asked, bewildered. "No, it is not some primordial creature. It is a genetically modified being, most likely Dr. Connors," Gordon replied. Melissa shook her head. She was unfamiliar with someone named Connors. Peter, that lad, stood no chance at all. To be frank, Dr. Lizard's combat prowess far exceeded that depicted in the films. Aside from a slight advantage in speed, Peter was utterly outmatched by Dr. Lizard in every other aspect. Chapter 12, below 15 that evening, Peter sought out Gordon. "Did you see the news? That enormous green monster," Peter exclaimed as he entered. "I did. Look at you. All battered and bruised. You seem to have taken quite a beating," Gordon teased. "That creature possesses immense strength. By the way, do you have any eggs at home?" "Yes, of course," Gordon replied, handing Peter a carton of eggs. "Thank you." Peter placed the eggs into his backpack. Gordon raised his hand, and a mist-like energy, fine as silk, surged into Peter's body. This was a newfound ability that had emerged after saving Uncle Ben. The magical incantation no longer required physical contact for release. Now, he could effortlessly heal from a distance. As the energy flowed into him, Peter's injuries vanished at an astonishing rate. "How do you feel? Is it any better?" Gordon inquired. Touching his face in surprise, Peter nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Gordon. I'll treat you to a buffet this weekend." Though a buffet was relatively inexpensive, it was the most lavish gesture Peter could afford. Moreover, the diverse array of dishes was something Gordon particularly enjoyed. "Great. I look forward to the weekend. Also, that lizard man is likely Dr. Connors. He must have injected himself with a genetic serum." "Dr. Connors? How do you know?" Peter asked, astonished. Gordon, of course, could not reveal that he had seen Peter's starring role in a film, so he casually replied, "Just a guess. Haven't you been frequenting that area lately to study lizard regeneration serums?" "All right. I see the possibility," Peter pondered, realizing that Connors indeed specialized in the regeneration abilities of lizards. After bidding Peter farewell, Gordon returned to the living room and informed Melissa, "This weekend, Peter is treating us to dinner. Tomorrow, I'll take you shopping for 2 outfits." Gordon had longed to buy Melissa some stockings. Heavens, he swore that Melissa would be the most beautiful girl in the world in white stockings. The next morning, Peter ventured to the Osborne Group for investigations, while Gordon accompanied his girlfriend to New York's largest shopping plaza. Melissa curiously glanced around, never having visited such a bustling place before. "Let's go inside and explore," Gordon suggested, leading her to the clothing section. He selected every item he deemed attractive for her. Initially, Melissa urged Gordon to only buy 1 or 2 items, but he was oblivious, relentlessly shopping. Eventually, Gordon guided Melissa to his final destination, the stockings section. The thickness of stockings generally hovers around 1160, with those under 15 classified as ultra-thin, easily torn, and unsuitable for outdoor wear. Although Melissa does not wear stockings, she is well acquainted with their types. Tugging at Gordon's clothing, she inquired softly, "Why do you always purchase size 10? Observing the rosy hue of Melissa's cheeks, Gordon unabashedly replied, "It's simply more convenient for you to wear at home, light and breathable. When you go out, you need not wear stockings to spare others the view." After settling the bill, which amounted to a staggering $20,000, all spent on luxurious garments for Melissa, they made their way to the fitting room. Gordon gently urged Melissa to change outfits. After a half-hour of deliberation, they finally emerged. Clad in a simple princess dress, Melissa radiated an even more enchanting aura. She brushed her flowing hair back and wondered aloud, "Is this pretty? Why must I wear my hair down?" "Because I adore long, straight black hair. However, if you prefer, you may tie it up," he responded. "Whatever you like, I shall wear. What you adore makes me the most beautiful, does it not?" Gordon gazed at Melissa in astonishment, surprised by her newfound confidence. Indeed, a self-assured girl is the most beautiful. Self-deprecation is not desirable. Melissa twirled gently before him and, gathering her courage, asked, "What do you think? How to put it? It's as if Snow White has traversed time to stand before me. You are simply stunning." Upon receiving Gordon's compliment, her face blossomed like a white orchid, her smile illuminating her features with a beautiful curve. It was evident that the praise from her beloved filled her with immense joy. Has anyone ever told you how lovely your dimples are when you smile? No, your dimples truly shine when you smile. Gordon exclaimed. Thank you, darling. Behind them, a shop assistant shook her head, questioning how this man could be so insufferably charming. Chapter 13. Look who I caught a day swiftly slipped away. Upon returning home after their adventures, Melissa changed into her sleepwear, preparing to cook. Melissa, I crave hot pot. Peering out, Melissa replied, if you desire it. We need to procure ingredients. We have none at home. I shall go buy them. You prepare things here. Gordon said as he donned his coat once more to fetch the necessary supplies. There are indeed hot pot restaurants in America. Gordon knew of a shop on 43rd Street that stocked the essential base and ingredients, and he planned to pick up some pork ribs as well. A broth made from bones enhances the flavor far more than relying solely on hot pot base. As Gordon pedaled his bicycle down the street, he noticed various delinquents loitering about, a reminder of the high crime raid in Queens. At that moment, he contemplated acquiring a car for convenience when suddenly, a pair of hands yanked him into a dim alley. A gun was pressed against Gordon's head, the assailant demanding, hand over your money. I only want the cash. Greetings. My friend, is this your newly acquired toy pistol? Just as Gordon was about to tease the robber, his gaze fell upon the star-shaped tattoo adorning the man's hand. Seizing the man's right hand, Gordon exerted a fierce grip, shattering his wrist with alarming force. After kicking the pistol away, Gordon scrutinized the man's wrist, noting the tattoo's resemblance to those featured in television dramas. Without hesitation, he dialed Peter's number. Gordon, what's the matter? Peter's voice was barely audible over the howling wind on the other end. I believe I have apprehended the man. You should come and take a look. After quickly inquiring about the address, Peter hung up, fully aware of whom Gordon referred to. As the man attempted to flee, it became clear that Gordon was no ordinary individual. He disregarded the fallen pistol entirely. A blinding flash of electricity pierced through the man's knee. Do not even think about escaping. I have a friend who wishes to meet you. The man, unable to comprehend Gordon's words, clutched his knee and writhed in agony on the ground. Moments later, Peter arrived, leaping forward to deliver a powerful punch. This man, even in his transformed state, would remember him, without a doubt. Gordon observed silently as Peter unleashed his fury upon the man. After a while, he glanced at his watch, sensing that the time was ripe. All right, Peter, how do you intend to handle him now? Gordon forcefully tossed the man into a corner. Shall we kill him, or turn him over to the authorities? With your strength, you could effortlessly obliterate his skull. Peter stared at the barely conscious man and, after a moment's deliberation, resolved to hand him over to the police. He shall face the consequences of the law. Turning to Gordon, Peter conveyed his decision. Well then, how you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Just don't forget about the dinner invitation tomorrow. Had it been Gordon, he would have certainly ended the man's life. Truly, the mark of Spider-Man. With that, Gordon mounted his bicycle and quickened his pace towards the supermarket to procure ingredients. Upon arriving, he was astonished to discover that the proprietor was of Chinese descent, explaining the abundance of hot pot supplies. Good evening. Gordon greeted fluently in Mandarin. You speak Chinese? Chun-Li replied, astonished. Indeed, Mandarin is the most beautiful language in the world, bar none. Alone in a foreign land, one longs for home, especially during festive occasions. Such sentiments are beyond the comprehension of foreigners, Gordon expressed. Chun-Li gazed at him in surprise, not expecting this young man to possess such proficiency in Chinese, even reciting classical poetry like a native son of the land. I wish to purchase some hot pot base and various ingredients. Where might I find them? Chun-Li personally guided Gordon to the ingredient section. There, he procured beef rolls and lamb rolls, and under Chun-Li's guidance, he also selected shrimp paste, meatballs, and vegetables. Naturally, he included the indispensable tofu skin and handmade noodles. Finding such items in New York was no easy feat. What is your name? Chun-Li inquired. Gordon pondered for a moment and said, You may call me Wang Chuan. That is my Chinese name. I am Chun-Li, and you may refer to me as Mrs. Chun. You even have a Chinese name? Of course. The total is 56. You can give me 50. Generously, Mrs. Chun rounded down the amount for Gordon. Thank you. Gordon retrieved a $50 bill. Suddenly, a hand snatched the bill from Gordon's grasp, followed by a gun pointing at Mrs. Chun. Yellow-skinned monkey, hand over all the money. Upon witnessing yet another robbery, Chun-Li, feeling helpless, pleaded, Please, I really can't give you any. I can barely afford my rent. Chun-Li, in her 40s, had often faced muggings in this neighborhood since opening her shop. Being of Asian descent, both black and white individuals found her an easy target. Gordon, undeterred by the chaos, stuffed all the ingredients into a large bag, which he hoisted onto his left hand. He glanced at the young white thug, who demanded that Mrs. Chun cease her chatter. Without hesitation, Gordon delivered a powerful kick to the man's knee. With a sharp crack, The man's knee buckled at a grotesque angle. Ignoring the man's anguished cries, Gordon advanced and delivered a kick that shattered the man's spine. "Goodbye, Mrs. Chun. I quite like the items in your shop. There are many delectable ingredients from your homeland. I shall return often." With that, Gordon seized the hair of the incapacitated white man and dragged him outside. Chun-Li stood frozen for a moment before approaching to pick up the gun that had fallen from the man's grasp. She chose not to call the police. Having previously discovered that such attempts were futile, being of Asian descent, the authorities had never extended their assistance. Concealing the handgun within a cabinet, Chun-Li endeavored to calm her racing heart. With the firearm, she felt a semblance of self-defense. Chapter 14. Symbiosis. Gordon casually entered a narrow alley and, finding a suitable dumpster, unceremoniously tossed the man inside. If someone discovered him, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. If not, he would meet his end alongside the refuse. Upon returning home, Gordon found Melissa had already prepared everything and was merely awaiting the ingredients. "Apologies for the wait. I encountered a minor incident." "No worries." Melissa stepped forward to take the ingredients from Gordon's hands. The two shared tender moments as they entered the small kitchen to prepare the meal. They first chopped the ribs into small pieces and placed them in the pressure cooker. After adding various spices, they set the timer for half an hour, using the interval to wash the meatballs and vegetables, while also slicing the bean curd into strips. Meanwhile, Melissa began preparing the dipping sauce, for a hot pot lacks soul without it. "How much peanut butter do you need? Fill it up, and don't forget the minced garlic, fragrant vinegar, chopped green onions, cilantro, and sugar." After half an hour, they poured the aromatic rib broth into the dual-flavored hot pot. Gordon initially intended to prepare only a broth of butter, but upon reflection, he realized that the spicy beef butter would not be suitable for his evening activities. Thus, he opted to create a dual-flavor hot pot instead. Once everything was ready, the sumptuous feast of hot pot commenced. After dining, the two tidied up their surroundings and ascended to the second floor for a shower. After an hour of washing, Gordon emerged, cradling a drowsy Melissa. He gently placed her beneath the covers before retreating to the rooftop. Gazing at the starlit sky, Gordon felt an immense satisfaction with his current life, devoid of the resistance he once harbored. With the 6 powerful talismans at his disposal, he felt capable of transcending this world. Given another 3 years, he could achieve the ultimate aspiration that countless villains dream of, to become the ruler of the world. However, Gordon found such ambitions tedious. He sought not world domination, but rather to establish his own company, amass great wealth, and live alongside Melissa in a manner of his choosing. While lost in thoughts of his future, a flash of fire illuminated the sky. Curiosity piqued, Gordon made a wish. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that the fiery object was hurtling towards the 42nd district, likely destined to land in the nearby forest park. In an instant, he soared towards the source of the light. The meteor descended rapidly, and Gordon realized he could not catch up unless he positioned himself in its path, which might prove painful. Eventually, he waited for the fire to subside before approaching the impact site. There, nestled in the crater, lay a basketball-sized meteor radiating flames. Furrowing his brow, Gordon approached for a closer inspection when, unexpectedly, the meteor split open, releasing a mass of black viscous fluid. As the substance shot towards him, Gordon instinctively grasped it in his palm. The black goo frantically attempted to penetrate his being, but the power of the horse talisman repelled it. "This is venom?" Gordon pondered, slightly bewildered. "No, this is the symbiote from Spider-Man 3. He was perplexed, although New York was home to the Life Foundation. This symbiote clearly did not originate from any of their specimens. Moreover, there had been no recent news from the Life Foundation. With a thought, Gordon dispelled the horse talisman's protective energy, allowing the symbiote to enter his body. Instantly, a wave of ferocity surged from within. The symbiote began to influence Gordon's psyche, amplifying his negative emotions while bestowing immense power or enhancing his abilities. He could sense the symbiote augmenting his strength, yet it seemed ineffective against the talisman's power. As if the talisman's influence surpassed the symbiote's comprehension, rendering it unable to enhance him further. As the horse talisman activated, the symbiote's psychological influence over Gordon dissipated, revealing the formidable strength of the talisman. At that moment, a faint emotion was conveyed to Gordon, suggesting that he should not abandon it, lest it perish in fear. Sensing the message from the symbiote, Gordon realized that it must be the entity that had bonded with the Grey Knight. Possessing no ability to speak and only a rudimentary awareness. Traditionally, symbiotes are devoid of gender, growing stronger with each generation, and their morality is closely tied to the strength and character of their host. For instance, the venom that parasitizes Spider-Man is particularly malicious, while the venom that bonds with Eddie Brock transforms into a quintessential villain. In terms of power, in Venom's standalone film, Riot seemed to have the upper hand in combat. Yet initially remarked, "You have a strong host." Chapter 15. Symbiote Qianji. With a mere thought, the symbiote swiftly attached itself to Gordon. A towering 3-meter figure resembling a dragon-headed giant emerged, akin to a dark version of the Savior. The symbiote continued to morph, evolving into a highly advanced mech suit. Various stylistic forms shifted before finally solidifying into a sleek black armor. Gordon was immensely pleased with the symbiotic battle suit, as it combined elements reminiscent of Superman's attire and Batman's cowl, evoking the essence of a New York jester. From now on, you shall be named Qianji, he declared, bestowing a name upon the symbiote. By the time Gordon returned home, it was already 9 in the evening. He shed his clothing and nestled into bed, embracing Melissa's smooth form as he drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, the symbiote Qianji traversed the space between Gordon and Melissa, careful not to harm her. Absorbing knowledge of humanity from within her essence, Qianji's expression reflected a mix of understanding and confusion before it returned to Gordon's being. The symbiotic relationship between host and symbiote is one of mutual benefit rather than parasitism. Thus, having a strong and compatible host is crucial for the symbiote's survival. For example, in the Venom film, after parting from Eddie, Venom could only endlessly seek new hosts, yet it continued to weaken. For Qianji, Gordon represented an exceptionally rare host, as it sensed his body growing stronger. The following morning, Gordon abruptly awoke from his stupor, firmly convinced that Melissa would never engage in such actions. "Ward, what are you doing?" he inquired. A female voice resonated in his mind. "Hello, master. Don't you enjoy this?" Realizing the implications, Gordon understood that Qianji must have briefly possessed Melissa during the night, as his command had only prohibited harm towards her, not possession. Without Gordon's consent, Qianji could not access his memories. However, Melissa was unable to prevent Qianji's actions. Likely experiencing its first human possession, Qianji had transformed from a mere entity into Qianji. "Do not engage in such actions," Gordon exclaimed, startling Melissa awake. "What is happening?" she asked. "Greetings, esteemed mistress." A fluid surged forth from Gordon. Melissa was startled by the sudden appearance of Cheeky, and after calming her, Gordon recounted Cheeky's origins. "Are you implying that this is a female extraterrestrial symbiote?" Melissa inquired. "Certainly not. They possess no distinction between genders," Gordon elucidated. "But she clearly has a feminine voice," Melissa remarked with curiosity. Cheeky flowed from Gordon into Melissa's being, and in an instant, Melissa comprehended the essence of Cheeky's life form. "This is utterly insane. I can't believe extraterrestrials truly exist," Melissa exclaimed, gazing in awe at Cheeky as she returned to Gordon. "Indeed, in a few years, there will be an alien invasion of Earth," he thought, though he refrained from sharing this with Melissa. "Let us not dwell on this. I shall prepare a meal," Melissa announced as she rose. At that moment, Cheeky entered Melissa's body, proclaiming, "Allow me to assist you, my lady." Cheeky, astute as ever, recognized that to remain in Gordon for the long term, she must cultivate a good rapport with Melissa. "How will you assist me?" Melissa asked, intrigued. Suddenly, 2 tendrils emerged from behind Melissa, transforming at their tips into human hands, which then selected a white lace ensemble and stockings for her. "Lord Gordon adores seeing you in such colors," Cheeky remarked as she began to assist Melissa in dressing. Since Cheeky had always spoken in a feminine voice, Melissa offered no objections, merely casting a shy glance at Gordon before donning the attire with Cheeky's help. Gordon, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Although Cheeky could not access his memories, she discerned his preference for white stockings through Melissa's recollections. This was undoubtedly because Melissa had also acknowledged her fondness for them. Was it that apparent? If Melissa were to discover this, she would surely laugh. Having purchased 30 pairs of stockings, 25 of which were white, the rest gradient hues, could one not see his preference? In the kitchen, with Cheeky's assistance, Melissa swiftly prepared the meal. While her physique did not match Gordon's, she exhibited remarkable adaptability, even surpassing Eddie Brock in this regard due to the nurturing spells Gordon often employed. After breakfast, Gordon took Melissa to visit Peter, as they planned to enjoy a buffet later and needed to convene at Peter's residence first. Chapter 16, Taxis, Deliveries, Takeout. "Hello, Auntie May, you are looking increasingly beautiful," Gordon greeted as he entered. "Flattery will get you nowhere." "Who is this?" Auntie May inquired, glancing at Melissa. "My girlfriend. You must certainly come to celebrate when we marry." "Of course." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gordon led Melissa upstairs. "Knock, knock," came Peter's voice from within. "Hello, Peter. I've brought my girlfriend to visit. Won't you come down to welcome us?" "Oh, had I known, I would have certainly come down. You must surely know." "Peter, I don't believe it." Peter chuckled silently, apologizing profusely. "It is my fault." Suddenly, Gordon noticed a photograph on Peter's desk, picked it up, and indeed it was of Connors. Observing Gordon with the photograph, Peter remarked, "That lizard man is Dr. Connors, but I cannot locate him. I encountered him in the Osborne Tower laboratory that day, and he was behaving oddly. Gordon scrutinized the image in his hand, asking, "Did you capture this in the sewers?" "Indeed, that creature possessed immense strength. I nearly perished in the sewers," Peter replied, a shiver of fear still lingering in his voice. "How many cameras do you have?" Gordon inquired abruptly. Peter furrowed his brow. "Two. One was shattered when I returned. Likely during the altercation." "Why do you ask?" Gordon smirked, lifting Peter's other camera and pointing to Peter's name. "Is it possible that Dr. Connors crushed that camera?" Peter's eyes widened in realization. He had not contemplated this. Does this mean Dr. Connors may already be aware of my identity? Panic washed over him. Damn, Dr. Connors could indeed know who I am. Gordon stepped forward to reassure him. "It's all right. Peter, don't overthink it. Dr. Connors must definitely know Spider-Man's identity is Peter Parker." Thank you for your comfort, Gordon. I suddenly feel less anxious." "Ha. Cheeky, replicate Peter's abilities." A black tendril suddenly shot forth from Gordon's body, firmly adhering to Peter's shoulder. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. What in the world is this? Gordon? Although he trusted that Gordon would not harm him, he was bewildered by the black tendril. A mechanized head emerged from Gordon's body. "Greetings, I am Cheeky." "Wow, nanobots." "Hello, I am Peter Parker." Peter stuttered in surprise. "I am not a robot. I am a symbiotic life form," Cheeky clarified. Gordon then explained Cheeky's origins, and after about a minute, Cheeky withdrew the tendril. A powerful force surged within, and Gordon abruptly raised his wrist, plunging the scene into silence. "Damn, I forgot that you cannot shoot webbing by yourself. Curse be." Gordon muttered in exasperation. He had intended to replicate Peter's web-slinging ability, but completely overlooked that only the original Spider-Man could produce webbing naturally. "Do you wish for a web shooter? Just tell me, and I shall craft one for you," Peter declared, rummaging through his drawer to present a pair of web shooters. "Here, take the spare pair. I will make you a new set upon my return." All right. Gordon simply wished to experience the thrill of swinging with webbing, as he could fly and did not rely on it. "By the way, Gordon, Gwen will join us too. I shall treat," Peter said, anxious that Gordon might mind, considering he was the one offering. "Not a problem. Remember to have your girlfriend wear black stockings," Gordon teased. "Ward, why don't you let your girlfriend wear them?" "I prefer white stockings, but the ones Gordon bought are not suitable for going out. I plan to buy a few more after dinner." Not suitable for outside wear." I understand. Gordon chuckled. "Melissa is becoming increasingly confident, often indulging in public displays of affection with me." The trio descended to the living room to chat until around 2 in the afternoon, when Gordon remarked, "It's about time. Let us get going." Peter tidied up a few things. Aunt May, noticing this, cautioned them to be careful on their way, then went to attend to Uncle Ben. They waited by the roadside for 10 minutes before finally hailing a taxi, which made Gordon vow to develop a ride-hailing app within the year, alongside solutions for food delivery and courier services. He was fed up with the need to purchase everything from physical stores and lamented the lack of delivery options, despite many places offering delivery through their own hired personnel. To be honest, the Marvel Universe utterly baffled Gordon. Despite its advanced technology, everyday conveniences remained rather underwhelming. He glanced at Peter's phone, reminiscent of an iPhone 4, while both Oscorp Tower and Stark Tower boasted advanced technologies. Noticing Gordon's disdainful gaze, Peter discreetly tucked his phone back into his pocket. Chapter 17. Spider-Cop. Upon arrival at their destination, they found themselves before an upscale apartment. Each floor of such an apartment building contained only 2 units, with a minimum indoor area of 200 square meters. "That must be quite the pressure, Peter," Gordon suddenly remarked. "What pressure? Look at this place. You might toil for 30 years and still not afford it." "Well, Gwen's parents are quite open-minded, you know," Peter replied, realizing what Gordon meant by pressure. However, Gordon was undeterred and continued, "You're mistaken, Peter. Gwen's parents haven't objected to your relationship because you haven't discussed marriage yet. If you were planning to wed, where would you live? Aunt May's? Please. That house is far too small. Think about it. When you go on dates, will you ride a bicycle or swing through the air on spider silk?" Gordon revealed his true intentions. "You need to make money, buy luxury cars, purchase a villa, and I, your true friend, have a lucrative opportunity. Would you care to join me?" Peter looked at Gordon, sensing something amiss, yet feeling that everything was right. Finally, he replied, "I'm in. What should we do?" "Now is not the time. We'll discuss it tomorrow. First, let us go find Gwen." Feeling a bit anxious, Peter knocked on Gwen's front door. Moments later, George opened it, and they exchanged awkward glances, the tension palpable due to the unpleasantness of their last dinner together. "Oh my goodness, Sheriff Stacy. I presume you must be George. I'm your fan." Gordon broke the tension, stepping forward with enthusiasm. At this moment, George also noticed Gordon with Melissa. Recognizing them as the friends Gwen had mentioned who were dining together today, Gordon approached, producing a pen, and asked, "Uncle George, could I trouble you for an autograph?" The police officers in New York work tirelessly each day, striving to apprehend criminals, particularly you. I have long admired your efforts. Upon hearing Gordon commend the achievements of the New York police, George's face brightened. He had recently been inundated with tales of the police's inaction. The mere acknowledgement of their hard work brought him joy. He glanced at Peter before smiling at Gordon and said, "Come on in. I will prepare a signed photo for you." Thus, the group was invited into Gwen's home. Peter felt a pang of envy, wishing he could be as charismatic as Gordon. Just moments ago, Gordon had inquired about Gwen's father's name, already acting the part of a devoted fan. Meanwhile, Melissa stifled a laugh, well aware of Gordon's flattery. Indeed, Gordon was engaging in lively conversation with George, as if they were father-in-law and son-in-law. Gwen, resting on the living room sofa, was taken aback to see her father and Gordon enjoying such a cheerful exchange. Gordon, who was supposedly a shy and introverted young man, seemed utterly transformed in this moment of bravado. As everyone settled onto the sofa, Gwen offered tea to Melissa and Peter, while Gordon continued to chat animatedly with George. Suddenly, George posed a question. "Do you consider Spider-Man a harbinger of justice?" The atmosphere in the living room thickened significantly, and Gwen looked at her father in confusion. They had previously parted ways unhappily over this very topic, and just as the mood had begun to soften, he was now questioning Peter's friend again. Wasn't this putting Gordon in an uncomfortable position? Gwen knew that Gordon was aware of Peter's identity, as Peter had confided in him about it. And she also knew of Gordon's superpowers. A shared glance among the four conveyed their understanding of the situation, with only George oblivious to Peter's secret. "Spider-Man represents justice, but he is not a messenger of justice," Gordon replied. George raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" Gordon continued, "Spider-Man saves lives. That is beyond dispute, isn't it, Uncle?" George nodded, acknowledging the undeniable truth of that statement. Thus, Spider-Man embodies justice. However, his masked identity means no one knows who he is. An anonymous champion of justice may also be perceived as a disruptor of order. While the crime rates in Manhattan and Queens have noticeably declined, it is the work of a masked individual whose personal actions have a profound impact on the overall order. Therefore, Spider-Man is simply a symbol of justice, yet cannot truly be regarded as a messenger of justice. This perspective contradicts New York's political values. George fell silent, recognizing the truth in Gordon's words. Indeed, Spider-Man's emergence had led to a marked decrease in crime in New York, yet this vigilante operated beyond the purview of the government or any official agency. Spider-Man is a solitary figure, his true identity unknown even to those closest to him. This creates an illusion that possessing superpowers allows one to challenge the established order at will. With such abilities, one could become a superhero, yet a mere lapse in judgment could transform one into a formidable villain. There exists a solution to Spider-Man's predicament. After all, the ongoing stalemate between the police and Spider-Man is unsustainable as he is steadily becoming a beloved icon in New York City. What solution, you may ask? Both George and Peter inquired simultaneously. Let Spider-Man become a police officer. Chapter 18. George, you wish to marry my daughter? That is impossible. We do not even know the identity of Spider-Man, let alone consider making him a police officer. George shook his head, having hoped Gordon had a plan to apprehend Spider-Man. Peter concurred, asserting that Spider-Man would certainly never agree to become a police officer. Gordon scoffed, remarking that within a month, your father-in-law would uncover your identity and might even perish in the conflict against the lizard. I know who Spider-Man is, Uncle George. He is a boy with a profound sense of justice. With your influence, you could easily arrange for him to join the police department. In doing so, Spider-Man would continue to combat crime, and New York's crime rate would decline further, no longer attributed to the mysterious figure of Spider-Man, but rather to the official Spider-Man of the New York Police Department. You know who Spider-Man is? George asked in astonishment. Peter frantically gestured to Gordon, his face a canvas of desperation. Gwen appeared deep in thought, realizing why she had not considered this before. With her father's authority, he could effortlessly facilitate Peter's entry into the police force. Moreover, there exists the role of auxiliary officer within the department, which could grant Spider-Man an official capacity without revealing Peter's identity. However, this all hinged on how her father would respond. I know Spider-Man's identity. Who is he? George queried. Gordon remained silent, merely gazing at George in anticipation of his response. I can arrange for Spider-Man to hold the position of auxiliary officer, but I must know who he is. You must not only assign Spider-Man an auxiliary role, but also ensure he becomes a formal police officer. That is impossible. I do not even know him well enough to facilitate his employment at the precinct. George rejected outright. You must have some knowledge of him, and his joining the force is vital for your daughter's future. At this, George slowly turned his gaze toward Peter, who was nearly burying his head in his chest. Ward. George rarely resorted to profanity, and suddenly everything made sense regarding Peter's earlier defiance. Though Peter resented Gordon for exposing his identity, He reluctantly spoke. I apologize. I did not intend to conceal this. So you truly are Spider-Man? I mean Spider-Man? Indeed, Peter admitted his identity with resignation. Does Gwen know? George directed his gaze toward Gwen. Gwen remained silent, and George surveyed the room. So, am I to understand that you do not know? Dad, allow me to explain. Peter interjected. Enough. No more words. Peter, do you aspire to join the police force? Peter had no desire to become a police officer, yet confronted by Gordon's menacing gaze, he could only respond, of course, it would be my honor. George nodded, then fell into contemplation. The underlying reasons for George's scrutiny of Spider-Man were twofold. First, Spider-Man's enigmatic persona, shrouded in mystery and never revealing himself, unsettled George, the chief of the New York Police Department. This superhuman, operating beyond the bounds of order, posed a dilemma should he ever commit a crime. Secondly, Spider-Man's relentless pursuit of criminals tarnished the image of the police, particularly as some media outlets portrayed the department as a mere assembly of inept, gluttonous officers. However, if this Spider-Man happened to be his son-in-law, George could likely manipulate the situation to his advantage. Peter, sensing the peculiar intensity in George's gaze, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What is that unsettling look? Peter, he called. I am here, Peter replied hastily. Do you wish to marry my daughter? Peter's heart raced even more, and he steeled himself to say, yes. I love Gwen. Then you should enroll in the police academy at New York University. There is much for you to learn, such as how to extract an entire criminal syndicate from a single perpetrator, rather than merely apprehending one individual. Peter understood that George was subtly nudging him, yet he felt compelled to acquiesce under the circumstances. Do you have time tomorrow? George inquired. Yes. At 9 o'clock. Spider-Man is to arrive at the entrance of the New York Police Headquarters. I will arrange for you to assume the role of a deputy. Ah, very well, thank you. Mr. Stacy, Peter responded in agreement. Peter, you ought to address him as Uncle George, or even Father. Furthermore, George realized Gordon's intent to transform Spider-Man into the police department's symbol of justice, a national icon. This would elevate the NYPD's reputation to extraordinary heights. However, it was worth noting that such an endeavor held little practical significance, especially in an era devoid of the wars that once defined previous generations. Chapter 19. Are you two aiming to establish a supercriminal syndicate? In his previous life, Gordon had often pondered a perplexing question while watching films. Why did Spider-Man conceal his identity from his future father-in-law? If all went as expected, Peter and Gwen were destined to marry, yet Peter had failed to leverage this familial connection, with George as the chief of the NYPD. Perhaps this was a reflection of their differing mindsets. Peter envisioned himself as a mysterious superhero, free yet solitary, ultimately becoming the isolated figure depicted in The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Gordon envisioned the creation of an extensive network of alliances. For instance, when confronting Dr. Lizard, George would not instinctively think to capture Spider-Man. Instead, he would gather sufficient personnel and firepower to assist Spider-Man in thwarting Dr. Lizard. In such a scenario, it is highly probable that George would not sacrifice himself as depicted in the original narrative. The notion that Peter's superhero identity might provoke numerous enemies and incite danger is utterly absurd. As long as Peter's identity remains concealed, Gwen would never recklessly declare, I am Spider-Man's girlfriend, capture me to threaten him. Should the antagonists uncover Peter's identity, the outcome would be no different. A mere inquiry would reveal who is closest to Peter. For example, in the first installment, regardless of whether Mary Jane and Spider-Man had parted ways, the villains would invariably target her. The adversaries are hardly foolish, unless Peter had never met Gwen. Any superhero like Peter would be vulnerable even if a random bystander were seized. Nonetheless, it is undoubtedly preferable for fewer individuals to be privy to the truth, especially those who can provide support to Peter, such as his father-in-law, George Stacy, the chief of the New York City Police Department. After spending some time at Gwen's home, the group bid farewell to George. Upon stepping outside, Peter immediately expressed his frustration to Gordon. Did you not say you would take me to make money? Why have you brought me to the police station? Gordon replied, of course, we aim to generate revenue. We wish to establish a company and amass wealth. However, our enterprise requires connections within the police department and political circles. And you, your father-in-law, is the police chief of New York. It would be a tremendous waste not to leverage such advantageous resources. Wait, what are you planning? To form a supercriminal organization? Gwen's eyes widened in disbelief. She glanced at Peter, pondering whether these two intended to use their superpowers to create a criminal syndicate while masking their activities under her father's identity. No, Gwen. We have no intention of founding any supercriminal organization. Peter hastily clarified. Indeed, Gwen, we merely wish to construct a vast network of protective interests for our company. Gwen scrutinized Gordon, and Peter felt a mounting sense of despair. The more Gordon described their plans, the darker they appeared. Hold on, Gwen, listen to me. We simply want to establish a startup company, so I can earn money in preparation for our marriage. This revelation left Gwen perplexed. Preparation for marriage? Gordon silently cursed his misstep, realizing that in America, there are no mandatory requirements for cars, houses, or dowries when it comes to marriage. Let us not delve into that. I merely wish to create a company, thinking it would be advantageous to have someone within the police department for communication, which is why I suggested Peter consult Uncle George. It serves a dual purpose, securing a promising future for Peter while also significantly easing the relationship between Uncle George and Peter. Eventually, the shares belonging to Peter will be in your name, making it a trifecta of benefits. Gordon attempted to persuade Gwen. After a moment of contemplation, Gwen acknowledged the rationale but cautioned, just ensure that you do not engage in any illegal activities. Gordon smiled inwardly, envisioning a company that would surpass both Stark and Osborn, primarily focused on the betterment of society. He intended to recruit a few associates, such as Harry Osborn, Tony Stark, General Ross from the military, and the current vice president, Eamon Moore. However, all these individuals required the right opportunity. At that time, Gordon would hold 51 of the shares, while the remaining 49 would be distributed among them. Nevertheless, in the initial stages, he would still rely on George Stacy. Gordon was unfazed by the prospect of George not offering assistance should any issues arise within the company. It was evident that George Stacy had a soft spot for Gwen, and with a slight threat, wouldn't he be inclined to help resolve the company's troubles? Gwen had not anticipated that the seemingly straightforward Gordon John would possess such cunning, having already factored her into his plans. The group arrived at a buffet restaurant in the heart of the 12th district, where a meal cost $79, indicating that Peter was indeed splurging. Thank you for saving Uncle Ben. I understand that treating you to a buffet is hardly an adequate form of gratitude, but I want to express that if you ever need anything, I will do my utmost to assist you. Peter suddenly conveyed to Gordon. He truly had nothing of value to offer in return, having only the opportunity to treat Gordon to a meal as a token of appreciation for saving Uncle Ben from the consequences of his mistakes. Gordon patted Peter on the shoulder, his expression revealing displeasure. Upon seeing Gordon's demeanor, Peter felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting Gwen to step forward to defend Peter. Chapter 20. The interpersonal dynamics of the Celestial Empire. What do you mean by that? Oh, Peter. I thought we were the best of friends, but now your words suggest otherwise? I am quite disappointed. Peter. Gordon's voice resonated loudly. Do you think I saved Uncle Ben out of a desire for your gratitude? When I was being bullied, you stood up for me. I believed we could be like real brothers, and I have always considered Uncle Ben as my own uncle. Peter. Gordon's words left Peter momentarily speechless. No, Gordon, that is not what I meant. I understand your sentiment. We are indeed like brothers. However, I sincerely apologize for my misunderstanding. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Very well, I trust you. Just refrain from speaking like that again. We are newfound brothers, the best of friends. Indeed, we are the best of friends, Peter exclaimed as he bumped fists with Gordon. From that moment on, Peter was wholly embraced into Gordon's circle. Such selfless assistance is often the hardest to repay. Since the emergence of Iron Man in 2008, the era of superheroes was dawning. Gordon aspired to establish a firm footing in the future, driven by the desire to create a formidable influence of his own. Returning to a more relaxed atmosphere, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation as they entered the restaurant. After finding a suitable spot to sit, Gwen inquired about Gordon's future plans regarding the type of company he intended to establish. I plan to create a comprehensive company, primarily focused on technologies that enhance the quality of life. In the future, we may even venture into designing super soldier serum and similar projects. The name will be Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella? What an unusual name. Gwen curiously inquired why it was called Umbrella. Of course, it's to protect world peace, Gordon casually retorted. Yet, he had no intention of safeguarding world peace. Rather, he sought to maintain it. To sustain global tranquility, one inevitably requires power and influence, which is precisely what Gordon aspired to attain. In the realm of Marvel, Gordon was acutely aware of how to lead a carefree and blissful life. What a noble ambition, to engage in technological advancements for the sake of humanity while upholding world peace. Gwen regarded him with skepticism. Upon graduating, I will be 16, and I plan to register a company first. Wishing you success in your endeavors, Gwen remarked to Gordon. Deep down, she yearned to convey to Gordon that entrepreneurship was far from straightforward. It necessitated a brilliant idea and the requisite capital to launch it. The four friends enjoyed a delightful dinner and, at Gordon's suggestion, spent another 3 hours playing until 8 in the evening when they parted ways. The following day, Melissa and Gordon returned to school, but there were no classes in the morning. Gordon accompanied Melissa to the gymnasium, where she engaged in painting. At Gordon's behest, Melissa's appearance improved dramatically, soaring from a score of 80 to a perfect 100 in his eyes. She was the epitome of perfection. However, Melissa felt somewhat disconcerted, previously unnoticed. She now found herself the subject of many conversations wherever she went. My dear, I think you must take a moment to adjust. The school forum has just been updated. And you have usurped Gwen's title of the most beautiful girl in school. What? Are you saying I am now the school's belle? Honestly, Gordon, I dislike this attention. I detest being the focus of others' gazes, except for yours. Gordon helplessly shook his head, but you haven't even applied makeup yet. Unless you revert to your previous attire, which I have discarded. Melissa stepped closer, embracing Gordon and resting her head against his chest. All right then, I don't wish to wear those outdated clothes either. Once you become a successful entrepreneur, will I embarrass you? Never, not ever. You are as lovely as a rose. How could you ever bring me shame? Gordon affectionately ruffled Melissa's hair. Let anyone dare to speak ill of you, and I shall sever them in twain with my electric gaze. Melissa lifted her head and kissed Gordon. Please don't do that. Do not resort to violence, Gordon. All right, I will heed your wishes. The sweet scent of love wafted through the gymnasium, especially among the students playing basketball, who glanced at their companions and then at the ball, resolutely deciding they too would seek a girlfriend. At 11 in the morning, Peter returned to school, coinciding with an urgent news broadcast on New York's large screens. Spider-Man had officially joined the police force, transitioning from the city's friendly neighbor to its admirable protector. The report did not disclose Spider-Man's true identity, but Chief George Stacy assured the public that Spider-Man was an exemplary high school student and would never engage in unlawful activities. Should Spider-Man commit a crime, he vowed to reveal the hero's identity. This revelation regarding Spider-Man's identity as merely a high school student significantly enhances his relatability. After all, the innocence and virtue associated with a high schooler resonate more profoundly than those linked with an adult. And such a persona aligns impeccably with the public's imaginative conception of Spider-Man's true nature. As sightings of Spider-Man increase, a growing number of individuals have become ardent admirers of him. Chapter 21. The Battle with the Lizard. Hello. Peter, are you done? Of course. I'm currently delivering the criminal to the police station, and I have a bounty to collect. Ward, I should have joined the police force sooner. Peter exclaimed as he revealed $3,000. Look, it's right here. This sum was substantial for Peter, who intended to give it to Aunt May. As Uncle Ben has been unable to work recently, placing considerable financial strain on their household. In fact, Aunt May was contemplating taking out a loan just yesterday. This money was crucial. That's quite good. I remember New York has put bounties on several criminals. Although the amounts may not be high, the numbers are plentiful. Indeed. Now I can catch criminals and deliver them directly to the police, which feels rather like being a bounty hunter. Gordon interjected. Exactly, a bounty hunter. Gwen chimed in with a smile. You ought to work hard to save up for a house. Then, leaning close to Peter's ear, she whispered. And then we can live together. Peter's lips nearly stretched to his ears. Of course, I'll do my best. Just as Gwen was motivating Peter, a sudden tremor erupted from the first-floor restroom, followed by a green claw emerging. Dr. Lizard had found the school. He knew he must eliminate Peter to fulfill his plans. Time was of the essence, and he needed to kill Peter Parker before the police arrived. Amidst the chaos, Peter's spider sense alerted him to the presence of the lizard in the distance. Run, Gwen. Upon hearing this, Gwen immediately grabbed Melissa's hand and fled with the crowd. As the lizard rounded the corner, Peter Parker, the lizard immediately spotted him. Roar. The lizard roared and charged at Peter, entirely ignoring Gordon and John. Change your clothes first. I'll test him, Gordon instructed Peter. Since acquiring the talisman, Gordon had been diligently absorbing the powers of the horse and dog talismans while paying little attention to the other four, relying solely on his body to absorb their essence. Thus, he aimed to gauge his strength against Dr. Lizard. Thousand Princess. Received. A surge of black matter enveloped him, forming a suit of black and purple armor. Seizing the moment while Dr. Lizard was momentarily stunned, Gordon accelerated towards him and delivered a powerful elbow strike to his head. Crack. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed, and Dr. Lizard let out a shriek as his tail lashed out, sending Gordon flying. Just as Gordon was about to collide with the wall, a silken thread caught him. Clad in his spider suit, Peter appeared just in time to grasp Gordon. Hey, this guy possesses immense strength. Be cautious. Before Peter could finish his warning, the lizard hurled a fire extinguisher, sending Peter sprawling. The lizard doctor, his skull restored, glared at Gordon with fury and demanded, "What manner of creature are you?" Raising his right hand, Gordon summoned black wings and a dark blade. Wings of eternal flame, guide me away from the depths of the mortal realm. I am both the beacon and the purifying spring. Your actions must be weighed upon the scales of the stars, your thirst for justice soaring to the heavens. I have come forth in response. My perfection shall instill terror. Salvation lies within the light. His eyes glimmered with golden radiance, the blade in hand, ready to exact judgment upon all. The dazzling golden light, coupled with his black wings and sword, was indeed imposing. However, the lizard quickly regained his composure, cursing before lunging at Peter. Understanding that the airborne Gordon posed a significant threat, the lizard intended to eliminate Peter Parker first. Gordon felt somewhat embarrassed. After such an elaborate declaration, to be dismissed with a mere insult felt rather rude. As the venomous armor faded from his eyes, golden flames erupted, and a golden laser beam struck the lizard, resulting in a tremendous explosion that severed one of the lizard's arms. In the original tale, the pig talisman was associated with cutting, while the dragon talisman was linked to explosions. Yet, there was an episode where the dragon talisman also performed cutting, and the pig talisman could cause explosions. The powers of the dragon and pig were comparable, differing primarily in their activation methods. The dragon was typically invoked through hands or mouth, while the pig was activated through the eyes. The lizard doctor whipped around, his right hand beginning to regenerate. Now truly incensed, Gordon had provoked him, suppressing the little humanity he possessed beneath his primal instincts. The lizard doctor scuttled up the wall, charging at Gordon. In response, Gordon activated the transformation, morphing into the form of the Saint Lord, towering over the lizard doctor by a head. The two colossal beings collided with tremendous force. Though the lizard possessed formidable regenerative abilities, he found himself outmatched by the combined might of the Saint Lord and the horse talisman. The two exchanged blows, grappling like ancient behemoths. The lizard soon realized that Gordon's regenerative capabilities far exceeded his own, although their strengths were similar. The incessant interference from the annoying spider made the odds 2 against 1, placing him at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, the lizard braced himself for a powerful strike from Gordon, retaliating with a fierce lash of his tail that sent Gordon crashing into the wall, his dark and menacing form exposed on the playground. Chapter 22, Dr. Connors. Fortunately, Gordon reacted swiftly, transforming into a mechanized battle suit. Otherwise, he would have appeared the most villainous of all. Gordon flicked his wrist. Although the Ox talisman could enhance his strength, it ultimately depended on his inherent power. Regrettably, Gordon's original strength was rather feeble, compounded by the brief duration of his absorption of the talisman's power. For instance, if Gordon possessed a strength of 10, and the talisman's enhancement was 20 times, his resultant power would be 10 multiplied by 20, plus the amplification from his symbiotic entity. This was one of Gordon's greatest frustrations. The Ox talisman could only bolster him, not his fusion with the symbiotic being. Fortunately, the potential for enhancement from the talisman was nearly limitless, capable of elevating Gordon's own power to an extraordinarily formidable level. The stronger Gordon's innate strength, the greater the enhancement. Given sufficient time to absorb the talisman's energy, even with a low baseline, he could still attain superhuman strength. However, this also illustrated the formidable might of the lizard man. It was no wonder Spider-Man was continuously overpowered by him in the film. Although Peter's incomplete development played a role, the lizard's serum still exhibited terrifying capabilities, likely allowing for a strength of up to 40 tons. Gordon soared back into the fray, where Peter was embroiled in combat with Dr. Lizard. A beam of energy from Gordon struck the lizard's face. Seizing the opportunity, Peter ensnared the lizard's visage with webbing, while Gordon transformed his right hand into a blade, aimed at the lizard's head. In a critical moment, the lizard tore through the webbing on his face and barely dodged, resulting in Gordon's strike only severing half of his face, which rapidly regenerated. Witnessing this, Gordon urgently instructed Peter, "Do your utmost to restrain him with the webbing. I shall attempt to revert him back." Gordon sought to ascertain whether the horse talisman could restore Dr. Connors to his human form. The horse talisman's abilities included healing and purification, the latter of which could be directed by Gordon's will to cleanse either the body or the mind. Peter strategically began ensnaring the lizard with webbing. Observing this, Gordon leaped onto the lizard's head, pressing down firmly. A powerful wave of purification surged into the lizard's body. Gordon opted against a remote purification, as the efficiency would be too low. Peter might not be able to hold the lizard for long. The lizard emitted agonizing howls as he gradually transformed back into the naked Dr. Connors. Gordon continued to channel his purifying energy until Connors was completely revived. "What have I done?" Connors gasped, horrified at the sight of his left hand. "This is not the time for discussion, Dr. Connors," Gordon retorted, as police began to surround the area. "If you don't wish to face imprisonment, follow me." Gordon swiftly retrieved a set of clothes from the scattered debris. Once Connors had donned the attire, Gordon seized him by the collar and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Peter approached the perimeter, where a significant number of police had cordoned off the area. "Hello, Spider-Man. What is the situation inside?" the leading officer inquired of Peter. He never anticipated that on the very day the director announced Spider-Man's affiliation with the police, he would commence collaboration with his new colleague, Spider-Man. "The large lizard has escaped from the sewer, right by the restroom. You might want to dispatch someone to investigate." "Very well, I shall report to my superiors immediately. While Peter was engaged in a verbal tussle with the police, Gordon brought Connors to the rooftop of a building. Who are you? You may call me Gordon John. I am a classmate of Peter's. To be frank, Dr. Connors, your current predicament is rather dire. The Osborne Group has dismissed you, and you are undoubtedly aware of the destruction you have caused. And you saved me. What is it that you desire? Connors inquired. Since Gordon had extricated him from the police's encirclement, it was evident he had ulterior motives. Naturally, it would be preferable to avoid incarceration. So he was eager to hear Gordon's terms. I will continue to fund your research, but you must work for me for a century. Connors was momentarily speechless. Whether he could live for a century was itself a question. What is the name of your company? Connors asked. Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella? I must apologize. I have never heard of such a company. Gordon replied. No worries. It is quite normal that you haven't, as I have yet to register it. What? Kurt Connors was at a loss. After all this, the company you mentioned hasn't even been established. Are you merely spinning grand tales? Without further ado, Gordon invoked the power of the magical symbol, and the potent healing ability miraculously began to regenerate Dr. Connors' missing limb. The regeneration of severed limbs was a trivial feat for the magical symbol, which could even restore inanimate objects. Thus, mending a limb was a matter of simplicity. Kurt Connors gazed in astonishment at his newly grown arm. He suddenly felt that everything had lost its allure. The pursuits he had chased for decades were so effortlessly attained. Grasping Kurt Connors' newly formed arm, Gordon spoke softly. Dr. Connors, what I can give you, I can also reclaim. So I hope you will diligently work for me to create the perfect enhancement serum. This arm is but an advance on your remuneration. Chapter 23. The future of Umbrella Corporation. No problem. I will give it my utmost effort. Connors firmly clasped Gordon's hand with his newly grown arm. He fixated on his right hand. The sensation of having all limbs intact was truly extraordinary. However, I am currently a wanted criminal. This may complicate matters. Not at all. Simply find a drug addict, administer a small dose of lizard serum to him, inform him it is a new type of medication, and once the serum wears off, I shall eliminate him. This would perfectly resolve the issue. Kurt Connors interjected. Wait, isn't that a bit? Gordon interrupted Connors, pointing to his chest. A bit what? Understand your present position, Dr. Connors. You are a prospective employee of Umbrella Corporation. Connors opened his mouth, but upon seeing Gordon's warning gaze, he ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, his right hand was infinitely more valuable than the life of an addict. For now, find a place to stay. The company will likely take about a year to establish. During this time, focus on refining the theoretical formula of the lizard serum, striving to maintain the enhancement of physical abilities while eliminating any adverse effects and alterations to appearance. All right, but I currently have no funds. Gordon led Kurt Connors down the fire escape, casually handing him a stack of cash, approximately $500. Rent a place on 43rd Street in Queens. Peter will assist you in optimizing the serum. Additionally, the items in your sewer are likely to be confiscated. Connors shook his head, indicating that it was of no consequence. He then remarked to Gordon, I thought you were a superhero like Peter. The implication was clear. You and Peter are good friends. Yet why do you seem more like a villain? Only a fool would aspire to be a superhero. I prefer to be a powerful rogue. I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it. Connors nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the burdens of a superhero are manifold, and not everyone is cut out for that role. In any case, I am profoundly grateful to you, Mr. Gordon. You not only healed me, but also prevented me from committing further sins. Thank you. You're welcome. Working diligently for me is far more advantageous than anything else. At Stacy's home, Peter mused. The black armor must belong to your friend Gordon, right? Realizing he could not evade the question, Peter nodded in affirmation. Your friend is somewhat stronger and more intelligent. May I inquire if his armor can be replicated? George believed that if the police could possess such armor, the crime rate in the city would plummet, far exceeding the efficiency of Peter alone. Well, it's not actually armor. It's an alien organism. That thing cannot be replicated. Nor can just anyone withstand such an extraterrestrial being. Upon hearing this, George displayed a look of disappointment, surprised that it was indeed a biological entity. No wonder some claimed to have seen a dark angel, while others spoke of a black dragon. Yet many more simply described the appearance of the armor. Leaning back on the sofa, George remarked, Your friend is quite clever and more dangerous than you, Peter. I assure you, Uncle George, Gordon is definitely not a bad person. Peter was about to continue when suddenly his phone rang. Noticing the name on the screen, George gestured for Peter to answer. Hi, Gordon, how are you? Peter, where are you? Is Uncle George with you? George took the phone, saying, Gordon, I'm here. What is the matter? Uncle George, I have killed the lizard man. The lizard man was not transformed by Dr. Connors. Rather, he was an addict who stole the incomplete serum from the doctor. A knowing look crossed George's face. All right, Gordon. You've truly worked hard. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Upon receiving the address, George hung up the phone and instructed his subordinates to retrieve the body. He then turned to Peter and said, "Explain yourself, Peter." George harbored no belief in Gordon's words. It was indisputable that Dr. Connors was indeed a lizard man, and Gordon was merely seeking someone to take the fall. Peter, wearing a perplexed expression, replied, "I don't know. All I know is that Gordon took Dr. Connors away after he healed him." George nodded thoughtfully, then spoke softly to Peter. "Peter, you have no father. Once you marry Gwen, I shall be your father. We shall be a family. Do you understand?" Peter nodded, aware that George was reproaching him for concealing the fact that Gordon had taken Dr. Connors. "I understand, Uncle George. Well, I shall take my leave now." "All right. Take care on your way." After Peter departed, George sank into contemplation on the sofa. The position of the head of the New York Police Department, while seemingly powerful, was merely that of a hound for the politicians. The mayor of New York could dismiss him at any moment. But if he were to secure the backing of a formidable tycoon, the situation would be drastically different. Perhaps that rascal Gordon could indeed become the helmsman of a significant financial empire. Who wouldn't wish for their children to live in opulence? Especially since Gwen had 3 younger brothers? Chapter 24. The genetic illness of the Osborne family. Soon, news erupted across New York City. Sparked by the police finally undertaking a commendable act, they had shot the monstrous lizard that had instigated panic. Meanwhile, a luxurious car pulled up in front of the Osborne family villa. Harry Osborne alighted from the vehicle, and a butler approached him, saying, "Young Master Harry, your father is waiting for you inside. Please follow me." The butler led Harry into a dimly lit room, advising, "Your eyes will adjust. This is the most suitable setting." As Harry followed the butler into the room, he found Norman Osborne weakly reclined on the bed. "Dad," Harry said, gazing at Norman in disbelief. His father's dark green skin grotesque and alarming. "I never envisioned dying like this, looking at my son as if he were a stranger. You possess great potential, Harry, with an extraordinarily high IQ, yet you squander it. No, it is you who abandoned me." Harry's tone suddenly grew fervent. "You sent me off to boarding school when I was 11. On my 16th birthday, you gifted me a bottle of whiskey, or perhaps it was one of your assistants. I am certain, for it bore the inscription, 'With the warmest regards, Norman Osborne.'" Norman did not respond with anger. Instead, he struggled to prop himself against the pillows. "I do not wish for your forgiveness. I do not believe in miracles. You will not comprehend the necessity of sacrificing your childhood for a greater cause." Noticing Harry turn away, Norman continued, "This is not solely for my sake, but for yours. Your hands have begun to cramp, have they not?" Norman's voice was laced with resignation and despair, a tone Harry had never heard from his father before. "The proliferation of retroviruses, a hereditary affliction within our family. I have long kept this from you. It is inherited, a curse of the Osborne lineage, manifesting at your age. Give me your hand." Harry slowly extended his hand, and Norman grasped it with his monstrous palm, presenting a USB drive to Harry. "I can offer you more than just a vast fortune. I bequeath this, my life's work. All I have done to survive. I have failed, yet perhaps you may succeed." Meanwhile, Peter was having lunch with Gordon. While the television broadcast the news of Norman Osborne's demise, Harry Osborne now stood as the sole designated heir of the Osborne Empire. Gordon remarked, "That is Harry. He and I were the best of friends, much like us now, though I have not seen him in 5 years. I am well aware he is your dear friend, and it was your dear friend who caused Gwen's death." In Gordon's view, Peter was excessively indecisive. Harry had already begun to exhibit symptoms, and without Spider-Man's blood, Harry was doomed. Peter, lacking a true understanding of Harry's condition, insisted that administering the blood would only exacerbate matters. Yet, as Harry himself questioned, could Spider-Man's blood truly lead to his demise once more? Were Gordon Spider-Man, he would undoubtedly offer his blood to Harry. The worst outcome would merely be an earlier death. It was even conceivable for him to collaborate with Harry on a remedy for his hereditary illness, thus preventing the subsequent web-slinging rescue. Given Harry's circumstances, his descent into darkness is hardly surprising. First, he learns of his father's death from a genetic malady. Then, after finally contacting Spider-Man through Peter, he is rejected, only to be betrayed by the company, culminating in the revelation that Spider-Man is, in fact, Peter. It appears that Harry Osborne's corruption follows a coherent trajectory rather than being an inexplicable transformation. Who could discover they are afflicted with a hereditary terminal illness without succumbing to despair? It is no wonder that Harry Osborne is so desperately seeking Spider-Man's blood. Gordon believes that Spider-Man's blood would be significantly more beneficial than the venom of the spider, at the very least. Harry Osborne would not end up in the ghastly state seen at the conclusion of Spider-Man 2. "Your friend is on the brink of death," Gordon exclaimed to Peter. What has happened to Harry?" Peter asked, astonished. "I don't know. It might be some illness. He bears an air of death upon his face," Gordon casually speculated. This is dreadful. I haven't seen him since he was 11, when he went to boarding school. I can save him. Will you take me to see him? Gordon implored. Huh. Peter was puzzled, as it was rare for Gordon to voluntarily seek to aid someone he did not know. Of course, despite his confusion, Peter was determined to assist Harry, no matter the cost. As for Gordon, he certainly would not offer his services for free. His company required investors. The following day, Qianji was placed under Melissa's protection. Gordon accompanied Peter to the Osborne Tower. One day, my company shall possess a skyscraper of such grandeur. The Life Foundation's edifice would be quite splendid. However, the Life Foundation's building does not come cheap. It ranks just below Stark and Osborne in terms of prestige. Trust me, it will soon face bankruptcy, Gordon remarked with a knowing smile. Peter shook his head. Gordon always spoke in peculiar riddles, and disturbingly, these words often manifested into reality. Gazing at the distant Life Foundation tower, Peter pondered what events could lead to its downfall. Chapter 25. A glimpse of truth at that moment. On the top floor of the Osborne Tower, Harry was in a meeting with several senior shareholders. Among them, Jerry Main Emerson was particularly irked by Harry's demeanor. The board held 40% of the shares, and they were urging Harry to relinquish his 50% stake. However, unlike the darkened portrayal of Harry Osborn in the first Spider-Man, the real Harry was resolute and unyielding. He deftly exposed the board's ulterior motives and appointed Black Cat, Felicia, as his assistant. Jerry Main attempted to leverage seniority over Harry, saying, Harry, you should address me as Mr. Osborn. Harry unceremoniously interrupted, I will not. This only fueled Jerry Main's ire. Just then, a security personnel entered, announcing, a Mr. Peter Parker wishes to see you. Peter? Harry was taken aback, surprised that Peter had chosen to seek him out. He promptly dismissed the board and stepped out of his office, where he spotted Peter in the lobby. Hello, Peter. Harry greeted him. Peter felt a bit awkward, given that they hadn't seen each other in 5 years. Now, as the CEO of Osborne Enterprises, he was uncertain if Harry still remembered their friendship. Hi, Harry. I'm deeply sorry for Uncle Norman's passing, Peter expressed. It's nothing, Peter. It's not a significant matter. I have others waiting for me. I'm in a meeting, Harry shrugged, revealing his lack of profound sentiment regarding his father. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, as Harry's words seemed dismissive. I apologize. I was unaware you were in a meeting. After my parents' passing, you were always there for me. I wanted to see you, and I happened to catch the news. I'm truly sorry about your father, Peter replied. Sensing Harry's unfamiliarity, suddenly unsure how to inquire about Harry's well-being. It's all right. By the way, when did you remove your braces? Nothing seems to hide your prominent brow anymore, my friend. Harry jested, lightening the mood. Peter smiled in response. Now that's the Harry I remember. Do you still style your hair every morning? Harry made a motion as if to dry his hair. Every day, a maid wielded a hairdryer. Yet the hairstyle was crafted by none other than himself. Ha! Peter stepped forward and embraced Harry, seemingly transported back 5 years in time. Shall we go for a walk? I have a friend waiting outside, and it would be rather impolite to keep him waiting too long, Peter suggested. Harry paused momentarily before addressing the reception staff. The meeting concludes here for today. I have some personal matters to attend to. Let us go, brother. I'm eager to meet your new friend. Harry assumed Peter wished to introduce his friend for a position at Osborne Industries, a prospect he found rather bothersome. Yet how could he refuse his brother? The two emerged from the company to encounter Gordon. Harry, this is my friend, Gordon John. He is incredibly cool, Peter declared. Gordon extended his hand. Hello, Harry Osborn. Peter frequently mentions that he has a brother who is quite the catch. Harry chuckled. Is that so? What an honor. Let us take a stroll in the seaside park over there. Harry, Gordon has some matters to discuss with you, Peter interjected. Harry cast a glance at Gordon, outwardly acquiescing, but inwardly questioning whether Gordon sought to leverage Peter's connection to forge a relationship with him. The trio arrived at a secluded corner of the seaside park. So, Mr. Gordon, what is it you wish to inquire about? Harry leaned against the railing, posing the question. About your condition, Mr. Harry Osborn, Gordon replied, his words causing Harry to straighten abruptly. Who are you? I do not comprehend what you are implying. The hereditary illness of the Osborn family was scarcely known to outsiders. There is no need for concealment, Harry Osborn. Your father managed to endure until his 50s through technological means. Do you aspire to follow in the footsteps of Norman Osborn? Harry fell silent, contemplating before asking, what exactly are you trying to convey? Gordon can cure your ailment, Peter interjected suddenly. That is impossible. If it were that simple, my father would not have succumbed. Harry dismissed Peter's claim outright. The retroviral proliferation will eventually transform into something monstrous. Connor's lizard serum has already failed, and all those spiders used for experimentation have been destroyed. The only thing that could save me is Spider-Man's blood. He is the sole successful case. Peter furrowed his brow. Spider-Man's blood? Indeed. I intended to obtain it through the police department, but George Daisy denied my request. However, I have already spoken with the mayor and am applying pressure on George Daisy. I am confident it will not be long before I acquire Spider-Man's blood. Peter's expression shifted. George had not mentioned this to him, indicating that George was bearing the burden of pressure alone. Is it the flash drive your father gave you? Gordon suddenly inquired. How do you know? Harry was once again taken aback. That cannot save you. It is not that simple, as it is incompatible. My father would never deceive me. Harry's tone grew slightly irate. Gordon shook his head. Your father would not lie to you, but that does not mean Peter's father would not deceive your father. What do you mean? Harry felt somewhat bewildered, unsure how they had suddenly shifted the conversation to Peter's father. Chapter 26, $8 billion and 24 shares. Gordon turned to Peter, recalling the briefcase left by his father. The truth lies within, he said. Follow me. Gordon led them to a secluded corner, raising his hand to envelop them in a protective psychic shield. Someone was eavesdropping on our conversation, but those matters are trivial. What follows is of utmost importance. We shall uncover the truth. Hold on tight, Gordon instructed. Peter was the quickest to react, firmly grasping Gordon's arm, while Harry, perplexed and reluctant, mimicked Peter's actions. What are we doing? Why are we hugging? Harry's question was interrupted as the three of them soared into the air, heading towards Queens. Gordon, feeling compelled, had intended to use his telekinesis to transport them more slowly, but that proved inefficient. They soon arrived at a narrow alley piled high with refuse in Queens. What is this? You can fly? Harry exclaimed. Indeed, just a touch of superpower. Do you recall the two masked individuals who battled with the lizard man? I am the one in the flying black armor. Realization dawned on Harry. So, Peter? Peter nodded, confirming Harry's surmise. Goodness, the Spider-Man I seek is Peter? A look of excitement spread across Harry's face, filled with hope that Peter would willingly provide him with blood. Peter, you will save me, won't you? Harry eagerly asked Peter Parker. No, he won't. Gordon interjected firmly. What do you know? Peter is my best friend. We grew up together. You have no idea. Harry retorted angrily at Gordon, believing he had no understanding of the bond between him and Peter. Peter, go retrieve that briefcase. All right, Peter responded, dashing off towards his home. Gordon turned back to Harry. Do you remember what I just mentioned? Your father would not deceive you, but Peter's father might. Harry furrowed his brow, acknowledging the validity of Gordon's statement. After all, it had been Peter's father collaborating with his own. If Peter's father had indeed concealed something. Wait, the answers will soon be revealed. Before long, Peter returned, and Gordon opened the briefcase, uncovering several crucial keywords. Roosevelt. Do you remember what Aunt May said? Your father frequently took the subway on the 61st line. Yes, he would leave at 9 and return at 6. Gordon seized a calculator, applying pressure until it crumbled, causing coins to spill forth. Peter, in disbelief, picked up a coin. Your father wasn't he merely riding the subway? Have you heard of Roosevelt's secret station? The 61st line is a clandestine extension of the New York line, located beneath Penn Station, used to discreetly transport President Franklin Roosevelt to conceal his polio. Gordon grasped both their collars. Let us go. The truth awaits us. Soon, the three individuals arrived at their destination, a site that had been abandoned for an extended period, littered with debris and dust. Gordon approached the former subway entrance and inserted a coin into the fare gate. After waiting for several seconds, just as Harry was about to speak, a tremendous vibration surged through the air as a train emerged from the depths of the tunnel. To their astonishment, the interior of the subway car was filled with an array of experimental equipment, revealing that electricity still coursed through the remnants after all these years. Gordon strode directly to a computer where a newly transmitted video awaited. The truth lay before them. With that, Gordon pressed the enter key. Immediately, the figure of Richard Parker materialized, detailing the reasons for his departure and elucidating the composition of the spider serum. You see, the spider serum only affects the blood relatives of the Parkers, as Peter's father had implanted his own genes into the spider. No, it cannot be. How could he do such a thing? Harry was utterly distraught. Just when the hope of survival felt within reach, he was now informed that such hope was fundamentally unattainable. You have two choices now. One is to continue the research using Peter's blood, attempting to cultivate a spider with your own genes. But you might perish before any results manifest. The second option is for me to cure you directly, though it will come at a significant cost. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately turned to Gordon, realizing he had been a fool not to understand his intentions. What do you want? For how much? $1 billion in cash and 24% of Oscorp, Gordon replied, his demand astutely falling within Oscorp's acceptable range. Harry rubbed his cheek vigorously and said, all right, I can provide that, but how can I trust you to heal me? Without further ado, Gordon raised his right hand, releasing a healing energy. As a milky mist enveloped Harry's body. Approximately 10 seconds later, Gordon retracted his hand. How do you feel? Harry stared at his hands, no longer racked with spasms. Astonished and speechless, Is this it? Have I truly been healed? Of course, otherwise would I don a white coat and operate on you? As he touched his neck, he found that the previously hardened wound had vanished, prompting Harry to erupt into laughter. Moments later, he looked at Gordon and said, "Tonight, I will transfer the shares to you. Conveniently, there's a shareholders meeting tomorrow, and you should accompany me." Chapter 27. I am not a good person. $1 billion and 24% of the shares was a hefty price, considering Harry only held 50% himself. Yet, in comparison to his own life, it was of little consequence. Moreover, Gordon's terms were quite reasonable. Obtaining 24% of the shares would make him Oscorp's second largest shareholder, while Harry could maintain his status as the majority shareholder with 26%. In the original narrative, Harry was around 20. A brash young man who had already offended the board and allowed Felicia to dominate them. The board of directors, even unwilling to acknowledge Harry, the rightful heir, would hardly heed Felicia. Furthermore, all secret experiments conducted by the company have been rebranded as authorized by Harry Osborn, indicating that the board had long intended to oust Harry, the ailing scion. The shares in Harry's possession are like a succulent morsel, tantalizingly coveted by them. Harry, I advise you to investigate the clandestine experiments at Osborn Industries. The board has manipulated everything, and those horrendous human trials are conducted in your name, Gordon subtly hinted to Harry. At this, Harry furrowed his brow. He was aware of some illicit experiments at Osborn Industries, but was oblivious to the fact that they were all carried out under his name. Thank you. You saved my life. This feeling of being alive is simply marvelous. No need for thanks. Just ensure you compensate me punctually. Of course. Gordon, having prepared a USB drive, connected it to the computer, and copied a wealth of invaluable data. Once he confirmed nothing was overlooked, he ascended above the train. Peter, noticing this, immediately pulled Harry away from the carriage. What is he intending to do? Harry inquired. Destroy everything. Just as Peter finished speaking, the lightning-eyed one transformed into a golden blade, shredding the entire carriage into fragments. At his current level, the lightning-eyed one could slice through ordinary steel plates, so dismantling a train carriage was a trivial feat. Harry, astonished, asked Peter, is he truly that powerful? He seems considerably stronger than you. Peter shrugged. He is far more formidable than we perceive. Each day, he grows stronger. Peter had no clear concept of Gordon's strength, but it was undeniable that he was indeed becoming increasingly powerful. Every encounter with Gordon elicited a heightened sense of danger from his spider sense. Once the train was utterly decimated, Gordon signaled for the two to leave. That evening, Harry arranged for $1 billion bank card and a shareholder transfer agreement to be delivered, completing the transaction. Although the $1 billion depleted Harry's liquid assets entirely, his radiant smile revealed his joy. It was evident he had undergone a comprehensive medical examination. Melissa and Gordon sat cross-legged on the bed. Melissa, with a hint of incredulity in her tone, remarked, "Are you saying you made $1 billion and acquired 24 of Osborn Group in just one outing?" "Indeed. From today onwards, you can purchase whatever your heart desires. There's nothing I wish to buy. I'm merely astonished." Melissa had not anticipated that in a single day, Gordon would become a billionaire. "Melissa, you must learn to indulge. My earnings are meant to afford you a better life." Melissa remained silent, instead wrapping herself around Gordon. "Gordon, perhaps you should find me a few sisters. It's been too long, and I can't endure it alone." Melissa was astute. She recognized that Gordon was destined to be an extraordinary man, undoubtedly surrounded by many women. One can only hope that in the future, Gordon is surrounded by no unscrupulous women, and that harmonious camaraderie flourishes among his close friends. However, Gordon is not one to dwell on such concerns. He prefers to take matters as they come. The following morning, after savoring the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Melissa, he arrived at the Osborn Tower. At that moment, Felicia was waiting at the entrance and promptly approached him upon his arrival. "Good day, Mr. John. I am Ms. Felicia, assistant to Mr. Harry Osborn. You may call me Felicia." Gordon assessed Felicia with a discerning gaze, awarding her a score of 90, slightly lower than Melissa. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Felicia stood tall, confidently allowing him to appraise her. "Please take me to the boardroom. I presume the meeting is merely awaiting my presence." Meanwhile, within the office, all shareholders had just learned that the Osborn Group had acquired a new major stakeholder holding 24 shares, relegating Jeremy to third place with his 14 shares. "You sold your shares without consulting us. Are you not concerned that we might unite against you?" At present, Harry held only 26 shares, maintaining his status as the largest shareholder. However, a coalition of the board possessed a formidable 40 shares, sufficient to oust him. Unless Harry believed that the new shareholder would steadfastly align with him. "I am the largest shareholder. I am the master of the Osborn Group. You have no authority to dictate my actions," Harry retorted, showing no regard for the dissenting voices. Jeremy's expression darkened. Given these circumstances, he felt no compunction about taking action against Harry sooner than intended. At that moment, Max had yet to transform into the Electric Man. Yet he had already ensured that the company's genetic experiments were conducted under Harry Osborn's authorization. It could only be said that this young man was still too naive to contend with their seasoned group. Had Norman Osborn still been alive, they would not have dared to act in such a manner. However, with the old man deceased, and this young upstart unlikely to last long, they felt justified in their actions. Chapter 28. Old Man, whom do you intimidate? Just then, the office door swung open, and Gordon John entered, clad in a suit. It seemed everyone had been waiting for some time. My apologies for the delay, I was having breakfast at home. The assembly scrutinized the young man, approximately 175 meters tall, slender in build, with a tousled head of black hair that exuded refinement. Jeremy held no fondness for Gordon John, suspecting he was likely aligned with Harry. More importantly, Jeremy was reluctant to include Gordon in his inner circle, as Gordon's shares exceeded his own by 10%. If Gordon were brought into the fold, the dynamics of the board would shift unpredictably. Mr. Gordon John, you have kept our board waiting for half an hour. Shall I interpret this as a display of your authority? Jeremy, the cunning fox, deftly positioned Gordon as an adversary to the board. However, Gordon remained unfazed, for he knew he could never align himself with the board. His offensive prowess had always been formidable, and he showed no fear in the face of the imposing Jeremy. With a sardonic tone, Gordon remarked, "What are you saying, sir?" Old man. Apologies, I'm uncertain how to address you, but you appear to have one foot firmly planted in the grave. For now, I shall refer to you as old man. This esteemed elder. I am now the second largest shareholder of the Osborn Group, so kindly vacate your position or stand aside, for this seat now belongs to me. Without trepidation, Gordon met Jeremaine's gaze. Moments later, Jeremaine relinquished his position. After all, in the Osborn Group, shares held the true authority, and Gordon possessed 10 more than him. The board members, adhering to decorum, subsequently changed seats, with the last shareholder standing at the rear. Gordon unceremoniously took the seat to Harry's right. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gordon John, and from this day forth, I shall be the second largest shareholder of the Osborn Group. I look forward to your support. Harry led the applause, and the conference room filled with scattered clapping. Jeremaine, his expression dark, refrained from joining in. Observing this, Gordon inquired, Jeremaine Emerson, why do you not applaud? Is it disdain you harbor for me, old man? The board members looked on in astonishment, taken aback by the young man's audacity. Jeremaine, caught off guard, huffed and finally replied with a scowl, I'm not feeling well. I must return to rest. With that, Jeremaine stood and exited the conference room, followed by several others who echoed his sentiments. Only a few shareholders, each possessing a mere 1% stake, remained, an inconsequential group that felt neither wanted nor needed. Fortunately, Harry interjected, the meeting is adjourned. You may all leave. Once the board members had departed, Harry turned to Gordon, exclaiming, that was exhilarating. I've longed to do that. The cunning old fox Jeremaine would undoubtedly be plotting against you. Have you looked into the matters I previously mentioned? Harry shook his head, having indulged in a night of revelry after confirming his health with a thorough checkup, completely forgetting the issue. Gordon displayed an expression of disbelief. Your subordinates have replaced you as the authorized individual for the genetic experiments, and you are not the least bit concerned? Harry's face flushed with mild embarrassment. I'll have someone investigate this matter immediately. Who will you send? Are you certain you have someone capable? Moreover, even if you uncover something, what then? The priority is to halt these projects and deal with Jeremaine first, Gordon asserted, raising his hand as a document floated over from Phrygia. Disregarding the serious Phrygia, Gordon placed the document before Harry. This was the list of board members that I had asked Phrygia to handwrite earlier. The shares of Osborn Technology are predominantly held by the board, with 40 in their possession. Among them, Jeremaine holds the largest stake, amounting to a remarkable 14%. The remaining 3 shareholders collectively hold 20%, while the minor shareholders account for 6%. The final 10% is divided into smaller portions for sale. Jeremaine, Soma, Mech, and Bess collectively command 34% of the shares and have established a mutual interest community. Just moments after Jeremaine departed, the other 3 did not hesitate and promptly followed him out. Upon hearing Gordon's words, Harry immediately grasped the current situation. Gordon was aligned with him. While Jeremaine's faction operated independently, the remaining minor shareholders were merely opportunists, aligning themselves with whoever appeared to be stronger. Chapter 29. The wise adapt to circumstances. Gordon casually crossed his legs and remarked, to my knowledge, Jeremaine has a beloved son named Bestowed Emerson. Yes, Bestowed Emerson. I am aware. It is said he is currently mingling in Hell's Kitchen. A mocking expression crossed Harry's face. While shares can be inherited, Bestowed Emerson showed no interest in his father's holdings, instead yearning to immerse himself in the underworld. In the United States, gangsters are perceived by capitalists as a pack of wild dogs, eagerly wagging their tails for a mere bone. Betula fails to consider that if his father were not Jermaine Emerson, how many of his loyal subordinates would remain by his side? Gordon continued, Jermaine's late-life son, should anything unfortunate befall him, would surely cause great distress. Harry furrowed his brow. Such tactics of kidnapping a family member were rather unsavory. He hesitated, acknowledging that if one could abduct another's kin, the same could be done in return, resulting in mutual destruction. Gordon nonchalantly stated, do not misunderstand, Harry. I merely mentioned it in passing, as we have not yet reached that juncture. Harry responded, I intend to transfer Jermaine Emerson to the Military Technology Project. Osborne Technology is divided into 3 primary sectors: genetic engineering, civilian medical projects, and military technology. The civilian medical project is the most lucrative and is personally overseen by Jermaine. Harry's plan to reassign Jermaine undoubtedly aimed to uproot his foundation entirely, yet he worried that Jermaine's loyal followers might act insincerely. It would be feasible to halt the genetic engineering project and replace Jermaine's old subordinates with personnel from the genetic engineering and military technology sectors. A smile illuminated Harry's face, as this seemed a promising idea. However, he quickly shook his head, pondering, wouldn't this merely preserve Jermaine's core team? Gordon chuckled lightly, stating, the foundation remains intact, yet we can leverage absolute equity to suppress the military technology department. When that occurs, the entire military technology division will be rendered unrecognizable, and even the so-called foundation will inevitably collapse under the slightest temptation. Rising, Gordon patted Harry on the shoulder. There is an ancient saying in our realm, those who recognize the times are true heroes. Retracting the shares of Osborne will be a mere formality. Soon after, Osborne Technologies issued a new policy to shut down the gene engineering project, redirecting full efforts towards the development of civilian medical technology and military scientific advancements. This announcement garnered little attention, as calls to suspend gene engineering research had already been made following the reptilian incident. Naturally, all gene experiments conducted under Harry Osborne's authority were halted, and to demonstrate resolve, Harry obliterated all experimental data. This bold move was heavily publicized, causing the previously plummeting stock of Osborne Technologies to begin a recovery. As joy blossomed for some, others were engulfed in sorrow or fury. Damn it! Damn it! Jeremiah Emerson raged as he smashed everything in sight. He had initially intended to use the human experiments from the gene engineering project to undermine Harry, only to find that Harry had erased all the data without a trace of hesitation. Those gene experiment data were worth billions, the culmination of Norman Osborn's decades of labor. Did that fool wish to court death? Those data represented his very hope for survival. At this moment, Jeremiah Emerson remained oblivious to the fact that Harry Osborne had already been healed by Gordon. He believed Harry was intent on a mutual destruction. Harry had initially planned to dispose of some gene engineering equipment at a low price, but Gordon intercepted that plan. Gordon acquired the experimental apparatus for $500 million, a sum that barely covered 30% of its original cost, thus seizing a remarkable bargain. However, these instruments could only be stored in Osborne Tower for now. Gordon lacked the time and patience to await the bankruptcy of the Life Foundation. He directly enlisted Harry's assistance to purchase an abandoned building at a low price. This property, located in Queens, boasted 33 floors and cost less than $1 million. Such a price was quite reasonable. Had it not been for the sudden withdrawal of the developer, it would not have been on the market. The reason for the developer's withdrawal was, of course, that the developer was Osborne Technologies itself. In light of the recent reptilian incident, although Dr. Connors managed to escape, Osborne Technologies bore undeniable responsibility. To mitigate the potential financial crisis, Osborne Technologies had made the drastic decision to abandon numerous development projects. As the saying goes, misfortune seldom comes alone. Just as Jeremiah was seething with anger, Felicia entered his office. Mr. Emerson, according to the board's decision, you will be assigned to the Military Technology Department. Please expedite the handover of your duties. Ward? What did you say? Jeremiah's face contorted in rage. Silently took a step back and then stated, this is the board's decision. It is impossible. I refuse the transfer of my position. I have dedicated 30 years to this department, and you cannot do this. Chapter 30, The Spaceship of the Life Foundation. This is the board's decision, confirmed by a majority of 51 votes regarding your appointment. Should you refuse, the company reserves the right to legally reclaim your shares. Jermaine's face flushed with anger. He had always maintained tight control over 40 shares of the board. Yet now, some members had cast their votes in favor of Hal Osborne, betraying him. However, Jermaine quickly composed himself. With Hal's 51 votes, he now possessed an undeniable advantage, and Jermaine needed to remain calm. He hastily gathered his belongings. There was no need for a formal handover of duties, as Frisch's request was merely a formality. As he exited the office, Jermaine encountered Gordon, who was preparing to leave. Gordon greeted him cheerfully, but Jermaine, with a pale face, chose to ignore him. Upon reaching his new office, Jermaine surveyed the dilapidated desk, and the anger he had managed to suppress flared up again. He kicked the desk with force and summoned his assistant, instructing him to request a new desk from the logistics department. Sitting in a recliner, Jermaine contemplated how to turn the situation around. Although he had been transferred to the military industry department, many of his loyal subordinates had also been reassigned. After a moment of reflection, he dialed a number. A deep voice answered, "What brings our busy person to call me? I need you to investigate someone. Gordon John, residing at 42nd Street in Queens. I want one of his legs. $1 million. Deal." Jermaine's expression became slightly deranged. He was determined to teach Gordon John a lesson. Wealth alone did not grant one the right to arrogance. Connections were essential. Though he was unaware of the price Gordon John had paid to acquire shares from Hal Osborne, that did not deter him from seeking revenge. Breaking Gordon's leg was merely a side note. Uncovering his background was the true objective. Individuals like Gene Bing, a notorious gang leader, had numerous informants, so he believed investigating Gordon John would pose no challenge. However, the information Jermaine uncovered merely indicated that Gordon John was an orphan with deceased parents. Jermaine found this hard to believe. How could an orphan, bereft of parents, possess 24 shares from Hal Osborne? After resolving matters, Gordon returned home to contribute ideas to Hal Osborne, opting to withdraw from the ensuing conflict to focus on enhancing his own company. He registered a business in the city center, and after a modest investment, successfully established the company. Subsequently, Gordon drove to a reputable agency, enlisting them to contact a construction crew to continue the decoration of the building he had purchased. The car, a Mercedes, was a gift from Harry, who casually presented it to Gordon without a second thought. To Harry, it was merely a trifling expense. This also spared Gordon the trouble of acquiring a vehicle himself. After attending to these matters, it was already afternoon when Gordon parked the car in front of his home. The 42nd block had become suburban, characterized by detached houses, and as Gordon exited the vehicle, he spotted Melissa busily tending to the yard. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Setting down her shovel, Melissa replied with enthusiasm, "I wish to plant some flowers and greenery in the yard to enhance its beauty." "Allow me to assist you," Gordon offered, taking the shovel from her. The two toiled for over an hour, planting a variety of flowers on the left side of the yard and an assortment of vegetables on the right. Once their labor was complete, Melissa headed inside to prepare dinner while Gordon settled onto the sofa to peruse the news. Life Foundation spaceship crashes. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? A particular news segment captured Gordon's attention. It seemed the plot involving Venom was on the brink of unfolding. This time, the Life Foundation spacecraft had returned from outer space with 4 symbiotes: Riot, Venom, Scream, and Phage. Among them, the blue Phage and the yellow Scream had perished during the Life Foundation's experiments. Gordon contemplated seizing the opportunity to acquire these 2 symbiotes. After all, one could hardly label scholarly pursuits as theft. As for Venom and Riot, he needed their ensuing conflict to dismantle the Life Foundation, making it ripe for acquisition thereafter. The Life Foundation was valued at $50 billion, yet the recent crash incident had plunged the company into a public relations crisis. The most distressing aspect was that Osborne Technologies, in a bid to mitigate the backlash from the Lizard incident, was frantically bribing journalists to report on the Life Foundation's mishap. The Life Foundation's stock price plummeted, now resting at a mere $40 billion. This was merely the beginning. Once the Venom incident erupted, the Life Foundation would face inevitable bankruptcy, allowing Gordon to seize control at a fraction of its worth. Chapter 31. The first serum of Umbrella Corporation. Half a year swiftly passed. On April 21, 2008, during this time, Gordon diligently absorbed the mystical energy within his body, reserving Sundays solely for rest. The Umbrella Corporation was formally established in Queens, although the Umbrella building had only undergone preliminary renovations. The ground floor served as a reception area, while the 33rd floor was transformed by Gordon into his personal office and relaxation space. Instruments previously housed at Osborne Technologies were relocated, and Kurt Connors resumed his serum experiments. Connors, rejuvenated by the restoration of his severed arm, experienced a surge in both mood and productivity, significantly enhancing his work efficiency. Peter was drawn in by Gordon, who extracted several vials of blood. With the blood of Peter Parker and the data from Richard Parker as references, Dr. Connors swiftly developed a new generation of super serum. On the 32nd floor of the Umbrella Corporation building, Connors held a vial of serum and inquired of Gordon John, "Are you certain you wish to proceed? Do not hesitate. What have I to lose? It would be a nuisance to find others for human experimentation," Gordon replied. The power of the rune within him was bound to the essence of his soul. Thus, Gordon needed to find a way to enhance his physical form, and he himself was the optimal subject for the experiment. With the rune's protection, he feared no adverse effects. Seeing Gordon's resolute determination, Connors ceased further discussion and directly injected the serum into Gordon's body. As the green serum coursed through him, Gordon felt a warm current merging with his being. This serum was dubbed Super Healing Serum, its enhancement capacity akin to that of Captain America. Although the enhancement value was modest, it perfectly inherited the formidable regenerative abilities of the lizard serum. As time passed, an hour and a half slipped by amidst their conversation. The readings on the testing apparatus indicated everything was normal, and Gordon exhibited no signs of lizard transformation. Connors, observing Gordon's height now at 180 centimeters, could not resist touching his robust muscles. Gordon swatted Connors' hand away, retorting with disgust, "Do you think you are Peggy Carter?" Dr. Connors retracted his hand, somewhat disheartened. As the researcher of the super serum, he was well aware of who Peggy Carter was. Gordon attentively embraced the surge of newfound strength. Under the influence of the bull rune, he possessed a power rating of at least 60. The lizard serum had a power level around 30. And while the optimized version would not transform him into a giant lizard, its strength was merely 5. Yet the regenerative capability was inherited at a perfect 100. Dr. Connors then shared the power data of the super healing serum with Gordon. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gordon found these figures quite impressive. Noting that Captain America's super soldier serum only enhanced his strength to approximately 35 tons. As for why Captain America could hold his own against Thanos, Gordon could only speculate, hinting that perhaps the serum was also influenced by the user's willpower. Thus, it was not solely the super soldier serum that made one strong, but rather the conviction that one could engage in battle for an entire day. After conducting a thorough examination and confirming there were no issues, Gordon requested an additional vial of serum to administer to Melissa. With the bull rune's protection, he was unperturbed by any potential complications for her. Furthermore, with the serum administered, and alongside Shahim, Melissa would possess a means of self-defense in the Marvel Universe. After all, Gordon could not oversee Melissa's safety at all times. "Boss, this vial of serum is worth $100,000. We could price it at $5 million for the government," Connors remarked to Gordon. In his perspective, the super healing serum was a veritable goldmine, promising endless wealth for the Umbrella Corporation. Gordon shook his head in denial, asserting that it was still too early. He proposed waiting a few more years until they had amassed sufficient strength to safeguard the serum formula before offering it for sale. Subsequently, he tasked his companion with isolating the serum's healing properties, followed by continuous dilution. New York was rife with wealthy individuals suffering from terminal illnesses or disabilities. Gordon envisioned diluting a single vial of the self-healing serum into 100 portions, then selling each at a price of $100,000, which would undoubtedly yield a substantial profit. This way, the self-healing serum could address both minor and severe ailments. One dose would suffice for minor illnesses, while additional doses could be procured for more serious conditions. However, engaging in business with the military posed certain risks, a prospect Gordon was not currently entertaining. Until he had sufficient influence, he preferred to minimize contact with the military and government. Moreover, the potential of the civilian market was far greater. At a price of $100,000, most individuals could manage to scrape together the funds, albeit with some difficulty. Upon learning of Gordon's intentions, Dr. Connors immediately immersed himself in research. The finished product had already emerged, and isolating the healing properties was not particularly challenging. The yet-to-be-completed self-healing serum was designated as the Gospel Elixir. Gordon promised Dr. Connors that should the final product meet his satisfaction, he would gift him a vial of the super self-healing serum. At 50 years of age, if Dr. Connors were to inject the super self-healing serum, he could potentially work for Umbrella Corporation for another century. Chapter 32. Visitors from S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon arriving home and parking his car, Gordon was taken aback to find a black sedan stationed at his doorstep. Furrowing his brow, he realized he had no recollection of any acquaintances who drove such a vehicle. He entered the house to find Melissa engaged in conversation with a man in his 30s. The moment he laid eyes on the man, Gordon instantly recognized him. Phil Coulson, the village chief of the Marvel Novice Village. Gordon sighed internally, aware that contact with S.H.I.E.L.D. was inevitable, yet surprised by its promptness. In truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring Gordon for some time. It was only 6 months prior that they had commenced a thorough investigation. Following a deal with Kingpin and Jerry Main, to ensure absolute certainty, a sniper was dispatched. However, as soon as the sniper reported his identity, Gordon swiftly terminated him with a blast from his optic beam, subsequently presenting the severed head to Kingpin. At that time, Gordon was preoccupied with preparations for Umbrella Corporation. And when Kingpin proposed a compensation of $100 million, the matter was effectively resolved. Meanwhile, Kingpin, Adhering to the principle of dead friends do not equate to a dead priest, unhesitatingly betrayed Jerry Mayne. Gordon, however, extracted $2 from the $100 million in cash to purchase the legs of Jerry Mayne's son. This act irrevocably severed the relationship between Jerry Mayne and Kingpin. Subsequently, Jerry Mayne, besieged by Harry's oppression, had little time to settle accounts with Kingpin, thereby bringing this episode to a close. As Coulson observed Gordon's return, he rose and adjusted his attire, stating, "Greetings, Gordon John. I am Phil Coulson. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope my unannounced visit has not inconvenienced you." Gordon, regarding Coulson's benign smile, pondered how, had he not seen the films, he would never have imagined this seemingly harmless gentleman was a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hello, Mr. Coulson. What brings you here?" Gordon feigned ignorance, recognizing that the more he knew, the more entangled he would become. "I wish to discuss certain extraordinary abilities you possess," Coulson replied, casting a glance at Melissa. Gordon and Melissa exchanged a knowing glance, and in an instant, she comprehended his intent. "I'll go prepare dinner," she declared. Coulson nodded in approval, appreciating Melissa's understanding. However, as she rose, a black tendril emerged from her being to retrieve an apron. Coulson's eyes twitched as he realized this couple might not be entirely ordinary. Indeed, while mutants existed in this world, their numbers paled in comparison to those depicted in the X-Men universe. There were no institutions or brotherhoods for mutants, as the government would never permit such gatherings. Any discovery would result in a severe crackdown. "What is that? A superpower?" Coulson inquired, observing several tendrils busily assisting Melissa in the kitchen. "No, it is an extraterrestrial life form I found near my doorstep," Gordon clarified. Coulson was taken aback. "An extraterrestrial life form? Are you certain it is safe? Or could it potentially endanger Earth?" Gordon looked at Coulson as if he were foolish. "If I were uncertain of her safety, would I allow her to possess my girlfriend?" Coulson snapped back to reality, his instincts as an agent compelling him to consider the worst-case scenarios. "Let us set that aside. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Senior Agent Phil Coulson of the Department of Strategic Homeland Security." Realizing further probing was unnecessary, he understood that if these two could be recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers initiative could commence smoothly. "Agent Coulson, I have no interest in your convoluted department. Please state your purpose directly." The Department of Strategic Homeland Security, commonly known as S.H.I.E.L.D., is responsible for engaging with individuals of your extraordinary nature. When necessary, we eliminate those who pose a threat to society. "Then it appears I have not committed any unlawful acts," Gordon retorted. "Precisely. This is why we are here to invite you and your girlfriend to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Membership does not require daily attendance. You would only need to engage when tasked." Gordon narrowed his eyes, aware that it was now the first half of 2008. The plots of Venom and Iron Man were about to unfold, suggesting that the Avengers initiative was merely in its nascent proposal stage. Gordon and Melissa were chosen by a certain individual to become prospective members of the Avengers. "Well, since you've laid your cards on the table, I shall not hesitate. I consent to join S.H.I.E.L.D. To Gordon, S.H.I.E.L.D. is akin to a loyal hound. Wielded correctly, it can be as advantageous as monetary power. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has transformed into Hydra, it still possesses numerous valuable assets, such as the Tesseract and Loki's Mind Stone. Gordon covets these two gems, as they must not fall into the hands of others, lest they be seized by Thanos. With them in his possession, when the Purple One arrives on Earth, Gordon believes his strength will undoubtedly rival that of his adversary. Having traversed into the Marvel Universe, Gordon had just established his foundation in Queens. Naturally, he could not remain indifferent to the impending events, such as the impending battle in New York years hence. While he may disregard other matters, he cannot allow the Chitauri army to dismantle the Umbrella Corporation. Moreover, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. poses no detriment. Rather, it could hasten the growth of the Umbrella Corporation under the auspices of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, taken aback by Gordon's swift agreement to join S.H.I.E.L.D., had anticipated a lengthy persuasion process, completely oblivious to the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. had become a mere hunting dog in Gordon's perception. Chapter 33. The Wounded Soldier. After Coulson elucidated the privileges and responsibilities of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., he handed Gordon a badge. Upon opening it, Gordon was astonished to find himself designated as a level 5 agent. "Miss Melissa's badge will be delivered tomorrow," Coulson stated before taking his leave. With the mission accomplished, he hastened to exit. Lingering would surely lead to an overtime shift. Once Coulson departed, Melissa finished preparing dinner. What exactly is SHIELD? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. It's a special organization, purportedly founded during World War II, Gordon replied. As they dined and conversed, Gordon's knowledge of SHIELD was rather limited. The only fact he was aware of was its transformation into Hydra, infested with spies from the organization. After their meal, Gordon drew the curtains and retrieved the super healing serum. What is this? It resembles some form of biochemical agent. Melissa observed. This is the serum I mentioned earlier. Come here, darling. It's time for your injection. Gordon remarked with a mischievous grin. Melissa, no longer the shy girl she had been 6 months prior, had acquired knowledge that she may never have learned otherwise under Gordon's relentless tutelage. With one hand resting on her waist, her cheeks flushed, she asked, an injection? Do I need to undress? Gordon's heart raced, thinking little imp. Just wait until I show you how it's done. With that, he grasped Melissa's delicate arm, and at that moment, the essence of Qianji surged from Melissa into Gordon. Qianji emerged, her voice languid and sultry. Ah, it feels much more comfortable within my master. The energy is simply invigorating. Though Qianji and Melissa shared a profound connection, Melissa remained an ordinary individual and, moreover, the beloved of Gordon, which rendered Qianji hesitant to unabashedly absorb energy. However, within Gordon's being, the situation diverged. Qianji could recklessly siphon off Gordon's energy, while the magical talisman consistently rejuvenated him. As Gordon injected the serum into Melissa, she was instantly enveloped by a powerful surge of warmth coursing through her body. It was as if, in a moment of unexpected allure, Melissa cast a captivating glance at Gordon, leaving him utterly bewildered. Although Melissa had undergone significant transformation over the past 6 months, she had never before initiated such an advance. Observing this, Qianji re-entered Melissa's form, the sensation akin to transitioning from a mere power bank to a nuclear reactor. At that moment, Melissa felt invincible. Having previously replicated Peter's abilities, Qianji's presence endowed her with at least 50 tons of strength, surpassing even Peter's current capacity of around 25 tons. While Peter continued to evolve, Qianji was likewise growing stronger, leading one to speculate that Peter might never catch up in this lifetime. Most astonishing, however, was Melissa's newfound regenerative capability, reminiscent of the lizard doctor imbued with a symbiote. This level of healing prowess rivaled that of Deadpool and Wolverine. Gordon lifted Melissa, who was reveling in her newfound strength, and said, "Let us ascend. I shall teach you how to wield this power." Melissa wrapped her arms around Gordon's neck, playfully remarking, "You may exert yourself freely now." As Qianji had been the first to fully merge with Melissa's memories, she had entirely embraced her femininity. Upon overhearing the exchange between Gordon and Melissa, Qianji, sharing Melissa's sensations, displayed an expression of eager anticipation. The following morning, upon awakening, Gordon found that Melissa had prepared breakfast. He marveled internally at the serum's extraordinary endurance and restorative properties. Had the previous Melissa endured a night of fierce combat, she would not have risen until the afternoon. "Are we still going to the office today?" Melissa inquired. "Indeed. You shall head to school first," Gordon replied. He intended to visit the Veterans Hospital to identify suitable candidates, aiming to establish a mercenary team. As many large corporations in the United States maintained their own elite squads, his plan was to initially form a tactical team of 12 members. After breakfast, Gordon sought out Connors, who was currently attempting to isolate the healing molecules from the super-regenerative serum. "Dr. Connors, please prepare 12 vials of the serum. They may soon be required." 12? Such a quantity? Connors expressed surprise. "Have you secured a buyer?" "Not quite. I am merely assembling a security team for the company." Gordon clarified. Connors had initially thought Gordon had found a lucrative buyer for the serum, which cost $100,000 per vial and could yield profits 100-fold upon resale. However, one cannot simply label the buyers as wretched. For the serum, especially one that is fully functional and devoid of side effects, holds immense value. Spending $10 million to acquire a super soldier could indeed prove advantageous if utilized correctly. After concluding his discussion, Gordon hastily drove to the hospital for disabled veterans. This establishment, supported by the government, appeared dilapidated, suggesting either a lack of concern for these injured soldiers or perhaps misappropriation of funds by those in charge. Gordon suspected both scenarios were likely occurring simultaneously. Some individuals were indeed siphoning off the meager government allocations. How else could a public hospital evoke the ambience of a modest village apothecary? Chapter 34. Limbless upon entering the hospital, Gordon spent a small sum to obtain the records of all the hospitalized disabled soldiers. In the face of monetary influence, these veterans appeared diminutive. He casually selected a seat and began his search for a suitable target. Clayton Brar lay on the bed, his eyes devoid of life. when suddenly his gaze fell upon a floral arrangement atop the nearby cabinet. Damn it! How could you wretches treat me this way? Clayton furiously overturned the flower basket. As an American soldier, he had volunteered for duty in the Middle East, unafraid of death, always at the forefront, eager to achieve merit and promotion. Yet, the harsh reality was that his superiors not only usurped his accolades, but also sidelined him within his own unit, intending to use him as a mere pawn for their own advancement. Clayton, always charging ahead, fell victim to the adage that one cannot walk by the river without getting wet. It was evident that his luck had run dry. A shell had obliterated his legs, condemning him to a life confined to a wheelchair. Alternatively, he could afford prosthetics, yet with a mere $100,000 in disability compensation, such options were beyond his reach. Clayton's wife was 6 months pregnant, and that sum was hardly sufficient for any meaningful assistance. While Clayton vented his fury with reckless abandon, Gordon had quietly appeared at the door of the hospital room. Observing Clayton Brar's condition, Gordon felt a surge of satisfaction. Here was a man once filled with ambition, now engulfed in despair and rage. With a pregnant wife, he was the perfect candidate. At that moment, Clayton noticed Gordon approaching and inquired with a harsh tone, "Who are you?" "Gordon John, an entrepreneur in training," Gordon replied, picking up the fallen flower basket and extracting a note within. "Dear Mr. Clayton Brar, you may now retire. Wishing you a pleasant retirement," Gordon read aloud. "Shut up. Do not utter those nauseating words." Clayton erupted in fury, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Gordon. "It is evident, Mr. Clayton, that your retirement is far from enjoyable. Allow me to guess. How much is your pension? 50,000, or perhaps 100,000. From your records, I noted that you have a wife who is 6 months pregnant, and perhaps she has contemplated terminating the pregnancy." Gordon's words incited an extraordinary fury within Clayton. Yet when it came to his pregnant wife, he managed to suppress his rage. "What do you intend to do?" Clayton had already sensed something amiss. It was evident that Gordon was neither a mere passerby nor someone idly mocking him for no reason. "I invite you to become the first security personnel at our company. We will restore your legs, enhancing your strength." Clayton cast a cold glare at Gordon John, having grasped the true nature of Gordon's intentions. He was recruiting subjects for human experimentation on behalf of certain companies, the success rate of which was alarmingly low, and even in the rare event of success, the subjects would remain under the company's control. Clayton was exceedingly hesitant. He feared that refusing might provoke Gordon to act against his wife. Now, with his disability rendering him nearly powerless, he embodied the helplessness and despair of a wounded soldier. Observing Clayton's indecision, Gordon tempted him further. "Join the company's security department, and you will earn a monthly salary of $20,000. Your wife will also be recruited, with basic social security benefits, 13 months of salary each year, plus a year-end bonus." Clayton was deeply tempted by this proposition, yet simultaneously skeptical of Gordon's assurances. Gordon then produced a bank card, stating, "This is an advance on your annual salary, amounting to $300,000. Clayton accepted the card, replying, "Fine, but I wish to transfer this sum to my wife's bank account first." Gordon understood that Clayton was wary of deceit, yet he remained unconcerned, confident that Clayton would eventually commit wholeheartedly to the company. After a day of deliberation, Gordon selected 12 disabled veterans with families, offering them remarkably enticing conditions, including an advance on a year's salary. The following day, all 12 veterans applied for discharge. Upon arriving at the Umbrella Corporation, they felt a wave of relief, for the company appeared to be in its nascent stages. If Gordon were truthful, their future prospects could very well elevate them to the status of founding figures, which filled them with anticipation. Under Gordon's guidance, they ascended to the 32nd floor, where Dr. Connors had prepared 12 vials of serum. After signing the employment contracts, Gordon and Connors administered the super healing serum to each individual. Within 10 seconds, the serum began to take effect. The previously severed areas oozed fresh blood, and vibrant granulation tissue surged forth. In a mere 5 minutes, the 12 individuals, once missing limbs, transformed into robust super soldiers. Remarkably, even the shortest among them stood at 185 centimeters, while Clayton reached a staggering height of 218 centimeters. This stature placed him nearly on par with the lizard-like figure that Dr. Connors had become. Chapter 35. The gigantic lizard squad. Gordon conducted a data assessment on the 12 individuals, discovering that their average strength hovered around 4 tons, comparable to the official depiction of Captain America's prowess. However, these individuals would undoubtedly prove no match for Captain America in a one-on-one confrontation. Nevertheless, they are a dozen strong. From this day forth, you shall become the inaugural Special Operations Team under the auspices of the Umbrella Corporation, codenamed Gila Monster. The assembled group immediately formed 2 lines, standing at attention and saluting. "Yes, Commander. Do not address me as Commander. It would be unseemly for others to overhear." Simply call me boss. Understood, boss. Very well. I have procured an apartment complex near the company. You may select your residences, and I will arrange for movers to assist you. As for your previous homes, the decision to sell or keep them lies with you. Knowing the complexities of human nature, I find comfort in having this group as families nearby. Once the individuals departed, Gordon remained at the company to interview prospective employees. The company was in its nascent stages, with numerous positions available, one of which was for Gordon's secretary. He sought someone akin to Pepper Potts, capable of managing the company while also addressing the personal affairs of the boss. In the present Umbrella Corporation, Gordon held a 92% stake. Gwen Stacy possessed 5, and Harry Osborn owned 3. The first interviewee was unexpectedly intriguing to Gordon. Before him stood a woman whose angelic visage contrasted sharply with her devilish physique, eliciting a sense of displeasure in Gordon. Although he was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tendencies, the notion of having a spy placed so close was unsettling. Fortunately, Gordon had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Had they sent a stranger in his stead, the ruse might have succeeded. Observing Natasha Romanoff, Gordon deduced she was likely the cinematic Black Widow. Born in 1984, she was now 24 years old, an asset trained by the former Soviet KGB's Red Room, a second-generation Black Widow. She had since joined S.H.I.E.L.D., serving as Nick Fury's right-hand woman and one of the agency's premier agents. Gordon approached Natasha, placing a hand upon her shoulder. Natasha Hansen, your records indicate you graduated from Harvard University with top honors in business management. Why would you choose to work for a fledgling company such as ours? Gordon posed what he deemed a rather foolish yet pointed question, though it clearly did not faze Natasha. I seek an opportunity. I do not wish to start from the bottom, she replied confidently, embodying the spirit of a young person in pursuit of prospects. Though her excuse was impeccable, Gordon was already aware of her true identity. Otherwise, he might have been deceived by the Black Widow's charm. After all, what employer could resist hiring a stunning graduate from a prestigious institution as their secretary? Your education and capabilities are certainly commendable. Yet you must understand that being a secretary entails more than merely assisting the boss with work. Natasha quickly grasped Gordon's implication, feeling the hand that roamed about her neck, igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger within her. Damn you, Coulson. Did he not say that Gordon John was a serious and affable high schooler? What on earth is happening now? She resolved to return and deliver a stern reprimand to Coulson. Fortunately, after receiving the serum injection, Gordon emerged tall and handsome, resembling a cheerful young man radiating positivity. If it were merely a matter of her collarbone, Natasha could endure a slight sacrifice. However, as she momentarily lost her focus, Gordon's hand had already grasped the decompressor. Instantly, Natasha's complexion flushed with anger, and she rose to restrain Gordon. Yet, in that very moment, she was horrified to discover that her body had become immobile. Was this telekinesis? Damn that Coulson. How could such crucial intelligence have gone untested? Observing Gordon's gentle smile, Natasha realized that Gordon John had uncovered her true identity. Nevertheless, Natasha found herself incapable of uttering a word or seeking help from headquarters, left only to watch helplessly as Gordon John acted recklessly. At this juncture, a certain eavesdropping individual remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding. Moments later, Gordon set down the decompressor he held, a stark contrast to Melissa's device, akin to comparing an unripe apple to a succulent peach, one immature, the other ripe with juiciness. Subsequently, Gordon addressed the first button on Black Widow's attire, saying, "Hello, are you there?" Following an awkward silence, Nick Fury finally sensed something amiss. Natasha had been silent for a full minute. Ahem, greetings, Gordon John. I am Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. A male voice emanated from the button. And so, I've just joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and you wish to place someone beside me? After a brief pause, Nick Fury continued, do you believe in extraterrestrial beings? Not the sort of alien slime, but genuine extraterrestrial intelligent civilizations. Naturally, given the vastness of the universe, I find it entirely reasonable to assume the existence of alien civilizations. Gordon chuckled inwardly. He not only knew of aliens, but was also aware of a certain purple-skinned entity tirelessly laboring for population control in the cosmos. Our Earth is in peril. As an organization dedicated to safeguarding global security, S.H.I.E.L.D. must establish a specialized task force to handle such crises. Thus, the Avengers Initiative was born. Are you willing to become a founding member of the Avengers and protect the world? Chapter 36. Natasha's unwitting submission. Gordon internally lamented the impressive persuasive skills of that eavesdropper. With the rhetoric of protecting world peace, a more ordinary individual might have been stirred to fervor. However, Gordon did not decline, having traversed into the Marvel Universe. Joining the Avengers seemed a fortuitous opportunity. The rise and fall of Earth is a shared responsibility. I agree to join the Avengers, Gordon declared with righteous fervor. Upon receiving Gordon's affirmation, Nick Fury inquired about Natasha's condition. Rest assured, she is unharmed and quite well, Gordon replied before using his telekinesis to crush Natasha's button. On the airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury witnessed the sudden loss of signal and cursed under his breath. Yet, as long as Natasha remained unharmed, the agency's ace agent could not be allowed to fall so easily. With the constraints of buttons relinquished, the Black Widow's stress relief mechanism sprang forth. The ebony lining incited an irresistible urge to transgress. Observe, your superior has only inquired about your condition after I consented to join that so-called Avengers initiative. His concern for you is utterly non-existent. Natasha remained unfazed by Gordon's overt provocation. Her sole desire was to crush the man before her. Gordon, with a mere thought, promptly liberated Natasha from her verbal restraints. I shall slay you, scoundrel. She spat. In response to her vitriol, Gordon retorted leisurely. If you continue to insult me, I will find some peculiar object to silence you. Do not assume I am incapable of such. Natasha, perched atop Gordon, was acutely aware of his intentions. After she fell silent, he levitated her to the opposite side and released her upper body from his telekinetic grasp. Gordon produced a USB drive and placed it upon the table, prompting a holographic projection to manifest. With a flick of his hand, a vial no larger than a pinky finger appeared between them. This is a self-healing serum developed by our company, codenamed Gospel. A single vial is sufficient to restore injuries to their original state, and even minor disabilities can heal. Upon uttering these words, Gordon released all telekinetic control over Natasha. Now free, her attention was captivated by the Gospel serum. If authentic, it would undoubtedly grant agents a second chance at life. Are there any side effects? Perhaps turning into a giant lizard? S-H-I-E-L-D was well aware that the lizard people incident 6 months prior was linked to Dr. Connors, who had been taken by Gordon to work for him. However, S-H-I-E-L-D remained oblivious to the precise formulation of the serum, as Oscorp had its own satellite network. Even on the external web, S-H-I-E-L-D could not pilfer the serum's formula, otherwise Oscorp would undoubtedly pursue legal action against them. As a premier global conglomerate, Oscorp possessed the means to do so. In a capital-driven nation like the United States, money resolves 99 of issues, and Gordon was diligently working towards that end. Certainly, there are no side effects, Gordon asserted, promptly retrieving Clayton's information, which clearly documented his history and the video of his miraculous recovery from a severed leg. Naturally, Gordon refrained from displaying the subsequent physical tests to Natasha. The self-healing serum was astonishing enough. Any enhancement would invite S-H-I-E-L-D to employ underhanded tactics. Natasha gazed in astonishment at the experimental data projected before her, bluntly stating, "This contraption is akin to a second life for agents. How much does it cost?" She inquired directly about the price. $1 million. But a finished product is not yet available. It will likely take another month or two. Are you telling me what you just showed me was a fabrication? Natasha's expression darkened at his words. Of course not. That is genuine. Merely an experimental model, Gordon clarified. You conduct human trials before your technology is fully developed? Natasha questioned incredulously. Why are you being so bothersome? Is that the crux of the matter? Besides, they volunteered and signed a contract. Natasha wore an enchanting smile, declaring, I understand. Regarding the gospel potion, I shall report truthfully to the higher-ups. As she finished, Natasha stood to leave, but in a fleeting moment of turning, she executed a swift roundhouse kick aimed at Gordon's cheek. The speed of her strike was remarkable, and it carried the advantage of surprise. Natasha was certain this scoundrel would be unable to react, and she was determined to impart a lesson he would not soon forget. However, Natasha underestimated Gordon's prowess. In the cinematic realm, Natasha was the second incarnation of Black Widow, having not undergone the serum enhancement. Moreover, even had she been enhanced, she would still not be a match for Gordon. The heel of Black Widow's foot halted just a centimeter from Gordon's cheek, not because Natasha chose to spare him, but due to being immobilized once more. The potency of the chicken talisman's telekinetic force was intrinsically linked to its wielder, and Gordon could effortlessly crush an ordinary person. Thus, controlling the agile Black Widow was a trivial task. Black Widow's initial objective was to approach Gordon John and analyze his character for a danger assessment. Consequently, she donned professional attire, devoid of any additional weaponry. Gordon maintained his composure, placing his hand on Natasha's calf and gradually moving upwards. He resolved to teach this woman a lesson while simultaneously issuing a warning to S-H-I-E-L-D, lest they mistakenly believe him to be accommodating. Chapter 37. The inexperienced Polaris, if your hand dares to ascend any further, I shall surely kill you. Natasha's voice was frigid, concealing a subtle tremor of fear. Although Gordon's previous behavior had been excessive, it had not provoked her murderous intent, merely inciting her profound indignation. Yet, if Gordon were to indeed place his hand in her garden, Natasha would undoubtedly seek every opportunity to assassinate him. Gordon comprehended this, and naturally, refrained from pushing her too far. After circling the garden's entrance, he diverted his attention elsewhere. Half an hour later, Natasha, her face flushed, pushed open the door to Gordon's office, colliding with Clayton Brar, who had just completed his house hunting. Observing the towering figure of Clayton, Natasha's expression darkened. What are you staring at? Not a single man is worth a dime. Clayton, puzzled by Natasha's retreating silhouette, wondered if she was unwell. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, as he had an appointment with his superior. At that moment, Gordon reclined in his chair, engaged in a phone call. His informant stationed at the 43rd block had just relayed information. A woman named Dora had approached Eddie, though the details remained unclear. Upon hearing this, Gordon realized the narrative of Venom was commencing. After terminating the call, he turned his gaze towards Clayton. Clayton, summon Tom Sheebill. Have them on standby at all times over the next few nights. Gordon appointed Clayton Brar as the captain of the Lizard Squad, while Tom Sheebill was designated as the vice captain. Both individuals are top-tier soldiers in the military, with their enhancements from the serum being particularly pronounced. Rest assured, Tom and I shall not disappoint you. With your assurance, I find solace. Additionally, my custom combat suit and weaponry from Stark Industries will arrive shortly. We shall try them on tonight to ensure a proper fit. When the time comes, the two of you must accompany me to the Life Foundation. Remember, do not reveal any facial information. Clayton's height is quite distinctive. However, if he keeps his face hidden, others will have no means to identify him. After sending Clayton off, Gordon continued to interview other candidates. Yet, he found it perplexing that, despite the company's excellent benefits and a plethora of applicants, the HR department had abruptly called to report that several candidates had withdrawn. Time passed swiftly, and soon an hour had elapsed, leaving only one final interviewee. A knock echoed, and the last candidate entered. She was a girl with short black hair, appearing quite youthful and slender. Particularly notable was her chest. For a moment, Gordon mistakenly thought she was facing away from him. As he examined her resume, he noted that she was a graduate from a vocational management institution, which marked her as the least qualified candidate he had interviewed that day. No work experience? How audacious to come for an interview with such lackluster qualifications. However, the more he scrutinized, the more peculiar it became. Lorna Dane, with green hair, a noteworthy cup size. Wasn't she the daughter of Magneto, known as Polaris? Gordon had not watched The Gifted, but he was certainly familiar with the popular character Polaris. Looking at Lorna herself, she bore a striking resemblance to her television counterpart. Yet she was undeniably more beautiful and authentic. Still, Gordon could not fathom why Lorna would seek employment at this establishment. To his knowledge, mutants typically did not hold jobs, merely wandering aimlessly. Nevertheless, mutants also need sustenance. For instance, Magneto had worked in a steel mill during his youth. However, for the sake of narrative in the television series, little attention was given to the mundane realities of mutants working, often depicting them engaging in illegal activities with their powers. In truth, Lorna was simply searching for employment. Mutants require food, and not all of them aspire to criminality. The previous night, Lorna had stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement for Umbrella Corporation. The position of assistant to the chairman offered an exceptionally appealing salary of $8,000 a month, sufficient for her to enjoy a comfortable life. To be frank, your qualifications are lacking, yet I have decided to extend an opportunity to you. Please report to the company tomorrow. To Gordon's surprise, Lorna's expression soured at his words. Puzzled, Gordon inquired, "You seem troubled. What is the matter?" Lorna resolutely declared, "I will not fulfill your demands. I would rather forfeit this job." At only 18 years of age, Lorna had just graduated from vocational school and was embarking on her job search, still a novice and lacking the complex experiences of her character in the original script. Gordon's face displayed a look of confusion. Could it be that the recruitment advertisement from the Human Resources Department included such stipulations? Lorna continued, "The first interviewee, a sister, already informed us that your assistant is expected to meet the boss's needs." A realization dawned on Gordon. This was undoubtedly Natasha's deliberate attempt to vex him, resorting to such petty tricks when she could not overpower him directly. Chapter 38. Dr. Dora, that woman is insane. I did not hire her. Hence her calculated vendetta against me, Gordon explained. Upon hearing this, Lorna skeptically inquired, "Then why did you hire me despite my qualifications being insufficient?" "First, I never stated you were hired. You will undergo a 3-month probationary period. Second, I have an aversion to the seasoned individuals of society. I find students like you easier to manage." Lorna felt a surge of indignation at Gordon's words. What did he mean by stating that students like her were easier to control? It was merely a 3-month probation period, and with sufficient effort, she could undoubtedly excel. Very well, it's settled then. I will report for duty tomorrow. By the way, do you provide accommodation? After a moment's contemplation, Lorna decided to give the Umbrella Corporation a chance, unperturbed by the potential caprices of her new boss. After all, with her superpowers, how could a mere mortal take advantage of her? Accommodation is provided. I have acquired the residential complex behind the company. After you complete the onboarding procedures tomorrow, head to the logistics department, and the senior staff there will assist you. Subsequently, Gordon guided Lorna through the company. As they walked, Gordon elaborated. Our company primarily focuses on enterprises that cater to public needs, with numerous products currently under development, including mobile phones, courier services, and transportation solutions. The Umbrella Corporation comprised 33 floors, with the top 6 designated as research facilities, representing the company's most confidential areas. The remaining 27 floors were allocated for regular office use. Gordon had recently acquired a defunct mobile phone factory, intending to establish a foothold in the smartphone industry. In the year 2008, mobile phones were predominantly small devices capable of making calls and sending texts. Utilizing his position as the second-largest shareholder of Osborne Technologies, Gordon effortlessly obtained the necessary hardware technology. Additionally, he enlisted 5 seasoned researchers from Harry, who would mentor the recent graduates hired by the company. Gordon planned to name the first generation of Umbrella's mobile phones the pastry phone. Inspired by his high school days when he had to consume large quantities of pastries from the school cafeteria for 2 months to save up for his own phone. The soon-to-be-released first generation of pastry phone 10 boasted a 6.1-inch screen, derived from Osborne's central computer, which Gordon aptly named the Tyrant 835. In terms of performance, it is comparable to the former Dragon 835, which was the pinnacle of consumer mobile processors in 2008, without exception. Moreover, the Subing 10 has significantly enhanced its photographic capabilities, undoubtedly leading to the obsolescence of a number of low-end cameras. Gordon shared the company's initial strategic plan with Lorna, which entails first conquering the mobile market and subsequently promoting their software through mobile applications. Upon hearing this, Lorna expressed her concerns, noting that the mobile market is already saturated and questioned whether their product could truly stand out. Rest assured, it certainly can. Our mobile design philosophy is at least a decade ahead of the global standard. Gordon was confident in his assertion, as he knew that in his previous life, mobile phones had an array of distinctive features, ensuring his Subing phone would not lack uniqueness. Lorna, though skeptical, nodded in acknowledgement. If Gordon was so confident, it likely wouldn't be too disappointing. As my assistant, you will be responsible for overseeing the mobile project in my stead, as I am still attending school. Do you understand? Lorna was somewhat taken aback. You are still in school? She could see that Gordon was quite young, but she had not anticipated that he was still a student. Indeed. I am in high school at the 4th high school and will graduate this year. High school? I thought one needed to be of age to establish a company. If you have money, 99% of the problems are non-issues. For instance, some mutants can pay to alter their identity information. As soon as Gordon finished speaking, Lorna's expression shifted slightly. She felt he was right, as some mutants engage in illegal activities. Being a mutant herself, Lorna understood the disdain and discrimination ordinary people held against them and had long since grown accustomed to such derogatory remarks. Gordon cast a surprised glance at Lorna, expecting her to rebut his statement. Do you consider altering one's identity to be illegal? What if that mutant merely wishes to conceal their identity to lead a normal life? Take Magneto, who was widely known over a decade ago. If he grew weary of living in hiding and desired to change his identity to live in seclusion, would you deem that a crime? Lorna's heart skipped a beat as she met Gordon's penetrating gaze. She had an unsettling feeling that he had discerned her true identity. It seemed she wouldn't need to return tomorrow, as her status as a mutant was likely discovered. Yet, she couldn't fathom how Gordon had uncovered her identity or realized she was the daughter of Magneto. Gordon gently patted Lorna's shoulder and reassured her, do not overthink it. Simply focus on your work. You will always be my employee. If the sky were to fall, I would bear the weight on your behalf. With that, Gordon continued forward, outlining the company's circumstances. Lorna stood in silence, gazing at Gordon's retreating figure. Chapter 39. Worker Ant Number 1. After guiding Lorna through the company, Gordon returned home. Upon arriving, he encountered Iron Bull, who had come to report on the situation. He was the gang leader Gordon intended to support, facilitating some underground operations for him. Although he is nicknamed Iron Bull, the young man named Michael Mensa is quite slender. Due to his tireless work ethic, akin to that of a bull, and the frequent beatings he endures, he has developed an impressive resilience, leading others to bestow upon him the moniker Iron Bull. Previously, Michael was a purveyor of seafood. But upon being diagnosed with cancer, he contemplated orchestrating an accident to defraud the insurance company for his mother's benefit. However, his plan backfired spectacularly. The accident he attempted to stage resulted in him being wholly responsible, and instead of perishing, he found himself burdened with a debt of several tens of thousands of dollars. To make matters worse, his adversary was the second-in-command of the Viper gang, who ominously threatened to abduct his mother and force her into prostitution if the money was not forthcoming. Fortunately, Gordon happened to overhear this conversation and subsequently aided Michael by settling his debt of $400,000. Following this, Gordon and Michael entered into an employment contract, wherein Michael would receive a monthly salary of $3,000, with $500 allocated to repaying Gordon until the debt was cleared. Naturally, a benevolent individual like Gordon would extend this as an interest-free loan. With repayments of $500 per month, the debt would soon diminish. In the living room, Melissa poured 2 glasses of juice and offered them to Gordon and Michael. Michael was taken aback and expressed his gratitude profusely. "Boss, the woman is named Dora. She was found by Eddie Brock at around 3 o'clock this afternoon. I was somewhat distant, but I know it pertains to human experiments conducted by the Life Foundation." Michael produced several photographs that captured the two conversing in a supermarket. Upon seeing the images, Gordon immediately recognized the woman as the Dr. Dora he was familiar with. Continue to monitor the two of them. Furthermore, this card contains $500,000. I need you to establish a unified criminal organization in Queens. Can you manage that? Trust me, boss, I can do it. Michael's face lit up with excitement. He understood that Gordon was supporting him, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Longing to escape his previous humble existence as a fishmonger. Well, since you are so confident, here is something for you. Gordon produced a green syringe. This is a diluted version of a super healing serum, enabling the user to attain physical capabilities 3 times that of an average person. During the initial injection, it will also cure bodily ailments, hidden injuries, and disabilities. However, the subsequent extraordinary healing ability will dissipate, leaving only a fraction of regenerative capacity. I have dubbed this serum Worker Ant Serum, specifically designed to cultivate underground forces for my clandestine endeavors. Michael gazed at Worker Ant number 1 with excitement. Is this the medication you mentioned that can cure cancer? Indeed. It not only has the potential to heal your cancer, but also to bestow upon you a physique approximately 3 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Consider this my assistance to you. Thank you, boss. Trembling, Michael grasped the Worker Ant number 1 serum, harboring no doubts about Gordon's intentions. After all, without Gordon's intervention, he would have long since succumbed to the pressures imposed by the Viper gang. Michael injected the Worker Ant number 1 into his body, instantly experiencing an intense burning sensation, causing him to grit his teeth and emit muffled groans. The Ant Serum number 1 remains imperfect, as its injection induces a sensation akin to being scorched by flames. Observing Monroe's resolute endurance, Gordon's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Such formidable willpower would enhance the serum's potency. Whether it be the Super Soldier Serum injected into Captain America, the Lizard Serum, or the Super Regeneration Serum, the strength of these serums is significantly correlated with the user's determination. The burning sensation persisted for a full minute, which felt to Mike as though it stretched into an entire year. As the searing pain subsided, a surge of formidable strength enveloped him. He grew 5 centimeters taller, and his muscles became sharply defined. You must have sensed your transformation. Continue to monitor Eddie Brock, and inform me immediately if he steps outside. Additionally, manage the expenditure of this $500,000 wisely. It is imperative to establish the gang, which shall be named the Axe Gang. Should funds fall short, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The income of the gang typically derives from illicit gains in bars and underground casinos. The $500,000 provided by Gordon serves as startup capital, especially now that Mike has injected the Ant Serum number 1. If Mike cannot secure a foothold in the underworld with this, Gordon will no longer see merit in Mike Mensa. Mike Mensa is acutely aware that this is a test set forth by Gordon. He is confident he can seize control of the entire Queen's territory within 3 months. After Mike departed, Gordon locked the door and ascended to the upper floor. At that moment, Melissa, having changed into her attire, sat nervously at the edge of the bed. Must you dress this way? The white stockings are acceptable, but Melissa truly struggles with high heels, pigtails, and a lace-eye mask. Chapter 40. Familiar faces the following morning. Melissa awoke early to prepare soybean milk, having developed this habit at Gordon's behest. An hour later, the two rose from bed in a tender haze. Just after finishing breakfast, Mike Mensa called to inform her that Dora and Eddie had already departed in their vehicle, and he was following closely behind. Are we not going to school today? Melissa inquired. No, we won't. Please convey my regards to the homeroom teacher. Gordon had not attended school for several days, yet his homeroom teacher made no mention of it. This was largely due to the fact that Gordon had donated an entire educational building to the school under the auspices of the Umbrella Corporation. Even the principal spoke to Gordon with the utmost courtesy. After bidding Melissa farewell with a kiss, Gordon drove his black Passat to the Umbrella housing complex. At the entrance, Clayton and Tom Schieber awaited him. As the two entered the vehicle, it sank slightly under their weight, and Gordon followed the locator's guidance. This black Passat was a custom model specifically commissioned by Gordon, coinciding with the recent launch of the Squarebox variant. Upon acquisition, Gordon had Osborne Technologies modify the engine and automatic transmission. Thus, the vehicle that had once been a dream of Gordon's past life was realized, capable of accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in merely 4 seconds. At this moment, the two individuals in the back seat had donned their custom combat suits, which were entirely black, adorned with the red and white emblem of the Umbrella Corporation on the right shoulder. As they prepared for their mission, one of them reminded the others to conceal their company insignia, as today's endeavor involved theft. Clayton scratched his head, unable to fathom that his inaugural task would be to engage in larceny. It felt like an overqualification for him. Soon enough, Gordon, utilizing the formidable capabilities of the vehicle, caught up with Mike's white Jetta. Following Eddie Brock's car, they arrived at the outskirts of the Life Foundation's laboratory. This facility had been specifically established by Drake for the study of symbiotes. Given that human experimentation was slated for the future, conducting such activities within the Life Foundation's headquarters was simply too perilous. As they caught sight of the Life Foundation's experimental base from a distance, Gordon pulled over to the roadside. "Mike, you may head back," he communicated via the intercom, allowing Mike to depart. Once the trio exited the vehicle, Gordon waved his hand casually, summoning a multitude of leaves to envelop the car, creating a rudimentary disguise to avoid detection by the surrounding surveillance drones. After Clayton and Tom donned their specially designed masks, they signaled Gordon. In an instant, Gordon expanded his telekinetic powers to encompass the entire perimeter of the experimental facility. The broader the range of his telekinesis, the less potent its effect became. Thus, with such extensive diffusion, Gordon could only construct a mental model of the facility's layout. Gordon envisioned using his telekinesis to eliminate all armed personnel and management within the laboratory, subsequently extracting the researchers and symbiotes. Regrettably, the development of his talisman was progressing slowly, and at this juncture, Gordon was not yet capable of executing that plan. As he meticulously scanned the distant laboratory with his telekinesis, he unexpectedly recognized two familiar faces, Coulson and Black Widow Natasha, indicating their presence as well. This truly validated the adage that S-H-I-E-L-D is omnipresent. Though it was unfortunate that the current iteration of S-H-I-E-L-D had devolved into a shadow of its former self. At that moment, individuals seeking to infiltrate the Life Foundation's experimental base were positioned on the east, west, and north sides. It was unclear how Drake would react upon discovering this. Dividing his focus to monitor Coulson while concentrating primarily on Eddie and Dora, Gordon observed as Dora presented her credentials to the guard, successfully ushering Eddie into the laboratory without incident. Eddie, armed with a compact camera, was taken aback by the sights within the lab, where homeless individuals were imprisoned. Suddenly, one of the vagrants began to convulse grotesquely, and a mass resembling a slug emerged, writhing as it crawled out. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Eddie swiftly captured photographic evidence, understanding that his opportunity for redemption had arrived. Just as Eddie prepared to depart, a woman recognized him and began frantically pounding on the glass. "Please, save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Eddie recognized her as the woman who sold newspapers. Observing her helpless and desolate demeanor, he ultimately grabbed the nearby fire extinguisher and forcefully struck the glass. As the glass shattered, a piercing alarm resonated, and the entire laboratory was engulfed in flashing red lights. The woman from the glass chamber lunged at Eddie, and a dark, viscous fluid invaded his body. At that moment, Eddie remained unaware that the venom had already infiltrated him, and he forcefully pushed away the lifeless woman. With no time to regret his interference, he glanced around and chose the nearest escape route to flee. Outside, Gordon sensed that the moment was ripe and promptly instructed the long-awaiting Clayton and his companion to infiltrate through the earpiece. Guided by Gordon's surveillance, Clayton and Tom made their way to the location where Eddie had just been. Clayton smashed the glass of door number 3. "Tom, you handle door number 2. "Understood." Chapter 41. The Colossus and the Viper. Clayton immediately picked up the fire extinguisher from the ground and hurled it toward the third door. Suddenly, the previously tranquil symbiote crawled out from the corpse, rushing straight for Clayton's chest. "Ward, what is this?" Clayton exclaimed, preparing to fire at the symbiote. "Don't move, Clayton. Let it attempt to merge with you. If you cannot control it, inform me, and I will assist you in severing the connection." Following Gordon's command, Clayton stood still, allowing the yellow symbiote to penetrate his being. "Oh, strong host." A deep voice reverberated in Clayton's mind. "Who are you?" "You may call me Colossus, Venom." or any name you wish. Colossus greedily absorbed the energy within Clayton's transformed body, replenishing its own strength. Clayton's serum-enhanced energy flowed abundantly, eliciting a satisfying sound from Colossus. Hurry, leave this place. Guards are pursuing you. Gordon warned Clayton and Tom. If possible, you may relinquish your body to me. Colossus's voice echoed once more. At this juncture, Colossus had gleaned part of Clayton's memories and understood that Clayton had come for him. However, Clayton's body and will were formidable, preventing Colossus from directly controlling him. A characteristic inherent to symbiotes. The stronger the host, the lesser the symbiote's control, limiting its ability to enhance the host's powers and influence their mindset. Otherwise, if a symbiote could control anyone it parasitized, it would have long been renamed a parasitic beast rather than a symbiote. On the other side, a similar scenario unfolded. The blue symbiote fused with Tom, named Viper, was arguably the weakest of the 4 symbiotes that had arrived on Earth. Had Tom arrived 2 days later, it may have perished. In the original film, when Eddie Brock arrived at the symbiote laboratory, both the yellow and blue symbiotes had already met their demise. However, Eddie's intrusion into the laboratory has occurred 2 months earlier than anticipated, which means that although the 2 symbiotes are weakened, they have not yet reached the brink of death. If Eddie Brock fails to infiltrate the laboratory this week, Gordon is prepared to seek the laboratory's location himself, for he understands that arriving too late would result in the only option left being to slice the venom. Fortunately, Dora managed to locate Eddie Brock 2 months in advance, thus sparing Gordon considerable effort. Meanwhile, the security personnel of the Life Foundation are preparing to enter the laboratory to apprehend another group of intruders, fortuitously crossing paths with Coulson and Natasha. Oh dear, what terrible luck, Coulson lamented. You search for the symbiote samples in the laboratory while I hold them off. Natasha nodded, leaving Coulson to engage in battle with the mercenaries in the hallway. Upon entering the laboratory, Natasha immediately beheld 3 shattered glass cells and the 2 Drex preparing to evacuate in the center of the lab. The moment they spotted Natasha, Clayton and Tom drew their rifles and unleashed a barrage of gunfire in her direction. Before Natasha could fully scrutinize their figures, she was forced to take cover behind a nearby barricade. Observing Natasha pinned behind the laboratory cabinet, Clayton promptly retreated with Tom. As they exerted themselves, a multitude of cracks appeared beneath their feet, and with a resounding thud, their figures vanished from sight. At this point, Natasha cautiously peered out, her expression dark as she watched their retreating forms, ultimately snapping a few photos of the scene before seeking to reunite with Coulson. Eventually, Clayton and Tom safely withdrew to Gordon's side, while Natasha and Coulson also made their escape, with Eddie Brock managing to evade capture by hiding in a tree. Infuriated by the news, Drake erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Damn it! Do they think the laboratory is their home, coming and going as they please? All that money spent on hired guns, and they can't even handle a few pesky intruders." After venting his frustration, Drake immediately commanded his mercenaries to track down Eddie Brock's whereabouts. The surveillance footage revealed 3 factions of intruders. 2 factions had either obscured identities or were untraceable, while the third, Eddie Brock, had left a profound impression on him 6 months prior. Umbrella Corporation Laboratory. Gordon led Clayton and Tom into the training ground, a place where he typically assessed his own strength. Clayton, Tom, let them out. Understood. As the words left his lips, the symbiotes surged forth from the 2 individuals, and in the blink of an eye, 2 colossal entities materialized. The appearances of the 2 symbiotes bore a striking Resemblance to Venom. The yellow one, known as Goliath, appeared even more robust than Venom, while the blue one looked somewhat frilier. "Greetings, Mr. Gordon," the Goliath symbiote greeted, its voice resonating with great depth. Gordon, perceiving the astuteness of the giant rock, did not impose too much difficulty and stated, "You currently have 2 choices. Become my subordinates and assist in the research, or face execution." The giant rock and the Viper immediately expressed their allegiance, their eyes shimmering with golden lightning, declaring, "It is our honor to work for you." The ability of the lightning-eyed figure, which accompanied high temperatures, was a natural nemesis to the symbiotes. The intense heat and penetrating force could effortlessly annihilate them. Chapter 42. The strength of the symbiotes. After half a day of testing, Gordon had gained a substantial understanding of the capabilities of the 2 symbiotes. The yellow giant rock was a 2nd-generation symbiote, its strength ranking just below that of the riot. It possessed the ability to petrify its body, making it impervious. Even in its petrified state, it could withstand the continuous output of the lightning-eyed figure for over 20 seconds, a remarkable display of power. When the giant rock merged with Clayton, its strength reached an astonishing 140 tons, amplifying Clayton's abilities 20-fold. Conversely, the other symbiote, the Viper, was not as formidable. As a 1st-generation symbiote, the Viper lacked any special abilities and would rapidly disintegrate upon encountering the lightning-eyed figure. Moreover, when possessing Tom. The Viper's strength in its original form was merely around 60 tons. Considering Tom's strength of 6 tons, this represented an enhancement of approximately tenfold, which, while impressive in isolation, paled in comparison to other symbiotes. Notably, Venom, upon merging with Eddie, boasted a strength of at least 20 tons. Furthermore, Riot's strength surpassed that of Venom. And although Drake's physical condition was inferior to Eddie's, Riot maintained the upper hand in combat. Currently, there were 5 symbiotes on Earth: Riot, the Giant Rock, Venom, the Viper, and Chica. Except for Chica, who belonged to the juvenile category of second-generation symbiotes, the other 4 were adult symbiotes, with Riot being the most powerful, possessing a unique arsenal of weapons. Riot was also a first-generation symbiote, but fortuitously acquired the weaponry of the symbiote god, granting it the ability to wield various metallic weapons. Second-generation symbiotes typically possess unique abilities, such as the petrification of the Giant Rock and the metallization of Chica. Even the yet-to-emerge Slaughter could transform its body into bone spikes to pierce and vanquish foes. Upon completing the series of tests, Gordon sought the opinions of Clayton and Tom, both of whom consented to merge with the symbiotes. After all, the prospect of gaining greater power was an opportunity they could not forego. Very well, you may depart now. A training facility has been established in the Umbrella Corporation's basement, and Clayton can lead the way there for independent training. Once I have concluded my tests, I will join you in your training, and I hope that the esteemed instructors will generously impart their combat skills, Gordon announced. Clayton immediately waved his hand, stating, "It is my honor to teach you. I dare not claim the title of teacher." Clayton held Gordon in high regard, seeing him as not only youthful but also possessing unfathomable strength. Primarily, Gordon is exceptionally benevolent towards his colleagues, and the generous treatment provided by Umbrella Corporation has garnered a modest reputation in Queens. After the departure of Clayton and his companion, Gordon commenced his own testing. Ultimately, the results revealed that Gordon's strength had reached an impressive 90 tons, a remarkable increase of 30 tons since a short while ago. As time progressed, Gordon's absorption rate of the 6 major spells accelerated, and his enhancement in power no longer unfolded at the sluggish pace it did upon his arrival. In essence, Gordon has successfully navigated the perilous phase, and an era of formidable strength is imminent. Upon exiting the testing chamber, Dr. Connors exhibited considerable interest in the symbiotic organism. However, as the gospel serum was on the brink of being perfected, Connors had no choice but to momentarily set aside his research on the symbiote. Gordon, respecting Connors' focus, made his way to the basement, which he had transformed into a training facility dedicated to cultivating armed personnel for Umbrella. At this juncture, 12 members of the Lizard Squad had already commenced their fundamental physical training. Despite having received serum injections, they remained undeterred in their pursuit of high-intensity workouts, which not only optimized the serum's latent potential, but also facilitated their mastery over their newfound powers. Coupled with the serum's self-healing capabilities, they trained with reckless abandon, no longer fearing injuries. As Gordon trained alongside the Lizard Squad, SHIELD found itself in a state of utter chaos. Just an hour prior, after Natasha and Coulson's return, they had been closely monitoring Eddie Brock. Meanwhile, Clayton and his companion had vanished into the woods. Nick Fury displayed considerable concern and hostility towards these 2 unidentified individuals with extraordinary abilities. Unlike Gordon, whose profile was well documented and whose temperament was notably stable, the 2 unknown superhumans encountered by Natasha concealed their identities and exhibited formidable strength, having also stolen 2 experimental subjects from the Life Foundation. The basis for Fury's conviction that Clayton and his companion had pilfered the symbiotes stemmed from SHIELD's prior intelligence. 6 months ago, the Life Foundation had retrieved 4 symbiotes from outer space. Currently, 3 were unaccounted for, with only 1 under SHIELD's surveillance. A situation that left the director in a state of unease. Chapter 43, Venom. Eddie, in a state of panic, rushed home and slammed the door shut. An overwhelming hunger gnawed at his mind. He dashed into the kitchen and began to devour anything in sight, yet the gnawing hunger persisted. The refrigerator was devoid of food, and his gaze fell upon a discarded chicken leg in the trash bin. Despite his mind screaming that it was revolting and inedible refuse, his body acted on its own accord, lunging towards it. A stream of black fluid coursed from Eddie's eyes, momentarily alleviating his hunger. Stumbling into the bathroom, he confronted his reflection in the mirror, acutely aware that something was amiss with his body. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Eddie found himself pondering where things had gone awry when suddenly a grotesque visage materialized before him. In a state of sheer panic, Eddie let out a scream and stumbled backward, striking the back of his head against the edge of the bathtub and losing consciousness. While Eddie lay in a state of oblivion, agents from both the Life Foundation and SHIELD had traced their way to his residence. For the operatives of the Life Foundation, Eddie represented the quintessential experimental subject, the easiest to retrieve. Conversely, SHIELD agents, having witnessed Eddie's remarkable physical prowess during his escape, sought to procure a sample of the symbiote. Thus, they prepared to ascertain whether Eddie Brock possessed the qualities required to become an Avenger. In truth, Nick Fury had been orchestrating the Avengers initiative a decade prior. At that time, he had scouted numerous mutants. However, these individuals were inherently wary of the espionage nature of SHIELD and proved resistant to control. Consequently, Nick Fury excluded natural-born mutants from the Avengers program. Instead, he turned his attention to those who had developed powers later in life, such as Gordon John and Peter Parker, both of whom acquired their abilities nearly simultaneously and exhibited remarkable stability without posing any threat to society. As the night advanced, Eddie slowly regained consciousness. "Ward, what happened?" he murmured, rising to regard his reflection, finding nothing amiss. The overwhelming hunger that had plagued him earlier had vanished, leading Eddie to question whether the events of the afternoon had been but a distant dream. Splashing cold water on his face invigorated him considerably. "Eddie Brock," a voice echoed. "Ward, who is speaking?" Eddie exclaimed, eyes wide with terror, scanning his surroundings. "It is I." A menacing head emerged from his own body, sending Eddie into a state of sheer fright. "What are you?" he stammered. "A symbiote, the name you bestowed upon me, or you may call me Venom. Your body belongs to me. Listen closely, Eddie. It is not humanity that discovered us, but rather we who discovered humanity. Perfect sustenance. You are merely my chosen vessel." Recalling Dr. Dora's words, Eddie felt a chill run down his spine. Just as this creature, who identified itself as Venom, had asserted, it was indeed they who had found humanity, not the other way around. The Earth resembled a vast granary and hatching ground, and this colony of parasites had arrived as if stepping into an amusement park. "Parasite? Ward, I am no parasite," Eddie protested. "Ward, can you read my thoughts? Of course, I reside within your mind. I know everything about you. What do you intend to do now?" Eddie asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. "To seek out Carlton Drake's rocket and guide my kin to Earth." At this moment, Venom remained steadfast in its original intention, which is to seek out its leader, Riot, and to bring the others of its kind to Earth. "Someone has arrived. I advise against opening the door." Suddenly, Venom retracts back into Eddie's body. Venom does not wish to engage in physical confrontation, as that would deplete its already limited energy reserves. The doorbell chimes. Eddie Brock, oblivious to Venom's warning, peeks through the peephole, sees no one, and opens the door to investigate. Just as Eddie swings the door open, Triss and his team burst in, their stun guns aimed squarely at Eddie. "Eddie Brock, surrender the symbiote." Eddie immediately raises his hands. "The thing you're referring to is within me. Please take it away." Venom interjects. "What are you doing?" "Yield, and we will take you into custody." Venom replies, "No, you cannot do that." Triss, puzzled, observes that Eddie Brock appears to be a fool and a lunatic. "Eddie Brock, I will repeat myself. Surrender the symbiote." "Not a chance," Venom declares. "Hand it over to me." Chapter 44. The little spider meets the great Venom. A black tendril shoots forth, instantly incapacitating one individual. The others, momentarily taken aback, quickly fire their stun guns. But the electricity fails to incapacitate Eddie. Instead, several of them find themselves brought down by Eddie. Witnessing the sprawled bodies moaning on the ground, Eddie feels a sense of bewilderment, yet his priority remains to escape. In a panic, Eddie rushes out of the house, but inside, Triss has already called for backup, and more armed men with submachine guns ascend the stairs. At that moment, a few people in the room regain their composure and open fire on Eddie with their handguns. Venom takes control of Eddie's body, evading the bullets, and then propels them through the window. As Triss descends from above, he immediately contacts the headquarters. "Boss, this is Triss. The symbiote is within Eddie. The live feed has been uploaded." On the other end, Drake, viewing the footage Triss has sent, wears a delighted expression. "Look, he has successfully fused with the symbiote. I knew I was right. Triss, you must apprehend Eddie Brock." "Understood, boss." The drones are already in motion. A swarm of drones emerges from the trunk of a vehicle, commencing their search for Eddie Brock in the vicinity of the apartment. "We've located him. He's in an alley behind the Schul apartments. Capture him." Triss promptly instructs his subordinates to pursue Eddie Brock. Meanwhile, Eddie finds himself pinned to the wall by Venom, who is offended by Eddie's description of it as a parasite. Just as Eddie struggles, a drone suddenly collides with him. "My God, what is that?" Venom swiftly maneuvers Eddie out of the drone's path. Subsequently, Eddie hops onto his motorcycle, preparing to flee. "Where are we headed?" "To find our kind." Venom detected the presence of a fellow symbiote, presumably the formidable gigantic rock, a scent unique to the second-generation symbiotes. Subsequently, Eddie sped towards 44th Street on his motorcycle, necessitating a detour to 42nd Street. A fellow? Wait, are you suggesting there is another like you nearby? Indeed, a powerful counterpart in need of assistance. Symbiotes possess a certain level of sensitivity towards each other, albeit faint, allowing for a vague sense of location. As Venom maneuvered Eddie's body to evade pursuers, they rapidly approached 42nd Street. Meanwhile, Melissa, preparing dinner at home, abruptly gazed towards 41st Street. He sensed me. Cheeky emerged from within Melissa. Your counterpart? Precisely. A feeble first-generation symbiote. Should we inform Mr. Gordon? No need. After all, isn't it merely a vague sense of position? As long as we don't make our presence known, he won't be able to find us. Melissa's words undoubtedly reminded Cheeky, prompting her to resume her aloof demeanor and assist Melissa with dinner. 10 minutes later, having made 2 trips from 42nd Street, Eddie could no longer contain his sarcasm. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret the signal? Of course not, but it seems unwilling to assist us. Just as the two were bickering, a car suddenly careened around the corner, striking Eddie and sending him flying. Rolling on the ground, Eddie felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Observing Eddie Brock sprawled on the pavement, Triss exhaled slowly in relief. He arrogantly exited his vehicle and approached Eddie. Why run? You are the one fleeing. Triss intended to deliver more taunts when Eddie's right hand morphed into a black claw, seizing Triss by the throat. A dark liquid enveloped Eddie's form, rapidly healing his injuries. In mere moments, a towering monstrosity, standing 24 meters tall, emerged onto the street. Good heavens, what is that? Run. Onlookers, initially mere spectators, erupted into terrified screams, scattering in all directions. The brain, liver, lungs, everything appeared so delectable. Venom extended his tongue, licking Triss's face. Bang! Triss's men fired a shotgun at Venom's back. Yet, even at such close range, the formidable shotgun inflicted no significant damage on Venom. Discarding Triss, Venom advanced towards the gunman, swiftly opening his gaping maw to devour the man's head. Just as Venom prepared to return to consume Triss, a red figure descended from the sky. Hey, what are you? Oh heavens, when was the last time you brushed your teeth? The newcomer was none other than the illustrious Spider Cop of New York City, Peter Parker. Just moments ago, Peter had been dining with Gwen when he received a call from his father-in-law, urging him to rush to 42nd Street for support. Accompanying Peter was a substantial police presence. And henceforth, the absurdity of an incompetent officer accidentally shooting Spider-Man was rendered impossible, for their aim could not be directed towards their own. Chapter 45, 5 Symbiotes? Look, it's Spider-Man. The crowd erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Venom scrutinized the young spider as he began to delve into Eddie's mind, seeking information on Spider-Man. To his astonishment, Venom realized that Spider-Man was not significantly weaker than himself. At that moment, Venom felt a twinge of underestimation towards the strength of Earthlings. It seemed that this planet harbored some exceptionally powerful individuals. Suddenly, Venom transformed his right arm into a tendril and ensnared the distant Triss, preparing to consume him before making a swift escape. It was not that Venom feared the young spider, but rather that the increasing police presence rendered him unable to sustain a prolonged battle. Just as Venom's dark tendril latched onto Triss, a white webbing similarly ensnared him. Eating people is quite wrong, you grotesque creature, Peter exclaimed, yanking Triss back towards him while launching himself at Venom. As Spider-Man soared towards him, Venom let out a furious roar, his sharp claws aimed directly at Peter's chest. Peter, summoning all his strength in midair, twisted his body to evade Venom's deadly claws. However, upon landing, he was unprepared, and Venom closed in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Peter crashing into a vehicle. The force of the blow left Peter momentarily stunned. Wow, such speed, he thought, taking several seconds to extricate himself from the wreckage. The weight of that kick had been overwhelming, compounded by recent praise that had inflated his ego, causing him to underestimate Venom. As he watched Venom retreat into the sea, Peter couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Had that dark creature chosen to prolong the fight, he might have found himself gasping for breath from that last strike. Observing Venom's escape, Peter swung away on his web. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also breathed a sigh of relief. Had Spider-Man not arrived in time, they would have been compelled to confront the black symbiotic creature themselves. On the other side, after reaching the shore, Venom re-entered Eddie's body. Having expended considerable energy during the battle, within Eddie, Venom entered energy-saving mode, needing to conserve strength for any unforeseen developments. At the Life Foundation, Drake seethed with anger as he witnessed the scene unfold. Damn it, Triss is utterly useless. Spider-Man is equally inept. At that moment, a male researcher approached Drake, holding a tablet-sized device. Boss, the detection equipment is complete, but what is it? Drake bellowed, his irritation palpable at the technician's hesitance. We have detected 5 symbiotes currently in New York. 5. Drake exclaimed, his expression one of incredulity. Indeed. We have determined the whereabouts of the symbiotes based on the trajectory of the venom. There are no issues. One of the symbiotes is slowly approaching our company. One is located in the 42nd district of the incident site, and the other 2 are within a company named Umbrella. Umbrella Corporation? Drake had never heard of this company and was certain he had not offended them. However, there was no doubt that this company, Umbrella, had stolen his symbiote. Immediately summoned Triss to see me. Shortly thereafter, Triss met the furious Drake. Handing the detection device to Triss, Drake commanded, "Take this device and retrieve the 3 symbiotes from Queens. If you fail to capture them, do not bother returning." Drake pointed menacingly at Triss' chest as he issued his warning. Despite feeling humiliated by Drake's scornful accusations, Triss remained silent and proceeded with his team to the Umbrella Corporation to reclaim the symbiotes. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury gazed somberly at the holographic projection depicting Spider-Man being forcefully kicked away. The power unleashed by the symbiote when it bonds with a human exceeded his expectations. Judging merely by the battle footage, the strength and speed of the symbiote had already surpassed that of Spider-Man. Nick Fury waved his hand, and another holographic projection appeared, revealing a snowy landscape with an expedition vessel conducting research. Fury had been relentlessly seeking Captain America's remains. He had never relinquished his thirst for the super soldier serum. Just moments ago, he had called Gordon John, hoping he could defeat the symbiote, preferably capturing it alive. However, Gordon John simply replied that he was too busy and hung up. This made Fury realize that Gordon John had no genuine intention of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and would not serve the organization without any tangible benefits. With a sigh, Nick Fury contemplated that while S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology was 2 decades ahead of the world, they still had not developed a perfect serum. The crucial formula for the super soldier serum had existed solely in Dr. Erskine's mind, and after his assassination, that formula vanished. Years ago, Howard Stark had clandestinely intercepted at least 1 vial of Captain America's blood along with Erskine's research data, attempting to extract the original super soldier serum formula. Ultimately, he succeeded, producing at least 5 units of the serum, but they were seized by Hydra, resulting in the creation of 5 second-generation Winter Soldiers. The performance of these second-generation Winter Soldiers even surpassed that of Bucky. Ironically, following Howard Stark's death, no one knew the formula for the serum. Chapter 46, a stare-off. In fact, it was not only S.H.I.E.L.D. that was researching the super soldier serum. Other factions were equally invested in the study. For instance, General Ross of the United States military once administered an imperfect version of the super soldier serum to Trotsky, which exacerbated his mental issues. Thus far, there exists no flawless super soldier serum akin to that developed by Dr. Erskine. Currently, all super soldier serums possess various defects. For instance, the serum from S.H.I.E.L.D. results in severe cardiac strain, leading to death within a few months post-injection. Originally, Nick Fury intended to refine the serum after retrieving Captain America's remains for his subordinates. However, he has grown impatient, as he must establish a contingent of super soldiers under his command. Conventional weaponry proves ineffective against these extraterrestrial beings, and the use of heavy artillery within the city is prohibited, leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. powerless against these extraordinary entities. The inaugural member of the Avengers, specifically formed to tackle superhuman incidents, remains unmanageable. Consequently, Fury believes that S.H.I.E.L.D. requires a superhuman squad that adheres to commands, rather than erratic individuals like Gordon John, who disregard authority. Fury initially planned to exclude Gordon John from the Avengers initiative. Nevertheless, Gordon John's mention of the gospel serum compelled Fury to retain him, as establishing a superhuman team under his direction necessitates the utilization of this gospel serum. Should Gordon John's claims bear truth, the gospel serum combined with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own research on super serums could transform Fury's vision into reality. Director, an armed squad from the Life Foundation is approaching Umbrella Corporation, reported Hill, who was monitoring the Life Foundation. Nick Fury narrowed his eyes, a look of confusion appearing on his face. What could the Life Foundation possibly want with Umbrella Corporation? Unless, of course, Umbrella harbors something belonging to the Life Foundation. The singular item that could spur such urgency and pique Gordon's interest is the symbiote. Fury suddenly recalled the 2 mysterious individuals mentioned in Natasha's report. It seems highly probable that these individuals are affiliated with Umbrella Corporation, and one may even be Gordon John himself. Fury retrieved information on Connors from his computer, meticulously perusing the intelligence and some of Connors' published research findings. He surmised that Connors might have perfected the lizard serum, and that the gospel serum Gordon John referred to is a simplified version of this perfected serum. Of course, this remains merely Fury's speculation. Developing a serum is no simple feat, and he requires further probing into Gordon John. At this moment, Gordon remains unaware that Fury has already deduced the Umbrella Corporation's research findings from scant clues. He has just returned home, enjoying a candlelit dinner with Melissa. This afternoon, Gordon spent a fruitful session with Clayton and others, mastering various combat techniques and weaponry skills. This training significantly enhanced Gordon's ability to harness his strength. Consequently, this evening, after completing his workout, he intended to impart these skills to Melissa, ensuring that she would not squander her physical potential. At that moment, 3 SUVs halted at the entrance of the Umbrella Corporation's underground parking lot. Following this, a 20-member mercenary squad, under the command of Triss, donned their masks and proceeded toward the corporation's garage. Triss directed the team's advancement, guided by the instrument's readings. Apart from the giant lizard squad personally recruited and trained by Gordon, the Umbrella Corporation employed an additional 200 regular security personnel, alongside elderly attendants overseeing parking and maintenance. The captain of the Life Foundation's armed squad, named Wei Qian Casuo, effortlessly incapacitated an elderly security guard, harboring a sense of disdain. Despite Triss' caution regarding the complexity of the Umbrella Corporation's defenses, he found it laughable. What was there to fear? The possibility of a 60-year-old man lying incapacitated and claiming damages from the Life Foundation? William and his team reached the innermost depths of the underground parking lot, where a massive metal door loomed ahead. Above the door, the words training room were prominently displayed, with access requiring a card swipe. William, dismissive of the Umbrella Corporation's security due to the presence of the elderly attendant at the entrance, signaled his subordinates. They promptly moved forward to install a door-breaching explosive. Just as the bomb was halfway installed, the iron gate unexpectedly swung open. In that instant, 12 burly men in casual attire and 20 fully armed mercenaries found themselves locked in a bewildered stare, caught off guard. The training room, crafted by Gordon, was not a clandestine operation. Even if someone ventured inside, they would merely encounter some exaggerated training equipment. Thus, the room was equipped with basic surveillance cameras, and coincidentally, Clayton and his companions were preparing to leave, completely oblivious to the surveillance footage in the lounge. This led to an unexpected confrontation between the two groups. Wei Qian Casuo. The symbiote resides within the two leading individuals. Exercise caution, he warned. As he spoke, William aimed a specially designed electric stun gun at Clayton, intending to incapacitate him for capture. Chapter 47. Terrifying combat power. Clayton seized the incoming electric wire, allowing the powerful current to surge through him. William looked on in disbelief at Clayton's barehanded grasp of the electric line. Ward, what manner of monster are you? Without engaging in further dialogue, Clayton commanded, Tom, intercept that vehicle in the distance. Understood. Tom summoned the Viper's essence, charging toward the vehicle at the parking lot entrance, while Clayton unleashed the might of his rock form. He extended his hand, grasping William and swiftly devouring his head, absorbing a flood of memories. The Life Foundation? Clayton pondered, astonished that they had developed instruments capable of detecting symbiotes. Monster Run. The remaining mercenaries fired while retreating, yet the members of the lizard squad, unencumbered by armor, charged straight into the hail of bullets. With an average strength of 4 to 5 tons, a single punch could shatter a human skull. They were no superheroes who spared their opponents. They were soldiers, dedicated to the principle of a swift, decisive kill, prioritizing efficiency above all else. The entire mercenary team was swiftly annihilated, and at that moment, Triss found himself captured by Tom, with all others left in the vehicle eliminated. As the symbiote retreated back within, Triss was astonished to discover that Tom could still lift him effortlessly with one hand. These individuals were all super soldiers. Though Triss was reluctant to accept this reality, the truth remained. The 12 before him were indeed super soldiers. How did you accomplish this? Triss asked in shock. Do you believe you are in a position to ask questions? Tom replied, landing a powerful punch to Triss' abdomen. The force of the blow nearly expelled Triss' bile. After dealing with the mercenaries, the group called logistics to clean up the aftermath, then promptly took the elevator to the company's interior. At that moment, Connors had just completed the formulation of the gospel serum and was preparing to experiment on a lab rat when Clayton entered with a group of people. Good evening, Doctor. Connors. Good evening, Clayton. What brings you here? Clayton briefly recounted the earlier events, explaining that a few petty thieves attempted to steal the company's symbiote. I see. Perfect timing. Bind him to the experiment table and let us proceed with him. Understood. As Clayton secured the wildly struggling Triss to the table, he inquired about Connors's intentions. The gospel serum is nearly isolated. Now we just need human trials. I recall you were opposed to human experimentation before, Doctor, Clayton remarked, somewhat surprised. Connors responded with a knowing smile. People can change, Clayton, especially under certain conditions. Humanity instinctively seeks to attain the best of everything. Very well. We shall take our leave then. You continue your work. With that, Clayton departed with his team, leaving Tom and 5 team members on standby. The Lizard Squad was divided into 2 shifts, with Clayton and Tom each leading a group. According to Gordon's directive, members of the Lizard Squad were required to remain on guard on the upper 3 floors of the Umbrella Corporation. Tom instructed the remaining 5 to don their gear, while he continued to observe Dr. Connors's experiment. Tom had no need to change clothes, as Viper could transform into any combat suit. In an instant, Tom communicated with Viper in his mind, and a blue combat uniform materialized around him. As Connors was in the process of dissecting Triss's body, he suddenly looked up and asked, "Have you informed the boss about this?" "I made the call." But there was no answer. Tom replied with a shrug. After making a single call without response, they ceased further attempts. The absence of an answer surely indicated a matter of significance. As a diligent worker, one must learn to assess the situation astutely. Matters that can be managed independently should be handled as such. Connors nodded, subsequently proceeding with his experiments on Triss with a sense of assurance. A chilling scream echoed throughout the laboratory. On June 3rd, 3 days had swiftly elapsed. During this time, New York remained unusually silent, with Spider-Man continuing his crusade against malevolence within the city. Within the Life Foundation, Drake ended a call, having expended considerable resources to contact an elite mercenary group. Since Triss had gone missing, he had realized that safeguarding Umbrella Corporation was no simple task. After conducting an investigation, he discovered that Osborn Technologies was likely backing Umbrella Corporation. As one of the foremost conglomerates in New York, offending Osborn was not an option he could afford, yet he was unwilling to concede. If his plan succeeded, the Life Foundation could rise to prominence alongside Osborn and Stark as a super conglomerate. Drake gazed out of the window, overlooking the beautiful city of New York as it embraced June. He was determined to become the most influential figure in this metropolis. Just then, he heard distinct footsteps outside his office door. It was the weekend, and the office was sparsely populated, especially since no one could access this floor without Drake's permission. Cautiously, he stepped out of his office, directing his gaze toward the source of the footsteps. To his surprise, a young girl emerged with a somber expression. Drake exhaled in relief. Though he was puzzled by her presence, how much threat could a small girl pose? Approaching her, he crouched down and inquired, "Are you lost, little one?" However, without uttering a word, the girl seized Drake's neck, and a silvery fluid coursed into his body. Chapter 48, Heart to Heart, a game of wits. On June 10th. On the 33rd floor of Umbrella Tower, Natasha Romanoff and Phil Coulson, under the guidance of Clayton, arrived at Gordon's office. At that moment, Gordon sat in his executive chair, facing away from Natasha and Coulson, admiring the view of New York City outside. Coulson exchanged a glance with Natasha, silently questioning, "Has he always acted this way?" Natasha replied with an equally expressive look, "Indeed, and he is quite the cad." Coulson was certain that Gordon had not exhibited such behavior during their initial encounter. "Boss, we've brought the individual," Coulson announced. "Very well, you may step out," Gordon replied slowly, turning around with a beaming smile. "It's a pleasure to see you both again." Coughing lightly, Coulson said, "Director Fury is quite displeased with your previous refusal to undertake the mission." He scrutinized Gordon's expression, hoping to detect some sign of panic or any emotional shift. However, to Coulson's disappointment, he discerned no change in expression on Gordon's face, indicating that Gordon was utterly indifferent to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s opinion of him. "Coulson, I made myself quite clear that day. I am busy. If I had the time, I would have come. If this matters so much to you, I can withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D. No, that is not our intention. Your company has just been established, and we understand that you are quite occupied. Hence, the director bears no ill will towards you." Coulson hurriedly explained. Should Gordon resign from S.H.I.E.L.D., certain matters would become quite complicated, such as the acquisition of the gospel serum. Well, let us dispense with this idle chatter. You are here to purchase the gospel serum, correct? Indeed, Gordon, we are prepared to buy 3 vials of the gospel serum. Natasha interjected. Gordon pressed a button beside him, and a futuristic projection appeared above the table. "Which variant do you desire?" The gospel serum comes in 3 models. Gospel 1, priced at $10 million, which can cure any negative physical symptoms, including disabilities. Gospel 2, at $1 million, capable of treating severe illnesses and with sustained use. Can also heal minor disabilities, and Gospel 3, a mere $100,000, which can remedy most external injuries, making it ideal for your agents. Natasha's expression shifted. Her tone icy as she remarked, "This contradicts what you previously conveyed. You spoke of the efficacy of one, yet quoted the price of two." Gordon regarded Natasha with unabashed candor, retorting, "That was merely an expectation. The pricing is determined by research outcomes. If you do not wish to proceed, you need not purchase." Natasha, her frustration mounting at his smirk, yearned to deliver a couple of punches to that arrogant face. Nevertheless, as a top-tier agent, she typically maintained impeccable control over her emotions. The coldness in her demeanor evaporated as she donned a smile, speaking in an alluring tone. "Oh, come now. We certainly intend to buy, but could you perhaps lower the price?" Coulson interjected, "Mr. Gordon, our budget is limited. Might you consider a discount? How much do you intend to purchase? If the quantity is substantial, a discount may be feasible." Coulson, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "We have a budget of $5 million. For the sake of our shared affiliation with Subjugate, could we not settle for just one vial?" Gordon could not help but marvel at the audacity of Subjugate agents, who could make such a request. "I can agree, but I have a condition." What condition?" Coulson's expression brightened, surprised that Gordon was genuinely entertaining his proposal. "I require the core algorithm of Subjugate central computer." Coulson's countenance shifted. The core algorithm is the most critical aspect of any artificial intelligence. The strength of the core algorithm determines the intelligence level of the AI, and Subjugate system is on par with Stark's JARVIS. The technology developed by Subjugate is the result of extensive research conducted by numerous skilled personnel, whereas Stark's innovations are solely reliant on Tony's prodigious intellect. Just as Coulson was poised to negotiate, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Nick Fury's voice. After a brief moment, Coulson stated, "Gordon, we can tailor an artificial intelligence specifically for your company." Gordon's expression immediately soured. "My company's products yield profits 100-fold for you. And you dare to play tricks on me?" He retorted. "Coulson, I am in sync with Subjugate. Yet you seem to be testing my wits?" In response to Gordon's displeasure, Coulson hurriedly proposed, No. How about $5 million plus the core algorithm in exchange for 3 vials of the serum?" This seemed to placate Gordon somewhat, as he harbored no trust for Subjugate and their intentions. The core algorithm was merely a straightforward processor, and if they were to gain access to Subjugate's finished artificial intelligence, it would be akin to them pilfering the very undergarments of Umbrella Corporation. Just moments prior, Nick Fury had contacted Coulson, urging him to acquiesce to Gordon's terms primarily because Subjugate's intelligence systems had achieved a new breakthrough. Thus, Fury consented to exchange with Gordon, believing that if Subjugate could uncover the formula for the serum, they could forge their own elite team of super agents. Chapter 49. A difficult negotiation following the agreement. Gordon's spirits were notably lifted. He rose and wrapped his arms around Natasha's waist. "Miss Natasha, to celebrate our successful transaction, shall we dine together later?" Feeling his wandering hands, Natasha's brow twitched slightly. "I have work to attend to. I lack the time." "Oh, what a pity. I had intended to discuss a long-term collaboration with you," he replied. "By the way, allow me to offer a friendly reminder. The shell of the serum produced by our company must not be opened nor exposed to air. Once opened, it is advisable to use it immediately, otherwise it will become ineffective." To fortify the technological barrier, Gordon not only employed a specially designed shell, but also instructed Connors to incorporate various substances into the serum, as long as it remains untouched by air. It poses no issue. However, once exposed or the shell opened, the serum would immediately lose its efficacy. This dual-layered approach serves as an effective anti-piracy measure. Unless Subjugate possesses the capability to extract the serum that is already fused with the cells within a biological entity, Gordon doubts their technological prowess. Should they possess such capabilities, Gordon would have to resign himself to misfortune, as the formula for the serum is not particularly complex. If Subjugate had the means to extract the serum, deducing the formula for the serum would be exceedingly simple. Coulson immediately signaled to Natasha and then said, "Natasha, I will handle your work this afternoon. I wish you both a pleasant meal." Natasha sighed inwardly. At the age of 24, during her decade-long tenure as an agent, she had occasionally employed her allure to complete missions, but such instances were rare. She loathed the way male agents regarded their female counterparts, as if they could not accomplish their tasks without resorting to their bodies. The exquisite beauty of a female agent is merely one of her fundamental skills. Male agents possess similar, if not superior, capabilities. Consequently, there are seldom missions that necessitate her to leverage her allure, particularly when it involves physical proximity, which she finds exceedingly distasteful. This aversion has begun to breed a sense of weariness towards her life as an agent, yet at the zenith of her career. Nick Fury would undoubtedly not permit her retirement. For Natasha, the most joyous moments of her life were paradoxically spent in a makeshift familial existence formed for the sake of a mission. Nonetheless, being a top-tier agent, she quickly found herself comfortably nestled in Gordon's embrace. Having resolved to exploit her beauty, she decided to embrace the endeavor wholeheartedly, especially since Gordon was remarkably handsome. Why not garner some benefits for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Regardless of Nick Fury's genuine belief in Natasha, after being recruited by Hawkeye to S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha has always regarded the agency as her home. In the future, within the Avengers, she would express that the Avengers were indeed her family. Prior to joining the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. was her sanctuary, and deep within her heart, she yearned for a perfect refuge. After Coulson's departure, Gordon wrapped his arms around Natasha as they made their way to the lounge. This space boasted an array of amenities, a restaurant, a boxing ring, a bar, and a billiards room, among others. They settled at a dining table, where Gordon made a brief request, prompting the kitchen to spring into action with fervent preparations for lunch. Natasha smirked, reflecting on the lavishness of the wealthy. A mere few words had summoned a dedicated chef into a flurry of activity. The items Gordon had ordered would cost no less than $1,000 outside. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha earned an annual salary of approximately $200,000. While this may seem substantial to many, when juxtaposed with the nature of her work, it becomes apparent that her remuneration is not particularly high. Following the conclusion of the Cold War, global tensions eased, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s standing diminished day by day. Numerous nations withdrew their financial support for the agency, leading to its gradual decline and even prompting reductions in agent salaries. Soon, an array of exquisite dishes was presented before them, and Gordon and Natasha conversed as if they were longtime friends. Time slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, back aboard the aerial aircraft carrier, Coulson encountered Nick Fury. "Do you believe Natasha will succeed?" Fury inquired, listening in on Natasha and Gordon's conversation. Coulson shook his head, expressing doubt. Though Gordon appeared rather lecherous, his gaze was strikingly clear. Fury remained silent, sharing Coulson's skepticism regarding Natasha's chances. Gordon John had amassed hundreds of billions in assets within a mere 6 months, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. had uncovered no evidence of him purchasing luxury items. His personal expenditures amounted to just over $1,000 a month, even less than what he spent on his girlfriend. He never purchases clothing, abstains from alcohol and smoking, and does not squander his wealth on women. His demeanor starkly contradicts that of a typical young upstart. Attempting to extract information from such a man through seduction, Nick Fury could only concede that it was a possibility, albeit not a definite one. As the facts would reveal, his conjecture was accurate. He had been eavesdropping for an hour without gleaning any vital intelligence. Instead, he had amassed a plethora of flirtatious banter. Had he not placed his trust in Natasha, he might have even feared that she could fall victim to Gordon's counter-seduction. Chapter 50. A shift in mindset eventually. After Gordon had thoroughly squeezed Natasha's stress relief device to a crimson hue, he relented and offered a 10% discount on the serum for S.H.I.E.L.D. Stepping out of the Umbrella Corporation, Natasha gently massaged her chest, releasing a slow sigh of relief. It was infuriating. How could he exert such force on the stress relief device without fearing it would break? Suddenly, she recalled the note he had slipped to her just before she left and hurriedly retrieved it from her undergarment. If next time the egghead asks you to seduce a greasy old man, would you be willing to do such things? I can assist you if you're interested. Find time to come see me at the Umbrella Building. After reading the note, Natasha fell into contemplation. Had this been earlier, she would have reported its contents to Nick Fury without hesitation. Yet, Gordon's initial words caused her to hesitate. What if Nick Fury instructed her to seduce a repugnant old man? Could she truly replicate the same allure she had employed on Gordon, except for the final act? The answer was unequivocally no. It was too distasteful. However, as a female agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., once she had undertaken such a task, there would inevitably be subsequent ones. The transition from a delicate blush to a deep crimson, then to a dark hue, and finally to a purplish tint with curling edges sent a shiver down Natasha's spine. as the second-generation Black Widow of the Red Room. She loathed the requirement for widows to wield their bodies as weapons, a sentiment that had prompted her to join S.H.I.E.L.D. under Hawkeye's introduction. At that time, Hawkeye and Nick Fury had assured her that she would no longer be compelled to undertake missions that necessitated the selling of her body. However, in the past 2 years, she had increasingly perceived that many assignments required her to leverage her physical advantages, such as dressing provocatively to lure men to specific locations. Her role increasingly resembled that of a socialite, utilized by Nick Fury to interface with various dignitaries. Moments later, Natasha tore the note into shreds. Resolving not to report the incident, she would first observe how Gordon could assist her before deciding on her next steps. After all, for an agent as striking as Natasha, the only means to escape the identity of a socialite was to possess formidable combat prowess. Only by demonstrating substantial value in other areas could she summon the courage to reject the social tasks assigned by Nick Fury. With a heavy heart, Natasha returned to S.H.I.E.L.D., concealing her turmoil behind an unyielding facade. After Natasha departed, a janitor arrived at the spot where she had discarded the shredded paper. His expression filled with confusion as he gathered the refuse for incineration. As he walked away, he murmured, "How peculiar. It is not yet time for garbage collection. So why the sudden demand for incinerating the waste?" The following morning, while enjoying breakfast, Gordon was startled by a news report on television. The Life Foundation's Space Exploration Initiative, having suffered its first setback, was astonishingly preparing to launch a new spacecraft. According to insider information from the Life Foundation, the upcoming launch of the Life 2 spacecraft was nearly identical to its predecessor, Life I. Was the Life Foundation truly ready for this endeavor? The glamorous and alluring host was broadcasting live, and on screen, Drake continued to elaborate on his fantastical vision. However, the audience was not as receptive this time. Following the initial spacecraft's misadventure, the Life Foundation's stock had plummeted. Just as the decline of the stock began to stabilize, Drake orchestrated yet another spectacle, jeopardizing the very foundation of the Life Foundation. Yet, Drake seemed unconcerned, naively believing that the promises made by the chaos would materialize, envisioning himself as a ruler alongside the turmoil over Earth and the symbiotes. What was most astonishing was that Carlton Drake had set the launch date for that very evening. Shinji, with her mech-inspired visage, emerged from Melissa's shoulder. Within her resided a powerful symbiote. Shinji spoke with conviction. Gordon glanced at Shinji in surprise, not expecting her to discern the presence of the symbiote named Chaos within Drake. Indeed, Chaos was among the most formidable of symbiotes. Chaos. I believe I have heard that name before, Shinji remarked with curiosity. Shinji was a unique entity among symbiotes, having wandered since birth without any memories of a host. Within me lies an arsenal, a possession of the deity of symbiotes, Call. Upon my return, I shall have my subordinates procure it for you. Thank you, master. Shinji responded in a coquettish tone. Gordon chuckled as he affectionately patted Shinji's head. She was increasingly embodying a feminine presence, especially during their athletic endeavors with Melissa. She not only cheered exuberantly, but also delighted in manifesting tendrils to participate in the activities. At the Life Foundation's clandestine experimental facility, Eddie Brock found himself constrained by 2 mercenaries, being dragged toward a secluded grove for execution. How much farther must we walk? To the end? Eddie jested. Yet the mercenaries had no intention of acknowledging him. One of them, deeming the location appropriate, ordered Eddie to halt, preparing to end his life. As Eddie continued to speak, he suddenly lunged for the gun in the mercenary's grasp. However, despite his regular fitness regimen, he was no match for the professional mercenaries. With a swift knee strike followed by a powerful punch, the mercenary effortlessly subdued Eddie. Without that monster, you are nothing. The mercenary displayed a sardonic smile. Chapter 51, The Venomous Uprising. Eddie lay on the ground, engulfed in despair. Perhaps he should not have allowed venom to depart from his body. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Eddie suddenly noticed the mercenary being ensnared by black tendrils. A look of surprise crossed Eddie's face. Indeed, without venom, I am nothing. The mercenary appeared perplexed, sensing something amiss, and slowly turned his head, his expression shifting to one of terror. A voluptuous venom loomed behind him, mouth agape, and within moments, he succumbed to darkness. After devouring the mercenary, Venom compelled and Eddie to share a kiss, both acutely aware that Venom had orchestrated this moment deliberately. However, and chose not to voice her thoughts, leaving her current boyfriend, Dan, to endure the awkwardness. The Life Foundation's spacecraft was poised for launch. They needed to thwart the uprising. Wait, aren't you an alien? Did I hear you correctly? You intend to stop the uprising? Eddie's voice brimmed with astonishment. Venom's fearsome visage emerged from Eddie's shoulder, stating, "It is not just me. It is we who will thwart the uprising. On my planet, there are millions of symbiotes. And like you, I am one of them. Yet, in our union here on Earth, we are victors. Oh, so you seek redemption? Eddie quipped. This is not about redemption. It is because of you, Eddie. You have transformed my perception of Earth. It is beautiful and should not be destroyed. I understand. Then let us proceed to quell this uprising. In an instant, Venom revealed his true form and sprinted toward the launch site of the Life Foundation, and remained behind, muttering in frustration, as the two deemed her a burden, leaving her there. Meanwhile, in the rocket launch control room, Drake's eyes flickered with a silvery fluid as he slowly turned to face one of the men. The uprising unveiled its true form, transforming its right hand into a blade that pinned the man against the wall. No one can stop me. The uprising's tone was filled with unwavering confidence. As one of the leaders of the symbiotes, the uprising felt a duty to seek a more suitable planet for their kind, and Earth appeared to be an ideal choice. With hands morphing into several meter-long blades, the uprising swung them, obliterating all the computers. The countdown for the rocket's launch had commenced. No one could impede him now. The uprising leapt through the shattered window, landing on all fours as it dashed toward the rocket. Nearby, Gordon Venom observed the frenzied sprint of the uprising from a watchtower. Are you certain we can defeat him? Eddie's tone reflected uncertainty. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear? Eddie, somewhat exasperated, replied. At such a time, let us hear the good news first. The good news is that the other three symbiotes have not arrived. We only need to engage that one man in battle. Certainly, I have a profound admiration for the battle of true men. However, what of the unfavorable news? Our probability of victory, when rounded, amounts to a resounding 0. Indeed, this is hardly a piece of encouraging information. Let us venture forth as heroes. It is certainly preferable to remaining in our current state of despair. For Eddie, the transformation from a man flourishing in both career and love to an utter failure leaves him with little left to lose. Should he succeed in thwarting Drake, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope for redemption. Venom shares a similar sentiment. Rather than waiting for Riot to reclaim the symbiote, it would be far more advantageous to assert itself as a formidable being on Earth. With this thought in mind, Eddie and Venom charged towards Drake with determination. In a frenzied sprint, Riot seemed to sense an impending threat and abruptly halted. Thud! Venom descended from above, and Riot regarded him with discontent. The symbiote lacked the concept of discipline that human armies possess, adhering instead to the principle of survival of the fittest. As the weakest of the symbiotes, Venom was of no assistance to itself, yet it appeared just in time to return to the fray. Riot, still under the impression that Venom had come merely to join the fray, impatiently commanded, Venom, retreat to the rocket. No, we cannot allow you to destroy this planet. A flicker of incredulity crossed Riot's face. He could scarcely believe that Venom sought to protect Earth, nor that it possessed the audacity to confront him. Then you shall perish. Riot, having lost all patience, dismissed Venom as a mere triviality. He believed that 4 minutes would suffice to eliminate this traitorous symbiote. His right hand morphed into a meteor hammer, crashing to the ground. Though its weight was indiscernible, the bent metal beneath it attested to its formidable power. Venom's crescent-shaped eyes widened slightly, and even Eddie felt a surge of anxiety. The odds of their survival seemed dire indeed. Riot leapt into the air, executing a swift turn to strike, wielding a meteor hammer larger than a basketball, propelled with immense force towards Venom. Venom deftly rolled out of the way, narrowly evading the onslaught, but in midair, Riot's other hand transformed into a colossal scythe. With a thud, the scythe embedded itself in the ground, mere centimeters from Eddie's head, prompting him to exclaim, "Oh, damn, what manner of creature is he?" Venom, remaining composed, replied, "I did mention it." Chapter 52, The Battle of Symbiotes, Part 1. Venom possessed a certain understanding of Riot's capabilities. He swiftly rose, transforming his right hand into a tendril that ensnared Riot's face before forcefully slamming it down. Taken aback by this sudden ambush, Riot found himself toppled to the ground. As his vision cleared, Venom delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling 10 meters away. Adjusting his neck, Riot remarked in surprise, "Venom, you have a robust and fitting host. But it is still insufficient." The appearance of a symbiote can shift according to the host's physique, and Riot now towered at a height of 29 meters. If the host of Riot is Eddie, then Riot's height may exceed 3 meters. The reason Venom can still retaliate against Riot lies in Eddie's exceptional compatibility with the symbiote. However, as Riot indicated, while Venom's host is formidable, he is not formidable enough. With hands transforming into spikes, Riot lunged at Venom, simultaneously roaring and grappling with him. Seizing the moment, Venom ensnared Riot's neck from behind, but rather than panicking, Riot revealed a hint of mockery. As one of the leaders of the symbiotes, Riot cannot be merely brawn without brains. The scripted confrontations of films have no place in reality. With a sudden thrust, numerous sharp blades erupted from Riot's back, piercing Venom through. A swift elbow strike from Riot struck Venom's head, followed by a powerful swing of a massive steel pipe that sent Venom flying. The moment Venom landed, Riot was already upon him, stamping on his head before seizing his ankle and flinging him away. Venom crashed into the steel pipe, creating a dent upon impact. Riot's left hand clutched Venom's throat while his right grasped Venom's head, intent on separating him from Eddie. "Stop it, Drake." Eddie desperately attempted to rouse Drake. However, hoping that Drake, a capitalist consumed by desire, would have a change of heart is akin to expecting Captain America to force himself upon a civilian. Soon, Venom was forcibly detached from Eddie, and Riot's right hand morphed into a blade, pinning Eddie to the ground. Compared to the film, Riot in reality is both stronger and more cunning. To prevent Venom from reuniting with Eddie, he pinned Eddie down decisively, with his gaping maw wide open. Riot prepared to devour Venom, while Eddie watched in despair, the disparity in strength too great to overcome. With the blade piercing his chest, Eddie gradually lost consciousness. At that critical moment, a golden laser suddenly propelled Riot several meters away. As Riot was struck, Venom slipped from his grasp and swiftly reattached to Eddie. Eddie's eyes snapped open as he tore the blade from his chest, turning to the source of the golden laser. There, he beheld a man embracing a mechanized woman, floating in midair, while two colossal symbiotes stood beneath them. Why were they termed colossal symbiotes? Because both were larger than Venom. Among them, one of a sickly yellow hue stood out, towering at an impressive 3 meters, even larger than Riot. Goliath? Viper? Venom's tone brimmed with disbelief. Do you know them? Of course, you know them. Eddie almost forgot that they were all Venom's compatriots. The blue one, named Viper, is akin to me. I cannot fathom how powerful his host must be. At this moment, Venom was engulfed in confusion, particularly regarding the man suspended in the sky. The potency of that golden laser was such that even if it did not strike him directly, he could still feel its searing heat. "Venom, you do not appear well," remarked Viper, stepping forward. "Are you also intent on thwarting the Riot and returning to Quintar?" Venom inquired, intrigued. The golden laser had evidently been an ally. If Goliath and Viper were there to assist the Riot, then they might as well resign themselves to their fate. However, if they were there to suppress the chaos, Goliath's presence would undoubtedly thwart the Riot's plans. That may be so, but more importantly, we must assist the boss in reclaiming the arsenal of the gods. The boss? We are now proud employees of Umbrella Corporation, and you, Venom, still remain a mere employee, Viper retorted disdainfully, harboring a long-standing enmity towards Venom, though Venom was slightly stronger. This only fueled Viper's irritation. "Enough, Viper. Do not forget the boss's mission. You will have ample time to converse later," Tom Shabil interjected. Meanwhile, the Riot had begun to recover from the recent assault. Observing the 4 newcomers, his rage had reached a boiling point. "Goliath, Viper, even you two wish to impede me? You traitors, traitors." Goliath, much like Clayton, was a man of few words with a volatile temperament, while Viper and Tom were more prone to colorful expletives. Viper emitted a sequence of symbiotic language, and though Gordon could not decipher Viper's words, the fury in the Riot's roar suggested they were rather unsavory. "I want to test him," Melissa suddenly declared from Gordon's arms. Melissa was an astute woman. The world seemed increasingly unstable, and she wished to hone her combat skills, not necessarily to assist Gordon in the future, but at the very least, not to be a hindrance. Chapter 53, Symbiotic Battle, Part 2. At that moment, Viper was engaged in close combat with the Riot, standing at 2 meters 70. Viper was nearly matched in strength by the 2 meters 90 tall Riot. "Your host is off," the Riot stated after trading a punch with Viper. The Riot was well aware of Viper's capabilities. No matter how powerful the human species, they could not enhance Viper to his own level. Take Eddie Brock, for example, who was among the most compatible humans for symbiosis, yet he was still overwhelmed in the presence of the Riot. Yet now, Viper was holding his own, indicating that his host was certainly not an ordinary human. "Riot, we are both symbiotes of our generation. If not for your fortuitous acquisition of the arsenal, you would not be superior to me." The arsenal was not something the Riot stumbled upon by chance. He had expended considerable effort to obtain it. With a furious roar, the Riot lunged at Viper once more. Just then, a sound cut through the air, and as the Riot looked up, an elongated figure rapidly loomed larger. Bang! The chaos was forcefully struck into the ground by Melissa's decisive blow, her opponent's form sinking into the metal surface. With a fierce expression, the chaos extricated his head, seething with anger as he demanded, "What are you? I have never seen you before." He recognized the being before him as a second-generation symbiote. Yet he was certain this entity had not traversed to Earth alongside him. Instead, it resembled a wandering juvenile second-generation symbiote. "Madam Melissa, do you require my assistance?" Viper inquired, his tone laced with eagerness. Melissa turned slightly, responding softly, "You and Goliath must block his path. Do not allow him to escape," towards the rocket. Understood, Viper acknowledged, signaling to Goliath, and together they swiftly cut off the Chaos's retreat. Turning to face Viper and Goliath, the Chaos let out a furious roar, intent on tearing them apart. Gordon, arms crossed, observed the clash between Melissa and the Chaos below. The two were nearly equal in physical prowess, with Cheeky, as a second-generation symbiote, possessing metallic transformation abilities. However, Melissa's combat experience was evidently lacking, leaving her at the mercy of the relentless assault from the Chaos. Among second-generation symbiotes, certain unique abilities often emerged, such as metallization or petrification. Yet, the Chaos had the advantage of utilizing his arsenal to achieve full-body metallization, showcasing the might of his weaponry. Gordon was aware of several second-generation symbiotes, including Cheeky, Goliath, and the yet-to-be-born Massacre, the latter of whom seemed the most formidable. Massacre could transform his appendages into weapons and launch deadly spikes for ranged assaults. However, Gordon remained uncertain whether Massacre would manifest, as the unfolding narrative still adhered to Marvel's storyline, but the future timeline remained unpredictable. As Melissa and Cheeky's synergy improved, their combat acumen escalated rapidly. Although they still struggled against the battle-hardened Chaos, they were no longer mere victims of relentless blows. The Chaos soon realized Melissa was intentionally baiting him, prompting him to break free from her grasp and sprint towards the rocket. With less than a minute until liftoff, time was not on his side. Suddenly, Goliath surged forward, leaping in front of the Chaos. "Surrender your arsenal, and perhaps your life will be spared." "Not a chance, traitor," the Chaos retorted, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Stubborn and resolute, Goliath seized his words and launched a full frontal assault. The Chaos swung his right arm, transforming it into a massive axe aimed at Goliath. Unflinching, Goliath's left arm morphed into a shield, absorbing the blow. Simultaneously, he seized the Chaos by the head, lifting him before forcefully slamming him down. With one hand pinning the Chaos's neck, Goliath's right hand transformed into a spiked mace, crashing down upon the Chaos's skull once more. A piercing howl escaped the Chaos as the relentless strikes continued. With each powerful blow, the Chaos's resistance waned until he lay nearly lifeless, resembling a mere shell of his former self. The might of the rock reaches an astonishing 140 tons, a force formidable enough to engage in an arm-wrestling match with the standard green giant, the Hulk, let alone the Riot. The rock seized Riot by the head, employing the same method used against Venom to wrench Riot from Drake's lifeless form. At this moment, Drake had already succumbed to death in his last moments. Riot had drained the life from his body in a desperate act of retaliation. The rock extended his hand into the silvery liquid, searching for a time, and soon unearthed a silver orb, no larger than an egg. After consuming Riot in a few bites, the rock approached Gordon with the armory. "Boss, this is the armory of the symbiote god, Gnarl, capable of rendering the symbiote entirely metallic." Gordon examined the armory closely. It was egg-sized, felt akin to a hard-boiled egg, and possessed a slight elasticity. "This contraption can truly metallicize the symbiote? Remarkable." He then brought the armory to Melissa, placing it upon her chest. Shinji eagerly absorbed the armory into her being. A flicker of envy crossed the rock's eyes. Gnarl's armory was replete with wondrous capabilities, not only granting the symbiote a metallic form, but also progressively enhancing its strength and potential. Chapter 54, The Labor of Venom. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed as the rocket was launched. Gordon exchanged a knowing glance with the rock, who immediately understood. The rock approached Venom, snatching the metallic spear from his grasp. "How rude," Eddie whispered to Venom. The rock positioned himself approximately 100 meters from the rocket, channeling his strength to hurl the spear towards the rocket's fuel chamber. A tremendous explosion ensued, prompting Gordon to raise a mental barrier to shield the onlookers. Once the aftermath of the explosion subsided, Gordon turned his attention to Venom. "Eddie Brock, despite your shortcomings, I recognize your unwavering resolve to protect the Earth. I am considering establishing a newspaper. Would you be interested in joining me?" "Oh, wow. I must say, I would be honored," Eddie responded without hesitation, sensing that declining might invite misfortune. "Excellent. Let us return to the office, and we shall sign the contract shortly." With that, Gordon cast a glance toward a distant corner, then used his telekinesis to lift everyone toward the Umbrella Corporation building. Meanwhile, in the direction Gordon was observing, Coulson, Natasha, and Hawkeye exchanged glances, clearly aware that Gordon had noticed them. "All right, come back," Nick Fury's grave voice resonated through the earpiece. Inside the SHIELD helicarrier, Nick Fury's expression was grim. His Avengers initiative remained unfinished while the Umbrella Corporation had already realized his vision of the Avengers. The glance Gordon John cast before departing conveyed a clear message: "I am no longer afraid of you." Nick Fury could not fathom why the extraterrestrial symbiote would obediently follow Gordon John into service, particularly that yellow symbiote. Its physique and strength are already rivaling the green giant created by Ross. Given the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D., it is evident that anything they take an interest in will be subjected to their relentless acquisition efforts. For instance, Nick Fury is already devising plans to steal the formula for the Umbrella Corporation's gospel serum. However, the prowess displayed by Gordon John has surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s expectations. Not only does Gordon John possess remarkable power, but he also commands 4 extraordinary symbiotes under his leadership. Nick Fury is acutely aware that conventional weaponry pales in comparison to absolute superhuman strength, as evidenced by the green-skinned creature unexpectedly produced by the military. Ross has attempted to subdue it numerous times, even deploying armored vehicles and tanks. Yet, the creature known as the Hulk effortlessly tore through those defenses. At this moment, Nick Fury harbors a singular thought. He must swiftly assemble an Avengers team that will heed his command. Inside the Umbrella headquarters, Eddie Brock finds himself engulfed in indecision. While the insistent Venom continues its relentless chatter, the dilemma arises from the 2 distinct contracts presented by Gordon John. The first is a straightforward employment contract, offering a monthly salary of $5,000 to serve as a reporter for the Red Umbrella Daily. The second, however, is markedly different. The Umbrella Corporation would enhance Eddie Brock, yet he would be obligated to work for them for life, with a salary soaring to $10,000 a month. Venom is creating chaos in Eddie's mind. I don't care. You must choose the second contract. I am thoroughly exhausted by the mockery of being a mere viper. Do you wish to be ridiculed for a lifetime? Yet, what distinguishes the second job from selling one's soul? A lifetime of servitude to the Umbrella Corporation, forced to complete any task assigned by the company. This is akin to slavery. What are you being dramatic about? Can you earn a starting salary of $10,000 elsewhere? Is working for someone else not still work? Are you not a slave to your boss if you work outside? Eddie, listen closely. If you continue with this indecision, do not blame me for leaving your body. You can pursue your so-called freedom and become an unwanted nobody, and I am confident Gordon John will find another host for me. Venom's words are devoid of pleasantries. It cannot comprehend why Eddie hesitates in choosing a contract. Shouldn't power be paramount? This is not merely Eddie being dramatic. Rather, it stems from his lack of understanding regarding the Umbrella Corporation, not even knowing what the company truly does, leaving him burdened with too many uncertainties. The symbiote's thinking is far simpler. It seeks to acquire power at any cost, especially with the precedent of the Viper. Venom's thirst for strength intensifies. Ultimately, Eddie chooses the second contract. Venom is correct. Once separated, he might forever remain a mere reporter, but with Venom, his future brims with countless possibilities. I hope Umbrella Corporation is a reputable company. With that, Eddie took the second contract and signed his name. Congratulations on making a remarkably sound choice, Lorna. Take her to see Dr. Connors. Yes, boss, Lorna responded, waving to Eddie. Follow me. Lorna had begun to acclimate to her role at Umbrella Corporation, earning accolades for her decisiveness and poise. She had finally embodied the striking aura that Gordon had envisioned, and he believed that Lorna's future would undoubtedly surpass the trajectory of her former self. Chapter 55. The Scavenger and the Collector. Lorna led Eddie to the 32nd floor. Exiting the elevator, she accessed the laboratory through facial recognition and iris authentication. Eddie's heart raced at the sight. Could this company be engaged in research on biohazardous viruses? Upon entering the lab, a myriad of bizarre experimental apparatuses filled his vision. To be honest, Eddie was starting to feel anxious, especially when he noticed a large tank containing a 2-meter-tall lizard man, which looked exceedingly unsettling. Dr. Connors? Are you here? Upon hearing Lorna's voice, Connors emerged from a cluster of equipment. What is it, Miss Lorna? Please administer the enhancement using the original super healing serum. Connors scrutinized Eddie Brock before greeting him. Hello. You may call me Dr. Connors. Hello. You can call me Eddie. Eddie nervously replied. Venom, unable to tolerate Eddie's timidity, interjected. Hello, Dr. Connors, I am Venom. Venom extended its head from within Eddie. Oh, you are the new symbiote. I haven't encountered you before. Connors remarked with delight. Once the enhancement is complete, please leave behind a sample of tissue. Sure, Dr. Connors, Venom replied with a hint of exasperation. I merely offered a greeting, and you want a piece of me? Nevertheless, Venom did not refuse, for a piece of tissue was inconsequential for a symbiote and might even lead to the emergence of a second-generation symbiote. Eddie was strapped to the examination table, feeling apprehensive. I won't die, will I? Or turn into some kind of monster? He gestured towards the distant tank containing the preserved lizard man. Like becoming that thing, only to be stored in formaldehyde by you. Connors frowned. No, of course not. That lizard man is someone you know. Triss. What? He is Triss? Eddie exclaimed, astonished. He was well aware of Triss, the very person who had first pursued him. But how did he end up here? Seemingly sensing Eddie's confusion, Connors explained, he infiltrated Umbrella Corporation and was subsequently captured. I happened to be in need of experimental materials. Now, don't dwell on that too much. You will not become like him, Connors reassured Eddie before injecting the original super healing serum into his body. Before long, Venom emitted a rapturous sound, exclaiming, "Oh, this is truly delightful. No wonder that Viper fellow is so formidable." Eddie gazed incredulously at his hands, his eyes brimming with astonishment. He felt that, even without Venom's aid, he could become a superhero. Subsequently, Eddie was escorted by Lorna to the training room on the lower level, where the entire Lizard Squad was present. Gordon was also there, intending to divert the elite combat prowess of the Lizard Squad. At that moment, aside from Qianji, the Umbrella Corporation was in possession of 3 symbiotes, and Gordon was preparing to establish 3 organizations. The original Lizard Squad was to be divided into 2 factions. Clayton Brawl, accompanied by 5 members, would continue to operate under the Lizard name, simultaneously registering as a professional mercenary unit on the international stage, aptly named the Titan Mercenary Corps. While primarily safeguarding the company, they would also accept international mercenary assignments to generate additional revenue, with an initial roster of 24 members, which would gradually expand. Tom Sheebill would lead the remaining 5 to form the Cleansers, whose primary responsibility would be to monitor and eliminate internal traitors, while also handling assassination and security tasks. There would be no upper limit on the number of Cleansers. Any suitable candidates would be welcomed, with a greater number being preferable. Lastly, Gordon intended to entrust Eddie and Venom with the Scavenger Organization, as he planned to establish a newspaper. The Scavenger Organization would operate under the guise of a press agency, gathering intelligence for the Umbrella Corporation. As for Eddie Brock's capability to fulfill this role, Gordon believed that any task could be learned step by step. Wait, I'm not exactly an expert in intelligence gathering. Assigning me to be a reporter would be more fitting. As anticipated, when the Scavenger Organization was introduced, Eddie candidly expressed his concerns, maintaining a clear self-awareness. I am well aware that you are not, which is why I will hire professionals to teach you. With Venom's assistance, your learning curve will be remarkably swift. Do not worry. Upon hearing Gordon's assurance, Eddie refrained from further dissent, recognizing that Gordon's reasoning was sound. With Venom's presence, the speed of learning would indeed be rapid. If Venom comprehended something, it would be as if Eddie Brock had also grasped it. Moreover, Gordon was prepared to appoint him as the president of the newspaper, which was quite different from being merely a reporter. Eddie would experience the sensation of being a boss. Currently, the 3 organizations, Lizard, Cleansers, and Scavengers, possessed only a skeletal framework. The detailed structure would need to be navigated by them, and personnel would have to be recruited independently. It was imperative to remember that loyalty must always take precedence in recruitment. We can manufacture super soldiers at any time, and we are not lacking in capable individuals. Only in loyal ones. Naturally, it would be ideal if they were capable in addition to being loyal. Subsequently, Gordon deliberated with everyone on various details throughout the night. After all, they were all super soldiers, and such energy was manageable. Chapter 56. Acquisition of the Life Foundation. A week had passed since the explosion incident involving the Life Foundation spaceship. During this week, the market value of the Life Foundation plummeted from $50 billion to a mere $5 billion, a tenfold decrease. The entire situation can be traced back to a newspaper company known as Apple Daily. On the very first day following the explosion of the Life Foundation spacecraft, Apple Daily unveiled a plethora of damaging information about the organization. This not only propelled the newspaper into the limelight, but also led to the immediate downfall of the Life Foundation. According to insider sources, the president of Apple Daily is named Eddie Brock. Previously, he had been dismissed from the company for boldly exposing the Life Foundation's human experimentation projects during an interview, subsequently facing a total blackout in his career. This topic was further sensationalized by Gordon, drawing a multitude of onlookers, while Eddie continuously shared his inspiring story of a comeback. Amidst this wave of publicity, Eddie Brock and Apple Daily graced the front pages of numerous newspapers. Eddie Brock became a notable figure in New York, while Apple Daily gained public attention. People believed that a newspaper founded by someone as courageous and honest as Eddie Brock would undoubtedly report the most authentic stories. Leveraging this surge in popularity, Eddie Brock relentlessly disparaged the Life Foundation, causing its stock prices to plummet dramatically. By June 29th, the market value of the Life Foundation had fallen to $3 billion, prompting shareholders to divest their holdings. No one was willing to take on the Life Foundation's burdens. And after Eddie Brock's reports, the company had become a pariah, universally condemned. Seizing the opportunity, Gordon acquired shares of the Life Foundation at an exceptionally low price, becoming its sole shareholder. However, Gordon's acquisition was not without challenges. as a few astute individuals recognized his intentions and attempted to inflate the price. Undoubtedly, these individuals found themselves feeding the fishes of New York the very next day, underestimating Gordon's resolve. Ultimately, Gordon spent $3 billion to acquire all shares of the Life Foundation, officially becoming its dictatorial ruler. Yet, the name Life Foundation could not continue. Thus, Gordon rebranded the company as Red Umbrella Biopharmaceuticals, establishing it as the second subsidiary of Umbrella Corporation. The framework of the Life Foundation remained robust, and it possessed numerous patents. With many pharmaceuticals in New York pharmacies developed by the foundation, Gordon eliminated a portion of the Life Foundation's research projects, retaining only the drug development department, and subsequently embarked on a dedicated pathway in pharmaceutical research. Additionally, he transferred the foundation's cutting-edge researchers to Umbrella Corporation. It is worth noting that the Life Foundation had the capability to independently develop spacecraft and launch satellites, and these technical experts were swiftly relocated to Umbrella Corporation. After assimilating the Life Foundation, Umbrella transformed from a mere shell of a company into a well-established enterprise with substantial depth. As the time progressed, Gordon prepared to establish a satellite network in the artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen for Umbrella Corporation, following the acquisition of the core algorithm from SHIELD. On July 6, 2008, Gordon's high school journey finally came to an end. The college entrance examination was merely a formality for him, as everything had already been arranged. This past fortnight marked the busiest period for Gordon since his arrival in this realm, with a multitude of transitional matters requiring his attention and signature. Today was the graduation ceremony, and the entire school was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, with proud parents celebrating their children's achievements. "Hey, Gordon." Just as Gordon was engaged in light conversation with Melissa, Peter approached with Gwen in tow. "Gordon, are you joining us for dinner later?" "My treat, at Bale's Hotel," Peter proclaimed exuberantly, sounding as though he were a privileged heir. Dining at Bale's Hotel would cost at least $1,000 per person. However, Peter was not merely a rich heir. He was indeed a self-made millionaire, having nearly apprehended every fugitive in New York. Thanks to his father-in-law, the chief of the New York Police Department, Peter consistently received the latest intelligence from George. And during this period, he accumulated at least 200,000. Thus, it could be said that Peter was a genuine millionaire, and Gwen also possessed shares in Umbrella Corporation, which provided her with a substantial annual dividend. During this time, George and Daisy had unknowingly covered for Umbrella on numerous occasions. Over the past few months, nearly 8 out of 10 individuals who had vanished from Umbrella had been classified as suicides. George had transitioned from issuing stern warnings to becoming accustomed to these occurrences in a matter of just a few months. Notably, Gordon frequently donated weapons to the police department, resulting in an upgrade of their equipment across New York. George was aware that this was Gordon's way of providing him with benefits, yet he did not refuse, as Gordon's methods were meticulous, leaving no trace behind. Without evidence, it was impossible to convict Gordon, so accepting his favors was prudent. Moreover, Gordon often visited his home with gifts, and gradually, George became accustomed to shielding Umbrella Corporation as long as Gordon did not overstep. People often succumb to corruption without realizing it, particularly in a capitalistic society such as America. Chapter 57. White Jetta, Black Passat. Once the lengthy graduation ceremony concluded, Gordon and his companions drove to the restaurant Peter had reserved. "What is it about the Passat and Jetta that captivates you so?" Peter inquired curiously as they took their seats. "Have you ever heard a saying?" Gordon replied with a smile. "What saying?" "White Jetta, Black Passat, with the trunk full of guns." Gordon chuckled. "Do you have guns hidden in your car?" Peter asked, astonished, believing Gordon's capabilities rendered firearms unnecessary. "Of course not. Never mind that. Let's order." The White Jetta and the Black Passat, with a trunk full of firearms, presented a rhyme that Gordon found difficult to elucidate. Opting instead to bypass the topic entirely, he presented the menu to Melissa and Gwen, signaling for them to place their orders, while he and Peter engaged in a discussion about future ambitions. "Are you certain about pursuing a career at the police department?" "Absolutely. I have applied to the New York Police Academy. This is an opportunity for me, is it not?" Peter replied with evident joy. After spending considerable time together, Peter had seamlessly integrated into the Stacy family. With a father-in-law in the police department, Peter's prospects appeared to be on a favorable trajectory. Surely, this was a much better path than working at the New York Daily. There is no mandate that a superhero must inevitably don the guise of a destitute commoner. Just as the group was enjoying their conversation, the television in the private room abruptly aired 3 news segments that sparked considerable interest. The first announced the notorious Life Foundation's acquisition by a company named Umbrella, which subsequently rebranded itself as Red Umbrella Pharmaceuticals. The moderately well-known Apple Daily was the first to issue a statement, declaring Umbrella to be a highly responsible company. asserting that their takeover of the Life Foundation was indeed a wise decision. In conclusion, Apple Daily revealed the donation record of Umbrella over the past 6 months, amounting to a staggering $500 million. This report rejuvenated the Life Foundation's previously stagnant product sales, restoring a measure of market share. The second news item pertained to the government, detailing the military's clandestine human experiments that inadvertently resulted in the creation of a green monster. Dubbed the Hulk, this creature possessed immense strength and extraordinary defensive capabilities, impervious to conventional weaponry, including rockets and artillery shells. Multiple military attempts to capture the Hulk not only failed, but also resulted in significant civilian casualties, prompting a strong outcry from American citizens demanding accountability from the government. The third news segment was particularly explosive. The world-renowned genius Tony Stark had been kidnapped by terrorists while conducting business in Afghanistan, leaving his fate uncertain. Consequently, Stark Industries' stock plummeted, leading countless minor shareholders to liquidate their holdings. Meanwhile, two factions covertly began acquiring Stark Industries shares, one of which was undoubtedly Gordon's Umbrella Corporation. The other faction, Gordon needed no investigation to ascertain, was certainly Obadiah Stane. Obadiah had disguised his intentions well. When Howard Stark was murdered, he was the most likely candidate to take over Stark Industries. However, he had instead supported Tony Stark's ascension as the new head of the company, garnering admiration for his loyalty. Yet, only he understood that Tony was even more brilliant than his father, and he intended to leverage Tony's genius to expand Stark Industries before executing his own plans. Tony Stark's abduction by the Ten Rings terrorists was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated scheme devised by Obadiah to facilitate his takeover. Four individuals were engaged in a meal while discussing 3 pieces of news. The first topic was rather mundane, as everyone was already aware of the Umbrella Corporation. It was the second and third news items, particularly the second, that piqued Peter's intense curiosity. The imposing green figure resembled a lizard man, though Peter surmised it to be somewhat more formidable. "What do you think, Gordon?" Gordon shrugged, remarking that even a lizard man's head could be crushed fatally, while the green behemoth could crush a lizard man's skull with the same ease as one would crush tofu. He added, "If that green giant were to appear in New York, I would advise you to keep your distance. A single punch could reduce you to a pancake." Peter's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is he really that strong?" Gordon elaborated. "His strength begins at 100 tons and can escalate with his rage to over 200 tons. Upon hearing this, Peter scratched his head, realizing he needed to intensify his training regimen. New York was becoming increasingly perilous. Spider-Man, being a superhero with strength second only to the Hulk, certainly warranted careful cultivation. After conferring with George and Daisy, Gordon sought the expertise of the police force to devise a training plan that would maximize Peter's potential. Chapter 58. Melissa's Persuasion of Lona. After the meal, Gordon and Melissa made their way to the Umbrella Building. The top floor of the building had been transformed into an opulent residence, where Melissa and Gordon occasionally stayed. The entire structure was outfitted with blast-resistant glass, making it arguably the safest location in New York. Upon Gordon's arrival, Lona entrusted her tasks to him and was drawn away by Melissa for a chat. Throughout their conversation, Melissa continually extolled Gordon's virtues, expressing her willingness to share him with others, provided that her future confidants possessed pure intentions. Lona was not oblivious to Melissa's insinuations. It was as if she were directly suggesting that she wished for Lona to become Gordon's partner. In truth, Melissa was reluctant to share her man, as no self-respecting woman would relish the thought of sharing her husband. However, she recognized the immeasurable potential of Gordon's future and understood that he could not revolve solely around her. Thus, rather than remain passive, she decided to take initiative. Lona Dane emerged as the perfect candidate. Not only did she manage the Umbrella Corporation with exceptional efficiency, but she was also a mutant with immense potential, known for her decisive actions and striking beauty. Most importantly, Melissa was well aware of Lona's background and found her to be kind-hearted and genuine. Conversely, Melissa harbored a strong aversion for the agent known as Black Widow. She perceived agents as inherently untrustworthy. Moreover, she could see that Gordon's interest in Black Widow was merely superficial, which alleviated her concerns significantly. Gordon is efficiently managing the various affairs of the company while simultaneously formulating its next strategic plan. As the clock strikes 9 in the evening, the rain-soaked city of New York becomes an ethereal silhouette. Gordon stands behind the glass, gazing down upon the entirety of Queens. The Umbrella Corporation has finally established a firm foothold in Queens, transforming from a mere shell of a company into a genuine entity that consistently generates profits. This realization instills in Gordon a profound sense of reality. At times, he awakens from slumber questioning whether it is all truly real. He often recalls a saying from his past life: "What is there to fear in the vast expanse of a chaotic world?" but merely the fleeting dream of a boy whose bones have been unearthed at the brink of death. In such moments, he would typically retort, "How dare you tarnish my resolve?" Yet, when such bizarre occurrences unfold in his own life, Gordon fears this too may be merely a fleeting dream before his demise. A resounding flash of lightning illuminates Queens. Gordon extends his right hand to touch the glass. The icy sensation courses through his mind. Dreams should not feel this tangible. And even if it were a dream, its vividness rivals that of living anew. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. Gordon retracts his hand and addresses Lorna, saying, "Let them in." Lorna nods and briskly steps outside. Shortly thereafter, Nick Fury enters, accompanied by Black Widow and Hawkeye. The enveloping darkness of the night undoubtedly allows the agents to conceal their forms perfectly. Gordon then turns to face Nick Fury and continues, "Of course. That is assuming their skin tone is akin to yours." Clint Barton's eyes twitch, stifling a laugh, fearful of bursting into laughter before his superior. It may be a collective illusion, but it seems Nick Fury appears even darker than before. A smile breaks across Nick Fury's face. "Mr. John, you are far more humorous than I anticipated. I expected you to be a timid high school student, nervous in the presence of strangers. Oh, but now you are a college student. Indeed, I appreciate your concern for my academic pursuits. It is an honor," Gordon replies as he settles into his executive chair. Patting his thigh, Natasha rolls her eyes in exasperation and effortlessly takes a seat in Gordon's lap. She understands that even if she were to refuse, she would be compelled by telekinesis. It is better to comply than to be forced. At least it makes her appearance more appealing. Nick Fury nods with feigned sincerity, exclaiming, "What a powerful telekinesis. Is this an innate gift of yours?" Gordon shakes his head. "No, I attempted to commit suicide due to being bullied at school, but I survived and accidentally acquired superpowers." "Oh, thank God. You did not succumb to darkness. This is indeed a stroke of luck for an American citizen." Nick Fury remarks dramatically. He has investigated Gordon John's history, noting that he endured bullying for an astonishing 12 years, beginning from elementary school. Gordon John's astonishing restraint after acquiring superpowers left him utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, he grew increasingly wary of Gordon John, indicating the latter possessed an extraordinary level of self-control, making him nearly impossible to manipulate through conventional means. For instance, Natasha described Gordon as a libertine, yet Nick Fury detected no trace of obsession in Gordon John's gaze, even as his right hand wandered around Natasha's waist. Chapter 59. The deal is sealed. I too wish to eliminate those individuals. But I consider myself a paragon of virtue in New York, thus I shall refrain from engaging in any illicit activities. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, yet inwardly scoffed, recalling that several shareholders of the Life Foundation had recently met their demise under mysterious circumstances, though the perpetrator remained unknown. I once again extend my condolences to them. Enough of idle chatter. I have brought the core algorithms of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence system, but I require a glimpse of the finished serum. Of course, that's not an issue. Gordon gently pressed a button on the table before him. A minute later, Lorna entered with a small briefcase. Upon seeing Natasha nestled in Gordon's arms, a flicker of green luminescence danced in her eyes. She placed the briefcase on the table, opened it, revealing 3 uniquely shaped vials with a striking red and white umbrella design. From left to right, they were labeled 1 to 3, with the third exhibiting the least potency. Nick Fury glanced at Lorna in surprise, not expecting Magneto's daughter to be present. He pondered whether Gordon John was aware of her true identity. Subsequently, he picked up one of the vials, scrutinizing it closely before remarking, "A commendable anti-counterfeiting measure. Indeed, otherwise, there would always be organizations with advanced technology attempting to replicate our findings. If counterfeit versions emerged, how would we profit?" However, he wasn't overly concerned about imitation. Who would dare clandestinely replicate? The Umbrella Corporation could discreetly erase such threats. In the current state of Earth, the Umbrella Corporation could confidently assure this. Though Nick Fury maintained a cheerful facade, internally he began to curse his predicament. This was the consequence of lacking extraordinary powers. A company barely a year old could threaten him with superhuman abilities, endangering the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet, he had no effective means to counteract the extraordinary powers in Gordon's possession, alongside his 4 symbiotes, all of whom were formidable. Should Gordon be provoked to the point of recklessness, it would spell disaster for New York and the nation. However, he would soon possess extraordinary powers himself, provided the Umbrella Corporation's serum performed as anticipated. At Nick Fury's signal, Hawkeye stepped forward, using a dagger to inflict a deep cut on his palm before injecting the serum known as Gospel Number 3 into the wound. Almost instantly, a chilling sensation spread through the injury, which began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Nick Fury secretly marveled at the efficacy of the gospel serum. It was no wonder that Gordon could assure him that this was a lifeline for agents. The mere price of $100,000 for gospel number 3 was astonishing. He pondered whether this substance could be effective in cases of organ failure, such as prolonging life. Fury hinted at his thoughts, suggesting that while it did not inherently extend lifespan, gospel number 1 could indeed restore vitality. It had the capacity to repair human organs to a certain extent. For instance, a person who might have lived to 100 but, due to injuries or other reasons, could only survive to 80, could potentially regain their full lifespan with gospel no. 1. Upon hearing Gordon's words, Nick Fury felt he had arrived at a conclusion. The possibility of creating super agents with the combination of gospel no. 1 was exceedingly high. We shall procure 9 vials of gospel number 1, along with 100 vials of gospel number 3, Fury declared. Gordon squinted slightly. What about gospel number 2? The cost-effectiveness of gospel number 2 is far too low. It is unnecessary, Fury replied bluntly. This was not mere bluster. For agents, the value of gospel number 2 was indeed limited. Minor disabilities need not be treated, and those with major impairments could simply retire and collect their pensions, especially since SHIELD had a comprehensive training system for agents. Conversely, the $100,000 gospel number 3 was precisely what agents required, as it could be a lifesaver in critical moments, significantly enhancing the probability of mission success. Very well, the total amounts to $100 million. I will offer a 10% discount, so you need only transfer $90 million. Additionally, I require 10 types of SHIELD technical blueprints, as long as they are ahead of current Earth technology. Agreed. Can we proceed with the transaction now? Nick Fury readily accepted. SHIELD was ahead of American technology by 20 years, with countless minor gadgets of little practical use. After all, Gordon had not specified the type of technology. In less than half an hour, Umbrella Corporation's account reflected an addition of $95 million, while Hawkeye departed with 10 vials each of gospel number 1, number 2, and 100 vials of gospel number 10. Gordon, in turn, obtained SHIELD's core algorithms and 10 impressive-looking blueprints. With the transaction complete, both parties acquired what they desired, and the atmosphere seemed to shift from one of treachery to one of camaraderie. What is your perspective on Tony Stark's disappearance? Chapter 60. The alluring aerial aircraft carrier. Why not simply watch at home with Natasha? What other options do we have? Natasha? Nick Fury. You know that is not what I meant. The pressure from the U.S. government is immense. Stark Industries stands as the world's foremost military-industrial entity and is the largest partner of the U.S. military. Currently, both the military and the political sphere have sought assistance from SHIELD. Would you like to embark on a dual excursion to Afghanistan with Natasha? SHIELD will foot the bill, but you must use your intuition to help us locate Tony Stark. As he spoke, Fury circled his finger at his temple. Natasha's gaze lingered on Nick Fury for a moment. She refrained from verbally contesting him, simply shifting her body slightly to find a more comfortable position in Gordon's embrace. Certainly, the company is managed by Lorna, and I find myself with ample leisure time. Gordon is undoubtedly determined to rescue Tony Stark, eagerly awaiting Nick Fury's summons. He harbors a profound envy for Tony Stark's armor, not merely for its power, but for its sheer aesthetic allure. Who among us has watched Iron Man without dreaming of possessing such a suit? Without further ado, is there anything else you need to prepare? If not, we shall depart at once. No, we can set off immediately. Gordon gave Natasha a playful pat, instructing Lorna to keep an eye on the company. Lorna offered a standard smile, understanding her role, although she envied Natasha for resting in Gordon's embrace. His trust in her was of greater significance. It was impossible for Lorna to remain indifferent in the presence of such a charming and charismatic boss, especially under Melissa's persuasive influence, which made her wish to win Gordon's affections. She began to contemplate how to seize the opportunity to capture his heart upon his return. Nick Fury arrived at the rooftop entrance, where an aerial garden extended from the 33rd floor of the Umbrella Corporation building, crafted entirely of glass. How high can you fly? Nick Fury inquired. I could take you to the moon if you wished, Gordon replied. Is it possible to transport Natasha and me directly to the SHIELD headquarters above us? Is the aerospace carrier hovering over New York? At the peak of SHIELD, there were 3 aerospace carriers, but now only one remained, the other 2 confiscated by the World Security Council, a testament to SHIELD's rapid decline. Gordon, too, desired an aerospace carrier. He would seek an opportunity to infiltrate its systems and replicate its structure for his own use. With a gentle wave of his hand, Gordon embraced Natasha's resilient waist and soared into the sky. Nick Fury was similarly enveloped by Gordon's telekinetic force and ascended alongside him. The rain was effectively kept at bay by this protective barrier. Under Nick Fury's guidance, Gordon navigated through the clouds to the immense aerospace carrier. On the deck, numerous personnel were braving the rain, preparing several aircraft for unknown destinations. What a convenient ability. Welcome to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Command Center, Gordon John. Nick Fury greeted. This is truly astonishing. It is far larger than I had imagined, Gordon exclaimed, taken aback by the sheer size of the aerospace carrier, which resembled a floating island in the sky. We must hurry inside. Otherwise, when it takes off, we may find ourselves unable to breathe, Natasha urged. Gordon curiously inquired, how large is this vessel? It measures 1,029 meters in length and 410 meters in width. The aerospace carrier serves as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aerial fortress. First appearing in the film The Avengers and capable of transportation, rescue, attack, defense, and research. At this moment, Nick Fury could not fathom that Gordon John had already set his sights on the aerospace carrier. He continued to prattle on about this marvel of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ingenuity. The aerospace carrier truly stood as a testament to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technological prowess, equipped with an aerodynamic control tower, anti-gravity chamber, operations command center, cockpit, prison, microcomputer room, flight deck, observation deck, medical bay, nuclear control room, and a global observation research institute, among others. It could ascend through 4 turbine engines, even sustaining altitude with 1 damaged, activate reflective panels for stealth capabilities, and launch 35 fighter jets capable of deploying nuclear ordnance. Its only drawback lay in its somewhat inadequate defensive capabilities. However, this weakness was relative. The strategic significance of the aerospace carrier far outweighed its combat effectiveness. Gordon followed Nick Fury into the cockpit, which was approximately the size of a basketball court, bustling with personnel engaged in various tasks. One woman caught Gordon's attention, prompting him to nudge Nick Fury with his elbow. Who was that woman? Maria Hill, my commander, Nick Fury replied, casting a sidelong glance at Gordon John, pondering whether this young man had developed an infatuation for his commander. While Natasha Romanoff could be dispatched if necessary, Maria Hill was irreplaceable. Cultivating a top-tier agent was relatively straightforward, but nurturing a commander was an altogether different challenge. Each S.H.I.E.L.D. commander was the product of immense time and effort, requiring exceptional innate talent. Chapter 61. The development of Red Queen. Once Gordon departed, Lorna immediately shifted into a mode of assertive determination. She took a USB drive containing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligent core algorithm to the 31st floor. This was a research facility specifically designed by Gordon for the study of the Red Queen, where scientists unearthed from the Life Foundation were currently calibrating equipment. Some of this apparatus was relocated from the Life Foundation, some from Osborne Technologies, and others were personally procured by Gordon. Regardless of their origin, the technological sophistication was undeniable. Dr. Albert Sharon, here is the core algorithm. I trust you will merge it with the Life Foundation's algorithm to develop an intelligent system, Lorna instructed. Dr. Sharon had previously been responsible for the Life Foundation's artificial intelligence project, showcasing remarkable talent with numerous degrees and research accomplishments. However, the Life Foundation's disinterest in artificial intelligence resulted in minimal investment, stifling his potential. Nevertheless, he was a quintessential figure who delivered remarkable results on a shoestring budget, creating a robust artificial intelligence for the Life Foundation. Upon joining Umbrella, Dr. Sharon relocated his family to the company's residential complex, and Gordon allocated $5 billion for him to spearhead the development of the Red Queen. Miss Lorna, you may simply call me Dr. Sharon. Is this the core algorithm that the boss mentioned, pertaining to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Dr. Sharon inquired, taking the USB drive and carefully inserting it into specialized equipment for further examination. With merely a glance, Dr. Albert Sharon discerned the complexity of the algorithm. Armed with this fundamental algorithmic logic, coupled with his extensive years of prior research, he might just forge a truly authentic artificial intelligence. Lorna seemed to perceive Albert Sharon's intentions and interjected, urging him to first construct the Red Queen and thereafter refine it gradually. Do you understand what I mean? She inquired. I comprehend. You need not worry, Albert Sharon assured her, fully aware of the weight her words carried. Within Umbrella, Lorna held the position of second-in-command, often assuming the mantle of responsibility in dealings with others. Gordon might set the overarching direction, yet it was Lorna who orchestrated the intricate paths forward. This was an unspoken truth within the Umbrella Corporation. Lorna's capabilities were rapidly escalating, and none would dare to underestimate her due to her age or gender. Rather, they found themselves compelled to regard her with heightened respect, considering her youth and attractiveness. After all, which rational employer would so readily entrust their company to a young and beautiful woman? Everyone understood the implications of such trust. As long as you grasp my meaning, the rewards upon the completion of the Red Queen will be substantial. It may even extend your years of life. As you may have encountered Dr. Connors, she said. Indeed, I have met him. I shall ensure the initial version of the Red Queen is completed within a month. Albersharon responded, having indeed crossed paths with Dr. Connors, who was somewhat renowned within the scientific community. The sight of Connors' restored hands and youthful visage left Albersharon in awe. He had previously sought information from Connors, but had gleaned little of practical use. However, it now appeared that the matter might be intertwined with the Umbrella Corporation. Lorna's words ignited a fervor within Albersharon. For researchers like them, monetary rewards held little significance. Years of sleepless nights dedicated to their work had taken a considerable toll on their bodies. The prospect of regaining 20 years of youth, akin to Connors, was almost unfathomable. Imagine being able to toil tirelessly in research without succumbing to fatigue. Should Gordon become privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly administer the serum without hesitation, marking him as the quintessential employee. Simultaneously, beneath the torrential rain, a significant gang conflict was erupting in Queens. The origins of this turmoil traced back to recent events. A gang known as the Axe Gang had surged forth, sweeping through numerous streets from the 42nd District, claiming half the dominion of the underground forces within Queens in the span of a mere month. Now, the Axe Gang had set its sights on the Viper Gang, which equally controlled a substantial portion of the underground realm in Queens. Rumors circulated regarding the Viper Gang's backing by the elusive Kingpin, the Underground Emperor of New York. Curiously, the Axe Gang appeared undaunted by the Kingpin. Many smaller gangs and rogue elements speculated about the origins and motives of the Axe Gang. Due to the remarkable weaponry of the Axe Gang, the entire faction, comprising fewer than 150 members, is equipped with a Glock each, along with a dozen more. This is certainly not something ordinary individuals can procure. The absurdity peaked recently when the leader of the Axe Gang, Mike Mensah, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Black Bear Gang, only to be interrupted by Spider-Man. Spider-Man effortlessly subdued the leader of the Black Bear Gang, yet was unexpectedly knocked down by Mike Mensah, who stands under 6 feet tall. Although Spider-Man managed to apprehend Mensah afterward, for reasons unknown, he allowed him to escape. Since then, Spider-Man has only appeared after Mensah has made his hasty retreat, subsequently dealing with the incapacitated gang members, creating an impression that Spider-Man was merely reaping the accolades. Chapter 62. You're just a smelly fishmonger. Hellfire Bar, one of the 3 renowned bars in Queens, New York. It is said that this establishment was once a haven for mutants 2 decades ago, yet the truth remains elusive in this fast-paced era, as 20 years is indeed a considerable span of time. Today, the prosperous Hellfire Bar remains shut, and even the usually bustling streets are eerily quiet. Damn it. That Viper is truly audacious. How can she still not show up? Gao Shihao expressed his displeasure. Calm down, Hal. Patience is key in our endeavors. Whether Viper comes tonight or not, we must eliminate her. We merely invited her to see if we could resolve matters without resorting to firearms, replied Mike Mensah, who had begun to embody the demeanor of a true gang leader, a stark contrast to the fishmonger he was merely months ago. Gao Shihao remained unsatisfied. At 28 years old, he had journeyed to New York with his childhood friends Gao Luo, Gao Xiaolong, and Gao Xiaohu from Gaojia Village. They pooled their savings to pursue their dreams in New York, only to find the reality starkly different from their golden expectations. Due to the language barrier, they did not savor their first meal until 3 days after their arrival. Nevertheless, Gao Shihao remained undeterred, believing his father's words that life and death are predetermined, and fortunes are divinely ordained. Thus, the 4 leaned on their past experiences in Shaolin Temple and naturally gravitated towards the underworld. By chance, they encountered Mike, who had founded the Axe Gang, and at his invitation, they joined this burgeoning faction. In 2008 America, white individuals looked down upon black individuals, while black individuals held disdain for Asians. Yet, Mike, possessing keen insight, recognized the exceptional skills of the 4, finding the ancient Eastern martial arts to be profoundly intriguing. They even proved to be formidable opponents against him, earning the moniker the 4 Tigers of Asia. While the term sick man of East Asia became an unspeakable phrase within the Axe Gang, at that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman, her arms adorned with tattoos of bamboo viper snakes, the inspiration behind her moniker, Viper. Wow, this stunner is quite a sight. Gao Xiaolong whispered to his younger brother, Gao Xiaohu. Indeed, just look at those ample assets. They're absolutely remarkable. I apologize for my tardiness. The traffic was quite congested. Surely, the esteemed Mensa leader will not be displeased, will he? Vimla cast a flirtatious glance at Mike. How could he be? Please take your seat. The dishes have already been served. Mike warmly invited Vimla to sit down. What are you babbling about, you yellow-skinned monkey? A burly man behind Vimla interjected. He was Nakong, the reigning champion of an underground boxing arena in Queens, New York, who later became part of Vimla's entourage, often fantasizing about a deeper connection with her. Sometimes, even a mere nudge from her foot could compel him to serve her with unwavering loyalty. What did he say? Gao Xiaolong inquired of Gao Luo, a university student with a reasonable command of English. It seems he referred to us as yellow-skinned monkeys. Let's deal with him later. He couldn't discern the hierarchy among them. It appeared he had a fondness for the tall woman, and they planned to entertain that notion in front of him later. Gao Shihao wore a scowl. What are you talking about? Nakong glared at Gao Shihao with displeasure. I said, meet me in your mother's garden. Understand, you filthy wretch. Gao Xiao shouted. Haha, he is saying your mother is quite beautiful. Mike interjected, having spent ample time with the Gao brothers, thus comprehending their insults in Chinese. Nakong's expression turned quizzical. Had they met his mother? Quickly, Mike shifted the topic. I wonder what Miss Domo thinks of my previous proposal. Mike Mensa, what are you? You think the Viper gang would merge with your Axe gang? Let me tell you, Mike Mensa, you are nothing but a foul fishmonger. How dare you speak like that? Nakong. Vimla Domo feigned reprimand towards Nakong. Then she turned to Mike Mensa and added, truth be told, I too wish to integrate the Viper gang into the Axe gang. And then I could be your woman. Such a delightful twofold benefit. However, you must have heard that the Viper gang is not solely under my command. I have others behind me. It was a well-known fact that behind Vimla Domo stood Jean Bing, but she was aware that Jean Bing had merely been with her once. Subsequently, she had leveraged Jean Bing's influence to rise to her current stature. Mike Mensa, being a man of considerable prowess, would be a valuable asset. If she could draw him under her influence, the Viper gang could dominate Queens and perhaps even rival Jean Bing. Mike, unfazed by Nakong's insult of being a foul fishmonger, maintained his smile. So is that it? No further discussion? Not at all. How about this? Our gangs merge on equal terms, and I become your woman. What do you say? This was already Vimla Domo's utmost concession. And she was confident in her abilities in the bedroom, believing she could undoubtedly captivate Mike Mensa. However, upon hearing her proposal, Nakong expressed discontent. Vimla, he is just a foul fishmonger. You need not demean yourself. At this, Vimla rolled her eyes inwardly. And you, my dear Nakong, are merely a foul boxer. Chapter 63. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear, Vimla. The Serpent Gang has merged with the Axe Gang. And I could still spare your life. Do not mistake my leniency for weakness. The smile on Mike Mensa's face gradually faded, while the alluring charm on Vimla Dome's countenance vanished without a trace. It appears you lack self-awareness. Very well then. I hope that when next we meet, you will not be in a state of disrepair. With a menacing threat thrown over her shoulder, Vimla Dome rose and departed, astonished by Mike Mensa's audacity. How ungrateful. She had positioned herself as his woman, yet failed to cherish that role, leaving her feeling as though she had offered her warmth to a cold shoulder. As she reached the door, Vimla paused and issued a warning. The winds of New York are fierce. Be wary lest your vessel capsizes. Mike Mensa, reclining with his legs crossed atop the table, retorted with tactical nonchalance. I am a fisherman. I firmly believe that the greater the storm, the pricier the catch. His laughter echoed in the room. Vimla Dome scoffed, recognizing his youthful arrogance. With a resounding slam, she exited. Once the door had closed behind her, Mike Mensa sneered, unfazed by the fact that this brazen woman was linked to Jean Bing. Even if it were Jean Bing himself, Mike Mensa would harbor no fear. He had gathered intelligence on Jean Bing, who was rumored to be composed of 90% muscle, but so what? That still placed him within the realm of ordinary men. With the physique enhanced threefold by the ant serum, Mike was hardly inferior to Jean Bing. Tonight, they would strike. He instructed his brothers to act immediately. Understood. Gao Shihao replied, eager to capture that prized mare. Swiftly, the order to mobilize spread through the Axe Gang. A dozen vans surged from various streets, racing toward the Serpent Gang's territory. Meanwhile, Vimla, in her BMW, sensed something amiss, for white Jettas had been tailing them since they left. She had noticed them the moment they stepped outside. In all of Queens, only Mike Mensa had a penchant for white Jettas, an inexplicable affection for such inexpensive vehicles. Vimla's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Mike Mensa's audacity in daring to wage war against the Serpent Gang. Gao Xiaolong and Gao Xiaohu each commandeered a white Jetta, sandwiching Vimla's BMW between them. With a sudden, forceful maneuver, the three cars veered left and right along the road. Gao Xiaohu, brimming with wild enthusiasm, opined that they should have eliminated this woman at the bar. Instead, Mike insisted they adhere to the unwritten rules of the underworld, waiting until Vimalara exited before taking action. Ultimately, the BMW found itself ensnared by the two Jettas, and all three vehicles collided with the roadside barrier. Gao Shiho and Gao Lu parked their vehicles behind the BMW without a moment's hesitation, effectively trapping the black BMW in the center. Without a shred of doubt, the two drew their pistols, unleashing a flurry of bullets into the BMW, swiftly emptying their magazines. After reloading, they pulled Xiaolong and Xiaohu from their vehicle, then commenced their inspection of the BMW. Inside the BMW, there were 4 individuals: the driver, 2 bodyguards, and Vimla himself. At that moment, the driver lay unconscious, and Gao Shihao approached to deliver a final shot. One of the bodyguards, Nakan, remained alive, while the other had been killed in the previous chaos. Gao Xiaolong aimed and fired 2 shots at each of Nakan's limbs, ensuring he posed no threat, and prepared to drag him from the vehicle. Unexpectedly, Gao Luo shot Nakan in the head, as members of the Viper gang arrived, swiftly taking the large man away. Meanwhile, several vehicles were already approaching from a distance. Damn! Gao Xiaolong cursed in frustration, then hoisted the unconscious Vimla onto his shoulder. The 4 quickly boarded 2 intact Jetta cars and retraced their route, pursued relentlessly by the vehicles behind. The conflict between the Axe gang and the Viper gang had escalated dramatically, with the latter boasting over 200 members. While defeating the Viper gang was feasible, it would not be an easy task. New York was experiencing the most significant gang confrontation in years, with gunfire erupting across several major entertainment venues in Queens. An overwhelming number of police officers were dispatched to support the area. Georges Daisy awoke grumpily at home after receiving a call from the precinct about the unprecedented gang violence in Queens. He retrieved his phone and dialed Peter's number. The situation in Queens required Spider-Man's intervention. "Peter, hurry to 19th Street in Queens. There's a serious gang fight unfolding." "I understand. The Axe gang and the Viper gang are involved." "Don't worry, the Viper gang will soon be overwhelmed. The Axe gang's firepower is too fierce." As Peter spoke, he stealthily ambushed several Viper gang thugs, immobilizing them and inadvertently saving their lives. Georges, hearing the gunfire on the other end of the line, was astonished that Peter had already arrived. "Do you have insight into this situation?" he inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps you should ask Gordon. The Axe gang's leader is one of his associates." After deliberating, Peter informed Georges about the origins of the Axe gang. Even if he had kept silent, Georges could have uncovered the information through precinct records, rendering concealment pointless. Chapter 64. The company has donated generously. Georges was taken aback, realizing the connection to Gordon. What was that scoundrel up to? Aiming to seize control and become the underground emperor of New York? By the time Georges and the New York police arrived at 19th Street in Queens, the street was littered with abandoned vehicles. However, the area had been evacuated, leaving behind over 20 corpses. Georges' expression darkened. He was shocked to discover that more than 20 lives had been lost. The mayor would undoubtedly demand his head for this. Blood mingled with the rainwater, flowing into every corner of the street, prompting Georges to order his subordinates to attend to the bodies. Just then, Peter, clad in his Spider-Man suit, approached Georges. "Good evening, Uncle Georges. I am far from well, Peter. You might not need to pursue a career at the precinct after all. The mayor will surely strip me of my badge." Peter understood that Georges was expressing his grievances and dissatisfaction. After all, there were thousands of shooting incidents in New York each year, with over 20 fatalities, which were rather easy to manage. "Perhaps you could reach out to Gordon. I believe he has already devised a plan for the aftermath," Peter said weakly. He had just witnessed the fierce confrontation firsthand. The Axe gang members were not only armed with firearms, but also possessed several automatic rifles. Peter could not believe that Gordon was unaware of the situation. George, visibly irritated, dialed the number left by Gordon. How could this scoundrel support a major gang without informing him in advance? "Hello, Officer George," a sweet voice answered on the other end. It was Lorna. May I ask who you are?" "I am Mr. Gordon John's assistant and secretary. Mr. Gordon is currently out of New York. You may convey your concerns to me, and I can represent him." Lorna had already surmised the reason for George's call, which was undoubtedly related to the confrontation between the Axe gang and the Viper gang. "Are you aware of what transpired in the 19th District yesterday?" George asked directly, not wanting to beat around the bush since Lorna claimed she could speak for Gordon. "Yes, I know. I also understand your concerns. Umbrella Corporation donated a whopping $1 billion to the mayor's office yesterday. You should handle it as you see fit." George's expression turned to one of disbelief. That $1 billion would surely inflate the mayor's ego. Sighing, he realized he had underestimated Gordon. This man treated money as if it were mere paper, never caring about its value. In fact, George's assessment was not flawed. To Gordon, money was akin to paper, especially with his substantial holdings in Osborne 24, which accrued him billions each quarter. The following day, the Apple Daily seized the opportunity to report on the gang clash in the 19th District. The Axe Gang was mentioned briefly, while the crimes of the Viper Gang were meticulously detailed. In garnering more followers, the Apple Daily shattered the last vestiges of hope for the Viper Gang. As for the possibility of retaliation from the Viper Gang, Eddie scoffed at the notion. Should the Apple Daily face retribution from the Viper Gang, he would undoubtedly report the Viper's inaction to his boss. It was worth noting that this was Venom's suggestion. Currently, Eddie Brock was immersing himself in the study of intelligence gathering. Although he lacked innate talent in this area, Venom was exceptionally gifted. The detailed structure of the scavengers was gradually being perfected by Venom, with numerous scavengers being disseminated across the United States. In Venom's words, they would begin in the U.S. and slowly radiate across the globe. Each of these scavengers bore Venom's pheromones, enabling him to locate them swiftly when necessary. At that moment, Eddie Brock was being interviewed, standing before the microphone as he vehemently condemned the actions of the Viper Gang. The Serpent Gang is nothing short of a malignant tumor, a perilous threat lurking in Queens. Their existence akin to that of a terrorist organization. Alas, just last night, more than 20 innocent citizens fell victim to their malevolence. Eddie, unfazed, adeptly handled the inquiries from the journalists. For someone of his seasoned background, it posed no challenge whatsoever. He was well aware of how to tarnish the reputation of an individual or an organization. After addressing the reporters, Eddie returned to his office. Housed in a towering edifice of the Apple Daily, savoring a sip of red wine, he indulged himself with a piece of chocolate. How delightful this wretched life could be. No wonder everyone aspires to become a boss. From the 12th floor, he gazed down upon the world with a sense of superiority. Imagine the exhilaration from the 33rd floor of the Umbrella Corporation Tower or the 100th floor of the Genesis Foundation Tower. Previously, Eddie had enjoyed a similar view of New York from lofty heights, yet the sensation was distinctly different, far less gratifying than his current perspective. It was one thing to stand alongside the boss, and quite another to occupy the boss's chair. Chapter 65, Reluctantly Complicit Manhattan. Jean Bing listened intently to his subordinate's report, recalling a vague impression of the woman Vimalara from years past. She had occasionally exploited his name for her endeavors, but had never truly garnered any prominence. Thus he had never taken her seriously. Regarding the Axe Gang, however, Jean Bing had already formed some conjectures. He had watched the combat videos of Mike Mensa, noting that the man's physical prowess matched his own. Mensa could lift up to 680 kilograms, and he had indeed hoisted several hundred pounds during battle. Jean Bing's right hand rhythmically tapped the tabletop. His strength lay not in brawn, but in intellect. Not long ago, Mike Mensa was merely an unremarkable fishmonger. Yet he had transformed into a formidable crime lord, replete with an arsenal of firearms and ammunition. Clearly, he had someone backing him, possibly even providing him with performance-enhancing substances. In Queens, there was only one person with the means to do so, Gordon John, the founder of the Umbrella Corporation. Jean Bing suspected that Gordon John had access to some form of enhancement drug. There had been sightings of Kurt Connors working within the Umbrella Tower. Perhaps Connors' research had flourished under John's patronage. Jean Bing harbored profound apprehension toward Gordon John, whose formidable capabilities had left him astonished. Most significantly, this man lacked the moral compass typically associated with superheroes. Which hero would brazenly march in with the severed head of your underling? Such individuals are the most troublesome. While one might have leveraged to coerce a superhero into submission, a man like Gordon could, on a whim, crush your skull. However, Jean Bing no longer needed to fear Gordon, for he had just received a top-secret tip regarding the elusive spirit cat, Ling Mao Hadesky, by mere chance. Once glimpsed the serum formula devised by Dr. Erskine and subsequently succeeded in creating the super soldier serum. However, Hadesky believed that such a creation would ultimately lead to catastrophe. Thus, he only produced a single vial of the serum during his experiments. After injecting it himself, he transformed into the world-renowned thief, Ling Mao. Despite his prowess, Kingpin was unable to capture Ling Mao, yet he could apprehend Ling Mao's daughter, Felicia, who served as the secretary to Harry Osborn. Unbeknownst to Ling Mao, his daughter's identity had already been exposed. Should he maneuver skillfully, Kingpin could acquire the formula for the super soldier serum. Once he injected the serum, he estimated his strength would surpass 15 tons. At that point, he would undoubtedly be capable of a contest of strength with Gordon John, particularly given his observations that day, which suggested Gordon's power was comparable to that of a super soldier. Kingpin also possessed various incomplete formulas for the super soldier serum and had garnered a certain understanding of it. After injection, individuals typically experienced a power increase starting from 3 tons. Other metabolic abilities varied between 4 to 10 times that of an average person, depending on the physique of the injector. Captain America, having transformed from a frail man into one of perfect proportions through the super soldier serum, could even achieve an ultimate strength of 5 tons. For someone like Kingpin, who had already reached the pinnacle of ordinary human capabilities, The enhancement from the serum would be astonishingly formidable. Kingpin waved his hand, instructing those below him to refrain from interfering with the underground forces in Queens, regardless of the circumstances. But boss, Queens is a major population area in New York, with numerous communities where we sell narcotics. Should we just abandon it? Kingpin cast a cold glance at the man, who instantly broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had made a grave error by daring to question Kingpin's decision. However, having served under Kingpin for several years, he was spared from death. You will be reassigned to Brooklyn, Kingpin declared. Yes, thank you. The man quickly expressed his gratitude, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He was fortunate to be merely reassigned and not to have lost his life. In the Middle East, the SHIELD helicarrier had entered Afghan airspace. 2 jets launched from within the carrier, heading toward the location where Tony Stark had gone missing. Among them, Hawkeye and Coulson occupied one aircraft, while Gordon and Natasha boarded another. Gordon expanded his telekinetic reach to its maximum extent, scanning all possible locations where Tony Stark might have been abducted with remarkable efficiency as the jets soared through the skies. Inside the aircraft, it resembled a small villa, equipped with all manner of amenities. Without delving into specifics, Gordon had already utilized his telekinesis to scan and dismantle 36 cameras and listening devices. Natasha, looking somewhat anxious, inquired, "Are you truly capable of piloting the plane with your telekinesis? Perhaps I should take over instead." Natasha felt a twinge of unease. Gordon had only studied for a few hours and was now piloting the aircraft with telekinesis. What if calamity struck? Rest assured, it's not like intricate driving skills are required. I can manage normal flight without issue, he reassured her. Natasha wiped away her drool and continued her work. Chapter 66. The Exceptional Talent, Dr. Ethan. As Gordon slightly arched his back, he patted Natasha's head, signaling her to pause. "This substance can enhance your beauty and improve your physical condition. I believe you should swallow it." After pondering his words, Natasha closed her eyes and gulped down the fishy sweet milk. "You better not be deceiving me, otherwise there won't be a second chance." Gordon was certainly deceiving Natasha, but beauty and physical enhancement happened to be her 2 greatest desires, prompting her to comply. After all, if it worked as he claimed, it would be beneficial. If not, she wouldn't lose anything significant. Just as Gordon was about to continue his banter with Natasha, a sudden flicker of his brow revealed a vision of a cave scene in his mind. A man was seen exiting the cave, armed with a rifle, while the one they sought, Tony Stark, was trapped inside a metal container, awaiting recharging. This was one of the iconic moments from Iron Man 1, where Dr. Ethan, a researcher, bravely faced the 10 Rings terrorists to buy Tony some time. Damn it, not now. Wait for me, Gordon thought. If Ethan were to perish, reviving him would be a time-consuming challenge. As a top-tier doctor and scientist, Ethan had not only enlightened Tony in dire straits, but had also inspired the creation of the reactor and Iron Man suit, which were both developed with his assistance. Such a remarkable talent was not one Gordon John would let slip away. He had already deemed Ethan a cornerstone of the future Umbrella project, and he could not afford to lose him easily. Summoning a locator device, he placed it on himself. "I've located Tony. The situation is urgent. Follow the locator to find me." Without waiting for Natasha's bewildered reaction, he opened the aircraft's hatch and soared towards his destination. After a brief moment of confusion, Natasha quickly gathered herself and contacted Coulson and Hawkeye. The trio hastily piloted their aircraft in pursuit of Gordon. His speed was remarkable, nearing 300 meters per second as he raced towards the terrorist base. 2 jet fighters followed closely, maintaining a tight formation in the skies. The SHIELD jets could cruise at 3 Mach, making it effortless to keep pace with Gordon. Hawkeye observed Gordon's flight and felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. So, his speed reached 296 meters per second? Coulson ran his fingers through his sparse hair, somewhat resignedly gesturing at the data displayed on the instrument. "What else can we do? Shall we overlook a decimal point?" After a brief silence, he continued, "In truth, when we first noticed him, he was not nearly as formidable. We initially believed he was merely a level 3 mutant and thus dismissed him. Yet, upon our subsequent observation, merely 6 months had elapsed, and he had grown considerably stronger. This implies that if we wait another 2 years, our aircraft may well be unable to catch up with him." Clinton widened his eyes slightly. No one was privy to his upper limits. Perhaps he would not require 2 years, or conversely, this might indeed be his peak. Before long, they followed Gordon to a canyon, surrounded by desolation, with only a small village nestled within its confines. The village appeared quite unusual. It was highly plausible that it served as a stronghold for terrorists, suggesting that the inhabitants had long since been exterminated, leaving only the militants behind. It seemed they had indeed arrived at the right place, had it not been for Gordon. They might have spent 10 days, or even half a month uncovering the anomaly here. This exemplifies the convenience of possessing superpowers. if given the chance. What superpower would you desire? Coulson inquired casually. Perhaps I would wish for the wings of an eagle and its dominion, thereby truly becoming Hawkeye, came the light-hearted response. Ha ha ha. Let us first find a suitable location to land, and then confer with Gordon regarding our strategy. It is highly likely these terrorists are armed with heavy weaponry. Wait, Hawkeye exclaimed, his tone laced with confusion. Gordon has charged straight ahead. What? Coulson swiftly turned around. And indeed, on the screen, Gordon was barreling toward the village. Is he intending to confront over 100 terrorists single-handedly? It is essential to remember the devastating power of firearms. Even Captain America during World War II, as a super soldier, had to evade bullets, let alone contend with heavy artillery. Most importantly, regardless of Gordon's ability to withstand conventional firearms, if he provokes the terrorists, they may very well retaliate against Tony Stark. Chapter 67. Number 1. At that moment, Gordon had reached the summit of a cave, where a colossal iron gate obstructed the entrance. Surrounding the entryway were numerous terrorists, who were poised and vigilant, fixated on the cave's mouth. Box's expression was one of fury. The audacious Stark had dared to mock him. For an entire week, Stark had not manufactured missiles, but had instead clandestinely constructed a mere tin can. Had he not inadvertently discerned clues through surveillance, he might still be naively believing that Tony Stark was crafting missiles for him. Just as two henchmen prepared to unlock the iron gate, the pre-installed explosives were detonated by Ethan, sending the two terrorists hurtling through the air in a violent explosion. Dr. Ethan, brandishing a firearm, charged toward the cave's entrance, only to find a dozen terrorists already aiming their weapons at him. Dr. Ethan muttered softly in frustration. However, he no longer cared. Without his battle armor, his chances of survival were already slim. His family had been murdered by this group of terrorists, and he was prepared to join them in the afterlife. As the terrorists squeezed the triggers, a barrage of bullets surged toward Ethan. He shut his eyes in a moment of fear, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Yet, to his astonishment, he felt no pain, and the anticipated demise did not come. Confused, Ethan opened his eyes, only to find the relentless storm of bullets suspended 2 meters before him. Ethan was certain that time had not halted, for the howling wind and sand continued unabated. Just as he pondered this anomaly, a casually dressed young man descended gently from above. Ethan's mouth fell slightly agape, as overwhelming confusion and shock consumed his mind. Who was this young man? Why had he come from the sky? Was he here to save me? Gordon approached Ethan and gently closed his mouth with his right hand. He then brushed the dust off Ethan's clothes and cheerfully remarked, "Hello, my dear employee. Your boss has come to rescue you." What? No. I believe you have mistaken me for someone else, as I do not recall ever becoming your employee. Nevertheless, thank you for saving me. Not before, but now you are. Allow me to introduce myself, Gordon began, but before he could finish, a missile hurtled toward the back of his head. The first to react, Barks, immediately grabbed a rocket launcher. However, even the rocket ceased its advance 2 meters away from Gordon, who turned around with an expression of disbelief. With a swift motion of his hand, all the bullets and missiles redirected toward a distant building. Then, Gordon unleashed his electric vision, severing several terrorists in half with a golden beam. Oh crap. This scene startled Ethan profoundly. Gordon turned back to face Ethan, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Dr. Ethan. I seem to have frightened you. Are you all right?" "No, I'm fine. Are you some sort of superhuman?" Ethan swallowed hard. "Indeed, the military contacted S.H.I.E.L.D., which found me. I am tasked with assisting them in locating Tony. Of course, their objective is Tony, but mine is you. I am the owner of a company in New York, and I would like to hire you as a research scientist. What do you think? If there was a chance to survive, people would naturally choose to live." And Ethan was no exception. Given Gordon's formidable display just moments ago, he found himself lacking the courage to utter a refusal. Moreover, since Gordon had just saved his life, working for him seemed a splendid opportunity. "Certainly, it would be an honor to become an employee of your company. Then, let us return with you and Tony, and we shall sign the contract upon our arrival." At that moment, a somewhat anxious voice echoed from within the cave. Ethan, are you all right?" Having fully charged his battle armor, Tony hurriedly exited the cave, exclaiming, "Oh God, please don't let him die." Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he immediately spotted Ethan alongside Gordon. "I'm here, Ethan, you little rascal. Let go of Ethan." With that, Tony raised his arm, readying his flamethrower. Without a moment's hesitation, Gordon unleashed a blast from his optic beam, sending Tony flying several meters away, causing his entire suit to wobble perilously from the intense impact. Wait, that's Tony." Ethan, aware of the devastating power of the golden laser, feared that Gordon might have just eliminated Tony. "Rest assured, I know it's Tony. First, let us get him out of that tin can." Ethan quickly dashed toward the direction where Tony had fallen, intent on checking his condition. Meanwhile, a gathering of terrorists, numbering at least 70 or 80, converged in other parts of the village. Chapter 68. The deal. Gordon floated to a vantage point, using telekinesis to lock onto all the terrorists before commencing a barrage with his optic beam. Above the village, Hawkeye and Coulson observed the carnage unfold on their screens as Gordon systematically decimated anything and anyone caught in his line of fire. Does Director Nick Fury know of his capabilities? Coulson inquired, glancing at Hawkeye. They exchanged a momentary gaze, after which Coulson retrieved a pack of cigarettes. Although smoking aboard the aircraft was against regulations, the astonishment of the moment warranted an exception. After lighting up, Coulson took a deep drag before responding. He does. We first discovered his similar abilities over 6 months ago when he eliminated a gang member. The second instance was right under our noses, when he used this technique to dispatch a silver extraterrestrial creature. However, as Coulson observed the unfolding scene on the screen, he helplessly extended his hand, momentarily at a loss for words. Gordon swiftly neutralized all the terrorists at the base, as these ordinary foes posed no real threat to him. Meanwhile, Natasha on another fighter jet licked her lips, contemplatively watching Gordon's figure, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Ethan pulled Tony Stark from the Mark I, and at that moment, Tony appeared visibly shaken, recalling how the scene before him had suddenly turned yellow before he was propelled away. Hey, Tony, are you alright? That guy is here to save us. With Ethan's assistance, Tony made his way to the cave entrance, just as Gordon concluded his cleanup of the terrorists. Hello, I'm Tony Stark. Thank you, he said, offering a rare expression of gratitude. However, his thanks were directed more towards Gordon for saving Ethan rather than for his own rescue, as he believed he could have escaped on his own using the armor. Greetings. I am Gordon John. Gordon placed his hand on Tony's shoulder, channeling a touch of healing energy into him. Tony gasped, "What is this? It feels amazing." Tony felt as if he had been injected with a surge of adrenaline, the pain in his body dissipating significantly. A mere trivial healing technique, Mr. Stark. No need to make a fuss about it. Could you do it again? No, my mission is complete now that I have found you. Rescuing you was merely an ancillary task. I'll pay you $100 million at once. Do I look like someone in need of money? Gordon remarked, tapping Tony Stark's shoulder 5 times. He then tapped Ethan's shoulder 3 times, declaring those 3 taps as a gift to him. Oh, this feels absolutely marvelous, Tony exclaimed, his face alight with ecstasy. As for the $800 million that had slipped away in an instant, he cared not at all. After all, money is meant to be spent and enjoyed, is it not? Lifting his shirt, he revealed that the wound on his chest was already healing remarkably well, while the injuries elsewhere on his body had vanished without a trace. At that moment, the roar of engines echoed as 2 jet fighters landed not far from the trio. At Coulson's beckoning, Ethan and Tony boarded Natasha's aircraft, both harboring significant distrust toward strangers. They insisted on flying alongside Gordon. Natasha piloted the plane, while Gordon and his companions engaged in conversation over drinks at the bar. Tony confided in Ethan that he had resolved to shut down Stark Industries' arms trade upon their return, thus withdrawing from the arms industry entirely. It seems you have come to recognize the ramifications of your weaponry on the world, Ethan said with a hint of satisfaction. If you cease arms manufacturing, others will inevitably step in. They would eagerly welcome Stark Industries' exit from the arms sector, allowing them to seize the market share you leave behind. Tony responded nonchalantly to Gordon. That is their concern. I have made my decision to withdraw from the arms trade. Gordon poured himself a drink and then proposed to Tony. How about a deal? What sort of deal? You transfer Stark's defense division to me, including the research team and all relevant blueprints, and I will heal your chest wound. Tony raised an eyebrow, curious about the extent of the healing you propose. He distinctly recalled Ethan informing him that current scientific advancements could not extract the minute shards of metal embedded in his chest. And indeed, the fragments had remained since Iron Man 3, which took place in 2013, a full 5 years ago. I can restore you to the state you were in before your time in Afghanistan, leaving no trace behind. As Tony observed the confident Gordon, recalling his remarkable healing abilities from earlier, he felt a surge of intrigue. The decision to close Stark Industries' weapons division had been a long-considered one. The future of Stark Industries would pivot towards the renewable energy sector, which promised far greater profits than the arms trade ever could. Even if Gordon had not mentioned the transaction, Stark Industries' weapons division would likely have been left dormant and forgotten. In light of this, it would be more advantageous to engage in a deal with Gordon. Tony, not only a genius, but also a shrewd businessman, instantly deduced that if this agreement were to be realized, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for him. Likewise, Gordon believed he stood to gain immensely, as he could effortlessly take control of Stark Industries' weapons division, which generated a revenue of at least $100 billion annually. In Chapter 69, I will only permit you to kiss the back of my hand. If you restore my body, I shall hand over Stark Industries' weapons division to you. Tony readily acquiesced. As Gordon merely required the research team and weapon schematics, making the transfer straightforward. If Gordon could indeed restore him to health, Tony had no qualms about introducing his former business associates to Gordon. Thus, it was settled. Gordon then downed his drink and declared, "Let us commence the surgery." "What? Now?" Tony exclaimed, bewildered by Gordon's words. "Come on, don't jest. You aren't even wearing a lab coat." Ignoring Tony's quip, Gordon turned to Ethan and inquired, "Are we certain the shrapnel is located in his chest?" Ethan confidently nodded. Indeed, the shards are trapped within the reactor in his chest. Should they detach, they could very well reach his heart and cause fatality. "I see," Gordon replied. "What do you understand?" Tony looked at Gordon in disbelief, beginning to question the validity of Gordon's previous statements, suspecting he was merely boasting without foundation. The most skilled doctors often employ the simplest methods of treatment. "Trust me, Tony. You will find it quite agreeable." Before Tony could respond, Gordon utilized his telekinetic abilities. A gory mist erupted from Tony's chest, as Gordon obliterated the area surrounding his heart. Subsequently, Gordon invoked a healing incantation, and the void in Tony's chest began to mend at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, Tony's chest returned to its original state. Gasping, Tony inhaled deeply and frantically examined his torso. If his memory served him correctly, a massive cavity had just appeared in his chest. However, he soon marveled at his restored form, incredulously asking Gordon, "Is this truly how you accomplished it?" "Of course. It is through superhuman abilities, far surpassing Wolverine's regenerative powers, and I can even extend this to others. With my presence, the Hell Lord cannot summon you." As the trio discussed Gordon's extraordinary capabilities, he suddenly halted, realizing an important detail. Tony's Mark-I armor had been left behind, forgotten in the chaos. Wouldn't that leave Tony vulnerable to an ambush by Obadiah? Tony regarded Gordon with suspicion, sensing something amiss in his gaze. "Listen, Gordon, even if you save me, I will not develop an inclination towards men, nor will I ever yield to you." After finishing his statement, Tony pondered for a moment and continued, "I shall permit you to kiss the back of my hand at most." Gordon's eyes twitched slightly, abandoning the thought of warning Tony about Obadiah. With a sardonic grin, he replied, "If you continue to utter such nauseating words, I shall certainly have you hoisted atop the White House flagpole." Tony rolled his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "I am terrified. Please, do not hang me from the White House flagpole, for I would surely perish." At that moment, Natasha in the cockpit suddenly noticed the plane had engaged autopilot. She recognized this as Gordon summoning her. With an exasperated flick of her hair, Natasha made her way to the passenger cabin. Upon seeing Natasha, Tony's eyes sparkled with renewed interest, his chest wound having healed somewhat, allowing his roguish nature to resurface. "Hey, Gordon, are the flight attendants on this plane all so alluring?" Tony remarked, simultaneously raising an eyebrow at Natasha. "Do you think her attire resembles that of a flight attendant?" "What? Does your private aircraft's attendant still don the uniform?" This left Tony baffled. "TSK." Gordon clicked his tongue, cursing the capitalist in his mind. Natasha then approached and effortlessly took a seat beside Gordon, who instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. Witnessing this, Tony smirked. It seemed he had lost the hope of engaging in a deeper conversation with the enchanting lady. "Allow me to introduce, this is Natasha Romanoff, a senior agent of SHIELD, a national agent." Tony's interest in Natasha diminished further. Agents were never to be trusted. Apart from someone as formidable as Gordon, it was unlikely anyone relished the presence of an agent. When people think of agents, the first impression is often one of treachery, deceit, and unscrupulous means to achieve their ends, prompting most to keep their distance. For someone like Tony, a billionaire, the trust in national agents was virtually non-existent. "It seems my identity has disappointed you, Mr. Stark." "Indeed, it has rather disheartened me. Were it not for your current repose in Gordon's embrace, I would have turned on my heel and left, assuming you were military personnel." Chapter 70. The unsavory scheme. "Well, I do apologize for that," Natasha smiled, nodding, seemingly unfazed by Tony's remarks. "Once this mission concludes, I wish to rest at your place for a while. I shall stay at the Umbrella Tower and not disturb your life." Lying in Gordon's arms, Natasha spoke with a nonchalant tone. Gordon's eyes narrowed slightly, uncertain whether this was a task assigned to Natasha by the Black Egg. He was no fool and would not place his trust in Natasha simply because she had previously bitten him. Moreover, he harbored a rather unsavory plan. Natasha had undergone a hysterectomy during her time in the Red Room, a precaution taken to prevent female agents from betraying their missions due to romantic entanglements, especially those who had children, as they were unlikely to entertain thoughts of continuing to serve the organization. Gordon, after capturing Natasha, planned to secretly restore her uterus, allowing her to experience the sensations of parenthood. Admittedly, this scheme bore a certain moral ambiguity, yet it held substantial potential to sever Black Widow's ties with SHIELD. compelling her to remain by Gordon's side as his lover. While the plan's success was not guaranteed, even in failure, Gordon would incur no significant loss. However, he advised against venturing to the 31st and 32nd floors, as it could lead to complications. With his right hand discreetly probing into the depths of the valley, out of Tony and Ethan's sight, Natasha shivered slightly. She was aware they were on the 33rd floor. "Pooh, Gordon. You cannot possibly take the words of a spy at face value," Tony teased, believing that Gordon had succumbed to a moment of folly. As a friend, he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. "My company operates legitimately. Aside from the 31st and 32nd floors, there are no significant secrets. If anyone could access those levels, there would be no reason to maintain the company," he asserted. The 31st and 32nd floors of the Umbrella Corporation were meticulously designed during construction, featuring only a single passageway per floor, complete with specialized scrutiny devices. Furthermore, the staff on the 32nd floor were few, their families monitored by the company, effectively deterring external infiltration while preventing internal leaks. Of course, these measures were not infallible. Gordon's own prowess served as the ultimate safeguard. Presently, the 31st floor housed no departments, and Gordon intended to assign Dr. Ethan to this level, primarily overseeing the development of biotechnological armor. Dr. Ethan had participated in the creation of Mark I, so he was well-versed in this area of research. Moreover, Gordon was not inclined to manufacture armors akin to Tony's. The average cost of the Mark series armors hovered around $500 million, a prohibitive expense. Instead, Gordon favored exoskeletal suits and compact mechs, not the kind produced by Hammer Industries, but rather more practical designs, potentially even suitable for civilian use. However, realizing Gordon's vision would likely require over a decade of effort. "Very well, since you possess such confidence, I shall refrain from further comment. Although the gaze of a certain lady appears to be quite consuming." Suddenly, Tony noted, "Wait, why is your face so flushed? That is of no concern to you, Mr. Stark," Natasha replied, her tone sharp. Tony shrugged, redirecting the conversation back to Ethan regarding the future of renewable energy markets. That afternoon, upon returning to New York, Tony promptly convened a press conference. Journalists flocked to Stark Industries like sharks scenting blood, eager to report on Tony's return. Upon learning of Tony's reemergence, Obadiah felt as if he had swallowed something foul. The imbecilic 10 rings still dared to boast of their reliability. Nevertheless, he donned a facade of congratulations, approaching Tony with a smile, as if he were a benevolent elder welcoming him back to the stage. However, Tony's next statement caused him to completely lose his composure. He gestured for all the journalists to crouch down, then took the microphone and solemnly declared, "I have decided to shut down the weapons division of Stark Industries from this moment forth." This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the reporters erupted in a frenzy, rushing forward with inquiries about his reasoning. Obadiah reacted swiftly, pulling Tony aside and telling the reporters that Tony was still unwell and speaking nonsense. Once in the office, Obadiah, seething with anger, chastised Tony. "Have you lost your mind? If we shut down the weapons division, how will we continue to grow and profit?" Obadiah was nearly apoplectic. He had been poised to reap the rewards, only for Tony to throw a wrench into his plans. If the weapons division of Stark Industries were to close, his prospects for profit would vanish. Tony, visibly displeased, retorted, "I, Tony Stark, am the owner of Stark Industries. If I say it will close, then it shall." With that, he disregarded Obadiah's furious expression and stormed out. Obadiah's gaze bore into Tony's retreating figure, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Upon returning to his opulent mansion, J.A.R.V.I.S. immediately detected Tony's arrival. "Welcome back, sir." "Hello, J.A.R.V.I.S." After calculations, J.A.R.V.I.S. continued, "Your probability of returning safely was less than 0.25%. Congratulations." Tony reflected on his ordeal. Indeed, the odds of his return had been slim. Yet here he was. As he gazed at the brightly lit skyline of New York, a sense of confusion and solitude enveloped him. As a billionaire, this experience had deepened his feelings of disorientation and isolation. In the past, he could indulge in a life of excess. But now he found himself devoid of desire to engage in anything. Staring at the holographic display of over 1,000 emails and messages, he casually perused them, discovering none that piqued his interest, and promptly discarded them all into the trash. Chapter 71. The reward Lorna desired. Meanwhile, Gordon returned to the Umbrella Corporation, accompanied by Natasha, and led her to the 33rd floor. "This is where I reside. You can sleep on this bed." Natasha stretched and expressed her gratitude. "Familiarize yourself. I must go find Lorna. Goodbye." When Gordon located Lorna, she was engrossed in matters concerning the acquisition of Stark stock. Since Tony's disappearance, the Umbrella Corporation had been in the process of acquiring shares in Stark Industries. initially planning to sell them upon Tony's return. However, with Tony's sudden announcement to close the weapons division, Stark's stock, which had been on the verge of recovery, plummeted once again. Consequently, Lorna decided to take matters into her own hands, aggressively acquiring Stark's shares. As of now, Umbrella had secured 14% of Stark Industries. If not for Obadiah's clandestine purchases, Umbrella would have possessed at least 20% of the shares by now. Tony Stark holds 55 of Stark Industries, with the remaining 45 dispersed among various shareholders. The board of directors possesses 30, while the remaining 15 is held by millions of minor investors. Following Tony's disappearance, Lorna commenced acquiring scattered shares and engaged with the board of Stark Industries to purchase stakes from smaller shareholders. Initially, Lorna intended to wait until the shares dropped significantly before making her acquisitions. However, upon discovering that others were also acquiring Stark shares, she swiftly seized the opportunity to amass 14 of the company. "You've done splendidly. I knew you would accomplish the task I entrusted to you," Gordon praised, affectionately ruffling Lorna's hair. He had inadvertently discovered that Lorna, like a little kitten, relished his compliments and gentle touches. "Is there any reward you desire?" he inquired. "No, thank you. Sister Melissa has already rewarded me." Gordon looked puzzled. "What did Melissa give you?" Lorna's cheeks flushed slightly. "You'll find out tonight." Gordon raised an eyebrow, pondering her reaction, and formed a suspicion that Melissa had not abandoned her efforts to find a partner for him. As time passed, Gordon had become increasingly occupied, and Melissa often lamented her need for someone to share the burdens of her responsibilities. It seemed that Melissa had set her sights on Lorna. Gordon, too, had been keeping Lorna in mind, often teasing her. However, due to her busy schedule, he had refrained from pursuing her more earnestly. He also contemplated a matter of significance. With mutants nearly extinct and having injected himself with a serum for super healing, if he were to have a child with Lorna, would that child inherit mutant genes and serum abilities? As he mused, he caught Lorna's gaze, and their eyes met. Noticing the depth of meaning in Gordon's eyes, Lorna's face turned a shade reminiscent of a ripe peach. Gordon playfully patted her head and resumed his efforts to acquire Stark shares, recognizing that the present moment was opportune. At that time, there were still 4 of scattered shares available, and Obadiah was unaware that Tony had developed the arc reactor, a clean energy source akin to a cold fusion reactor. Thus, during Obadiah's attempts to persuade Tony to reopen the weapons division, the opportunity to acquire the remaining 4 shares was ripe for the taking. Currently, Obadiah held 19 of the shares in the board, while other shareholders accounted for 11. If Gordon succeeded in acquiring the final 4, he would become the 3rd largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Subsequently, Gordon settled into a chair while Lorna, at his request, straddled his lap to report on the recent developments within the Umbrella Corporation. However, as she was speaking, Gordon silenced her with a kiss. Just as Lorna was on the verge of breathlessness, his phone rang. Reluctantly, he released her, glancing at the caller ID, which read Egghead. Annoyed, he answered the call. "Egghead, you have a remarkable talent for timing. Spit it out." However, Nick Fury's tone grew increasingly irate. "I warn you, Gordon John. You have no right to demand Natasha work for your company without compensation, especially while drawing a salary from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just moments ago, he had contacted Natasha to inquire why she had not returned after completing her mission. Natasha informed him that Gordon had compelled her to remain and assist with the company, coinciding with her desire for a brief respite. This led to the earlier confrontation. Fury's ire was not directed at Natasha's decision to stay at Umbrella during her leave, but rather at her refusal to investigate the inner workings of the Umbrella Corporation. Simultaneously, the fact that Natasha was working for Gordon, potentially being swayed by him, while still receiving her S.H.I.E.L.D. salary became the final straw. Regarding the author in this book, there are numerous inconsistencies, and the author sincerely apologizes for not executing the narrative adeptly. Writing fiction is merely a hobby and part-time pursuit for the author, who is not a professional writer. Thus, it proves challenging to intricately portray every plot point and character. However, the author is committed to continuous learning in hopes of crafting more compelling narratives. Gratitude is extended for the support received, and any feedback is welcome for thoughtful consideration. Additionally, while perusing Marvel Comics today, I stumbled upon a Captain America comic with exceedingly abstract content. I wonder, do people genuinely read male-oriented fan fiction? Chapter 72. Natasha's intentions. Gordon, with a mere guess, surmised the situation. It was likely that Natasha had not told Nick Fury the truth, instead claiming to the irate Fury that it was her own decision to stay. Though displeased that Natasha was using him as a shield, he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Even if Nick Fury were to summon that insufferable woman from outer space, he would not be intimidated. "I've retrieved Tony Stark for you. I now have a plethora of matters to attend to at my company. What is wrong with asking Natasha for assistance? Are you upset?" Gordon's tone was exceptionally brash. "Gordon John, let me reiterate. Natasha is a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Without S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders, you have no authority to detain her. Mind your language, Fury. My company's doors are always open. If you have the capability, you may come and take her back, Gordon retorted. The two argued for 10 minutes, after which Fury, in a fit of rage, abruptly terminated the call. Inside the helicarrier of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury hung up, and his anger swiftly dissipated. He turned to Coulson and inquired, "Do you believe Natasha has truly fallen for Gordon John?" Coulson shook his head firmly. "I am quite certain Natasha could not possibly develop feelings for a man she has only recently met. I believe Natasha Romanoff has her own motives." As a former Soviet operative, Nick Fury had never fully trusted Natasha, nor did he extend his trust to anyone else. Natasha was acutely aware of this. And from her current demeanor, it was evident that there was something about Gordon that captivated her, likely offering her a means to liberate herself from external control. Fury closed his eyes in contemplation. Since being persuaded by Hawkeye to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha had exhibited unwavering loyalty and formidable abilities. Nick Fury, however, recognized that deep within Natasha lay a yearning for a normal life, a longing for family, and a desire to return to her childhood. Initially, he had intended to tether Natasha to the Avengers, but it seemed that this plan was destined for failure. "Have there been any updates on Yelena?" Nick Fury inquired abruptly. Coulson shook his head. After the destruction of the Red Room years ago, Yelena's whereabouts had become a mystery. However, it was certain that the Red Room had not been entirely eradicated. Make an effort to uncover Yelena's whereabouts. If Natasha truly becomes Gordon's woman, we might be able to influence Gordon indirectly through Yelena. He is a razor-sharp blade, and we must tread carefully. Initially, Nick Fury intended for Natasha to infiltrate Gordon John's circle, gradually coaxing him to join the Avengers for his own purposes. However, Gordon John quickly uncovered Natasha's true identity and subjected her to humiliation. Subsequently, Nick Fury sought to probe Gordon John's character weaknesses, but within a mere 6 months, Gordon's capabilities exceeded all expectations, slipping beyond the control of S.H.I.E.L.D., quietly brushing his fingers over the pager he carried. Nick Fury felt a slight sense of reassurance. In the face of Gordon, this pager served as his last bastion of hope. He believed that while Carol might not necessarily triumph over Gordon, defeating him would certainly be within her grasp. Moreover, on Earth, Nick Fury had yet to encounter a war machine more formidable than Gordon John. Perhaps only that green behemoth could stand a chance in a contest of strength against him. However, Bruce Banner, upon transforming into the Hulk, lost his rationality, which was far removed from Gordon John's nature. Gordon John was among the rare few who, after acquiring extraordinary powers, could maintain impeccable self-control. Regrettably, this fellow was exceedingly difficult to deceive, seemingly knowledgeable about everything. Meanwhile, after Gordon hung up the phone, he set off to confront Natasha. Upon entering the room, he found Natasha changing clothes, her form-fitting combat attire ill-suited for leisure. Locking the door behind him, Gordon spoke with a menacing tone. "You didn't inform Egghead about your vacation in advance?" Natasha feigned innocence. "I just suddenly felt tired." "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Of course, I just had a fierce argument with that Egghead, and I'm quite irate right now." Observing Gordon's demeanor and listening to his words, Natasha quickly grasped his intentions. She removed the freshly donned outfit and, feigning shyness, inquired, "I wonder if your previous words still hold true?" Natasha had some understanding of Gordon's peculiar fondness for women who were both shy and irritable. He had previously confided in her that he could assist her in shedding her identity as a spy, though he had not specified what the cost would be. However, it seemed clear that her body was undoubtedly part of that price. Since she had already been nearly claimed, the final act mattered little. Natasha harbored no genuine feelings for Gordon. Her previous physical interactions with him were merely a consequence of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s missions and the futility of resistance. Now, she resolved to completely extricate herself from the agency's control and reclaim her freedom. For Nick Fury's insistence that she serve men with her body was a precedent she could not abide. In her 24 years of existence, she had spent at least a dozen in the throes of missions, and she had grown weary of such a life. She yearned to discover what means Gordon could employ to embolden her when confronting S.H.I.E.L.D. If Gordon intended to protect her solely through his own strength, she would not choose to sever ties with the agency. However, if he possessed the ability to enhance her own power while providing protection, she would indeed consider breaking free from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 73. Each with their own thoughts. Gordon understood Natasha's intentions. Of course, it was contingent upon her commitment to work for him for 2 years, during which she would be obliged to heed his guidance. "How do you plan to assist me?" Natasha inquired candidly while seated at the edge of the bed. Gordon narrowed his eyes, stating, "That will depend on your performance." An hour later, Gordon donned his attire and exited the room. If what he claimed was true, she could genuinely escape the life of an agent. After pouring milk, Gordon had revealed that he could permanently transfer his extraordinary powers to others, promising to elevate her physical prowess to that of Captain America. Overall, Natasha found this exchange highly satisfactory, although she would remain by Gordon's side for the next 2 years. She envisioned a future of boundless freedom thereafter. Following his departure, Gordon proceeded directly to Dr. Connor's laboratory, seeking counsel on certain matters. At that moment, Dr. Connors was engrossed in the development of an enhanced super serum. His ideal serum would confer the regenerative abilities of a lizard without altering one's physical appearance. Dr. Connors, will the super regenerative serum alter the essence cells of the recipient? He inquired. Moments earlier, during a game of cards with Natasha, she had suddenly gasped in pain. Upon questioning, she attributed it to an intense burn, an occurrence previously unheard of. Connors furrowed his brow, reassuring, it will not. The super regenerative serum merely augments bodily cells without any genetic alterations. I have conducted my own research and can assure you that it does not modify any gene sequences. Perhaps sensing Gordon's skepticism, Connors reiterated his point. Gordon entertained a hypothesis. This incident might be attributed to the talismans. The 6 talismans provided by the system had not been chosen by Gordon, but had been embedded directly into his soul. Should the Ancient One now extract Gordon's soul, the 6 talismans would undoubtedly be visible upon it. Upon injecting the serum, Gordon's absorption rate of the talismans had surged exponentially, resulting in a portion of their power dispersing into his physical form. After all, the soul and body are inherently intertwined, and the likelihood of such a connection is considerable. The potency of the incantation may very well be altering Gordon's genetic makeup. Dr. Connors, I require you to analyze my genetic sequence. I suspect there may be some subtle changes occurring within my body. Dr. Connors, somewhat taken aback, prepared to conduct the examination for Gordon. Could it be that the super regenerative serum has undergone some mutations within Gordon's system? How intriguing. As preparations were finalized, Connors conducted a thorough examination of Gordon, with the results only emerging by 10 o'clock that evening. Well, Dr. Connors? Gordon inquired. Connors furrowed his brow. Your genetic sequence has indeed changed. However, it appears to be a benign mutation for now. That said, your body temperature may remain elevated for an extended period. Can you ascertain when it will return to normal? Regrettably, I cannot provide a definitive timeline, but based on my estimations, it could persist for 3 to 6 months. I cannot offer any guarantees. Gordon rubbed his forehead. Well, as long as it can revert, that's acceptable. Otherwise, becoming a high-temperature creature could cause complications. I certainly can inject the absolute virus into Melissa and the others. All right then. I shall take my leave. You should rest early, Connors. Very well, I will complete this final test, and then return. After bidding farewell to Connors, Gordon drove home in his cherished black peasant. Upon arriving, he was astonished to find the lights still on in the hall. Ordinarily, Melissa would have already retired to bed by this hour. Unlocking the door, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly spotted Lorna engaged in conversation with Melissa in the living room. Gordon, Lorna said, her face slightly flushed, I couldn't afford to rent a place, so I'm temporarily staying here. Gordon, puzzled, glanced at the smiling Melissa, then back at Lorna. With your annual salary now at 600,000, you're telling me you can't rent in Queens? Nevertheless, Gordon felt elated. Having a new companion living with them hardly seemed like a misfortune. I'm off to take a shower, Lorna declared, unable to withstand Gordon's teasing gaze and hastily making her exit. Melissa then approached, settling into Gordon's embrace, entwining her arms around his neck. In a hushed tone, she murmured, I can accept that you have many women, but I have but one request. Don't be careless, all right? Gordon affectionately ruffled Melissa's hair. I never act recklessly. Trust me. He vowed this was not a falsehood. Since his arrival in this realm, he had only been involved with the more renowned female characters of Marvel. Moreover, he currently had only one woman, and since he had yet to be intimate with Lorna, she did not count. Natasha could be considered, at most, a lover, but not truly. Chapter 74. Sierra Leone. The following morning, Lorna left early to attend to matters concerning the transition within the Stark Weapons Division. Melissa was tidying up the bedroom, which was in disarray after the trio's battle yesterday, to the extent that even the small umbrella had been forgotten. On the balcony of the second floor, the morning sun streamed in beautifully as Gordon sat cross-legged in meditation, a practice that effectively accelerated his absorption of the spell runes. According to his estimates, at the current pace, he would require 20 years of meditation to fully master the rule runes bestowed by the system. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Gordon opened his eyes to see Garfield perched at the window, tapping on the glass. With a flick of his mental energy, he opened the balcony door, allowing Peter to climb in with his backpack. Why did you come in through the window? Isn't the front door more convenient? Gordon asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Sorry, I've just gotten used to it, Peter replied somewhat sheepishly. Is there something you need? It's summer break, and you rarely come by, especially at this early hour. I was just passing by and thought I'd relay a message from Uncle George. He wants to chat with you. Are you free today? Peter explained. George usually spoke with Lorna or Melissa on the phone, so he had asked Peter to arrange a meeting with Gordon directly. You're still calling him Uncle George? Honestly, Peter, if it were me, I would definitely refer to him as father-in-law or dad. No. I'm not as shameless as you are. I simply can't bring myself to say it before getting married, Peter protested, waving his hands dismissively. By the way, Uncle George wants to meet you at the New York police station at 9. You have 10 minutes. Gordon's expression turned to one of confusion. It's already 8:50. Why are you only telling me this now? Peter scratched his head awkwardly. I was on the phone with Gwen and accidentally lost track of time. As soon as I remembered, I hung up and rushed over. Shouldn't I commend you for that? Gordon's tone turned slightly sharp, prompting Peter to quickly climb back out the window. He attached a web line to the power pole across the street, preparing for a swift escape, and said, of course. If you want to praise me, I wouldn't mind. Without waiting for Gordon's reaction, Peter took off running. Gordon, controlling the intensity of his energy blast, aimed and shot a precise bolt at Peter's backside. Ouch, that hurt. A hole had been burned into Peter's rear, revealing a cartoon character from his blue underwear, creating a rather comical sight. As Gordon flew past him, he teased, your bear-themed underwear is quite stylish, Spider-Man. That's not funny, Gordon. I need to go home and change. Ha. I'll have Dr. Eason design you a suit. No need to thank me. With that, Gordon soared toward the New York police station, while Peter hurried home, clutching his backside. In a corner unnoticed by Peter, a reporter from the Daily Apple captured this historic moment. And it wouldn't be long before the bear-themed cartoon underwear became a sensation in New York. Soon, Gordon arrived at the entrance of the New York Police Department, descending from the sky, much to the astonishment of the onlookers who captured the moment on their phones. Upon entering George's office, the clock on the wall struck 9 o'clock precisely. It appeared that he had not arrived late. Gordon took a seat, and George nodded, remarking, so, you chose to make your entrance in front of a crowd? I would have preferred you to be tardy. Gordon could discern George's exasperation, but replied nonchalantly, surely I cannot don a mask every time I need to employ my superpowers? George interjected, so you believe the government is powerless against you now, do you? He feared that the government would cause trouble for Gordon if they discovered his identity. To be frank, Uncle George, I am not particularly intimidated by the American government at this moment. The Umbrella Corporation has supported numerous political figures over the past 6 months, Gordon confessed, having long abandoned any intentions of concealing his identity. He had no desire to live life as Peter did, always masked. Furthermore, Gordon had identified a small nation in Africa called Sierra Leone. The Republic of Sierra Leone, located on the Atlantic coast of West Africa, is bordered by Guinea to the north and east, and Liberia to the southeast. With a land area of 740 square kilometers and a population of 7,387 million. It is home to over 20 ethnic groups, divided into 4 provinces and the western area, with Freetown as its capital. Sierra Leone is significantly underdeveloped, with a GDP of $3.7 billion in 2007 and a per capita GDP of $4,159. The nation is rife with rebel factions. Gordon secretly established the People's Defense Party and enlisted the services of the Giant Lizard, an international mercenary group, to join the civil conflict in Sierra Leone. This not only elevated the reputation of the Giant Lizard, but also facilitated the unification of the Republic of Sierra Leone under the auspices of the People's Defense Party. Should Gordon find himself unable to remain in the United States, he could effortlessly transform into the president of Sierra Leone. Within 3 months, the People's Defense Party would liberate the entirety of Sierra Leone, at which point he could appoint an actor as a puppet president, thereby gaining complete control of a small nation, free to distance himself from America at will. Thus, Gordon truly felt unthreatened by the American government. If provoked, he could easily orchestrate a significant upheaval among American politicians. Chapter 75. The Serpent Shield Bureau is my dog. However, George remained unaware of Gordon's meticulous preparations and could only voice his concerns. Let us hope the government does not undertake any foolish actions. They had better not. Gordon replied coolly, but enough of that. I have come to consult you regarding the Axe Gang. Since their rise to power and subsequent occupation of Queens, they have been responsible for over 30 deaths. Although the situation has been resolved, it remains a potential weapon for others to use against you. Thus, I would like to inquire whether it is possible to confine the Axe Gang's influence within the boundaries of Queens, preventing any further expansion. Gordon did not respond to George's inquiry, but rather posed a counter-question. Is Uncle George not interested in the position of Lagenferson? George's eyes widened slightly. Lagenferson was the mayor of New York, the very individual he had previously ridiculed. Lagenferson possessed no discernible capability and was exceedingly avaricious. Officials in New York had to annually offer him substantial sums to ensure they were not subjected to petty grievances. Are you jesting? George could readily discern the implication behind Gordon's words, yet replacing a mayor is no trivial task. The mayor of New York is elected every 4 years, with a maximum of 2 consecutive terms totaling 8 years. Should the mayor be incapacitated due to illness, misfortune, or criminal activities, they may be removed from office prematurely, leading to a re-election by local officials. I am certainly not jesting. It is merely the matter of a New York mayor. The funds from the Umbrella Corporation are not easily acquired. George blinked in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Umbrella Corporation could so casually consider replacing the mayor. The United States operates under a federal system, with each state possessing a degree of autonomy, thus providing ample opportunity for elite conglomerates to maneuver. The Umbrella Corporation currently boasts assets amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars, and should they successfully assimilate Stark's weapon division, they would emerge as a trillion-dollar enterprise. At present, the most renowned conglomerates in America are Osborne Technologies and Stark Industries, and Gordon's conspicuous appearance in New York is certain to elevate the Umbrella Corporation's profile. It seems that New York is on the cusp of an era dominated by the triumvirate of Stark Industries, Osborne Technologies, and Umbrella Biotech. If I were to become the mayor of New York, I would certainly not object. George would undoubtedly seize such an opportunity. However, this would irrevocably tether him to Gordon's ambitions. Nevertheless, George recognized that he would not suffer any detriment in the process. Then it is settled. Prepare for a month, and I shall assist you in eliminating Fisk. You may then leverage this accomplishment to campaign for the office of mayor. Gordon intended to present Fisk's head as a credential to George. He was quite the vengeful individual and had not forgotten Fisk's previous aggression towards him. Moreover, the Axe Gang would eventually target Fisk, making this a fortuitous twofold resolution. Eliminate Fisk? George's expression revealed his realization that the discussion had circled back to the Axe Gang's intention to expand throughout New York. At that juncture, I will provide evidence of Lagenferson's corruption and Wilson Fisk's criminal activities. You may then directly accompany Peter to apprehend Fisk, while the Axe Gang simultaneously targets Fisk's subordinates. Acquiring incriminating evidence would prove challenging. Fisk's past as a criminal made him relatively accessible, yet Lagenferson was a wily old fox. Although his performance in office was lackluster, he was adept at erasing traces of his own corrupt dealings. Though George held a dismissive view of Lagenferson's capabilities, he could not help but admire the latter's embezzlement techniques, which left almost no trace. Gordon regarded Lagenferson with disdain. Even the most cunning would find their secrets laid bare by S.H.I.E.L.D. While S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed been infiltrated by Hydra, the latter's operatives worked tirelessly to ascend the ranks, making their competence somewhat trustworthy. As for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s willingness, that was no concern of theirs. He had joined the agency to make it serve his interests, positioning himself as the true capitalist rather than a mere pawn of S.H.I.E.L.D. George nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the assurance, stating that he awaited further news. He was quite hopeful about the mayoral campaign, embodying a strong sense of justice while also adhering to the rules of reality, which had undoubtedly facilitated his ascent to the role of police chief. Once he became the mayor of New York City, he envisioned the opportunity to mold the city according to his ideals. Most importantly, with the Umbrella Corporation backing him, he would no longer need to ingratiate himself with others, significantly easing his burdens. As for today, it was supposed to be his day off, yet due to a reservation at home, he found himself compelled to work. It seemed luck was not on his side, as this was a recurring theme whenever he had a day off. Chapter 76. Red Umbrella Emergency Spray. Another matter, Uncle George. Each year, thousands of police officers across the nation suffer casualties, and it pains me deeply. To address this, I have commissioned Red Umbrella Biopharmaceuticals to develop an emergency spray. Here is a demonstration of its efficacy. With that, Gordon produced a holographic projector and placed it on the table, initiating a visual display. The image revealed a man whose hand had been severely lacerated. Shortly after, a researcher clad in a white lab coat sprayed a vibrant red mist onto the wound, swiftly halting the bleeding. This is the Red Umbrella Emergency Spray. Each bottle costs merely 7, and I intend to sell it for 10. A single bottle can be used 10 times, effectively granting officers the equivalent of 10 additional lives. In truth, the production cost was under $1, at just 32 cents. Yet Gordon refrained from disclosing this fact in pursuit of profit. While it appears promising, the Treasury may not allocate funds, George remarked, considering there are 460,000 police officers nationwide. If each were to receive 1 bottle annually, it would amount to 4.6 million, which is less economical than providing death benefits. His insight rang true. For politicians in America, Particularly within the Marvel Universe, self-interest and profit were paramount, while human lives were merely instruments of their power plays. That's easily remedied. Once you assume the mayoralty, you can mandate that every officer receives a bottle of Red Umbrella emergency spray monthly, deducting the cost from their salaries. Then, you could persuade New York's Treasury to allocate funds under the pretext of ensuring their safety, subsidizing each bottle by 5. I will arrange some shooting times and extensively publicize the efficacy of the Red Umbrella emergency spray. Subsequently, it will be available for retail at pharmacies for a price of $20. I will also have the umbrella-controlled legislators elevate the discussion on its widespread use, subtly guiding public opinion, making its proliferation an uncomplicated matter. Gordon's approach is remarkably straightforward yet effective. If successful, the Red Umbrella emergency spray could garner an annual revenue of $55,200,000 from the U.S. government. Furthermore, Gordon is confident that the military will be tempted by the emergency spray upon encountering it, as it is undoubtedly a formidable tool on the battlefield, capable of significantly reducing U.S. military casualties in the Middle East. Upon hearing Gordon's plan, George remained silent, recognizing it as a commendable strategy. Although Gordon's motives are profit-driven, the spray's efficacy and reasonable price are indeed compelling. As for the direct method of disbursing death benefits, George believes that investing a bit more taxpayer money to reduce mortality rates is a preferable option. After finalizing some details with George, Gordon returned to the Umbrella headquarters. Upon returning to the office, Gordon immediately called Mike, summoning him to the company. He then dialed Nick Fury's number. "Oh my God, who is this?" "Gordon John. Actually calling me." Nick Fury's sarcastic voice came through as soon as the call connected. Gordon wasted no time and stated bluntly, "I require evidence of the mayor of New York City's corruption and evidence of Gene Bing's crimes. I need it in 3 days." This assertion rendered Nick Fury speechless for a considerable moment before he replied, "What do you take SHIELD for? A mere tool for power manipulation?" "Isn't it?" Gordon responded with a sense of inevitability. "That is unacceptable. I cannot, and will not, do that, Gordon." Nick Fury's voice was resolute. "You will. For if I do not receive the requested information by 3 days from now, I shall withdraw from SHIELD and the Avengers, and our collaboration will cease." "What did you say?" "I will not repeat myself. I agree with you. In 2 days, Coulson will deliver the materials to you." Nick Fury ultimately conceded. Progress on the Gospel Serum's decryption has stagnated, and he cannot afford to sever ties with Gordon. After hanging up, Nick Fury took a deep breath. He loathed being threatened. "Coulson, did you just say someone secretly accessed Gordon John's files?" Coulson, standing nearby, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, someone copied Gordon John's files without permission, along with the Gospel Serum's information. Nick Fury narrowed his single eye, aware that there were Hydra infiltrators within SHIELD. He had sensed this long ago but had remained ignorant of their positions and exact numbers, which is why he had kept silent. Little did he know, in a certain sense, he himself had become the greatest spy within SHIELD since ascending to the position of director. Moments later, Nick Fury addressed Coulson, instructing him to add a note to Gordon's dossier, stating that Gordon possessed a profound affection for his women. If they could gain control over Melissa and Lorna, they would effectively hold sway over Gordon. Coulson widened his eyes slightly, expressing concern that if the Hydra spies were to act against those close to Gordon, they might be scapegoated by Hydra. "Oh, you underestimate the prowess of Gordon's 2 young companions. If Hydra were capable of subduing them, they would have already instigated widespread panic. Thus, it is improbable that Hydra could successfully abduct Melissa and Lorna, while we simultaneously have the opportunity to identify any spies within SHIELD. Chapter 77. Alexander Pierce. At that moment, as Nick Fury and Coulson deliberated on how to unearth the spies within SHIELD, Alexander Pierce was engrossed in reviewing the dossier on Gordon John within his office. Previously, he had only heard Nick Fury mention Gordon in passing, dismissing him as an ordinary mutant. However, he was taken aback to discover that Gordon possessed the Gospel Serum. Should Hydra obtain the formula for this serum, they could mass-produce super soldiers. As Alexander perused Gordon's background, a new piece of information was transmitted to him. He was astonished to learn of Gordon's vulnerability, which sparked an idea. If he could leverage Melissa and Lorna to threaten Gordon, he might procure the formula for the Gospel Serum. It was even conceivable to utilize the Gospel Serum alongside SHIELD's super serum research to develop a flawless super soldier serum. Regarding the dossier's assertion that Melissa Marks and Lorna Dane were both enhanced individuals, Alexander remained unconcerned. After all, the first candidate for SHIELD's super soldier program had been Ward, a Hydra operative. Ward's physique had already met the standards set by Captain America during World War II, although his organs were deteriorating. Tests indicated that the gospel serum could indeed restore failing organs. The optimal usage period was projected at 2 months, meaning each super soldier would require an expenditure of $10 million bi-monthly. While $10 million was a substantial sum, it remained justifiable given the value of a super soldier, provided the number did not exceed 3 SHIELD could manage the costs. Alexander promptly notified Ward to proceed with the abduction of Melissa Marks and Lorna Dane. 2 days later, on August 1, 2008, the delightful summer vacation had reached its midpoint. At the top of the Umbrella Building, Gordon sat in meditation, his upper body bare, basking in the tranquility that followed his workout. Natasha, exhausted, leaned against the bed. The previous day, Gordon had administered a super regenerative serum to her, and she had just discovered that his earlier claim about the enhancements being self-administered was merely a ruse to persuade her to consume the milk. The most significant concern lies not in being deceived into consuming the milk, but rather in the fact that the Umbrella Corporation has successfully perfected a serum for super soldiers, which possesses a remarkable self-healing capability not found in Dr. Erskine's serum. This formidable ability to regenerate and endure could even allow Natasha and Gordon to engage in a poker game for 2 continuous hours. Natasha chose not to report the Umbrella Corporation's discovery of the super healing serum to SHIELD beyond Gordon's counsel. She felt that since she had resolved to sever ties with SHIELD, there was no need to offend her ally, Gordon, from the Umbrella Corporation. The fundamental reason, of course, was that Gordon's prowess had reached the pinnacle on Earth, rendering the need for furtive actions obsolete. Moreover, the true Umbrella Corporation headquarters is currently under construction. Gordon has procured a semi-finished 100-story building in Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone, which is undergoing extensive renovations. Additionally, 10 subterranean levels are being developed specifically for the future artificial intelligence known as Red Queen. Half of the new Umbrella headquarters has already been furnished, with the emblem of the new headquarters crafted in accordance with the aesthetic of the Umbrella subsidiaries, even exhibiting a weathered appearance, devoid of any promotional material. Gordon plans to send Dr. Connors to the new Umbrella headquarters tomorrow, designating the 32nd floor for Dr. Ethan's use. Simultaneously, the production line and documentation for the inferior termite serum will be placed on the 31st floor, creating a FAAD. The termite serum is a defective version of the worker ant serum, which presents no issues in the first month post-injection. However, by the second month, it begins to secrete corrosive acid, ultimately eroding the individual from within. In the end, Natasha will relay information regarding the serum to SHIELD, thus misleading other factions. Thus, what is ostensibly the most secure level of the Umbrella headquarters, the 33rd floor, actually harbors the lethal termite serum, rather than the super healing serum that Natasha purportedly communicated. Unbeknownst to Gordon, Natasha has not disseminated this information. However, even if he were aware, it would have little impact, as it is merely a component of the ruse. The subsidiary in Sierra Leone is, in fact, the new Umbrella headquarters, known to only a select few. Gordon intends to assign Lorna to manage the new headquarters in Freetown, although Lorna feels a twinge of reluctance. The trust Gordon has placed in her fills her with great joy. Perhaps this is the essence of romantic infatuation. Tomorrow, Lorna will travel to Freetown alongside Dr. Connors and a select group of core members. As the capital of Sierra Leone, Freetown boasts the country's sole airport. The Civil Guard Party has long since seized control of Freetown, and upon Lorna and Connors' arrival, they will be under the protection of Clayton and his formidable mercenary group, the Titans. Therefore, Gordon feels assured regarding their safety. Naturally, the security personnel at the new Umbrella headquarters will undoubtedly consist of super soldiers, as Gordon aspires to create a headquarters akin to the verdant sanctuary of Wakanda. Chapter 78, Assassins and Agents. On August 5th, Tony Stark established a new company named Stark Clean Energy. This venture was entirely funded by Tony himself, who retained sole ownership, and the unveiling of his cold fusion reactor technology sent ripples through the industry. Even the recent revelation that the chairman of the Umbrella Corporation was a superhuman was momentarily overshadowed. Following Gordon's identity exposure just days prior, major media outlets reported extensively on the situation. With the guidance of the Apple Daily's sensationalism and the Umbrella Corporation's substantial charitable initiatives, Gordon earned the moniker of a charitable superhero. The media portrayed Gordon as a victim of bullying who, after a tragic turn of events, unexpectedly gained superpowers and ascended to the pinnacle of success, all while embodying a great philanthropic spirit. It seemed that anyone who lauded Gordon John would garner attention. while several tabloids attempted to gain traction by disparaging him. However, Gordon, leveraging his affiliation with SHIELD, and with George's assistance, strategically acquired these tabloids at a fraction of their value. His status as a senior agent of SHIELD was not merely ceremonial. It granted him special privileges in numerous contexts. Now, with the launch of Stark Energy, Gordon rapidly faded from the headlines, eclipsed by a relentless barrage of news centered on Stark. Shocking. Tony Stark has reportedly shut down his weapons division. Terrifying. What potential harm could a nuclear reactor inflict on the human body? Is Tony Stark on the brink of death? Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? How could Tony Stark create such a thing? The overwhelming coverage illustrated the public's astonishment. The creation of the cold fusion reactor represented a monumental leap in humanity's pursuit of clean energy. It signified not merely progress in clean energy, but a significant advancement in energy utilization. A controllable cold fusion reactor suggests that humanity could harness an almost limitless supply of clean energy. Although this technology belonged to Stark personally, it did not hinder the public's access to clean energy, which could simply be procured from Stark Industries. The U.S. government also became aware of Tony Stark's mastery of cold fusion technology, provoking their envy. Unfortunately for them, the U.S. is a nation built on private ownership, and this technology was exclusive to Stark Industries. Without resorting to unscrupulous methods, they had no authority to compel Stark to relinquish his cold fusion technology. Their only recourse was to closely monitor Stark Industries, ensuring he complied with tax regulations, especially since the impending success of Stark Industries would undoubtedly yield a substantial tax revenue. In Stark Tower, Obadiah's fury was beyond words. Tony had dismantled Stark Industries' weapons division and subsequently launched Stark Energy, retaining full control and leaving no opportunity for others to benefit. At this moment, a colossal reactor had been installed atop Stark Tower. Obadiah had instructed his research team to study and replicate the technology. Once he acquired the reactor's secrets, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Tony Stark. However, before that, he needed to reclaim the Stark Weapons Division's research team. To his astonishment, Tony had not only shuttered the weapons department, but also packaged the blueprints and personnel for sale to another company. Although the production facility remained under Obadiah's clandestine control, the absence of the original research team signified a loss of innovative capability. While many of Stark's renowned high-end weapons were the result of Tony's ingenuity, the mid-range and lower-end armaments were products of this very research team. Obadiah had also uncovered the identity of the buyer, a civilian technology company named Umbrella Corporation. He chuckled at the absurdity of a biotech firm attempting to pivot into arms manufacturing. Although Stark had turned to more lucrative renewable energy sources, this did not imply that the weapons industry was devoid of profitability. It merely indicated that the earnings from renewables were comparatively lesser. With the departure of the primary titan in the arms sector, other companies were salivating at the prospect of entering Stark's market. For instance, Justin Hammer's Hammer Industries had been thriving since Tony shuttered Stark Industries' weapons division. Obadiah had arranged for assassins to kidnap Melissa Marks, intending to use her as leverage against Gordon John, compelling him to surrender the weapon blueprints and research team. Thus, on this ordinary evening, two factions seized the opportunity of Gordon's absence to target Melissa, who was preparing dinner in the kitchen. Suddenly, Qianji appeared and warned, "Two groups are approaching. They seem to be after you." Melissa was taken aback. She had anticipated that someone might seek to harm her. Since becoming Gordon's partner and witnessing various extraordinary phenomena, she had come to understand the potential threats arising from the value of the serum in Gordon's possession. "Can you handle it?" Melissa inquired. If Qianji was unable to confront them, they would need to flee. As long as she remained uncatchable, Gordon would be spared from any coercion. Chapter 79. The damn Hammer Industries, of course. They are merely a swarm of ants. Qianji was supremely confident in her abilities. As a second-generation symbiote with a host who had injected super serum, she undoubtedly ranked among the elite on Earth. "I'll leave it to you. I have little taste for killing," Melissa stated. "Not a problem." As soon as the words left her lips, Qianji enveloped Melissa, and a dragon-like entity materialized. Typically, when Melissa controlled her body, it took on a mechanized form, whereas Qianji preferred the dragon-like appearance that Gordon had previously manifested. At this moment outside the house, the assassin Shidan Bakel had already entered the courtyard. Upon witnessing this scene, Ward immediately instructed his team to conceal themselves. Under the pretext of executing a mission in Moscow as arranged by Alexander Pierce, he had actually arrived in New York to kidnap Gordon John's girlfriend. However, he was taken aback to discover that another group was preparing to undertake the same task. He was certain that Shidan Bakel was not affiliated with Hydra. The operation he was conducting with 4 elite Hydra agents was a closely guarded secret, and it was inconceivable that another faction would be assigned to perform the same mission. Particularly, the individual before him appeared rather dim-witted. This was Shidan Bakel's first assignment, and Obadiah could hardly have anticipated that his trusted associate had chosen a novice. Perhaps perceiving Melissa as merely a vulnerable woman, Obadiah's confidant believed that an inexpensive assassin would suffice for this endeavor, pocketing the remaining funds for himself. Yet, Shidan Bakel soon proved that cheap goods often yield poor quality. As he drew his pistol from his waist, it clicked into place. However, to his astonishment, the upper half of the gun flew off, leaving him holding only the lower half. Observing the remaining piece of the pistol, the Hammer Industries logo was glaringly prominent. Damn it, I should never have trusted the quality of Hammer Industries. Shidan Bakel cursed in disbelief. Cursing the wretched Hammer Industries, he retrieved a dagger. Preparing to enter the house. As a proficient assassin, close combat was also his forte. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, and a bloody hole appeared in the back of Shidan Bakel's head. A Hydra soldier immediately stepped forward to support Shidan Bakel's lifeless body before dragging it into the bushes. Subsequently, Ward led 4 Hydra soldiers into Gordon's residence. The door was unlocked. Ward gently turned the handle and stepped inside, but he felt an unsettling sensation. After receiving the super soldier serum, his senses had been considerably heightened. The room was unnaturally quiet. Ordinarily, a woman at home would create some noise, especially with the milk and pasta on the table still emitting faint warmth. Frowning deeply, Ward suddenly sensed something amiss and slowly raised his gaze upwards. His pupils constricted as he beheld a towering black figure, more than 2 meters tall, hanging upside down from the ceiling, watching them. A sharp hiss erupted in his ears, and instantly, a creature lunged downwards, delivering a punch aimed at Ward. Reacting swiftly, Ward crossed his arms defensively over his chest, yet he was still forcefully sent flying. In the next moment, the creature seized the heads of 2 Hydra agents, exerting a brutal force that crushed their skulls before tossing them outside. The remaining 2 Hydra soldiers, just beginning to comprehend the situation, were pierced through the heart by 2 metallic spikes. To prevent the living room from becoming messy, Qianji expelled the 2 individuals outside. The first host of the symbiote significantly influences its characteristics, and Qianji inherited Melissa's penchant for cleanliness. Bursting through the door, Qianji saw Ward just leaving in his car. In an instant, he realized the mission's intel had been flawed. Melissa Marks was evidently no ordinary woman. Even he, who had injected himself with the super serum, was no match for her. After enduring that punch, his arms trembled uncontrollably. However, Qianji would not easily let Ward escape. If he dared to come, he must be prepared to pay the corresponding price. Transforming into her mech form, Qianji swiftly pursued Ward, catching up to him in mere seconds. With a powerful leap, she morphed into her saint form midair and landed forcefully on the car's roof. Ward, pale with fear, glanced at the roof before violently swerving the steering wheel in an attempt to shake her off. Yet, Qianji's claws firmly anchored her to the roof, unyielding. With her right hand, she tore through the car's top, reaching towards Ward inside. Faced with this, Ward no longer hesitated. He immediately resolved to slam the car against the roadside barrier. Fortunately, it was nighttime with little traffic, but the commotion startled numerous nearby residents, some of whom opened their windows to witness the unfolding drama. However, it wasn't long before they called the police, reporting a black monster tearing apart a BMW. Ward kicked the car door open and tumbled out. Qianji rose on the car's roof, her gaze fixed on him, questioning how he wished to meet his demise. Ward's eyes widened in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that such a grotesque creature could possess such an alluring voice. Drawing a dagger from his waist, Ward realized he was in grave danger today, and even the Hydra of S.H.I.E.L.D. risked exposure. If his body were to be discovered here, Nick Fury would certainly deduce that something was amiss within S.H.I.E.L.D. His only hope for survival lay in waiting for Hydra's reinforcements to arrive upon realizing something was wrong. Chapter 80. The new test subject. It was hard to imagine that someone so hideous could possess such a melodious voice. Your man must be quite fortunate. But I suspect he is a pervert to endure having a monstrous woman. Ward's words dripped with sarcasm as he attempted to provoke Qianji, knowing that an enraged opponent might err. To be frank, there was some merit to Ward's strategy. Had Qianji been merely human, he might have succeeded in angering her. Unfortunately for him, Qianji was a symbiote. A cruel smile crept across her face, her sharp teeth glinting as she retorted, hoping his bravado would remain unyielding. With that, Qianji charged at Ward. Despite his extensive combat experience and the super soldier serum coursing through his veins, technique was futile in the face of overwhelming power. Within moments, Ward found himself unable to evade her grasp as she seized his head, delivering a knee strike directly to his face. This blow rendered Ward momentarily unconscious, and Qianji twisted his arm with a fierce grip. With a sharp crack, The intense pain jolted Ward from his stupor. Before he could react, he was hurled to the ground by Qianji. Subsequently, she crushed his right knee underfoot, eliciting a piercing scream from Ward, who could no longer contain his agony. Grasping his neck, she lifted him and demanded, "Tell me who sent you. I might consider granting you a swift end." Ward fixed his gaze on the monstrous figure before him, forcing a smile and retorting, "Not a chance." With a furious roar, Qianji's voice reverberated in his ears, threatening to rupture his eardrums. "Well, since you refuse to speak, you shall become a test subject in the laboratory. It is the perfect place for someone as obstinate as you." As she spoke, a tendril extended to encircle Ward's neck, simultaneously snapping his limbs to prevent any struggles along the way. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated Qianji, and she looked up to see an armed helicopter hovering above. Naturally, it was occupied by Hydra personnel. SHIELD had planted numerous spies in the vicinity of 42nd Street. However, the news of Ward's pursuit had not yet reached Nick Fury, as it was intercepted by Alexander Pierce. At this moment, Alexander realized he had been outmaneuvered. Nick Fury had already deduced the presence of Hydra agents within SHIELD, and this was merely a test orchestrated by Fury. Melissa was far from an ordinary college student, and it was no wonder Alexander had been blinded by the effects of the gospel serum. If matters were truly so simple, Nick Fury would not have had to pay a hefty sum for Gordon John's assistance. The immediate priority was to eliminate Ward, should he fall into Nick Fury's hands. A significant number of Hydra moles could be uprooted. It was not that Alexander Pierce doubted Grant Ward's loyalty, but rather that SHIELD's interrogation methods extended beyond mere torture. Such methods were considered the most primitive. The advanced technological techniques were far more lethal. Without hesitation, the pilot squeezed the trigger, launching a Stark missile towards Qianji. At the moment of launch, a web ensnared the missile, redirecting it towards the roadside greenery. "Hey, are you all right?" Peter swung down from the tree. Moments earlier, he had been engrossed in a phone call with Gwen when a thunderous noise interrupted, prompting him to hang up and rush to the scene. Upon arrival, he found Melissa mercilessly assaulting a man. Peter was well acquainted with Melissa's temperament. For her to unleash such fury, the man must have committed a grievous error. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but instinctively intercepted the missile as it was fired from the helicopter. "Kid, what are you doing here?" "Huh, Qianji, I came over as soon as I heard the commotion," Peter replied, his eyes widening upon recognizing Qianji. No wonder she was so violent. However, he dared not voice this thought, for Qianji despised being labeled as such, and saying it would undoubtedly earn him a beating. As the conversation unfolded, Qianji suddenly launched a sharp spike, piercing through the helicopter's pilot. Observing this, Peter swiftly shot out a web to prevent the helicopter from crashing into the adjacent buildings. Without uttering a word, Qianji hastened towards the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, her tendrils adeptly functioning as webs, and they were of the recyclable variety. Having emulated Peter's abilities, Qianji found it effortless to swing between the skyscrapers. However, she had transformed into a mechanized form, relinquishing control of her body back to Melissa. Since the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters was located in Queens, it took mere minutes for Melissa to arrive. She did not take the back entrance, but instead entered directly from the rooftop balcony, stepping onto the 33rd floor of the building. "Welcome home, Mrs. Melissa," a feminine voice resonated, and a red projection materialized before her. "Good evening, Red Queen. Where's Gordon?" The Red Queen here was merely a subsystem. The actual Red Queen was yet to be completed, and the mainframe along with Albert Weskier had already relocated to Sierra Leone. Mr. Gordon is in the bedroom. It was evident that the current Red Queen lacked sufficient intelligence. Otherwise, she would not have revealed Gordon's location during his sprint. Melissa made her way to the lounge, where Qianji remained in a possessed state, her keen hearing picking up the woman's passionate cries within the room. "What a provocative vixen. I feel an urge to eliminate her," Qianji's disgruntled voice echoed. Melissa gently reassured her, "It's all right, as long as Gordon is happy. Having a few lovers is quite normal." However, despite her words, Melissa was deeply concerned about Natasha Romanoff's identity as a spy. What if she were to betray the company's secrets? Qianji continued to seek out Natasha's faults. "Then I permit you to devour her head." Melissa endeavored to soothe the irate Qianji. While Melissa was gentle and understanding, the symbiotic Qianji was far from it. Even though she was influenced by Melissa's temperament, her intrinsic nature remained unalterable. In response, Qianji furiously stabbed Grant Ward multiple times, leaving him wide-eyed as excruciating pain ravaged his mind. He could not comprehend why this creature had gone berserk and stabbed him repeatedly. Meanwhile, Gordon commenced his final sprint. Within a mere minute, he had covered several hundred steps, ultimately surpassing the critical point. Natasha, too, arched her back, trembling with excitement. As Gordon entered a sage-like state and floated in preparation for meditation. The Red Queen materialized. "Sir, Mrs. Melissa is waiting for you outside." When did Melissa arrive? Gordon promptly dressed and exited his room. Natasha, still basking in the afterglow, opened her eyes. Surprised that Melissa had also come, yet she felt none of the anxiety associated with being caught as a mistress. It would be best for Melissa to hasten her departure, sparing Natasha the anguish of enduring the presence of that brute, Gordon. During this period, Natasha has truly suffered, being dominated by the night for no less than 2 hours each day. Who could withstand such torment? Yet, the Red Queen interjected, "Miss Natasha, there is no need for excessive worry. Mrs. Melissa possesses a gentle disposition and would never resort to pulling your hair in anger." Natasha raised an eyebrow. Acknowledging the distinction, Melissa is the mistress, while she remains merely a miss. The Red Queen, ever the diligent learner, recognized that among humans, it is quite common for a wife to unleash her wrath upon a mistress. Statistics reveal that 99% of mistresses face a beating, only to be discarded by their male counterparts thereafter. With a resigned roll of her eyes, Natasha donned her attire, eager to encounter this woman, whom artificial intelligence deemed gentle as water. As Natasha, clad in her nightwear, stepped outside, she was met with the sight of a black mech, clutching a battered man. The moment she laid eyes on him, her heart skipped. Was that not Grant Ward, another remarkably skilled S.H.I.O. agent? But what was he doing at Umbrella Corporation, nearly beaten to death by Melissa? Natasha was aware of Melissa's symbiotic relationship, having learned of it during Coulson's initial visit to Gordon. Upon spotting Natasha, the entity known as Qianji transitioned into a state of divine fury, letting out a piercing shriek. "You harlot!" Before Qianji could complete her utterance, Melissa reined her back, discarding Ward at their feet. Approaching Natasha, Melissa's understanding deepened. No wonder Gordon had been spending at least one night per week at the Umbrella Building. With an angelic visage and a devilish physique, it was hardly surprising that men would be enamored, not to mention her alluring voice. Melissa could not deny that this female agent's voice was indeed more melodious than her own, particularly when engaging in poker with men. "Hello, I am Melissa. Are you Gordon's lover? I hear you are an agent." Melissa's tone was soft, her words seemingly a warm consolation even when directed at another. "Hello. You may call me Natasha. I shall soon cease to be an agent. I am preparing to resign." Qianji, upon hearing this, immediately urged Melissa. "This woman clearly intends to steal our man. As a female agent, she has likely entangled herself with countless men. I believe we ought to rip her insides out. Let us refrain from such grotesque imagery, Qianji. You may slit her throat, but spare us the gruesome act of disembowelment." Unbeknownst to Natasha, Qianji was inciting Melissa to commit such a horrid act upon herself. At that moment, Gordon interjected, "I shall first take him to Ethan. You may converse leisurely. But remember, no fighting, especially you, Qianji." Once Gordon departed, Melissa and Natasha settled at the bar. Curiously, Melissa inquired, "If you are leaving the agency, what do you intend to do? Remain by Gordon's side as his lover?" "Certainly, it is impossible. You are fortunate to have a powerful man who can shelter you. A man who loves you dearly. However, my circumstances differ. His willingness to provide me protection stems from the transaction of my body. He does not love me. Rather, he is enamored with my physique. Thus, you are his girlfriend, while I am merely his mistress, or perhaps a casual liaison. Once the 2 years have elapsed, I shall return to my homeland, hoping that my original abode remains intact, unscathed by demolition." Natasha's voice resonated with indifference. She understood Gordon's intentions. Spending 2 years as his lover in exchange for formidable power was, after all, not a loss. "Humph, as long as you comprehend, you vixen." The haughty voice of Qianji echoed in Melissa's mind. Chapter 82. Hydra agent Gordon secured Grant Ward to the laboratory's stark white bed and promptly administered a painkiller. Taking a seat on a nearby stool, he inquired, "So, who are you?" With the painkiller coursing through his system, Grant felt a modicum of relief, for the agony of having his limbs twisted was still excruciating. "I am a national operative, dispatched by the government to apprehend you. The Umbrella Corporation's human experimentation contravenes United States law," Grant fabricated, knowing the stark truth was not an option. Gordon crossed his legs, a mocking smile gracing his face as he retorted, "Oh, really? Let us not even discuss where your evidence for my alleged human experimentation originates. Do all you Hydra agents possess such a talent for deceit?" Grant Ward, the antagonist from the television series Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., bore a striking resemblance to John Garrett, the all-seeing eye. Gordon found his impression of him quite vivid. Truth be told, prior to discovering his affiliation with Hydra, Gordon felt a strong connection between him and Sky. Grant, with a bewildered expression, feigned ignorance. "What is Hydra?" As if he genuinely did not comprehend Gordon's words. "There is no need for such tiresome pretense. It serves no purpose. Whether it be your adoptive father, the all-seeing eye, or Alexander Pierce. I am well aware of the extent of Hydra's insidious infiltration into S.H.I.E.L.D. Grant's heart raced. He could not fathom how Gordon discerned his and his adoptive father's Hydra identities. Yet, from his words, it seemed that Alexander Pierce was also a Hydra operative? What a farce. The former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a spy for Hydra? Grant chose silence, uncertain of how much Gordon truly knew. His best course of action was to remain mute. Observing Grant's silence, Gordon remained unconcerned, stating, "You may certainly choose silence. For my purpose in bringing you here is not to interrogate you." A cynical smile flickered within Grant. If not for interrogation, then what was the purpose? Perhaps to offer me a cheeseburger? At that moment, a research scientist in his 30s entered the room. Gordon greeted him with a smile. "Good evening, Dr. Ethan. You appear to be in fine form." "Indeed, it feels as though I have returned to my 30s, and even better, brimming with boundless energy. That is truly remarkable. Behold, I have procured the experimental materials for you." He has been injected with the super soldier serum, making him the perfect subject for experimentation. With that, Gordon deftly severed Grant Ward's limbs with his electric gaze, disregarding Grant's anguished cries. With a smile, Gordon remarked, "He shall serve as the subject for prosthetic experiments henceforth. I estimate he has no more than 3 months to live. Waste must be utilized effectively." Gordon could sense Grant's internal organs deteriorating rapidly, with a maximum endurance of 3 months at best. Furthermore, Gordon finally comprehended Nick Fury's purpose in acquiring the Gospel 1. It was to remedy the shortcomings of the super soldier serum. No wonder that Black Egghead inquired whether Gospel 1 could treat organ failure. This was the underlying objective. "Dr. Ethan, draw 10 vials of blood from him for Dr. Connors and see if we can replicate the S.H.I.E.L.D. super serum." Although Gordon had already mastered the self-healing serum, the super soldier serum was not something to be dismissed due to its variety. In fact, the more formulations, the better, as they could provide a plethora of optimization strategies. As for whether Hydra would cause trouble for Umbrella Corporation, Gordon was unconcerned, as he was soon to confront Alexander Pierce. He had anticipated this day, when engaging in business with S.H.I.E.L.D. He knew Hydra would harbor intentions against Umbrella Corporation. It was not merely S.H.I.E.L.D. at stake. Any transaction with the military, law enforcement, or any entity capable of utilizing the Gospel Serum would inevitably attract Hydra's attention. Hydra's infiltration over decades was no trifling matter, with their influence permeating military and political spheres. Though Hydra was not invincible, they were sufficiently bothersome. The optimal strategy would be to first eliminate Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. before encircling their clandestine bases scattered across the globe. However, Gordon could not afford to work for free for the Black Egghead. He needed to devise a scheme to reap benefits from both ends. Soon, a plan began to form in Gordon's mind. He would inform Alexander Pierce that a thief is indeed a thief, and that this secret could be his to exploit until Pierce's demise. Dr. Ethan frowned as he gazed upon Grant's severed limbs, finding the sight utterly repulsive. He immediately instructed his assistant to gag Grant and utilized a first aid spray to staunch the bleeding, staining the floor of his laboratory in the process. "By the way, Ethan, if you seek revenge, you might consider reaching out to Tony. You both undoubtedly wish to retaliate against the 10 Commandments gang. But be cautious not to reveal your identities during your endeavors. I do not wish to see headlines proclaiming that the researchers of Umbrella Corporation have transformed into superheroes, mercilessly beating terrorists. It would be best for Tony to prepare a suit of armor for you." With that, Gordon turned and departed, leaving Ethan lost in contemplation. In truth, he had long harbored thoughts of vengeance, yet his affiliation with Umbrella Corporation had restrained him from taking action until now. To Ethan's surprise, Gordon proactively brought up the matter, prompting Ethan to cast a grateful glance at Gordon's retreating figure as he contemplated avenging his family. Chapter 83. Who can stand in a split for an hour? Upon returning to the 33rd floor, Gordon found Melissa and Natasha engaged in cheerful conversation, indicating that Shinji had not instigated any conflict between them. "Natasha, how much do you know about the Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha furrowed her brow, aware of the presence of Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had discovered their infiltration 3 years prior. However, at that time, he had only managed to grasp a small lead, which Hydra swiftly extinguished. Since that incident, Hydra had left no trace behind. "I am uncertain. I have only heard Nick Fury mention the existence of an undercover Hydra agent within S.H.I.E.L.D., she replied. "The infiltration runs deeper than you can imagine. Even your super soldiers were considered by Hydra's operatives as potential candidates." "What? Wait, are you saying that the person we just encountered was a Hydra spy? Natasha was incredulous. Gordon shrugged, his silence conveying the undeniable truth. Indeed, the individual was a Hydra agent. Oh dear, it seems Nick Fury has his hands full, Natasha remarked with a smirk. Are you truly considering relocating to the land of the bears? Once you return there, individuals from the Red Room may seek you out again. The Red Room has long been eradicated. Years ago, I dismantled it alongside Clinton, and Dreykov is dead, Gordon asserted. Yet Natasha remained unconvinced of the Red Room's obliteration, despite Gordon's repeated reassurances. In her youth, Natasha had experienced a blissful family life with her mother Melina, father Alex, and younger sister Yelena. However, reality proved cruel. This makeshift family, forged through espionage, was unexpectedly exposed after completing their mission, although they narrowly escaped back to the Cuban headquarters. An injured Melina was sent for treatment, while Natasha and Yelena were sent to the infernal confines of the Red Room by the deranged Dreykov. Thus began Natasha's nearly 2-decade-long career as a spy. It was only a few years ago that she encountered Hawkeye during a mission, ultimately joining S.H.I.E.L.D. upon his persuasion. This motivated her desire to conclude her espionage career and live an ordinary life in the land of the bears, much like Hawkeye, who had managed to cultivate a family and a life of his own, despite lacking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection after her departure. She now found solace in Gordon's guardianship. With physical capabilities rivaling Captain America and an almost indomitable healing ability, she felt empowered. This was her confidence. Even if Dreykov were truly alive, she could simply eliminate him once more. Gordon, resigned, remarked, "Well, the land of the bears does seem a pleasant place to retire. Children raised there must be quite healthy." "What do you mean?" Natasha's face displayed a look of confusion. She could not comprehend why Gordon abruptly shifted the conversation towards the topic of child rearing. Yet, inexplicably, an ominous premonition stirred within her. "It's nothing. I'm heading to the airborne aircraft carrier. Are you coming?" Gordon inquired. "Yes, I shall take this opportunity to clarify my resignation from S.H.I.E.L.D. With Nick Fury in person, Natasha intended to leverage Gordon's presence to persuade Nick Fury to acquiesce to her request for resignation. Initially, Natasha had planned to broach the subject and ask Gordon to accompany her, but now a more advantageous option had presented itself, rendering her request unnecessary. If she were to initiate the conversation, Gordon would undoubtedly impose some unreasonable demands, as he was rather protective of his girlfriend, compelling her to endure such trials. Good heavens, whose split stance can endure for an hour? Melissa yawned. "Aren't you going home tonight?" "I'll head back first." "Yes, I'll return home tonight. I'll drive you back shortly." After speaking, Gordon turned to Natasha. "I'll visit you tomorrow." "Goodbye," Natasha replied, and then retreated to her room to rest. Having exhausted herself from the earlier exertions, upon Gordon's return home, he discovered that the police had cordoned off the scene of the incident. After parking the car, he first escorted Melissa inside before approaching the crowd. At that moment, Peter had already changed back into civilian attire and approached Gordon eagerly. "Hey, Gordon, you're here." This group attacked Melissa, but their motives remain unclear. Perhaps they were after the Italian pasta she makes. "It's possible. Melissa's Italian pasta is indeed exceptional," Gordon concurred. "But it appears there are no survivors." At that moment, 2 individuals from the helicopter had been pierced through by spikes, making a total of 6 fatalities, with not a single soul left alive. "Not one," Peter whispered into Gordon's ear. The one who was taken away had a particularly sharp tongue. "I'm certain Miss Chianji was furious at that moment, hence the lack of survivors." "More brazen than your own tongue?" Gordon gasped. "Indeed, no, not at all. My tongue is not brazen," Peter asserted with conviction. He merely had a tendency to be talkative, but was certainly not indiscreet. Chapter 84. There is no God in the sky. Only me. The following morning, after enjoying the breakfast prepared by Melissa, Gordon made his way to the office. He called Nick Fury, requesting a location pin. At that moment, the airborne aircraft carrier hovered above New York City, a place besieged by numerous recent events. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence, Robert Bruce Banner had infiltrated Columbia University, situated in the Upper Manhattan neighborhood of Morningside Heights. Should Robert Bruce Banner succumb to his rage and transform into the Hulk, Columbia University would face dire consequences. Even more troubling was the fact that Ross had yet to abandon his pursuit of Bruce Banner and was currently mobilizing military forces towards Columbia University. On the other side, Gordon had brought Natasha to the aerospace carrier, which at that moment was not cloaked, resembling a small island quietly floating above New York. As soon as Gordon landed, Coulson approached to greet him, evidently having been waiting for quite some time. "Hello, Gordon. Director Fury has been awaiting your arrival," Coulson said with an air of familiarity. Gordon chuckled. He had traversed the distance from the Umbrella Corporation building to this location in less than 5 minutes. and Nick Fury was likely still enjoying his breakfast. At present, Gordon's maximum flight speed reached an astonishing 370 meters per second at high altitudes. Due to variations in temperature and airflow, this velocity could potentially increase. When running on land, he could achieve speeds of up to twice the speed of sound. Under Coulson's guidance, Gordon and Natasha met Nick Fury in the conference room. And as expected, he was indeed having breakfast. After swallowing a mouthful of fries, Fury remarked, "Wow, long time no see, Natasha. Is your work at the Umbrella Corporation still manageable?" "It's tolerable. However, my primary reason for coming this time is to tender my resignation," Natasha replied. Fury's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this moment. "What a pity. If you leave, Hawkeye will lose a remarkable partner," he lamented. "I'm sorry," Natasha responded resolutely. Observing her unwavering determination, Fury smiled. "Such a shame. You are an exceptional agent. Please visit the Human Resources Department to sign a confidentiality agreement. I hope we may collaborate again in the future." As Natasha turned to depart, Fury watched her retreating figure. After a brief pause, he spoke. Natasha had her uterus removed during her time in the Red Room. Since she was 14, the Red Room compelled her to exploit her physical advantages to accomplish missions, which she detested. It was precisely for this reason that Hawkeye managed to recruit her into SHIELD. I never expected that after finally persuading her to leverage her beauty once more, it would lead to her resignation. "Are you quite exceptional, or is your technique merely superb?" Gordon, sitting confidently across from Fury, replied, "Both." Fury expressed skepticism. "I find that hard to believe. What brings you to me?" After all, it was uncommon for Gordon to seek him out voluntarily. "Take a look at this video," Gordon said, tossing his phone to Fury. Fury, puzzled, opened the video. But the content caused his pupils to contract. It showcased a battle between Grant Ward and Qianji, with Grant initially masked but having lost his disguise to Qianji's first strike. "Do you grasp the implications of this?" Fury asked. "It signifies that SHIELD has infiltrators from another faction," he mused, aware that symbiotes could access human memories. Which side's infiltrator could this be? Hydra? Although he posed the question, Fury had already formed a hypothesis. It was undoubtedly SHIELD's nemesis, Hydra. Certainly. What astonished Nick Fury the most was the identity of the undercover agent. Grant Ward, who had ostensibly been dispatched elsewhere on a mission, had secretly gone to abduct Melissa Marks without his knowledge. However, this revelation indicated that Fury's prior plan had indeed succeeded, as the Hydra infiltrator had inadvertently exposed himself. Just as Fury was about to inquire whether any orders could be traced back through Grant's memory, the office door swung open unexpectedly. A man with graying hair entered. It was none other than Alexander Pierce. He had received word of the failed operation the previous night and was taken aback to learn that Melissa possessed a symbiote, clearly suggesting that someone was orchestrating a plot against Hydra. The moment he realized that the symbiote could access human memories, Pierce could hardly remain composed. Upon learning that Gordon had already met with Fury, he hastened over, eager to ascertain just how much Gordon was privy to. "What brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Fury scrutinized Alexander. At this juncture, Fury began to harbor suspicions about Pierce, despite his reluctance to believe that the former director of SHIELD was affiliated with Hydra. Nonetheless, Ward's mission had been orchestrated by Pierce himself. Pierce raised his hands in a gesture of feigned innocence and remarked, "You know, I am not only the former director of SHIELD, but I am also currently the Minister of the World Security Council. I have a keen interest in the Gospel Serum. I have embarked on the journey of writing novels as a hobby, and I feel fortunate that, regardless of the quality of my work, I have garnered substantial support from many friends. I am truly honored. I pledge that with this book's release, I shall commence writing fervently and will never cease. I shall refrain from watching television, from falling ill, from gaming, and from aimless chatter. I will pour my soul into this craft, undeterred by the trials of life. I am the keyboard in the dark, the sentinel upon the great wall of online literature, combating the chilling flames and heralding the dawn. I dedicate my life and honor to the writer's assistance. Tonight is but the beginning, and so it shall be every night." Chapter 85. There is no God above. Only myself. Gordon scrutinized the head of SHIELD's greatest infiltrator. Who could have imagined that the former director of SHIELD and the current Minister of the Security Council were indeed agents of Hydra? Alexander Pierce stood as Hydra's paramount leader in the United States, with operatives of Grant Ward's caliber lacking the clearance to know Pierce's true identity. Yet, from Gordon's perspective, the sheer scale of Hydra's operations was nothing short of astonishing. In the realm of cinema, the question of one's feelings toward Li Shan had never crossed his mind. But now, upon Bao Qiu's mention, He reflected and realized that his habits and respect for Li Shan held more significance than mere affection. Lung Jiu quickly approached. For Nie Hongwan was the protagonist of the day. Her injury would undoubtedly affect her choices. Qin Lin held a work tablet in his hands, where a red dot flickered incessantly, indicating the location of the Bentley ahead. Indeed, as Lu Rong had anticipated, the formidable figure across was single-handedly engaging two opponents, doubling the gifts. Had the demon clan not encountered such turmoil, Yin Fu would not have been so desperate for success. Nor would he have sought out Han Yu specifically to obtain his life essence, the primordial Dan. Observing the somewhat obstinate youth, Hua Jian suddenly smiled. And this smile transformed the scorched earth into a spectacle of vibrant colors, as if the charred ground were on the verge of blossoming into a sea of flowers. Dazzling to behold. Nie Hongwan, that name, caused Wei Yu's expression to shift dramatically, like a thunderbolt flashing through his mind. But why was Russia organizing a large contingent to come to Miaoduan at this moment? Was Governor Muravyov of Eastern Siberia so adamant about seizing the Eastern Maritime Outlet? Was it not said that many of the great nobles in St. Petersburg opposed instigating disputes in the Far East amidst the tense situation in Europa? Having searched for so long, you now stand before me and fail to recognize me? Wei Yu removed his mask, smiling as he gazed at her. Roar, kill. The frenzied figure wielding the cold shadow sword continued his relentless slaughter. This was not a clean, bloodless execution. Rather, it was a visceral massacre where every strike met flesh and blood. With each demon beast slain, its head would collide with him, showering him in torrents of crimson. The Divine Mother expressed her gratitude profusely, yet a chill gripped her heart. Ever since the return of Emperor Shirtian, she had noticed his temperament had grown even more capricious, leaving even her, his closest confidant, unable to ascertain his thoughts. It's fine. We can't allow a conflict between you father and son. Let it be as it is. This money is merely a deposit. Whenever you have time, do work on it, and I shall return when it's ready. Wang Hao chuckled, tossing the money to Hua Xiong. Seeing Bai Jingjing in such a state, the swordsman could only surmise that Bai Jingjing must have misunderstood, for he had been too hasty earlier and had failed to convey that the chief, Zhi Zunbao, still held affection for Bai Jingjing. Tang Zeng raised a brick and struck the stone lion repeatedly, sending fragments flying, cursing vehemently. The electronic voice resonated in his mind, and the swordsman could only smile wryly, realizing that the moonlight treasure box, which he had just acquired, might soon be relinquished due to a task. All right, Lao Jiang, you said it. Where's the wine? Bring forth the wine, Lao Du said, unusually composed, gazing at Jiang Baiyu. Stalin was no fool. He could easily discern such acts of oppression against dissenters. He was particularly wary of his subordinates engaging in such behavior. Thus, it was clear that the swordsman must not be offended, and neither should his close friends, who were undoubtedly equally astute. After the report concluded, all the members of the assembly rose to applaud, a scene not witnessed since the failed invasion of Norway. Duo. To stay or not to stay? Qin Hao gently supported Xia Duo's back with his left hand while gripping the blade of judgment with his right, adopting an offensive stance. Chapter 86. The place of escape. After locating Natasha, Gordon pierced through the aircraft carrier's hatch with his electric gaze and departed with her. Alexander Pierce remarked to Nick Fury, "We cannot let this slide. He has slain dozens within the carrier and then simply left. We must find a way to control or eliminate him." Nick Fury shook his head. "We cannot act just yet." "Why? If we do not address this matter." With a ferocious roar, the golden aura surged forth, instantly propelling the great sage, Bull Demon King, away. Thus, if Chu Feng were to be eliminated, Xi and Shirsi would be left without her beloved and, under duress, would undoubtedly relent and agree to marry Feng Sheng. Unlan's expression shifted drastically, with a loud bellow. He transformed into a streak of light, fleeing towards the outer realms. As a cunning old fox, Kuan Di had already tensed at the sound of Chu Feng's voice and, upon Unlan's retreat, followed closely behind, vanishing into the vastness. The onlookers, witnessing her solitary defiance and her cold demeanor, found themselves both enamored by her exterior and compelled to teach her a lesson for her icy disposition. "Very well, I shall agree to treat your brother." The poison lady nodded nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. If he had known that the banana fan belonged to Princess Iron Fan, why would he still dare to seize it? Upon returning to his cave, Yixing immediately unrolled the scroll, but his expression shifted from initial excitement to perplexity and confusion. "You seek death." How do you see that at Lu Zhang's words? Yet when he attempted to retaliate, an invisible pressure bore down upon him, rendering him breathless, his hand hovering uncertainly in midair. Chun Fan, with narrowed eyes, silenced the chatter of the numerous spectators in the live-streaming room as he observed the golden carving in the hands of the Unicorn King. After a brief interval, the middle-aged man turned around, It was none other than Yi Chun, although Lu Feng remained oblivious to this fact. A cultivation technique that can transform a human into a demon upon reaching the 10th tier, Yimin stated with an unwavering demeanor. They suspected foul play. Yet how could one dare to conduct an autopsy without risking severe disrespect? To uncover the truth, one would need compelling corroborative evidence. Otherwise, it would elucidate nothing. With a resolute heart, there is nothing that cannot be pushed aside, Mama Qiu added, as Qiu Yufeng's family rushed out. However, with Xiao Ting's current condition, I doubt he would agree. Xiao Xiaoyun discerned that this matter was of great significance. How did you come to be like this? Qi Wan's eyelids fell, coldly regarding Aunt Qiu, showing no pity for her present state or plight. You may encounter some peculiar creatures shortly. Will you be afraid? Alana inquired further. Zhao Yinyu surveyed the Phoenix Tower and noticed that the guests in the Grand Hall were elegantly attired, seemingly affluent merchants from Nanyue City, while the officials of higher standing likely awaited them in the refined chambers on the second floor. As they turned past the screen, a burly man adorned with a nose ring encrusted with jewels sauntered by, casting a scornful glance at Yimin before roughly shouldering past. Shumi's words were fiery, igniting the surrounding crowd, each person brimming with anticipation, including the visibly excited Redbeard, who bellowed in delight, eager for another round of gambling, before turning to take a seat. Sensing her bait had been taken, Shumi flashed a smile at Chao Fei. After traversing a stretch, she was pleasantly surprised to discover road signs on the island, all directing towards a central location. Upon inquiry, she learned that the man had once been a high-ranking official in this country, condemned to death for failing in his duty to control flooding, thus incurring the Emperor's wrath. Chapter 87. The terrifying green Fatty Gordon returned with Natasha to the Umbrella Corporation building. You have severed ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. From this day forth, you are no longer an agent. You may choose to leave Umbrella and pursue the life you desire. Natasha raised an eyebrow, surprised at how easily he was letting her go. Wasn't it agreed upon for 2 years? Gordon, unwilling to admit his growing weariness of black silk and lace, responded earnestly. In summary, the Taoist tradition is not easily maintained. A moment's inattention can sever its lineage. Hence, even Taoists who serve in the court feel a particular kinship with those of the heavenly master lineage, as they are members of the same organization, akin to family. With a resounding crack, the grand door swung open, reminiscent of the place Lin Ai had encountered before. No, Minggu, if you have your sights set on Murong Shui, simply take her back. As a man, I have no use in bringing her back, Lu Ming remarked. Shortly thereafter, the aura of the 5 elements beads retracted into Yi Tian's body, revealing 3 golden stars on his forehead. I am not seeking you. To be precise, I am looking for the entity within you, Qin Shihuang stated calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. Yi Zhong and Chunji arrived at the Qinfang Gardens parlor. After settling down with tea, Chunji eagerly presented his request for the purchase of a hot spring heater. In fact, it was not merely his voice that was elusive. Even his visage was not easily discernible to anyone. They first engaged the Xixia, only to find themselves overpowered and subdued by them. Just as they managed to repel the Xixia, the Liao people appeared. Unable to contend with the Xixia, they feigned ignorance of the Liao's advance. Admittedly, the gaming graphics previously supplied by Li Fangqing were abysmal, a mere half-finished product, rendering the gaming experience quite unenjoyable. No, you are quite formidable, Lin Ai commended, giving a thumbs up before making a face at the single aristocrats, recognizing that their elegance could not mask their initial, unsavory intentions. The entire Demon Abyss sect was established upon a steep mountain, shrouded in darkness, its material composition a mystery. However, it was undeniable that this mountain exemplified the principle of being easily defended, yet difficult to assault. Among them, the foremost man unabashedly exuded the aura of the foundational stage, while the other 2 each possessed innate cultivation. Although Lu Qianqian held the advantage, she found herself disdainful of the words she had just spoken. Crafted from 10 sheets of wood, there also existed those made from 12 sheets, colloquially known as the 12 yuan. Mishi, we are your saviors. You must treat us to a grand feast. Lin Xingyue laughed, pulling Chang Xiao along. As she spoke, she unceremoniously took my hand and led me towards the adjacent black Audi. Should any agent allow him to procure goods, that agent would also be stripped of their qualification and placed directly on the blacklist. Zhu Fuling's face was stern as she reprimanded him, her tone severe. Yet a discerning eye could easily perceive the concern etched within her brows. You had best convey everything in one go. Hua Ting deeply turned his back on him, sparing no semblance of kindness. I hastily carried the unconscious individual outside. He was unresponsive and could not sit up. Thus I had to support him as we faced each other. Once seated, Xiao Shilling soared above my head. In the realm of gaming, friends are not akin to one's parents, rendering it unnecessary to reserve oneself with anyone. The essence of gaming is that the strong prevail. Hence, the request from the snow spirit was not selfish, merely an absence of obligation to perform good deeds for others. From now on, he would be the one shielding me. Rest assured, he will not harm you. Even if Xiong He is present, he and I are still connected through Lai Fei. Should anything happen to Lai Fei, he would still seek me out. Thus, Xiong He could never turn against me. He has learned his lesson in this matter. Within the 8 Directions Inn, Yi Tian and his fellow guests had been rather boisterous. Yet throughout, the innkeeper and staff had remained absent, evidently startled by the earlier commotion. Chapter 88. The headquarters of the SHIELD agency time swiftly arrived at the end of September. Melissa and Gordon had been in school for a month. Yet their presence at New York University had been scarcely noted. During this period, Melissa had been immersed in learning how to manage a company, while on weekends, she accompanied Gordon on various excursions. In Washington, at the SHIELD agency headquarters. Did you know, I always assumed the SHIELD agency's headquarters was in New York? Turns out, New York is merely an office. Indeed, this matter had lingered in Su Feng's mind after overhearing his mother mention it several times at home. Thus, he sought out Song Jichuan, his teacher of internal martial arts, who formerly held the title of senior brother. Before long, Li Yun gazed out the window and suddenly exclaimed, prompting Lin Yi to curiously turn her head, unsure of what had amazed her. What is it? What are you doing? A voice interjected as a cat emerged from an unknown corner. Lin paused, slowly turning to fix her gaze intently upon the cat. It was precisely for this reason that he could don a remarkably simple pair of black casual pants and a thoroughly ordinary light-colored sports shirt, exuding an extraordinary charm. Simple yet profound. No, I exclaimed, though a peculiar sentiment stirred within me. However, Mary Yongzheng, in this lifetime, shall I never attain freedom again? Karina, having heard Gu Zheng's inquiry, felt a surge of excitement, as if she had meticulously prepared for this negotiation countless times. With graceful poise, she rose from her seat and commenced her oration. Unbeknownst to the assembly, they had unwittingly stepped into Feng Xiang's meticulously crafted trap. No one understood Lu Qingyun better than him, and it was only through genuine confrontation that one could grasp the terror of that youth. Though some rumors seemed far-fetched, Feng Xiang was already convinced by 80%. To engage in battle with Lu Qingyun was akin to courting death. Wang Shizhong's irascible deputy shouted in anger, astonished that even a man with white hair dared to look down upon the vanguard army. The sun gradually ascended, diligently radiating its warmth, yet it was winter. And even in the south, temperatures could plummet dramatically, especially on such a heavily overcast day. The wind howled like a flood breaching its banks, forcefully penetrating garments and wreaking havoc upon the bodies of the people. In a secluded corner of the boundless forest lay a realm of magic. The terrifying python had inadvertently stumbled into this magical domain and inhaled a copious amount of demonic energy. Chunjing calmly inserted the remaining cards into the dual disc in a placement form, and 3 vertical cards appeared on her field. The two turned their heads to see a pale fist before them. With a resounding thud, their vision darkened and consciousness faded. A total of 3 tongue-pulling swords had been crafted, possessing the attribute of dealing significant damage to spectral entities. A simple introduction, as these were mere replicas. The genuine tongue-pulling sword did not exist in this dimension. Perhaps it did, but had yet to be discovered. The Motherstone blade was authentic, and Wei Xian was devising a method to replicate it. Ro Shui understood that Muti Yugi's settings were predominantly tailored against Kaibasido, thus Chisha, as a novice in the initial battle game deck, did not foresee the existence of this card. Go, kill him, the leading man bellowed. Knowing they could no longer afford to delay, lest they face defeat at the hands of Lei Yu in mere moments. A madman? Sheng Xian was all the more curious about what kind of lunatic could render a Zhaoi so awkward, shy, and anxious. The Golden Eagle, Wooden Peacock, and Water Flood Dragon also operated within the 6 Extremes order dimension in a spiritual state, and Wei Xian encountered these 3 bound entities. Naturally, having successfully drawn the Wooden Peacock and Water Flood Dragon into the county, Wei Xian received 100,000 credibility points from each, totaling 200,000. The locksmith, upon seeing the door ajar, instinctively glanced outside, only to behold the blood-soaked, muddy earth, littered with chunks of dismembered corpses. Chapter 89. Heh, Gordon sneered coldly, his expression severe as he approached Langmulo, golden lightning crackling in his eyes. Langmulo, startled, instinctively reached for his gun, only to find, in terror, that he could not move. Hey, Gordon, put away your golden lightning. That is the commander of the S.H.I.E.L.D. assault team. At the moment when Long Malu was engulfed in despair, the voice of Nick Fury resonated from behind him. Gordon suddenly revealed his emotions. Why did I inexplicably feel a sense of relief? After reading the contents of the letter, Tang Roashua inexplicably felt a strange sensation in her heart. So, Wei Wei, what would it take for you to agree? Tang Xuanli boldly posed the question directly to Bao Weiwei. The once listless, two-headed water python, infused with newfound spiritual energy, let out a resounding roar, emitting a dazzling blue light as the golden sword within the water column visibly dissolved. Swearing an oath, Lin Yang unleashed a powerful strike with his sword. Perhaps his threat had taken effect, as a holy, positive, energy-laden white lightning appeared out of thin air, striking fiercely upon the yin-yang net. As the captain and overseer of the Pioneer, he returned to his homeland without a moment's respite, mustering his frail body to relay instructions to the members of the Hongmen who had come to hand over responsibilities, simultaneously producing ledger books and navigational records to place in their hands. The Polish winged hussars had instilled hope in Gao Jingzong, capturing over 17,000 warhorses, barring any losses. Even with 2 horses per rider, the Northern Army's cavalry could be expanded to 12,000 riders across 2 units. At that time, the Xianbei would find it impossible to escape their nightmares. The evaluation had not merely transitioned from exceptional to epic. Rather, it had acquired an additional title. What could this possibly signify? In the next moment, the 2 skills unleashed by Paltrice struck the enormous folding fan, while simultaneously, Fang Xiai's multicolored smoke cloud also struck Paltrice. They failed to consider that if they were to lose this battle, the open gates of the Yanmei fortress would no longer be able to withstand the advance of the Hongtang members, leaving the rampaging Wokou and pirates with no avenue of retreat. With a splatter, a dingling cavalryman's steed fell to the ground. Before he could react, Ran Yu cleaved half his head off with a single blow, then swung his engineering shovel in a sweeping motion, breaking the front legs of another warhorse. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, it was impossible for Qin Mu to not feel a genuine sense of chaotic turmoil in her mind. Dining, shopping, drinking, an entire afternoon was spent in the company of Ouyang Xinfeng, and by evening, several of Ouyang Xinfeng's close friends could not help but call. Yitong possessed numerous treasures, delighting 3 bandits, who then reaped their share. Xian Yuanshao did not spare even the spiritual energy of the Qiankuan bag, drawing it all in. In less than 3 minutes, the gallows had been erected, the executioners performing their duties with remarkable skill, suggesting they were well acquainted with the task, though it remained uncertain whether they received any bonuses. Some sycophants of the Jin family, under their direction, frequently bullied and tormented her, nearly causing her demise during an episode of typhoid. Now, Bei Mingzhan was fully convinced that to break this formation, one must leap into the river of magma, beneath which lay the potential for an entirely different scene. If we are not allowed to enter, we might as well wander outside Shatu Fortress and behold the esteemed countenance of the leaders of various sects and factions, remarked Yi Ge with a chuckle. Yi Bingyin found the behavior of Yuqin Wuchang somewhat incomprehensible. They had merely trespassed into this place without committing any offense. Why then would he seek to take their lives? Upon raising his gaze, Yi Ge beheld a fierce-looking man in his mid-30s, with a dark complexion, menacingly blocking their path. Chapter 90. Hypocrisy that makes one feel nauseous. Under the command of Alexander Pierce, Hydra dispatched a specialized squad of 20 elite operatives into the territory of the Bear Nation, simultaneously revealing Natasha's information in secrecy to a Black Widow affiliated with the Red Room. Hydra possessed knowledge of certain locations of the Black Widows, which enabled Pierce to disclose the whereabouts of the traitor Natasha to the Red Room, intending to orchestrate a strategic play where the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole lies in wait. This also served as a means to test the authenticity of the Black Widow's supposed departure from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hush. A massive hole appeared on Xiufeng's body, though it was not a result of my attack. Rather, it manifested abruptly. Then, the hole vanished. Secondly, and perhaps more crucially, the internal structure of Brazil is characterized by the elevated terrain known as the Brazilian Shield, adjacent to the Atlantic coast, encompassing nearly all of the southeastern land borders of Brazil. However, as Longxing crossed the boundary and beheld the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. With a slight smile, Longxing proclaimed, "I have not failed my mission." As he spoke, he presented a jade slip. Ningya's emotions were quite complex. He circled the verdant sapling for an extended period, unable to derive any clarity. At that moment, he slipped sideways, twisting his ankle with a sharp crack that elicited a pained cry. Clutching the bracelet tightly, he was reluctant to let go, unable to grasp the handrail in time, and tumbled down the staircase. Aside from Dongzhou, the remaining news came from Luzhou. Though the time was brief, the intelligence received left Lu De feeling quite alarmed. Shen Yayun made a decisive call. Ge Yuanshua had no objections. The vehicle shifted to the emergency lane, and both unfastened their seatbelts simultaneously, sprinting down the emergency path. The villagers watched as their vehicles departed from Dian village's entrance, successfully organizing the influx of individuals, contentedly reclaiming the roadway, while the elderly began to tidy up the scattered eggshells. Lu Dao extended his hand, helplessly gazing at the receding figure, speechless for a moment before uttering. Could you please pour me a glass of water before you go searching for someone? Of course. My swordsmanship was personally taught by Brother Roger. I am the most formidable in this town of Roger. The uncle replied, punctuating his statement with a belch. Wu, Lin Yu, who had boarded the vehicle with Gao Yang, sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, while Yi Yin anxiously consoled him. It was because her father had collaborated with Wang Chuan to wholesale shampoo in the provincial city, leading to their family's financial ruin. Since then, her family had remained impoverished, lacking any capital, rendering them unable to seize any business opportunities that presented themselves. Even with Lin Feng's formidable strength, he could not truly manifest his magical prowess. Thus he resorted to harnessing the fractured powers of the divine Thunder Pearl. As he soared through the fissured exit, he absorbed the energy with his right palm, ruthlessly cleaving through the remnants. As for the nobles on the island, they were merely impostors dispatched by the revolutionary army, who had eliminated their counterparts prior. Though their demeanor was ostentatious, they refrained from harming any inhabitants of the island. Hee. Mingxian, are you feeling bashful? I observed Lei Mingxian, who dared not meet my gaze. Pray tell, who are you? Are you from the slave ship? The interrogator demanded, adopting a fearsome countenance, though one could discern the tremor in his legs, undermining his intimidation. Xia Han covered her mouth with one hand while clutching a crab leg with the other, laughing uncontrollably, nearly dancing in delight. Meng Tan had only just lowered the defenses when Lin Lin noticed several starships encircling them in the sky. Commander, it seems your basement has transformed into your secondary command center, remarked Lin Biao, a rare smile gracing his usually stoic face as he glanced at Han Shun. Queen Gui donned a previously unworn outfit with skepticism, admiring her reflection in the mirror, gasping in surprise, and showering herself with compliments. The Celestial Realm's ascension platform has remained sealed since the calamity a millennium ago, and no mortal cultivators have ascended since. After the press conference concluded, Gordon's lineage garnered more attention than the headlines of the Sweet Pastry 10. A fact that was particularly striking considering Gordon had spent hundreds of thousands to secure that very headline. The advertising expenditure alone reached several $1 million. Yet the buzz surrounding him eclipsed that of his carefully orchestrated publicity. In the office, Nick Fury and Coulson approached Gordon. What brings you here? Aren't you busy chasing down Hydra? Of course. I came to tell you that we awoke on a bed the size of 200 square feet piled with money. And you complained that the bed was too hard and uncomfortable last night. The scale leopard was enveloped in scales, its flesh a deep crimson, exhibiting remarkable elasticity. Fine strands of white fat adorned its surface, evenly distributed like a net, reminiscent of a premium steak. In a bid to prolong their time together, Lan Xiu deliberately slowed her eating pace. However, even the slowest of meals must eventually reach the bottom of the bowl. By the time she finished her meal, Shen Panchi had already completed his and was seated nearby. Research conducted by scientists revealed that this element not only posed no harm to humans, but could also be absorbed through normal respiration, significantly enhancing human capabilities. Under the relentless assault from the white-gloved hand, she ultimately succumbed, collapsing onto the open field. The scores of mages aboard the airships, regardless of their ranks, were all reduced to mere powder upon the impact of the Warhammer's descent. The sole reason for Cheng Hai's placement on the bench was merely to allow him to adjust to the rhythm of teamwork before eventually taking the field. The sound of the referee echoed, and Shui Miao Miao looked up to see Tang Jiamai, gazing down at her imperiously. However, the seaweed formation demanded exceptionally high individual combat proficiency from the soldiers, and even greater demands from the commanding officers. This caused a tumult within her heart. In her impression, Elder Yun was merely a mass of muscle, formidable in physicality and capable of withstanding stronger attacks, yet utterly lacking in other skills. Did they expect her to play the game while they retired to slumber? Ultimately, she resolved to subtly remind them. Yang Muqing followed the direction of his finger, her irises flickering with uncertainty, signaling yet another matter requiring her attention. Her uncle was quite supportive, and upon observing their enthusiasm, Lin Hao suggested they procure wild ginseng. Intending to ask Lu Yuehan and Zhang Guangshu to acquire some specially reserved Maotai, the purest essence. Amber-hued tree resin trickled down the roots, long since dried and solidified, resembling the reluctant tears of the great willow. What's wrong? Yang Jiu spoke, yet her hands remained in motion, clearly engrossed in a crucial moment of gameplay. Deep within the Shinnong Valley, a figure suddenly appeared in midair, gently descending and landing with a soft thud. Xiaoran shifted her stiff body, a wave of intense soreness radiating from her limbs. At that moment, Ling Feng sat in meditation, practicing his breathing techniques, while in the center of the grand hall, a three-legged alchemical cauldron silently amassed a formless aura of lethal intent. Due to the need to walk back, she had stopped by the supermarket along the way. gathering a multitude of items. However, because of Lu Wu's injured hand, all the purchases had been transformed into amber packages. Though this lacked gentlemanly decorum, it was unavoidable. Conversely, noticing Zhang Xi's gaze, Murong Yun's expression darkened considerably, her legs instinctively retracting. Perhaps feeling that this gesture betrayed her guilt, she extended them once more. The man, whether by nature or due to heightened excitement, spoke with an unending flow, his words pouring forth like beans from a bamboo tube. After all, youthful beauty had no association with the oily coach, stirring feelings of envy and resentment. A truly overwhelming sentiment. Esteemed guests, greetings to you all. Chen Zhou stood at the center of the dance floor, microphone in hand, his voice resonating loudly. Chapter 92. The greed of Ross as Gordon arrived over Columbia University. A roar indicated his direction. Upon reaching the source of the roar, he found himself in the square before the university's experimental building. There, a massive green figure was tearing apart an armored vehicle, which appeared as fragile as tofu in its presence. The driver inside was unceremoniously yanked out by the Hulk. Reduced to mere pulp, standing 3 meters tall, the Hulk possessed strength exceeding 100 tons. The lone-eyed immortal could not fathom how he had been defeated, despite meticulously plotting. He ultimately found himself the loser. With that, Wu Yuan's visage gradually faded, leaving no opportunity for a farewell, much to the silent chagrin of Wu Ming. Certainly, it was from that moment that Riel opened up the conversation with the proprietor, as if eager to engage in a lengthy discourse. A blade of light sliced through the heavens, creating an immense rift in the sky, revealing a myriad of stars that appeared profoundly distant and mysterious. The farcical event in the city of Xiaoyao concluded with the change of the city seal, and with Yan Jin present, Xiaoyao, despite his numerous reservations, succumbed to reality. He adjusted his seemingly disheveled white hair. At that moment, the teacher resembled a triumphant general, or perhaps a victorious fighting cock. Upon hearing the words of the Demon King, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Had he truly inflicted punishment upon Mo Li, it would have set a dangerous precedent for others. Consequently, an air of tension enveloped everyone present, as the current plight of Mo Li reflected their own potential futures. Yu Fan's final remark was delivered with gravity, accompanied by a deliberate glance at Wei Ran, who appeared completely at ease nearby. This situation was indeed complex, but for now, preserving their lives took precedence. Old Adrian, while speaking, used a levitation spell to move the unconscious Riel beside Alan, and then began to assess their injuries. Mo Li had unknowingly developed feelings for Lin Shuiyao. Yet he was unwilling to acknowledge this, nor did he dare to confront Lin Shuiyao about it. However, at the moment of parting, Qin Yu felt an unexpected lightness. Relieved that he no longer had to consider how much to spend on Lin Rower each month. Currently, Jiang Minyu was in a state of restlessness, feeling compelled to take action before the outcome was revealed, as Lin Shench said. The demon, suppressed at the base of the tower, was tormented by the dual challenge of controlling the red flames within while simultaneously having its spiritual energy siphoned by the Tianyan Tower. This marked the beginning of its torment. Today, she had deliberately applied a work makeup look taught by Liang and Kai, which, due to her inexperience, appeared somewhat garish upon close inspection, yet still showcased a solid foundation. Further observation revealed that although their shoes were caked in mud and frayed at the edges, the stitching was still intricately visible. Just as Shen Fong was about to strike, he couldn't help but recall the day he had rescued the determined youth before him. The Yu matriarch, despite being tenderly cared for by her maids, could not hide the fatigue etched upon her features. The emperor, seated in his high position, had kept him for a lengthy reprimand without uttering a single inquiry. Alas, whether it be the security forces or the guild's rangers, or even the military within the country, none stood a chance against those brigands. All dispatch personnel had, without exception, met a cruel fate at the hands of these outlaws. Perhaps she had matured or simply settled into her emotions. This departure seemed to alter her feelings towards him compared to the past. What's this, old Sue? Are you suggesting that you harbor doubts about Boss Mo's culinary skills? Yen Ruyu remarked, her expression light and teasing. Huh. If a compound derived from sweet wormwood can earn a Nobel Prize, then surely this rudimentary ascending dragon pill, if synthesized using modern technology, would encapsulate challenges worthy of multiple Nobel-level accolades. Indeed, Chu Jianghe is well aware that Zhao Guodong is merely acting out of deference to Wang Guanyuan. Otherwise, during the notification, he would not have informed Wang alone, neglecting to inform him. Chapter 93. Your daughter is exquisite. Gordon surveyed the encircling soldiers and then fixed his gaze on Ross, whose eyes gleamed with fervor and avarice, and he instantly grasped Ross's intentions. It was clear that Ross had set his sights on him. Renowned for his obsession with the super serum, Ross's greed was undoubtedly piqued by Gordon, a being transformed into a superhuman through acquired means. Slowly, Gordon descended before Ross, while the soldiers under Ross stood frozen like wooden figures. "What are you doing? Move quickly." Among them was a familiar face, none other than Chu Fengxi, who, despite having lost an arm, could still contend with Feng Yulo. At that moment, Bixia and the Fallen were filled with astonishment. Given their current cultivation, they could detect even the slightest disturbance within 100 meters, let alone the formidable presence of Wang Chuan. Although they were uncertain of Constantine's true intentions, Huang and his companions had no other options at this juncture. The people at the table appeared to coexist harmoniously, yet each was burdened with unspoken thoughts, akin to accursed happiness. Unfortunately, this conundrum was unsolvable, and none possessed the capability to unravel it. "I believe Dr. Gao's intent is to rattle the tiger, to lure the serpent from its lair," Yang Jingjing interjected suddenly. However, it seemed that the Qilin bloodline he sought was likely concealed within the Lingyun cave. From a distance, the landscape had been transformed into a fiery azure hue, with countless blue flames dancing, tracing brilliant arcs in the air before plummeting like meteors. A dragon capable of unleashing true fire would only reveal its prowess when provoked, and Kong expressed his utter disdain for such a creature. Chen Gui glanced at the paper, confirming it contained nothing out of the ordinary, before passing it to Aunt Shun, instructing her to procure only the finest. For a fleeting moment, her heart swelled with a sense of kinship and gratitude towards Yun Jingtian. Before long, Zhang Jiaoyang embraced Huang Feier, pressing her down onto the hospital bed. Her breath quickened, and she gently closed her eyes, placing the unfinished apple back in its place. The creatures outside seemed to have caught the scent of delicacies, desperately attempting to break through, only to be thwarted by the protective barrier of spiritual talismans. Meanwhile, Zhou Jin, having set down his belongings, approached, leaning against the kitchen door, observing Sanhua and Himei as they organized the ingredients. As Luo Tianhuan's helicopter ascended, the players surrounding the Demon King gathered. When the Demon King fell, they assumed the mission was nearing its end, but unexpectedly, Luo Tianhuan turned the tide, defeating a level 21 apocalyptic creature at level 6. He silently apologized to the future sage and concocted a tale about his quest for knowledge, recounting how he had spent 7 days in the mountains during his father's tenure in Fujian, unveiling the principles of the rain shadow effect. In the matter of tracing one's ancestry, no one harbors any aversion. Who could possibly reject a remarkable lineage? Huizi, enduring the piercing pain in her soles, listened to the anguished cries and wails from behind, her composure finally unraveling as tears welled in her eyes. With a desperate cry, she frantically pushed aside those in front, her garment tearing with a sharp sound, revealing her fair shoulder marred by a streak of blood. Yet now, the materials remained elusive, only serving to trouble him further. Upon encountering Chun Guoxuan today, Qinshin felt a deep discontent. Jiang Tingting, fearing a return to the confines of her prison for recuperation, had just managed to stand and was now keenly observing her surroundings, eager to seize an opportunity for escape. Yangzi glanced back at Qixia, who hesitated briefly before recounting to Tianxi the circumstances surrounding their master's departure. Upon finishing, he pointed decisively at Si Mushu, and without a moment's hesitation, his subordinate surged forward to apprehend him. On the journey back, Xia Mo opened the task interface, confirming that a third of the task had indeed been completed. Chapter 94, The Red House, Yelena. While Ross scoured for connections in an attempt to resolve the Columbia University incident, Gordon, Tony, and Peter returned to the Umbrella Corporation headquarters after their meal. Upon entering the president's office, they found Melissa immersed in signing documents, appearing rather busy. Melissa looked up, casting a glance at Gordon, and replied, "What do you think?" Umbrella was venturing into the mobile phone market, necessitating Melissa's attention to a multitude of matters. Even in Sierra Leone, Linai, having spent the first day with Ting Shu in the autumn leaf forest, resolutely refused to join him for any observational logs on the following day. "That silver was a tribute from Yen Hong to us. Why should we return it? We have no idea if it was borrowed. Could it be that you are merely fabricating tales to extort us?" Elder Sun retorted angrily. His past with Shun Qinxue had thoroughly faded into the annals of time, both the good and the bad, leaving no trace whatsoever. Those present were deeply engrossed in recalling Su Yunliang's earlier words, pondering them repeatedly, eager to decipher her intentions. When Shu Yun, calm and composed, elucidated on Shun Qingwu's behalf, while Gu Jingfeng, with a furrowed brow, reiterated his query, to which Wen Shu nodded in affirmation. The head of the officials was utterly terrified, unleashing a tirade of futile curses at the soldiers, who felt as if they had been trampled, utterly devoid of strength. This incident escalated increasingly, with everyone deeming the matchmaker unscrupulous, willing to resort to any means to profit from matchmaking. The following morning, as they stepped out of the house, they spotted Fu Yu, limping into the courtyard with the aid of a cane. The expansive wine-tasting room was divided into various sections according to region, with sommeliers from across the globe. Some accompanied by interpreters, engaging in tastings while offering explanations. Tomorrow morning, Director Tan will escort me to the County Labor and Personnel Bureau to handle personnel transfers. If all proceeds smoothly, I shall ride in Director Zhang's vehicle to report to the Provincial Tourism Bureau in the afternoon. If tomorrow's tasks remain unfinished, Director Tan will personally drive me to the Provincial Tourism Bureau. I casually shut the door behind me, climbed into bed, and leaned against the headboard for support. Despite the apparent lack of benefits and the necessity of expending 1,000,000 points for solidification, Nanshan understood that this was his formidable anchor in the boundless realm. Lian inquired about the events that transpired during his year of absence and discovered that upon returning from the last journey to Fozang Island, the few who returned divulged little about their experiences there, merely stating that he and the abbot Fa Yuan had perished on the island. Sensing that he had been discovered, the alien suddenly shifted tactics from stealthy ambush to overt confrontation. Yet, I could not ascertain whether this was a reflection of the court's atmosphere. The sealed taboo codex must remain unbroken, for it is the sole means by which they could reclaim the art of immortal swordsmanship. First, his ancestral home was seized. The majority of his kin perished, and then he was conscripted as cannon fodder to lead the charge for others, only to be brazenly betrayed by his companions. The desolation of his circumstances was so profound that it was unbearable to witness. This vision could evoke profound emotions. Once established, it could unleash a formidable force, akin to the present-day sage, who had accelerated the realization of his aspirations. I sensed that matters might not be as straightforward as they appeared. Perhaps your director, after receiving funds, conferred with Li Chong, instructing him to state that the director had compensated him if questioned about the matter. Lu Qing proposed a possibility, expressing her thoughts. Chun Shueko was indeed ravenously hungry. Having refrained from eating, he worried that if he ventured out for food, Lin Su would come looking for him. Thus he had endured until now, clutching his stomach as he descended the stairs with Lin Su. Although Zhou Nin was not well versed in aviation technology, he was aware of the trajectory of its development. With him overseeing matters, Hugh's aircraft company would not, as in another timeline, become a victim of Hugh's notorious temperament. Chapter 95. The Red House. Gazing at the 5 scavengers beside her, Natasha recognized them as the extraordinary powers of the Umbrella Corporation. Sighing in resignation, she chose to depart with them. Moments later, 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Yelena regained consciousness, having freed herself from the control of the Red House headquarters. Where am I? Yelena surveyed her surroundings, now capable of independent thought. This is your home, Natasha replied. Just as I was about to say something further, the token within the web of the jet black ring began to vibrate. The individuals within the web rarely initiated contact with me, even when conveying messages. They employed various methods to avoid troubling me, making this the first occurrence of such a direct communication, undoubtedly indicating a significant event. After finishing his remarks, Scholar Tang turned to pursue the German envoy, having received notice to return immediately to the German consulate to discuss the next steps in their competitive strategy with the envoy. Yin Li? Su Yuyang glanced at the caller ID, pondering whether there had been an error in the display. Yin Li and Su Yuyang rarely communicated via phone. Their exchanges predominantly occurred on Weibo. Typically, when Yin Li called Su Yuyang, it signified that Su Yuyang was in trouble. A joke, am I not? Are you? Zhou Qing retorted playfully. Xiong Ba, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Having dominated the martial arts world for an extended period, he was accustomed to absolute supremacy. Those who complied prospered, while those who opposed perished, and had never before faced such a threat. Hu Lin experienced a case of love at first sight with Ji Linxi. While Yin Li's feelings for Ji Linxi, though not instantaneous, were certainly not born of prolonged acquaintance, evoking envy and resentment from others, particularly from Ling Miao, who at 22 had yet to experience romance. Xiaoxi, could you not be so stubborn? Just for me, could you accept Manair? Lung Machan implored, his brows furrowed in anxiety. Since this is a matter of ancestral family law, I do not wish to make things difficult for the two princes. Let this matter rest. The Empress Dowager declared, waving her handkerchief to indicate that the discussion should cease. I recalled the day we rescued Jin Manair. She had stated that even if we did not save her, Lady Bai would. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the Lady Bai she referred to was indeed Bai Yulan. Hua Qian nodded, initially believing that the mourning might bring a respite due to Lu Haoyin's foul mood, yet unexpectedly, another incident arose. With a whistle, the elimination match between Tianjin Polytechnic University and Dei Medical University officially commenced. The sinister emperor, Shi Zhishuan, deemed the couple well-matched, though the dark empress, Zhu Yuyan, was somewhat displeased, consistently wearing a sour expression whenever Zhang Liang was present. Jing Liken wore a cold expression, his icy gaze piercing like a blade into Jing Yu's being. causing beads of sweat to form on Jing Yu's forehead. At that moment, Jean Pinger could not suppress her own sense of panic. The Zimao blades swiftly returned, attempting to shield against the frenzied onslaught of cold light. Over the years, the third young master had wielded considerable influence within the demonic sect, possessing significant power at a young age, leaving a trail of bloodshed in his wake. Due to Man's prior regulations, unless there were classes or special circumstances, training at Chunji Gymnasium was mandatory at all other times. Thus, as soon as the two classes concluded, Gung Haoshe returned to the gymnasium. Previously, when Xia Jianya had called Xia Aigua to urge him to marry, the latter refrained from being forthright as their relationship had yet to be solidified. The one without poison was unaware of the mountain dragon's true rank, but it was likely on par with that Earth King serpent from the video. Tang Long and Qin Dandan returned the deceased to the Forensic Dissection Center. Once the family's consent was granted, the autopsy could commence. The deceased's family had arrived at the scene, with the wife maintaining a stable demeanor while the parents wept uncontrollably, mourning the loss of their son, who could not arrive from abroad in time. Chapter 96. Revealing strength as Natasha and her group journeyed towards Freetown. Tom Schieber piloted a Kuan-style fighter jet to an aerial base within the Bear territory, which served as the training ground for the Black Widow. Due to the stealth of the Kuan-style aircraft, Tom smoothly arrived above the aerial base. Red, hover here and remember to pick me up later. You are not permitted to engage in combat. The image of Red appeared on the control panel. Rest assured, I shall wait here. Yi Jianjun had no funds for medical expenses. He had already contemplated on the way back that if necessary, he would simply share the burden. It was not his responsibility to bear the costs, as he was not the one selling tofu nor earning the money. After becoming a true immortal, Nie Chufeng's spirits lifted. For attaining immortality meant he no longer had to worry about lifespan and could gradually enhance his strength. Approaching the camp where Dong Lin's troops were stationed, he beheld banners fluttering and spears standing like a forest, with soldiers poised in silence. Upon reaching this point, the writing vanished. It was evident that the letter's owner had emerged from the basement, but where they ultimately went was beyond Lu Ren's knowledge. A sense of despair enveloped these individuals. Could the might of the titled Dolua be countered merely by numbers? Furthermore, regarding the issue of mana consumption, Nie Chufeng was confident that as his cultivation progressed, his total mana would undoubtedly increase, and this did not concern him. Additionally, a token materialized in the hands of the Divine Mother of No Boundaries, floating in the air and gradually flying towards Nie Chufeng. Su Ling found it peculiar that Jin Jinxiu and the others were absent from the embroidery workshop today. Upon learning of the situation, he closed his shop and accompanied Tower to the Jin residence. The sword array of the four swords of Jinxian was composed of 4 distinct spaces. The Divine Mother of No Boundaries swept her gaze across these realms, ultimately resting on the space where Zizishan Poxin resided. Ma Chao, Zhang Xiu, and Taisher Ci each led 1,000 troops, suddenly bursting forth from the city to charge into Ji Ling's army, causing chaos among Ji Ling's forces, especially for Emperor Xia Jing. Even if he harbored suspicions, he could not help but sincerely acknowledge that this nephew was selfless and loyal to him as the emperor. Surrounding them seemed devoid of any entrances. It appeared he had been transported to this location. Within that expanse of white mist, a teleportation formation was surely concealed. I understand now. Kong finally recovered from his previous state of despair and, having spoken, dashed out the door like the wind. Earth, May 15, 2015, in the city of Huaxia. The gloomy weather weighed heavily on the heart like a massive stone, inciting feelings of irritation. Subtle red glimmers flickered within the clouds, evoking a sense of curiosity. The large opening that had previously facilitated their transport was now sealed, with a membrane outside and blinding light beneath, resembling a colossal lamp, surrounded by stone caves. The ingredients in the kitchen were indeed insufficient. Essential items such as yellow chili sauce were absent. However, Su Ruodong had alternative methods. In her view, the sour soup beef noodles she would create would undoubtedly surpass those made previously. Of course, this was not due to him being trapped in some dire predicament. He simply wished to enjoy something warm, as the scene before him in the village was exceedingly bizarre. His relationship with the Lingqing Palace is rather strained. He must exercise caution regarding Hanlinger. This was also the reason he refrained from using high-level spiritual artifacts when he eliminated that young man in green. Please calm down. Master, you may scold or strike me, but do not let your anger harm your health, Lin Shi implored, drawing close to the elderly gentleman and tugging at his sleeve in a plea for mercy. With his ebony eyes and raven hair, he appeared unremarkable and frank. Yet his yellow skin was distinctly unusual, complemented by the traditional attire of the Orient, gleaming armor and flowing garments, that left the people of Maisai utterly captivated. To Tang Tang. Such a card was deemed inferior to refuse. Chapter 97. The Rise of the Sierra Leone People's Protective Party. the warden of the Snow Mountain prison. Upon discovering that Ali had been rescued, urgently dialed Drykoff's number, but after 3 unsuccessful attempts, he had no choice but to quell the unruly inmates. Sierra Leone, Freetown. As a small African nation once colonized by France and Portugal, it is a melting pot of ethnicities, with a correspondingly tumultuous situation. Notably, Sierra Leone ranks as the second-largest diamond exporter in the world, but its economy, once promising, has faced considerable challenges. Lu Tingshun remained silent, rising to his feet and donning the suit draped over his chair with meticulous care, fastening its buttons before slowly making his way to Shun Inran. The sound of slicing wind filled the air as several arrows whizzed past, embedding themselves into a nearby tree, sending up a cloud of dust that obstructed Wei Xian. The marketplace buzzed with the cries of vendors, filled with many disciples from various sects, scattered cultivators, and even some ordinary folk setting up stalls. However, He Jingjing had been absent for several days without a word, causing Yi Xiangjuan to grow increasingly anxious. "And Chu, what should I do next? I never expected to gain notoriety in such a manner," Xiang Qiu inquired of Chu. Yi Yiru had previously mentioned that Chen Tianjin was not particularly amiable towards her. Initially, Yiqing found this difficult to comprehend, yet now he finally witnessed the scene unfold before him. The 5th wave of fist energy followed closely, leaving him no opportunity to wield his sword. He could only hastily raise his shield to defend himself. Some even began live streaming, allowing those unable to witness the spectacle in person to partake remotely. When Zhongli struck down 4 deities with a single punch, I surmised that he was likely a demigod. The table was laden with a vibrant array of dishes, each a feast for the senses, the tantalizing aroma of culinary delights making one's mouth water. Lu Yemei's words left Yi Xiao profoundly shaken. Had he not heard it with his own ears and experienced it firsthand, he would have never believed that his dear maid Jie cared for him so deeply. Were they perhaps hunting again? The memory of the formidable mutated beasts they had encountered previously caused Murong Feishua to furrow her brow even tighter. One could deduce the worldview of this realm merely by observing its environment. Upon seeing Xiaoyu, Enli casually raised his cup to drink, while Enseer hastily followed suit, eager to say something but apprehensive about offending her companion with misplaced words. Chen Yihan kept her eyes tightly shut, her long eyelashes quivering, a rosy blush of happiness gracing her face. Left Fei Bai was uncertain whether she had truly fallen asleep or was merely feigning it. Thousands of soldiers from both nations instinctively bound themselves together with grass ropes, accepting their fate as captives. Dongfang Qiyuan, upon witnessing the smile at the corner of his mouth, felt the surrounding temperature plummet. This individual was becoming increasingly sinister. As Xiang Wani finished speaking, He Shitong glared at her with a vigilant expression, even covering the screen of his phone defensively. Yes, Director Lu, I shall depart immediately." Gu Xingliang exchanged a glance with the formidable Demon King before stepping down from his embrace, preparing to take the instruments off the stage, only to see the Turkey man approaching, assisting Sang Sang in moving the sheet music. This martial arts conference did not distinguish between good and evil, nor did it impose restrictions based on nationality, which was precisely why Ikeda Natsuki could take the stage. However, this medication could only delay matters for 2 months. The child would still need to be born a month early, inevitably revealing vulnerabilities. Thus, Nangong Dai had a sudden inspiration, devising a method that, while not particularly clever, was undeniably effective. So what was the purpose of my existence? No one had ever informed me that the cost of honesty could be so harrowing. The next time I hear someone speak of honesty, I shall reflect on my own state and discern the true essence of honesty. Upon seeing a crowd of familiar faces, Chu Feng naturally scanned them all. Even those 2 unfamiliar ancestral deities did not warrant further contemplation. Indeed, this approach would allow fishing in more distant waters. Yet it also brought forth another dilemma, the increase of costs and risks. Chapter 98, Iron Overlord. Headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury's office. Coulson, what are your thoughts on the fall of the Red Room? The Umbrella Corporation's strength may far exceed our expectations. The Red Room was surprisingly obliterated so swiftly. Fury rubbed his temples. The symbiote's power was formidable, yet it posed a lesser threat compared to its ability to absorb memories. Currently, Nick Fury's greatest concern was the 4 symbiotes under Gordon's command. At that moment, Sherry's voice echoed. And since the giant mantis had failed to swiftly retreat after its assault on the fire chicken, the fire chicken easily seized its pincers. "Take it," Yin ran. "The attributes are quite commendable. I believe you will be satisfied." Optimus Prime handed over the long robe to Yin Ran, then picked up a second piece of equipment, a pair of black boots. It had been a long time since they had seen battle boots, and anticipation filled his heart. Is there a problem? After being scrutinized by Zhou Tian's peculiar gaze for quite some time, even Shi Lan, whose composure surpassed that of her peers, felt a twinge of unease, and finally inquired. Yet, Xiao Wuchen merely remained silent. Time slipped away, and the envoy began to feel anxious, pondering whether to say something more, only to hear Xiao Wujia chuckle softly. Presently, Shinji found himself in the underground ruins of the desert. The only way to enter these ruins was through the apparition tower that had appeared, allowing passage as one drifted away with the wind. However, the reality here starkly contrasts their assertions. Every child is earnestly diligent, yearning for knowledge. She perceives the words of those ladies as an affront to the esteemed academy. The foolish, suddenly enlightened regarding emotions, perhaps undergo a form of personal growth. It matters not. For my beloved Pokemon possesses exceptional aquatic skills and shall certainly traverse this ocean, remarked the somewhat portly trainer. My dear, seeing you brings me solace. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers and attuning to Rong Jing's heartbeat, Yun Yao felt a genuine sense of security at that moment. He did not aim to defeat Hua Rue, nor could he, but he sought merely to delay Hua Rue, a task that the tender pumpkin park could indeed accomplish. He was racing against time. In the void, several streams of holy light faintly revealed an ominous black aura. Let us press onward, following this path, exclaimed Erlang Shun with fervor within the Demon King's seal. Mu Xueli is not hidden by him. Who else could conceal such a living soul? Could it be that Mu Xueli orchestrated her own disappearance? Fortune favored Song Qingtian. For just as he felt adrift, Song Qiumei rushed over, breathless and at a loss for words, with an aloof and indifferent demeanor. It was evident that his perpetual company with the deceased had fostered such a cold disposition. During his second attempt to communicate with Grandpa Huizi, his expression softened considerably, as if he too intended to open his heart, bringing a slight relief to my own mind. Nevertheless, such precious items I would never hoard for myself. Presenting them to the state is assured. Yet, inexplicably, as I bore this costly treasure, a sense of unease stirred within me. I recalled Daji's original words. In the desolate long night, I struggle in sorrow, the primal panic within me desperately consuming hope. Daji merely seeks redemption. Princess Lin cast a glance at Long Fei and Zhao Laonyo before returning her focus to the performance on stage, which seemed to captivate her entirely. At that moment, Du Feng on stage performed the grand gesture of the rock spreading its wings, eliciting applause and cheers from the audience below. Neatly attired, the trio ventured into the large tent outside. Upon hearing he could enter, Lung Yihu hurriedly slipped inside, peering around the inner tent with a hint of disappointment. Chapter 99. You should truly thank the heavens. In the Apple Daily building, Eddie celebrated his vacation with a bottle of champagne worth over $1,000. New York is truly splendid. I have no desire to revisit that wretched place in Siberia. Venom seeped from Eddie's shoulder. The sensation was tolerable, pleasantly cool, earning a score of 70 from him. If you can bestow a 70 upon that dreadful locale, would you grant the sun a 60 should I send you there? One by one, the guests who arrived to pay their respects met a gruesome fate at the hands of the spectral soldiers. The previous ethereal ambience swiftly transformed into a hellish nightmare. Chaos ensued, cries for help echoed, and the stench of blood grew overwhelmingly potent amidst this celebration, leading to untold casualties. What expression is that? It seems as though I am holding you captive. The dialect speaker is tempted to strike a slap, yet ultimately resorts to rolling their eyes to convey their displeasure. How infuriating. I have no idea which scoundrel just pinched me. Thankfully, I did not summon Ailey and the others. Casting a glance at the unsightly claw marks on my attire, I cursed under my breath, while simultaneously commending myself for my prudent decision. Yen Qixiao exuded a sense of pride, but it was overshadowed by a more gallant spirit. At that moment, Su Jingfeng's arrogance was even more pronounced, as if the only thing worthy of his gaze was the expanse of sky above. Setting aside whether the group's stamina could endure until that moment, the mere fact that the Corpse King Dragon possessed the ability to catalyze flying insects was enough to send Lancy and the others scurrying for cover. Recalling recent events, I quickly understood why Tang Yin insisted on sharing the same room. The scales of the menacing helmet quivered violently, and a cacophony of insect sounds, infused with vast amounts of spiritual energy, resonated from within. Following that, the dragon's maw opened wide, and a jet of black corrosive liquid surged forth, engulfing Lancy's fleeting shadow. The white traces gradually faded, and soon thereafter, a thunderous roar echoed from above, growing increasingly louder as it descended, until it resonated like thunder cracking across the heavens. Old Gu wore a skeptical expression. Though he had long been calculating, he could not help but harbor reservations. Heaven knows when the toxic pill he administered to Bai Qianyu would take effect. The dialect speaker was seething with a desire to eliminate these individuals, particularly upon noticing that one or two were still clutching cameras. Their faces darkened, confirming that these rascals were indeed up to no good. Over the past half-month, Selling duckweed had netted a modest sum of 25 taels of silver. Adding the profits from selling firewood, eggs, and other goods, along with 3 taels from selling wild chickens and rabbits, the household now boasted over 72 taels of silver. Even if such a situation were to repeat, the outcome would remain unchanged, for she had no intention of accepting Qiao Shimingjian. Fei Duo, Emperor Yongyan gazed upon the familiar visage, memories of the individual adorned in finery flashing through his mind. Witnessing his fierce demeanor akin to a leopard, Lin Baochai instinctively recoiled a few steps. She murmured softly, "I was merely reminding you. Why must you react so strongly? If that is the case, then so be it." Lin Baochai felt a profound sense of grievance, casting a fierce glare at Lin Baoshui before turning to leave. Should Aunt Zheng and Xia Moling continue to squander this fragile goodwill, they would be courting their own demise. Xiao Mingjin's household possessed but 2 wrought tin chairs, and every evening, after finishing her work at the workshop, Xiao would arrive at Xiao's home, wielding a large fan at her waist and shouldering a wrought tin chair. After 10 resounding slaps, both proprietors were left bloodied from their mouths and noses, with Li Dongzhu losing a tooth. Yet, the pain in their hearts was likely to eclipse the physical pain on their faces 100-fold. Though it felt like a fleeting moment, it also felt eternal, as she exerted herself in relentless struggle. Observing that the Western Liang Emperor was unperturbed, Tang Ning could not help but shed tears of exhilaration. The esteemed physician merely wished to sample the culinary skills of Huali, feeling as though he had been spoiled by her exquisite dishes in the valley. Whenever he tasted the creations of others, they paled in comparison to Huali's delectable offerings. Chapter 100, I Am Iron Man. The Iron Tyrant pushed aside the heavy burden before him, sparks of electricity crackling around his form as he rose. "What are you?" Obadiah's voice was laden with disbelief. This massive black figure was certainly no creature of earth. Obadiah's limited understanding of the world led him to perceive his Iron Tyrant as invincible, viewing others as mere pawns. Meanwhile, Tony's face lit up with surprise, knowing Gordon would not disappoint. In the shadows, Lin Kuer gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, turning to Zhou Chun in astonishment. Monica furrowed her brows, sinking into a profound worry, regretting that she had not stopped that wretched goblin the previous day. Lin Xiao waved his hand, causing the celestial wheel above him to spin, unleashing the laws of reincarnation that swiftly obliterated the recently revived souls of warriors. As Arthur strolled through the verdant campus, students hurried past, clutching their belongings. It evoked a sense of nostalgia for his university days, though he noted that the students here were considerably younger and the architecture more fantastical. "At your command, King Arthur. Your wish is my will. Your most loyal subject, Field, is ever at your service." Field exaggeratedly bowed, transforming into a lark to allow Arthur to mount his back before soaring into the sky. Too late. Hong Haosen's ominous voice boomed as his shadowy energy blade pierced through Shun Ling's shoulder, a spray of eerie black blood erupting forth. "The old lady need not inquire." Rin Dong chuckled. "With such a large bandage on your finger, how can you attend class?" Gu Chenghui let out a soft sound, mumbling as she reached for a snack, her demeanor a stark contrast to the calm composure she exhibited before outsiders. Wan Yanhong glanced away from the many banner lords, his gaze settling on Zhou Chun, his expression filled with anticipation as he inquired. Clearly, Lin Yin had not sent anyone to fetch Lin Xiao. Rather, the household staff had taken it upon themselves to inform Lin Xiao to make his escape. Xios immediately called for reinforcements to defend against Batum, recognizing that the previous three-pointer had been a lapse in the Cavaliers' focus, as all attention had been drawn to Randy Foy, Zhang Weifeng, and Calder N, leaving Batum and Ariza, 2 less prolific shooters, overlooked. In our junior year, Lu Meiding and I first ventured into Yingtai for shopping, where we both immediately gravitated toward a simple Cartier ring. She favored the pair she wore, while I preferred the unadorned counterpart. "Darling, do you mean Kung Fu? The Chinese martial arts on television? Does it truly exist, or is it merely a special effect?" Tina questioned, her face a portrait of curiosity. In moments of anger, one often loses rationality and diminishes in observational acuity. Especially when a rival in love emerges, the immediate thought is to strike down the competitor, compelling them to vacate the vicinity of the one they cherish. A hefty axe swung down towards Hu Maojian's head, accompanied by a spear. As the enemy troops recognized him as the commanding officer of this contingent of Qin cavalry, surging forth. Just as the experts from Xintian Palace had retreated, they saw no figures but heard the ominous sound of a powerful attack approaching, realizing the formidable nature of the assailant, which was beyond their capacity to resist. "He merely wished to avoid conflict between my mother and me. Hence, even during the time he harbored the greatest resentment towards me, he refrained from voicing this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Tao channeled his energy into an ancient dragon head ring on his finger, causing a multitude of magical artifacts to surge forth. their immense aura prompting the onlookers to retreat in alarm. The cunning of Pu Tianxiu elicited laughter from all, as he faithfully executed his plan to deceive, subsequently defeating Shen Huixing, only to deliberately leave an opening and lose to Jiang Hudong. Chapter 101. After Obadiah was captured, Tony reclaimed the vast majority of Stark Industries shares, leaving Gordon with merely 20 shares. After addressing the reporters, Tony returned to Stark Tower. "Welcome back, sir," Jarvis greeted. Tony approached his battle suit, now battered and bruised. This conflict made him acutely aware of the suit's deficiencies in offensive capabilities, as its weapons failed to breach the Ironmonger's defenses. Su Jingyang, filled with confusion, reached out to pull the blanket, eager to discern what was amiss with Sang Qiu. Having suffered a crushing defeat, his loss was far more devastating than his earlier defeat at the hands of Li Xiudao. Jiang Ziyu stepped forward, his eyes flickering with a myriad of emotions: joy, nostalgia, sorrow, and relief, before ultimately retreating into introspection. Bai Yin, however, was oblivious to her surroundings. She pursued Jiang Hu, delivering a resounding slap to his left cheek, followed by another to his right. "If we retreat now, abandoning the main camp without cavalry protection, the astute Zhuge Liang will undoubtedly maneuver around us. Conversely, if we redeploy the cavalry guarding our supply routes for support, the Han cavalry will surely emerge in full force, targeting our supplies." Morong Nong gazed at the map, feeling a throbbing headache. Tuan resolved to heed his grandfather's counsel, retaining the property deed of his family home, and trusting Chun Yi to sell it when the opportunity arose. Of course, this would need to wait until his father had passed, otherwise, his father might find himself without a place to dwell. In the ensuing days, Morong Ku retrieved the Xiongnu and personally assured Modern that he would not attribute Morong Han's demise to him. In a remarkably brief span, before the elder had even exited the stables, the personal guards had already been completely annihilated. Li Jiaojiao was indeed merely a pawn. The question remains, who orchestrated this game? And what is their intent against you? Lin Jingluan pondered. As they indulged in mutual flattery, they seemed to have forgotten the battered and bruised father and son. When the commotion finally subsided, Feng Guang opened his eyes, only to realize they had arrived on a street. "Did I ever say that?" he asked nonchalantly, continuing to enjoy his noodles. Later, Huang Feihong's land steward, Lin Shirong, also known as Pork Rong, combined the tiger fist and crane fist to achieve the illustrious tiger crane double form. The two had been exchanging glances when suddenly a voice interrupted them. In unison, they turned towards the source. Is it that waiter again? However, now he could see clearly that Chun Fei's wrist bore no celestial artifact, and he found himself unable to shake his own teeth loose. At the precise moment Su Ziyu turned, Shen Qian realized that the expression on his face was one of utter disappointment in himself. Upon hearing this title, not only Gu Shiran but also the previously silent Chu Qianing widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at the two. With her slender, elegant fingers, she lifted her beautiful, fair chin and leaned in to bestow upon her a firm kiss. Punch after punch, as he reached the rapidly approaching fireball. It had already transformed into a singular blow, crashing with a resounding thud against the fireball. The fireball dissipated, the force of the punch evaporated, and Di Shai surged forward, delivering a powerful strike towards Dong Chuan. "I will take you away." At that moment, the spirit unceremoniously grasped Dora's hand. Their figures suddenly morphed into a swift shadow, darting along a stone path in the center. Although Wang Weiwei was of Khitan descent, her loyalty to the emperor was unwavering. She would never betray him, regardless of who sought his harm. All her power stemmed from him, and upon his demise, she would find herself stripped of authority and in a precarious position. The citizens within the city did not calculate political or economic accounts. They merely saw the Jin army retreat and the preservation of Xiangyang, concluding that the Song army had emerged victorious. Chapter 102. Aversion soon. Night fell, and Tony's party officially commenced. In the backyard of Tony's villa, over a dozen bikini-clad young women danced wildly in a pool spanning more than 100 square meters. Meanwhile, Gordon and Tony lounged on sun chairs, relishing the massage services provided by several of the ladies. I observed that model. It truly was a model of a new element, which was astonishing. If this new element were utilized to construct an arc reactor, the energy. Today, as Liao Jinghong fled, the moment Ling Shi pursued her, Liao Rong understood that her fragile hope had vanished into thin air. Ha ha ha, Shen Lingyu laughed heartily, fastening his seatbelt before starting the car and driving away from his villa. The emperor's expression was solemn as he gazed upward. The wailing beast bore a face resembling that of an aged monkey, its wrinkled visage framed by dense, fiery red fur, and its body cloaked in black hair. When viewed from a distance, it appeared almost identical to a frail old man. Zhang Yongnan puffed on his pipe, his brow furrowed, the creases of his face resembling the vast, desolate wilderness. The sushi remains unchanged. And were it not for the knowledge of this child's calm disposition, Lin Xiao would genuinely fear that something might be amiss. Observing the diligent soldiers of the imperial army, Mu Bai's anxious heart finally found some solace. With 30,000 troops at his disposal, coupled with the fortifications his own people had previously constructed, he was confident in holding out for 10 days. Provided they maintained their position. With a decisive sound, Lin Yun turned and exited the CAF, completely disregarding Yu Lu's words. After all, she was an astute individual, well aware of how to instill a sense of caution in Yu Lu. Her final remark just moments ago had been unmistakably clear. The middle-aged man from the Dekuan gate pressed his lips together, casting a frigid gaze towards Ling Longzi, his eyes similarly icy. Celestial and terrestrial locks. The corpse-breaking talisman? With Zhang Shuling's startled exclamation, she finally grasped the truth behind the mechanism triggered by Sure Mo. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. As a lieutenant in the Ministry of Internal Affairs entered, can one still be assaulted within prison? She was not foolish, with a little thought. She could discern the underlying secrets. It was not that such occurrences were impossible, but rather that the adversary's former ally had perished during the Beastmen invasion due to magical overload, and since then, Nostradamus had ceased to accept magical pets. I understand now. Thank you for your company's support for Qiuminghan. We will consider it. Mickey's polite response indicated that when one says they will consider something, it essentially means there is little hope, merely couched in gentler terms. How would I know where your underwear is? Just wrap yourself in a towel and change in your room, Qin Tian remarked, offering a reminder. At this juncture, instigating an armed uprising appeared utterly futile. Moreover, in light of the heavy military presence in Germany, it was neither realistic nor safe for His Majesty the King to wield his authority to replace the government through peaceful means. Qin Tian's arms were encased in thick plaster, rendering him incapable of eating. Even bending to take a bite was impossible, and he bore wounds upon his abdomen. Usually, a few strikes would reduce an opponent to mere pulp, even if these two brothers did not appear together. The sheer strength of one alone was beyond what these foreign entities could withstand. However, various indications suggested that his acceptance was not particularly high, nor was he well liked. Fiora clutched her clothing tightly, aware of the formidable power of the desert vortex ahead. Her inquiry to Helen was merely a means to vent her own unease. The four elders exchanged glances, silently pondering who possessed such audacity to threaten the very existence of the Holy Celestial Sect, vowing to uncover the culprit and ensure their utter annihilation. Nonetheless, this presented a favorable opportunity for him, as Qi Yu and Wu Yingxiong battled fiercely. Yang Tian could naturally reap the benefits of their conflict. Chapter 103. Invincible hatred. Peter reached out to catch a flying car, rescuing the occupant within. And as he glanced toward the monstrous figure at the center of the road, a wave of trepidation washed over him. The previous green monstrosity was formidable enough. And now another creature of a rather unsightly yellow hue has emerged. To be frank, this yellow beast is rather repugnant. At that moment, George Daisy called, "Peter, can you handle him?" I regret to inform you, Uncle George, that this yellow behemoth is no less formidable. I don't care. You're my sister. You must play with me. After many years, Sun Ming once again resorted to childish antics, pouting in a manner more elevated than his nose. By the time Li Fucai recollected to retaliate, the villagers of Jijiakan had already encircled him. Jin Qing, seeing the crowd, shouted even louder, "Li Fucai, you shameless scoundrel. You think you can bully us? I'll beat you into submission." The villagers relentlessly pursued Li Fucai, though quite annoying, for some inexplicable reason. Tatori found her words somewhat beneficial and rather sensible. Is this what they call a reminder at a crucial moment? Well, at last, she appeared somewhat more agreeable. This was the first time he had witnessed such a long neighing, leaving him feeling both profoundly unfamiliar and deeply pained. I know this. Who is the current head of the Liu family? Xiao Ming understood that with his current influence, investigating the Liu family was utterly impossible. What he needed to do now was amass more power. Only with greater resources could he dare to probe into the circumstances of his parents' demise. Suddenly, everyone experienced a monumental revelation. Prince Xiaoyao, Lung Yihan, during his travels over the past 2 years, had inexplicably lowered his demeanor significantly. This individual is known for his integrity, but is fiercely protective of his own, often acting recklessly. Given that she had previously offended his son, this situation was, after all, quite reasonable. Bang! With a muffled thud, Xiao Ming remained unscathed, while Brother Bao was sent flying by a well-executed spinning kick from Xiao Ming. Before the other 3 team members could react, Xiao Ming dispatched them all with a single punch. A disdainful smirk crossing his lips as he approached the door of room 510 and knocked lightly. It's tolerable. However, our company has just been established, and the market has yet to open. Today, I've spent the entire day at the office with hardly any clients visiting, Lu Shiyu remarked with a hint of displeasure. What do you want? Upon hearing her father's promise, Tatori suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Her father, being an alchemist, would undoubtedly be capable of concocting the most peculiar items. Surely he could resolve unusual alchemical issues, right? Tatori immediately thought of the unfinished soul gem. Zhang Fenghua could no longer focus on his rations. He drew the soft rope from his waist and began to combat the rabbit wasp. Given Zhang Fenghua's prowess, subduing a single rabbit wasp posed no challenge, and Bai Yu, seeing that Zhang Fenghua could manage, refrained from intervening. Mom, Li Weitao spoke, rolling an egg around his eye sockets, genuinely concerned that his mother might conjure some bizarre occurrence. Were those incompetent leaders who merely boasted without action truly deserving of a beating so severe that even their mothers would fail to recognize them? Thus, the governor of Liezhou, Fu Xingyun, was incensed, not only imprisoning the Qingyang Taoist in a death cell, but also enslaving everyone associated with the Xiantian temple. Yi Kai had not previously observed this orb on Zhou Chong, but as he approached slowly, a sudden pang struck his heart, akin to the feeling of betrayal by one he held in utmost trust. Wu Fan merely remarked, "Trash, step aside." The sight of Ma Kuan evoked in Wu Fan a vivid recollection of those aloof leaders from his past life, who, despite their inaction, reveled in offering unwarranted guidance, inciting his growing displeasure. Chapter 104. Whose courage? In the face of derisive mockery, Hulk remained silent, only unleashing a furious roar as he charged at the source of his disdain. Unwilling to yield, the adversary began a sprint towards Hulk. The two colossal figures clashed upon the street, debris and vehicles flying in all directions, while a multitude of soldiers and police surrounded the area, though ineffectually, merely isolating the citizenry and facilitating the forthcoming deceit of politicians. Peter and Eddie observed the battlefield from a distance when suddenly, Yoshikawa Daish raised his head. Through the lens of his binoculars, several dark figures materialized in his view. As the outlines of these figures sharpened, the pupil in his eye constricted sharply, and he clenched his right fist tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. Deputy Commander Wang accompanied Lin Cheng, taking up a 92 model firearm and firing 10 rounds, achieving a score of 90 rings. Hu Xiaoxiao flicked her sleeve with one hand while directing a pointed finger towards Lin Cheng's throat with the other. Despite the considerable distance between them, Lin Cheng could still sense the potency of her gesture. Before long Ling could catch his breath, the beast lunged again, releasing a cloud of smoke that obscured the surroundings, leaving him in a haze of confusion and dizziness. It was indeed that peculiar sealing technique. The gazes of the 8 members of the sword sect fell upon his hands, with a hint of trepidation evident on Yufeng's face, though he exhibited no fear. Li Lisen had just awakened, still in a daze, when he thought he heard a colleague outside calling out for someone named Lin Cheng. However, in his muddled state, he was entirely unaware of who Lin Cheng was, nor had he inquired about the name during their return. Ping Xia's anger intensified upon hearing this. Recalling Zhu Zixuan's words, this was certainly not a threat. Her declaration was a promise of action. As fellow members of the 4 great families, they should advance or retreat together. Yet now, he was to shoulder the wrath of the Duke's daughter alone. The main cannon turrets of the new battleship were arranged along the ship's longitudinal central axis, reducing or eliminating the main turrets amidships, with the displacement exceeding 25,000 tons, thus forming the prototype of the super dreadnought battleship. Nangong Cheng, being a friend of Yang Wang, was incensed to witness the destruction of Yang Wang. He stormed towards the 2 individuals, and in the blink of an eye, the one who had spoken was sent soaring into the air by a kick from Yang Wang, only to descend lifeless. Overwhelmed, was he? The old man was utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend what this youth, who had once come to China and now struggled to speak Japanese, a member of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere, was attempting to convey. Prior to the commencement of the match, the Chinese men's basketball team had mentally prepared themselves for the possibility of defeat. However, after thoroughly dominating their opponents in the first half, their confidence surged significantly. Regardless of whether they were luring the enemy deeper or feigning weakness, they remained unfazed, akin to a colossal millstone steadily grinding forward, vanquishing foes and dispelling malevolence, curious to see what tricks their adversaries might employ. This left the Cleveland fans at the sidelines somewhat disheartened, though fortunately, their despondency did not linger for long. Meanwhile, Cui Fengxian lay on the boat, awaiting the others' return to settle matters, only to discover that the cargo of gold had vanished. Faced with the impending difficulties, Lao Chun and Lao Lin exchanged silent glances. With a remarkable 26 consecutive victories, they triumphed over the Atlanta Hawks, bringing yet another honor to the Cleveland Cavaliers, which filled the hearts of the Clevelanders with immense joy, even as it stirred some unpleasant memories. Ultimately, the Soviets, reminiscent of their triumph at the previous Seoul Olympics, emerged victorious against Brazil with a score of 2-1. In Chapter 105, Capture of the Abomination, the formidable fist of the Abomination grazed Gordon's cheek. For Gordon, the Abomination's speed was woefully inadequate. Before the Abomination could react to its missed punch, Gordon's fist had already struck its face, sending it hurtling through the air with tremendous force. As the Abomination collided with the wall, it was caught off guard by a golden bolt of lightning. The most formidable aspect of the pig talisman's lightning eyes was their ability to breach defenses. The Abomination hastily raised its hand to shield itself from the golden beam. Following the advancement of his culinary skills to an advanced level, Lyndon found his mind inundated with a wealth of culinary knowledge from this continent, encompassing a vast array of ingredients and their preparation methods. In a state of shock, Adams commanded a halt to the siege and proceeded to meet with Tim along with his key confidants. "I dare not. I shall forever remain obedient to your majesty, loyal to your majesty, and would never dream of defying your majesty's orders," Tana stammered in fear, promptly kneeling to express his loyalty. After all, they were a capable group of enforcers. It would be a waste to eliminate them entirely. Retaining them as courthounds to deal with unruly individuals from the underworld seemed far more advantageous. Reflecting on the moment when Emperor Jinkong had inquired about the secret to longevity, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, Ma Jin felt he had made a prudent choice. He gave a thumbs up to Eugene, sharing his disdain for the noble youth named Honest. This time, Lyndon had indeed helped him settle an old score. In the shadows, Scallop Kuan felt an unsettling apprehension, realizing that the strength of those before him exceeded his previous assessments. Is Huafei here as well? The sudden tension among Feng Shisan, Yu Dajing, and others became palpable as they glanced around anxiously. Upon receiving the summons from the higher echelons of the school, Draco and Zabini deemed it a necessary adherence to disciplinary regulations, which emboldened them to cease their confrontation. From Wang Ming's perspective, he could see his cousin with tears welling in her eyes, gazing at him with an expression of profound grievance. Ideally, they would enter under the guise of executing a task. If no suitable mission presented itself, they would concoct a fictitious escort assignment, orchestrating a scenario wherein they could don full armament and infiltrate Iraq. That evening, Sales gathered the remaining four, recounting the situation, to which they expressed no dissent. As the tone for this venture had already been established prior to their departure from North Sea Town, they were merely astonished by Sales' mercantile acumen. Nevertheless, if they continued at this pace, as long as they avoided significant blunders, surpassing the progress of other guilds would be entirely feasible. The tumult of her emotions was undeniable. She could only lean against Li Hao's shoulder to alleviate the intensity of her feelings. How could this be possible? If one's magical power and spiritual awareness could amplify along with physical form, would that not render one invincible? Nestled in Li Hao's embrace, Yang Xiu experienced an unprecedented warmth. It was the embrace of a man who genuinely cared for her, a sentiment she could profoundly perceive. Subsequently, the four fell into a contemplative silence, each settling into a meditative posture to recalibrate their states. Prior to arriving at the Gu family estate, he had achieved a breakthrough in his spiritual power, ascending from the pinnacle of the first level of the spirit realm to the initial stages of the second. The Guardian, upon depleting its health, let out a furious roar, standing defiantly upon the ground. Even until its final moments, while the system refreshed it, its form remained upright. Presently, the body of the retired emperor had grown increasingly robust. Apart from a slight pallor differing from that of an ordinary person, he appeared almost indistinguishable from the common folk. Gao Wu nodded, taking 2 steps forward as his body swayed like a willow, arriving at the sky above Bone Mountain. At that moment, the bulk of a fearsome beast beneath the mountain was revealed, manifesting as a grotesquely fierce feline creature. Pei Min observed the weeping Li Dan and could not help but let out a soft sigh. The anguish of Li Dan was palpable, even to an outsider, let alone to someone who had endured such suffering themselves. It was no wonder Li Dan placed such importance on familial bonds. Only those who had undergone such harrowing experiences could truly appreciate the significance of kinship. Chapter 106, The Scapegoat of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, Gordon, disinterested in Ross, simply wrapped his arm around Melissa's waist and returned to the Umbrella Corporation building. The remaining superheroes dispersed back to their respective homes, with only Betty venturing into the ruins to locate Bruce Banner, who had reverted to his normal state. The onus of addressing the aftermath fell to the authorities. Meanwhile, within a truck en route to the Umbrella Corporation, Samuel Stern slowly opened his eyes. Surveying his surroundings, he acknowledged her words, yet Shi Yan responded with a wry smile, remarking that it was always the same, rendering discussions of good or bad moot. The bitterness inherent in his words was difficult to articulate. However, recalling Lu Xiaoling's tears and the helplessness reflected in her eyes, Wang Xianlong found it hard to deceive her. The flicker of fear and sorrow in his eyes was abruptly replaced by a chilling glint. He erupted into a frantic laughter, which was instantly drowned out by the all-consuming flames and explosions. The once mighty king of the shattered stars met his demise in the battle against the White Devil, completing the final journey of his life towards annihilation. Dong Zhanyun, having finally drained a jar of wine, was unexpectedly kicked in the rear by Lin Ku'er, sending him stumbling headfirst into the wine vat. Following that, numerous kicks landed on his backside, including from Yu Qingqiu. Strangely, his body suddenly erupted in azure flames. Igniting upon contact, he resembled a demon, and indeed, we found ourselves utterly defenseless. The mere mention of those azure flames sent a chill through the hearts of the onlookers. This was a sudden assault. There was no time to seek out the quartermaster or summon the warships, as Valentine lamented. Si Yin rolled on the ground, swiftly making her way behind the inner room's wardrobe. Kneeling with one knee on the floor, she pressed one hand against her weapon at her waist, her eyes glinting like a wolf's as she gazed towards the rooftop outside. In another realm, similar yet distinct from the current one, a youth with his head bandaged emitted a faint cough from the earthen bed. Southern gazed at the weeping figure, feeling a pang of sympathy. For so many years, Shi Daoran and the old master had persevered, all for the sake of Shi Yi's health and safety. She laid Jin Xiuqin down gently, retrieved a dry twig, and hurled it into the cave entrance before swiftly retreating. In colloquial terms, this example illustrates that, in the long run, acquiring a distinguished enterprise at a reasonable price far outweighs the advantage of purchasing an average one at a bargain. The exceptional business can significantly maximize our portfolio's prospective returns over time. Amidst a shroud of mist, Mingyue seemed to glimpse Ling Xiao. His gentle visage bore a hint of youthful innocence, radiating the vigor and sharpness of his younger years. Having penned these thoughts, Yin Geng began to replicate from memory the statues of the three knights he had observed. As the two sisters turned, the man at Wanghu Pavilion also pivoted just in time to catch a glimpse of their profiles. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon," exclaimed Lu Lianshun as he dashed forward, aiming a thunderous strike at Shuilian Er's head. If it were indeed possible to exchange this frail body for the safety of those who were once his followers, it might be the best choice. After listening to Yang Tiany's explanation, Parker, feeling that he hadn't asked anything significant, found it difficult to press further. He simply stepped closer to Yang Tiany, removing his glasses, more ornamental than practical, and joined him in examining the action steps on the planning board. Emerging silently from behind the screen, Xin Mei approached Wei Yu, producing a handkerchief from her sleeve. She gracefully knelt to wipe the tips of his shoes. Thus, a decision had to be made, hoping to avoid any conflict with them. Yet, Zhang Bao was not one to be easily trifled with. Cheng Yuanji was unable to conquer the southern regions of Yuzhou, and the Huangjin army of Guangyang also failed to expand their victories. However, upon Zhang Bao's arrival, he swiftly breached Yuzhou, eliminating both the regional governor and the inspector, thus demonstrating some military acumen. If Zhang Bao possesses such prowess, one can only imagine the capabilities of his 50,000 Huangjin troops. Chapter 107, Captain America Awakens. A dream of 70 years after hanging up the phone, Nick Fury redirected his focus to Steve Rogers. Another pitch was thrown, resulting in a foul ball. The score was tied at 4-4 against the Dodgers, and the outcome seemed inevitable as he swung his bat, accompanied by the voice of the radio announcer. Steve Rogers gradually opened his eyes to behold a slowly rotating ceiling fan. As he sat up, Su Tian and Su Di, who had been playing chess in their cave, could no longer remain composed. They soared into the sky, witnessing the black iron gate emitting dark substances, leaving them utterly astonished. "It's not worth it. I would rather wait for death than part with my money. Humph. Treating me this way, I will report you to the new Fourth Army for your callous disregard for human life." Ouyang Sun exclaimed angrily. The ferocious tribes lack great wisdom and are not adept at creation, leading to a life akin to savagery. However, in the southern lands, fierce beasts and divine-patterned martial creatures abound, with spiritual roots and miraculous herbs everywhere, and countless crystal mines. Thus, the items they commonly use are far from ordinary. He realized that only when the heavenly palace gates were fully opened could he advance to the next level. This was the message relayed to him by the 9-star divine pattern, compelling him to launch another assault on the heavenly palace gates. Whether an actor's performance would be included in the final cut remains uncertain. He believed that if the esteemed director failed to perceive the emotional depth he infused into his portrayal, then his efforts would be deemed a failure. This ambassador, named Han Jiang, hailed from humble beginnings as a scholar and had ascended through the ranks during the establishment of the Navy, eventually becoming a mid-level official. As Sun Yueshi needed to address more critical matters and oversee the entirety of the Foreign Affairs Department, he appointed Han Jiang, the director of the Northern Song Division, to take charge. The terror of the fortress lies in its unwavering adherence to this principle in every aspect. not to mention its imposing height of 30 meters, which poses a significant static loss for the attacking side. Even if they managed to reach the battlements, they would face 3 to 5 times the number of enemies. Is it a reluctance to act, or an inability to part from the Yang residents? Lin Feng pondered with furrowed brows. Perhaps, in a certain sense, the master they engaged might excel in specific areas. However, with the government providing livestock and resources that exceed standard levels, issues are bound to arise. Swish, swish, swish. Energy arcs illuminated the sky as the Tianyi clan wildly wielded their weapons in the air. Yet, she had never encountered a youth like Xiang Hao, resolute, decisive, and undeniably masculine. Though occasionally domineering, he upheld his own moral principles. Kongda merely carried the shopkeeper to the entrance of the medical hall, for he could no longer endure the strain. Almost dropping the shopkeeper to the ground. Beneath the Ji clan's volcano, an inexhaustible flow of Earth's essence converged at a certain point 10 zhang from the surface, ultimately vanishing within a gray square seal. However, this was beyond Feng Yi's concern. The Dragon King's edict was in his possession, and its presence was akin to the Dragon King himself gracing the scene. Having said this, Lu Yong handed Liao Hua a black iron token, inscribed with an eagle poised to take flight. At that moment, 2 beggars approached from the south, each leaning on a crooked staff. Upon noticing the horse-meat cart, they made their way toward it. One was slightly taller while the other was a bit shorter. "There's meat on that cart," the shorter beggar remarked. "Let us go inquire," suggested the taller one. It is essential to note that the challenge competitions span 9 days, with a demon cultivator challenging each day. The challengers possessed some knowledge of the demon cultivator's abilities, allowing for preemptive preparations, while the defending demon cultivators were largely unaware of their opponents. The fact that they could maintain their ground despite being caught off guard indicated their formidable strength. Chapter 108. Insight Plan. Black Vigilance. The news of Captain America's awakening reached Alexander Pierce within a week, yet he remained untroubled. For the Winter Soldier in his possession was sufficient to confront Steve Rogers. His primary concern lay in whether his insight plan could continue its course. If successful, Hydra would ascend as the ruler of Earth, rendering even Gordon John incapable of contending with the planet's military might. At this moment, Gordon was oblivious to the impending chaos. The final strike landed upon Blood Emperor, creating a massive gaping hole, with golden blood splattering across the skies. The Bat King relayed the contents of a letter he received to Chu Tian, who, intrigued, discovered the letter on the corpse of the Bat King. Kita garnered Elena's favor along with an informal promise. Should Kita ever wish to establish trade routes in Majipertan, Elena could offer some assistance. Subsequently, the Adiwang Company recommended him to participate in the obscure Coconut City love song program. During that episode, Maja delivered numerous splendid performances, garnering much audience admiration. The four-winged Demon King Tokugawa initially held unwavering confidence, as the corporeal strength of the Mo Shui people was generally superior to that of humans. Regrettably, he encountered Jiang Yuxuan, an unpredictable opponent. Jiang Yuxuan's physical form was exceptional compared to others. "Come here," the matron said, guiding Jia Qing to the steamer, where 2 matrons worked together to unveil one of the compartments. Upon glancing inside, Jia Qing beheld a neatly arranged array of large, steaming, golden-orange crabs, each exuding warmth. "Please, Master Wu, speak," Xian replied, eager to assist without hesitation. Wu Lei's renunciation of the spiritual ginseng left a positive impression on Chang Xian, prompting her to speak up. "Help me care for my grandson. I shall go eliminate that fellow." The sudden appearance of Yun Kong Daoren beside Su Huang and his companion interrupted, as he set down Yun Peng and spoke urgently. Accompanied by the resounding beats of gongs and drums, the examination at the testing venue came to a conclusion. Wang Fan, along with many other students, could not help but exhale in relief, while the families of the candidates waiting outside also sighed in unison, each gazing at their own child who had come to take the exam. In the days that followed, Wang Fan devoted himself to meditation and training, as well as spending time with Wang Ji. Life was rich and fulfilling. Although simple, it was precisely what he desired, until that fateful morning. Gao Fei observed Zhang Fei's spear techniques executed in a seamless flow, a series of moves unleashed from Zhang Fei's hands. Gao Fei had no opportunity to counterattack, as he could only defend with his long spear, unsure of how to retaliate. The creatures on the river differed from those on land. The land beasts were sent temporarily, and once cleared, they vanished. In contrast, the river beasts were continuously dispatched from the island. As long as the island's beasts remained, they would be sent forth in an unending stream. The Special Infantry Reinforcement Battalion comprised 4 enhanced companies: the Assault Vehicle Infantry Company, the Well Platform Infantry Company, the Timber Beast Infantry Company, and the Catapult Infantry Company, with the battalion commander leading the Assault Vehicle Infantry in guerrilla tactics. Zhou Zian had intended to inquire further with the old man, But at that moment, he could only watch Wu Mei's vehicle, shaking his head slightly, filled with sighs. Lung Yuru managed a faint smile, and after the dance instructor corrected her movements, she resumed her practice. Long Moshwan was momentarily stunned. That morning, when she visited the hospital to collect money, he had mistakenly thought she remained by his side solely for financial gain. Indeed, acting in a manner that led to her misunderstanding. Hearing Lung Yuru tacitly acknowledge her relationship with Feng Haojia, Long Moshwan's expression darkened significantly, as if a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, rendering him speechless. I kept a vigilant watch on his movements within the crystalline barrier, finally noticing that he seemed to be making his final preparations for an assault. Naturally, I would not wait to be struck. Suddenly, I activated my invisibility. Vanishing from my position, in Umbrella Corporation, not only had Dr. Connors made remarkable research advancements, but Dr. Ethan's progress was also commendable. The first batch of experimental versions of the mecha exoskeleton had begun testing. This batch included not only military applications, but also industrial and agricultural variants. According to Ethan, these exoskeletons were not of particularly high technological complexity. However, they drew inspiration from various technologies, including those of SHIELD and Stark Industries. Every emperor has weathered storms to ascend to a position of reverence. Thus, their hearts bear countless scars, rendering them wary of everyone, especially their own subjects. As if recounting his own experiences, and Honghan's expression caused a pang of sympathy to stir within Shishiji. Gu Changsheng could only watch as the prodigious being before him lifted a foot, yet it lingered in midair, never advancing a step closer to the staircase. Rest assured, I shall not allow anyone to disturb you, Qing Xiener stated earnestly, fully aware of the grave consequences of failure. Having spent considerable time with Mui, she too hoped for his safety. As a figure of authority, the most essential quality one must possess is prestige. Without it, which minister would be willing to serve you faithfully? Across from us stands a sixth-tier fire element genius, a young runemaster, whose anger is palpable. In the past, considerable resources were devoted to constructing the city of Zinsum to defend against the demonic threats from the northern lands, ensuring that the Central Federation retained its dominion over the north and preventing the extreme north from becoming a barren void on the Federation's map. My younger siblings merely arrived a day late. Does that truly warrant such ire? Observing the displeasure in Bao Ling Shuang's tone, Luo could not help but recall UK's words from yesterday, further igniting her frustration at the blatant disrespect. This is our enforcement hall's steward, Brother Chongda. One of the enforcement disciples informed her. Was this not a blatant slap in the face, revealing that he had previously been blind to the truth? She glanced at Song Tianyan's schedule, made a few adjustments, and resumed her diligent training. On Qingyan Street, the grandeur of the Qianwang mansion far surpassed that of an ordinary prince's residence, yet today, the atmosphere felt somewhat stifled. For reasons unknown, the princess suddenly felt a warmth in her heart, as if that man had struck her deeply, leaving an indelible mark. Just when it seemed poised to take flight, a massive claw erupted from the ground, forcefully grasping the dragon's tail. At this moment, Qin Yang was spared from misfortune, for he had not ranked among the top 10 in the penalty leaderboard. Numerous potential fouls during matches had been overlooked by the referees. Shen Yinji's lips moved slightly, his fingertips swirling with spiritual energy as he conjured a fireball, reducing the zombie to ashes. In truth, the prudent course of action would be to protect Wang Yi, allowing him to maintain a low profile and gradually navigate his days at school, thus avoiding the covetous eyes of rival institutions. Yi Zhe was assisting the immortal Wu Huan in constructing a large-scale, long-distance teleportation array, and upon arriving late, his expression shifted upon witnessing the scene. As a sage, Li Ruyu naturally sensed that this sage had been swayed by his words, though it still required a bit more persuasion. If he deemed it unnecessary to emerge from seclusion, it would merely be a matter of opening his eyes to observe. Lei Rui's spiritual domain expanded, and within his sight, the heap of bricks and rubble seemed to vanish entirely, with no signs of life or corpses beneath. At this juncture, Shaowen could no longer afford to linger, fervently channeling the remaining essence into his cloud-stepping boots, enhancing his speed as he surged towards the mouth of the canyon with a whoosh. After speaking, noticing Lan Di's look of confusion, he smiled and raised a hand towards a luminous screen. After a surge of energy, the screen revealed a man in a lavish hall, his expression grave as he sealed several sheets of paper with magic before summoning a few attendants and hastily departing. Chapter 110. Retribution from the Umbrella New York State. A luxurious villa. The villa spans over 2,000 square meters, housing a substantial number of security personnel, totaling in the hundreds, some even armed with heavy weaponry such as rocket launchers. This illustrates the extent of the owner's fear of death. In truth, Gilfit Yella harbors a profound fear of mortality. having offended numerous individuals during his ascent to becoming a legislator. Nonetheless, he deems all of it worthwhile. His current life is simply irresistible, yet he encounters a madman, unleashing the grievances that had been pent up within him. Faced with the terror of death, he can no longer maintain his composure. Yin Xiaozhe focused his gaze on the white figure, remarking that the aura indeed resembled that of a dragon, and moreover, one of high blood purity. Initially, he contemplated borrowing money from his third concubine, and today seemed the perfect opportunity to secure the funds in light of Lu Yuanyuan's situation. Upon hearing the sound of branches snapping behind him, Taidan swiftly crouched down, raising his rear, and using all fours, he darted into the forest with a swift motion. This left her feeling quite anxious. Although she could see, she was uncertain about what might transpire and could only offer vague warnings. The others chuckled lightly. Picking up the conversation, all present were astute enough to grasp the underlying tension. Jiang Xuan cast a grateful glance at her cousin-in-law, who reciprocated with a reassuring look. Do not block the way, as it hinders others from entering. Step aside, lest I accuse you of obstructing official duties, the city guards admonished, pushing him aside. Yet now, he contemplated sacrificing himself, ensuring the rabbit spirit would not enter the harem. This distraction significantly increased the foot traffic at the exhibition, as curiosity about the unfolding events grew. Dugu Bo, holding 2 detoxification pills, stared at them, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as Su Nua hesitated, Xia Qiutong entered with a 3-year-old boy, calling out Mom to Hu Mu, and then the family departed the hospital room joyfully. Ling Lu's words served as a reminder to Mo Yan, who promptly instructed Ling Lu to take good care of Ning Yan before hastily leaving the Yanlong Palace to seek Han Ting Yujun, who was currently within the palace, making it unnecessary for him to go through great lengths to meet. Thus, Mo Yan nearly flew to meet Han Ting Yujun. Mo Chun, though Mo Chun was neatly attired and had a tidy hairstyle, the dark circles under his eyes and the inscrutable emotions within them stirred concern in Murong Ji's heart. Being a member of the Qiao family, he naturally possessed a considerable allowance, and following the losses incurred by the CAF due to Qiao Balan's actions, it was only reasonable to seek an opportunity to recoup those losses. She only needed to seize upon this sense of guilt, and indeed, Guyan still fell for such tactics. After obtaining Qian Yu Mo's consent, Mo Fei turned to gesture at the vengeful spirit, which then glided over. He never truly learned any skills in the kitchen. Rather, these individuals treated Zhong Yueming as a servant, assigning him all the menial tasks such as taking out the trash and unclogging drains. The true flame sovereign scoured the 18 layers of the tower without discovering any trace of Lin Qingchuan and his companions, his expression dark as ink, unable to fathom that these individuals could have escaped the tower. What is different? Where lies the difference? Without first-hand experience, one lacks the authority to speak. Tao Hua feigned anger intentionally. Impulsiveness is the devil. It was only when Zhao Di led her companions back to the villa that her mind began to clear. Yet she never regretted any of her actions. Searching through Su Qing's room, as Yi Sun had stated, the suitcase was indeed nowhere to be found. Sui, having paid close attention, also noted that several outfits frequently worn by Su Qing had vanished. Considering this, it was quite plausible that Su Qing had embarked on a journey. But why leave without a word? Chapter 111. Sleepiness brings the pillow. After the demise of Gilfit Yella, Masbulat also perished at home, though his death was due to food poisoning. Within a mere day, the deaths of 2 government officials set off a significant uproar. And before the government could conceal the matter, news outlets in New York had already received the information and reported extensively on it. Countless individuals awaited a reasonable explanation from the government, questioning whether an attack truly occurred or if it was merely a threat. My sister has arrived, the Empress Yao said with a hint of fatigue, then gestured for Li Xian to sit and converse. Among the beast folk, a fierce beast mother might bear dozens of offspring. But how many would be willing to betray their mother, forsake their kind, and abandon the world? The military industry has only just commenced, and operational difficulties remain daunting. I do not expect to produce dozens of tanks or hundreds of armored vehicles in a month, but I must have 10 tanks and at least 100 armored vehicles produced within that time frame, Li Yu stated with determination. Are you trying to sow discord between me and the emperor? Concubine Xiao inquired sharply, an undercurrent of menace in her voice. Prepare these herbs according to the formula I provided, apply them externally to your knee, and within a month, you shall return to normal. Ha ha, well said. I, Wang Daba, value loyalty above all. From now on, my brother shall enjoy a good life alongside me. He boisterously laughed. Upon seeing the boss enter with an unfavorable demeanor, Lu Xinyao felt it pointless to remain and took Li Zhen's hand, intending to leave. The screen displayed over 20 extraordinary individuals from the American base attacking the armed forces of the Umbrella Corporation, fighting while retreating on the ground. Due to the presence of a third-tier extraordinary individual, the casualties on their side were gradually increasing, with estimates of the dead and wounded exceeding 100. Father, what is wrong? Situ Meitang suddenly slumped in his chair. Shui Jiao quickly broke free from Wu Yi's embrace and rushed to her father's side. These unemployed individuals find themselves at a low point in their lives, in dire need of affirmation and security. The collective atmosphere of the highest council provides them with a sense of belonging, alleviating their feelings of isolation. While the strong may not contemplate such intricacies, he undoubtedly senses the underlying discord. Drowning, he observes Chang Gu extracting a bouquet from her package, astonished to discover that the flowers are, in fact, artificial. Jing Zimian concedes. Well, I must admit, if that is the case, it becomes quite challenging for him to make a choice. The sun gradually tilts westward, transforming from a dazzling white light to a splendid golden hue, ultimately fading into a somewhat muted reddish yellow. This matter causes Che-Yu considerable distress. Of course, Che-Yu's concern does not stem from Du Run's potential prison break. Even if Du Run were to surrender, it would bear no relevance to Che-Yu. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that Du Run is Su Chuanxiao's superior. Regardless of other suspicions, he remains confident that he can pose a sustained and formidable threat throughout the match, having honed his stamina over the course of a season in North Carolina. As the rotund one entered the room, Li Qiufeng graciously ceded the seat of honor to her, settling instead at a lower position with a gentle tone and warm smile, instantly warming Wen's heart. Lan Ku cannot divulge the truth of her rebirth, yet this renders her unable to explain her foreknowledge regarding the existence of the hybrid fetus. Ouyang Yi sends a pass to the approaching Feng Linxue, who finds no room to maneuver amid the double team from Bugatti and Austin. A black Audi 5 stirred up dust as it arrived at the clubhouse of the armed enforcement on the wasteland. Beside the black Audi 5, an Audi 8 and a cobalt blue Rolls-Royce Phantom were parked. In Chapter 112, Assault Team and Task Force, SHIELD, as a global organization, boasts a small yet elite armed force. Not only does it comprise agents and action teams, but it also includes assault teams and task forces, totaling 900 personnel. These 900 individuals would be considered elite soldiers within any military. Regrettably, the current assault teams and task forces have been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra. It is precisely for this reason that Nick Fury has long been on alert. Gu Xingliang's heart raced, instinctively glancing at the Dark Lord, feeling a surge of resistance within. Zhou Feibai perceives Lu Jun's arrogance, a consequence of his dedicated pursuit of culinary arts and his elevated status. Nonetheless, he harbors a genuine passion for cooking and, having witnessed Zhou Feibai's skill, is willing to set aside his pride to seek guidance. Yet, he cannot candidly remind him, having just removed his helmet with such nonchalance. It would be unbecoming to don it again. All these items possess significant collectible value, and the proceeds from this auction will be reinvested into the Folk Music Fund to support the development of Chinese national music. At the very moment the sticker was applied, Ji Tiantian turned her head away, and the kiss landed directly on her cheek. Beside him, Yi Wudao wore a faint, mocking smile, pondering the absurdity of favoring the North in this contest. Zhou Feibai observed the imposing figure of the silver-haired elder, tall and commanding, clad in a Zhongshan suit, emanating an aura of authority befitting a significant individual. Meeting the gaze of his former superior, Yi Xiao displayed no trace of apprehension. Instead, his tone remained calm and composed, undeterred by Ma Ruhua's prestige. In the confines of his bedroom, Li Chengxian felt a sense of unease, as the sudden cooing of a nightingale pierced the silence outside. A grand screen, adorned with jade and inscribed with golden characters, stood prominently in the hallway, casting an invisible weight upon him. As he maneuvered around it, he noticed a delicate, 8-panel hollow screen positioned beyond the corridor. Old Madame Guan complied, instructing Monru to express her gratitude. Monru bowed her head, lowering her gaze to conceal a flicker of elation. Although Madame Lu had lost some attention today, she had anticipated the potential clash between Madame Qi and Madame Wu, so she remained largely unfazed, merely contemplating the forthcoming shifts in fortune. The earlier council had proven futile, yet the mockery now sowed seeds of doubt in Yingji. It was undeniably true that her demise would only serve to benefit Jiang Xinghan and Yunyang. Such was the nature of the present moment. The officials were preoccupied with reshuffling appointments, and the courtiers were busy adjusting to a new rhythm, all while feigning sorrow for the nostalgic emperor and offering forced praise for the new sovereign. Chu Mozhang gazed intently at Ji Lu, observing the delicate shadows cast by her thick eyelashes upon her fair cheeks, a sight that harmonized beautifully with the snowy landscape, both enchanting and stunning. Certainly, it was not that Qin Long feared confronting the Cerberus. If he wished, eliminating the creature would be a mere trifle. However, he faced the entirety of the Hong Gang. The culmination of Chang Honghai's life's blood, and he had no desire to be at odds with them. His sole target remained the Cerberus. Lin was Shinman's uncle, and having served under him for 2 years, I was well aware of his cautious nature. The car model segment was a crucial aspect of the auto show, and given his disposition, he would undoubtedly be reluctant to employ newcomers. At that moment, Chen Qingyi approached us, carrying 2 cups of hot tea. She handed one to me and the other to the man, her demeanor warm and inviting. "You must be Chef Chun," she remarked. "My friends and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please enjoy this hot tea as the weather grows chilly." I was unaware of when a group of strangers arrived in the village, following the throngs to the water fields of the Xiao family, taking a day off to experience the nightlife at a bar. Chapter 113, The Ant Queen and the Hive. Upon receiving Gordon's command, the Red Queen materialized on the 29th floor of the building. This level had been initially transformed into a residence for the Ant Queen, deemed a crucial protective and experimental subject by the Umbrella Corporation, necessitating enhanced security. At that moment, in a gym on the 29th floor, 3 Ant Queens were engaged in a game of bowling, while the holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared directly before them. Ellis, Janissa, and Nina, having been chosen as the Queen Ants, are now faced with the imperative of relentless effort. What methods should be employed to achieve their future aspirations without feeling burdened? It is essential to conduct a thorough ideological persuasion with Zhanfeng. Such a remarkable young woman must not be overlooked. The invincible Grandmaster Zhou Sun, who had dominated Jiaoping City for over a decade, met his demise at the hands of a mere youth. Aunt Lu scoffed, pushing the dining cart away. Indifferent to whether Kai Lu had finished his meal, even a polymath like Rin Xia possesses shortcomings compared to Li He, who, despite his prowess in overcoming obstacles and shouldering responsibilities, should not be expected to excel in internal affairs. Ding. It is advisable for the host to store these items. After all, you owe us a considerable amount of life-saving funds. These assets can be utilized, and with a bit of discount, you might just settle your debts. Perhaps even enjoy some surplus. The 6 cultivators from Linhai Kingdom were taken away, observed by the members of the Shattered Sword sect and other immortal sects of Linhai Kingdom. If it were Yang Yu, having only a century of experience, it would be ungrateful for the divine farmer to both call him senior and look down upon him. Raising his head, Xiong Fei wore a disturbingly sickly smile, which sent a chill down Wei Rant's spine, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sense of danger. He had no time to react before being kicked in the abdomen, sent flying through the air, crashing into 2 trees before violently slamming into a wall. The appearance of the tiger flame blade had not changed significantly. It remained long and slender, yet its color had transformed remarkably. The once red blade had now turned black. Cratworth lazily emerged from his dwelling, stretching his limbs and yawning before opening his sleepy eyes to survey his surroundings. The Great Mother, propelled by her profound love for her unfortunate father, must have awakened such bizarre olfactory prowess. At that moment, from the gaping maw of the colossal, bloodthirsty crocodile, a magical projectile resembling a water arrow, for meters in diameter, was shot towards Zhou Yang with ferocity. Indeed, remaining in the original location was untenable. It was excessively perilous and inconvenient for researchers to conduct meticulous studies. It was then that Ma Jianyao recalled a cave where he had previously hidden with Yi Chong and Yu Xian. Although it was somewhat distant, it was easily defensible and difficult to attack, making it an ideal temporary campsite and research facility. Anrin devoted much of her leisure time to the fabric market, lighting market, morning market, night market, and antique market, accompanied by the 2 bargaining experts, Zhou Fanghua and Jiang Qingzhu, as they gradually procured items of their liking. As for Ping'an Township, Su Shuang likely comprehended the signal he had emitted. At most, it would lead to the disciplinary action against the individual responsible for the fine. However, Su Shuang was skeptical about the possibility of removing Xue Xiangqian. It appears they have arrived ahead of us. We must not allow them to steal the spotlight. A middle-aged man, elegantly mounted on a tall steed, bellowed. This man, strikingly handsome, was none other than the Lord of Sima City, whom Mu Tianxin had previously encountered. In the palm of her hand, the untouched paper ball lay quietly. She was filled with anger, despair, and sorrow, yet she remained rational and resilient. Chu Tse cast a charming glance at Gu Zhao, her mouth full of milk, as she slowly approached him, placing her hands on his shoulders and gradually leaning down, half kneeling before him. Chapter 114. Testing him, when do we depart? Connors inquired. 2 days later, based on intelligence reports, it will not exceed 3 days. Connors stroked his chin, noting that the enhanced soldiers were not yet ready for battle and required a 24-hour assessment. Once the tests are complete, I will have Red inform you. I'll provide you with the list. Thank you, Dr. Connors. Ailey expressed her gratitude. Connors waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. 3 months had passed since the terrifying roar, and the endless black mist surrounding the battlefield gradually dissipated in swirling motions, with many cultivators excitedly charging in. News spread like wildfire, prompting countless cultivators to retreat. Since there was nothing of their coveted desires here, no one was willing to risk their lives. This was a land ablaze, where trees resembled eternal torches, the earth appeared as if embroidered with flames, and the sky was painted with crimson clouds, all engulfed in fire. Here, everything, be it human or object, was aflame, leaving only a few fortunate beings unscathed. Wang Chuan did not pursue further, but instead paused to recalibrate his pace and steady his mind. "We'll have a good talk later," Chen Zhengmin said, eager to divert Song Xiaodong from speaking about the donation, plastering a smile on his face. Young, fashionable, and lost in the rhythm of dance, she realized that Man Yu was at her most beautiful in these moments. However, even if Tang Zilong harbored resentment, it seemed unnecessary to withdraw all funding from this place. Although Longhu City was a hub of the underground world, it was also one of the few cities controlling its economic lifeline. Not to mention that nearly 1/7 of the underground world's resources passed through here before reaching the surface. At that moment, while Aou remained in a daze, Luo Chun had already brushed past him, accompanied by his sudden words that rang in Aou's ears. Xiaoqing's battleship led the fleet, its black hull reflecting dazzling brilliance in the glow of the stars. El Hanxiang believed this. The usual half-starved couriers could hardly be expected to operate efficiently. But this time it was a matter of collective interest, ensuring the highest efficiency in history, though he voiced otherwise. Han Bin secretly hoped that when Zhang Lei was consumed with fury, he would eliminate Crow and his associates during the meeting, thus freeing him from the initial conditions. They all hail from the Hongxing Society, fully aware of Chun Yao's esteemed position within the organization. He frequently presides over the annual gatherings of Hongxing. Although his strength may not rank among the top 3 of the 12 decision-makers, in terms of reputation and influence, he undoubtedly stands among the top tier. The fruit of the tree not only serves the purpose of crafting energy blocks, but also acts as a flavoring agent for Pokemon sustenance. I understand. Yet, upon hearing this, Li Xing slowly lowered the sword in his hand, withdrawing the power contained within his swordplay, gently shaking his head before turning to depart. Bai Sheng had already received 2 divine blessings. Yet the rumors circulating never once hinted at his ascendance to the position of crown prince. Instead, they emphasized his status as a fortunate star for the state of Yu, a harbinger of good fortune. To deliberate long-term? The emperor sighed, revealing a hint of helplessness. I have never treated him unjustly, and due to his noble birth, I have, to some extent, shown him favoritism. One person, Yin Bo, is more than sufficient. Does the head of the 6 households wish for me to personally intervene and teach him a lesson? Helian Yinran pondered for a moment and replied. He had already informed Nangong Jing about his early morning visit to Zhou Jinbo regarding Zhang Jun, but was coldly dismissed. Upon hearing this news, Li was taken aback. Zhao Qing's willingness to risk everything to save someone was understandable, yet how could there be an unexpected turn of events? Zhao Qing was so capable, possessing excellent skills. It should not be exceedingly difficult for him to eliminate those 3 robbers. Chapter 115. I could engage you in combat all day long. Not only was Ernie taken aback, but Steve was equally astonished, gazing at Ernie with certainty that he was no ordinary individual. Just the previous punch, an ordinary person would have been knocked unconscious even while attempting to block, rather than merely being sent flying 3 meters away. Yet, Ernie evidently appeared to be just a security guard, and there were as many as 12 checkpoints like him. Meanwhile, the commotion had already drawn the attention of the security guards at the booth, with 5 more individuals arriving. After all, once equipment has been worn, it cannot be traded. It seems the only way to exchange items is through killing for loot. I have received news that Tang In, for certain personal reasons, will dispatch someone to assassinate that individual. What are your thoughts on this matter? Tang Nin continued, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. One hand rested on his chin while the other leaned against the car window, exuding an air of deep contemplation. This was the primary cause of public outrage. If reality were filled with grassroots officials like Fan Jihong, how would the populace endure? Leveraging this selling point, what was once a relatively tranquil religious force began to expand rapidly. Those within the inner circle gazed at Zhao Bingsheng with fervent eyes, tears of excitement glistening within. Outwardly calm, yet inwardly they were in a state of complete turmoil. However, while he seeks not fame or fortune, Ma Cheng, the general manager of Tianchi Film and Television, cannot attain his level. He earns from cinematic works, and at this moment, Wadala's film has reached the point of being ready for release. Thus he must spare no effort in its promotion. At this point, what remains unsaid? The life of my father is paramount, Lu Wanming exclaimed urgently. Although he was merely the vanguard on this mission, with the main force trailing behind, should he encounter the Xingfu army, he would undoubtedly annihilate them at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, the other deputy generals of the Yunxia army soared into the sky, yet Luo Ning lingered, his mind troubled. He tapped his head, sensing something amiss. Though he couldn't pinpoint the source of his unease. Why seek to embellish a performance that is already compelling? Who were they attempting to impress with their theatrics? After much persuasion from the second elder, Wang Wufeng initially hesitated, deflecting with the excuse that he needed time to ponder. Li Xiujuan emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, abruptly releasing Lu Sanni and clutching her arms in despair. The rationale was simple. Slaves represented cheap labor. Easily replaceable, soldiers, equipped and capable, could fend for themselves. This was a young man who defied conventions, a figure of ambition, unyielding to fate. On another front, Shaolin, filled with curiosity, arrived at Yuan Qingyu's chamber, voicing her inquiries as suggested by Cui Bin. In light of the situation, Su Wuyo instructed Lu Ziwei to retreat to a secluded area. Subsequently, he unleashed a scarlet beam from the scorpion dragon needle towards the distance. What else could they do but wait for their departure? Otherwise, she would be left exposed. Xia Tian buried her head into Yi Tian's chest, too timid to meet his gaze. You seem unperturbed. Did you not foresee that it would be more complicated? Lu Yinshi remarked, somewhat surprised. At this moment, the Xiang residence was far from the ease of previous days. All the servants walked with their heads bowed, too intimidated to look up. Li Zhishur observed armored soldiers patrolling the premises, occasionally stopping overly anxious individuals for questioning. Yes, after all these years of residence, we can consider ourselves your subjects. Zion quickly replied. A colossal shark surged towards them, mouth agape, intent on devouring them. Jia Jingjin raised his hand and conjured a water dragon, sending the shark hurtling away, causing other massive marine creatures to flee in alarm. Despite his request for a sword, he had not anticipated the other party's swift and decisive action. Did they not fear he might abscond with it? Yet, he wasn't the kind of person to act in such a manner. Chapter 116, The Exhausted Captain Ding. The elevator reached the top floor. Erlin brought Steve to Gordon's office. Steve gazed at the young man seated in the chair, then at Lorna beside Gordon, her complexion rosy. You must be Gordon John? Indeed. It's a pleasure to meet you. Captain, Gordon replied, lightly waving his hand, causing the silver bracelet on Steve's wrist to shatter. Subsequently, Lorna extended her right hand, and a green radiance shimmered as the metallic bracelet soared directly towards her. Upon awakening from the fifth layer of the illusion, Zhou Yang sensed that his mental prowess could continue to flourish, and at a remarkably swift pace. This was a profoundly joyous occurrence for Zhou Yang, who had been lacking in spiritual energy. It was not that the demon wished to slay Li Ping. Rather, this locale served as the site for the Eye Soul's reincarnation scheme, and he was reluctant to tarnish it. Yi Qingfu was taken aback, her composure wavering. What should I do then? The events of yesterday still weighed heavily on her conscience. Although she was the one who had been wronged, unfairly bearing the brunt of blame, it was Shui Yushu who emerged unscathed. At first glance, his plea seemed to be one of mercy, yet upon deeper reflection, it was unmistakably a threat, almost a declaration that if she did not permit him to wed her, he would immediately resign from his position. Moreover, there was the matter of the Dragon God Palace's legacy awaiting him. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yang had come with the intention of inheriting it. Did this not suggest that the top 10 sects had grown fearful of that eccentric figure? Someone interjected, their expression one of incredulity. Although the onlookers were filled with righteous indignation, unfortunately, they lacked the ability of invisibility, rendering them incapable of discerning the commotion from afar. Zheng and Yi Qingming both turned their gazes towards Yi Qinglan, yet their sentiments were in stark contrast. Here, I knew you hadn't had breakfast, so I bought this for you. I'll proceed slowly. Take your time eating. Her clear voice seemed to carry an enchanting allure, stirring something within Gu Yan's heart. Chun Li would not grant them an opportunity to escape. He immediately ensnared the 3 disciples of the spirit platform realm with vines, draining them of vitality in mere moments, rendering them utterly lifeless. On the city walls, a cascade of crimson blood fell, the lifeblood of Taryuda, whose transformation into a beast had imbued his essence with a ferocious aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Qian entrusted the Kusanagi sword and the Hachibu Qiong Jade to Yangzi, explaining their usage. If wielded correctly, it would be akin to having 2 quasi-emperors stationed there, deterring any thoughts of rebellion. Should anyone dare to defy, they would surely face retribution. The revelry here was characterized solely by men voraciously consuming meat and drinking, their boisterous voices echoing, suggesting they had indulged in considerable libations prior. Yen Sirui stared in disbelief, her eyes widening at the absurdity of the logic presented. Yet it somehow made a peculiar sort of sense. After all, he was the chairman of a publicly listed company, yet in the eyes of this ruffian, he had been reduced to a mere passerby. Its effect was akin to a spiritual demise, a stasis of the mind or soul for a millennium, even without an assailant. It could not escape the finality of death. The notion prevailed that the stock price had been suppressed in the morning as a deliberate strategy by the main force, seeking to acquire the bloodied chips held by retail investors. The moment the aura of the blood butcher Saint Lord dissipated, all those of his lineage were thrown into disarray, hastily gathering their belongings to flee. Task requirement. Our department plans to launch a second campaign against the Aishi forces, earnestly inviting heroes to ally with me in the Frost tribe. Upon vanquishing the Aishi tribe, I shall offer generous rewards, sharing all spoils without fail. In the morning, I softly kissed my forehead, instructing the one who awaited my return tonight to report her to the authorities, while also blocking her calls. The first kiss upon our reunion was forceful and commanding, while the second was tender and lingering, yet both initiated by Chen Jiran, with Gu Cece resisting and evading. Chapter 117, The Expo and the Summons. 2 months later, through the relentless efforts of the SHIELD Bureau and officials under the Umbrella Corporation's control, the federal government wisely abandoned the hearing regarding the Umbrella. After all, Stark Industries' weapons division had been inherited by the Umbrella, causing weapon prices to soar several times under its operation. Simultaneously, a substantial quantity of weapons was secretly sold at discounted rates to competing nations like the Bear. Much to their delight, many of the active-duty weapons in the American military were produced by Stark. Zhang Fan entered with a golden card, proceeding without any obstruction, and soon reached the 3rd floor. Indeed, only a fool would make decisions detrimental to the development of the Magic City and its higher-ups, yet they did just that, indicating a significant figure had evidently issued orders targeting them. Recovering from her daze, Yang Hui glanced at the time and instinctively signaled her husband beside her. Lin Fan believed Wang Chao possessed adequate self-control and refrained from further comments, returning to the Sheng Tian building. At this moment, Ding Hohat sat quietly with closed eyes, a fine sheen of sweat forming on her brow. The pain had returned. Damn it, how could Jin Wang be so reckless now, not even sparing his mother-in-law? He Chi raised an eyebrow, aware that Mu Wan was concerned for him, yet these people were remnants of the Dark Alliance. Yi Chongqing expressed gratitude to his master, declaring his resolve to complete any task, no matter how arduous. At the same time, Zhao Changpeng disregarded Zhao Baiyan's pleas and knelt before the statue of the Earth God, his face reflecting a hint of despondency, as their lives were exchanged for by Yu Zhu's sacrifice. The machine tool deal, if successful, could last at least 3 to 4 years. I believe Chen Gu understands the elder brother's character best. Is he truly a suitable partner for long-term collaboration? Zhu Zhu retorted with a question, her knowing gaze fixed on Chen Yujun. After devouring an entire bowl of dumplings, Lin Jie realized how genuinely happy he was. He pondered the essence of life, understanding the importance of contentment. After all, a common saying goes, contentment brings happiness. Startled, Li Yun quickly calmed himself, his mind racing with strategies for escape. Simultaneously, for golden points of light appeared in his right eye, a surge of energy explosively emanating from within. Yi Qianyue had never spoken to anyone about her brother's affairs. Zhang Yunting was aware, yet had never mentioned it to anyone. Ji Shangnan and others waited for quite a while without receiving any news. Could it be that these individuals were untrustworthy, luring him here under false pretenses? Xia Yuqing, upon witnessing Chen Chang's injury, felt a pang of distress. Although she harbored resentment towards him, she was now bound to him, and the thought of watching him perish before her eyes was unbearable. As the elder who had harmed Chen Chang approached her, she instinctively recoiled in fear. Li Xiaoma's expression turned grave, and the once peculiar look on his face vanished. Li Tianyang's words, though not without merit, seemed somewhat reckless. After laboriously extracting a fragment of intelligence from within, it was disheartening to see it so easily dismissed. Had he not inquired, it was uncertain how long the information would have remained untouched. Dugu exclaimed in surprise, as chaos suddenly erupted in the rear of the Izhou army. An upheaval that continued to escalate, spreading towards the center of the infantry. By the way, isn't his name Lin Jie? Is he the Lin Jie from the forum? A nearby lecherous thief questioned. Zhu Kersen coughed up several mouthfuls of blood before finally catching her breath, her complexion pale as she gazed at Zhang Xianming. How could you strike me for her sake? She gasped, clutching her chest and turning to flee into the woods. Zhang Chulan observed Lu Maching's lips curve into a subtle smile, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her. Chapter 118. The hearing. Let us hope so. Tony was uncertain of the woman's intentions, but suspected she likely sought to seduce him. Hello, the tall beauty greeted him, and Tony, ever patient with attractive women, replied, Hi. What is your name? To his surprise, rather than revealing her name, the woman declared, I am the executor. Wow, what a splendid title. Tony's interest waned, and he began to feign enthusiasm. I am pleased, he said, aware that if Puai and Shichia's clandestine meeting were to reach Jian Gongji, the consequences would be dire. All right, Uncle Pang, You may attend to your matters. I can handle this myself. Su Hao smiled, understanding Pang He's concerns. Lu Chong's personal guards were taken aback by the scene before them, glancing at Lu Chong in confusion. Su Lu took a deep breath, feeling that today held substantial gains. Though he had not been able to apprentice under Jiu Shu, he had identified a significant issue within himself ahead of time. The Minghu tribe seeks her? Could it be that Dianbai has come for her? Yin Ran felt a surge of excitement. Lead the way, she said, picking up the prepared leather umbrella and exiting the cave. Their actions were somewhat unavoidable. As Pang He had mentioned, the dominant force now lay with CCTV. The notion of altering one's fate seemed overly grandiose. He was 9 parts skeptical, with the remaining part merely doubtful. Lingy, I do not wish to hear your words at this moment. If you have the opportunity, please introduce me to Qin Zi, Lan stated coldly. Mu Ting bit her chopsticks, awaiting her companion's response. Yet regardless of their attempts, he remained indifferent. She had just intended to make a bold move, claiming they were in a relationship to observe Lung Juanqing's reaction when he unexpectedly spoke up, leaving everyone astonished. In the realm of temporal magic, he was incapable of eliminating Lingyi. Each time he attempted to do so merely inflicted additional suffering upon Lingyi, followed by a reset of the temporal world. Zhao Hongba found himself momentarily speechless, pondering the existence of a realm of unparalleled mastery. Upon reflection, it was evident that the northeastern, central, and southeastern regions of Huaxia had all been overrun by invading forces from the island nation, with their scorched earth policy of annihilation. If the Qing gang's treasures were concealed within those territories, they would have undoubtedly been plundered long ago by the invaders. How heartless indeed. Beidou smirked, casting a protective barrier around the room with a mere wave of his hand, ensuring that no one could intrude or escape. In an instant, everything before him vanished, akin to ripples forming upon a tranquil river. Yet, it was proven true that Khalil Gibran was correct. Her lineage was of a higher nobility, granting her the ease to seal them, a privilege of the powerful over the weak. What were these phenomena? Comparatively, although his death was formidable, her time in cultivation was still relatively short. Despite her extensive travels and the knowledge she had gained over the past few days, her understanding of the celestial realms remained insufficient. However, the New Year celebrations in Huaxia persisted until the 15th day of the first lunar month, marking the conclusion of the festivities. Hence, Lin Shifan hastily traversed Europe in a mere 5 days, returning to Huaxia with a lingering hint of the New Year atmosphere. That is well, you may proceed. The seal master nodded, feeling assured about Liang Dong, believing that if Liang Dong insisted all was well, then there should be no complications. He hastily averted his gaze, the tremors within his soul rendering him unable to respond to Qinghe. He too practiced the art of soul capture. And though his skill was considerable, he had nearly lost his mind moments ago, completely entranced. The figures clad in black were evidently members of the good family. In truth, among those from the good family who had come to Huaxia, there were not only those who had attempted to capture Lin Shifan with a controller, but numerous others as well. However, due to their illegal entry, few noticed their presence. Chapter 119. Who is the jester? Tony stood to greet Rode, and after shaking hands, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, buddy, I didn't expect to see you here." "Indeed, it's me. Face the reality, we will talk later." Although he spoke thus, he still offered Tony a look that conveyed his earnest effort. I'm just a bit taken aback. All right, we can discuss it later." Before him lay a comprehensive report on the Iron Man suit, meticulously compiled by Colonel Rode. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang Yuan felt a slight tremor in his mech, quickly realizing he could distinctly feel the internal conditions of the machine, as if it had become an extension of his own body. Ouyang Qing spoke in a soft, feeble voice, as if she had suffered great injustices. In the team, a somewhat plump young man was sharing his views with several companions. However, his discourse seemed to fail to win their approval. Yet, he was acutely aware that in Ruren's heart, the deaths of the Dean and others were somehow linked to him. Thus, he refrained from any inappropriate actions. She could not allow him to depart from her life so easily. He was her world, and without him, what meaning would her existence hold? After hearing Lung Dianxin's words, Ruren found herself at a loss for words. This was the first time Lung Dianxin had openly acknowledged his jealousy in her presence. In Xi's realm, perhaps the concept of friendship served as her greatest solace and singular belief. A person willing to forsake everything for a friend, yet perpetually yearning for a genuine companion, must harbor a sense of loneliness deep within. Zheng Jia displayed a smile, having just retracted the aura he had been emanating. However, the next words that reached his ears nearly made him leap with surprise. Gu Xinghuan, esteemed as the foremost genius of the Martial God Academy, never looked down upon any disciple and possessed an affable demeanor, making him easy to interact with. After teasing the master of Cihang Jingzai, Ji Yun felt invigorated, as if that incident had lost its significance. Let us depart. Chao Ling called to his subordinates, preparing to continue their patrol in the City of Hundred Spirits. She averted her gaze shyly, unable to truly focus on his form, her eyes darting elsewhere. The power of the was tremendously formidable. Had the original four-legged serpent retained some capacity for resistance, the poisoned and weakened creature could no longer mount any defense. Regarding Jun Wuxia's nocturnal escapade from the manor, the Lin Wangfu seemed blissfully unaware. The following day, neither Jun Xian nor Jun Qing mentioned the incident, while Long Qi continued to attend to Jun Qing. However, Mu Yi confidently asserted that defeating him would not be an easy feat. He was well aware of the potency of his royal-level martial arts, though he could not claim certainty in overcoming Lu Yu, at the very least. A draw was well within his grasp. Master, please refrain from employing theories from your previous life to elucidate such profound matters as energy conversion to the inhabitants of this world. Hu Jingyun was struck with terror, as Ji Yun's glance had seemingly immobilized him in an instant, rendering even his breath suspended. He experienced a disconcerting illusion that time itself had ceased, a sensation both terrifying and akin to being at the mercy of others, leaving him powerless to act. Jian Wuchen also exhaled in relief, finally having located Ji Yun. Otherwise, Ji Yun might have committed some unthinkable act. With the discovery made, all were pleased. Currently, she was merely being treated as a spouse by Zi Shi, while also serving as a living dictionary and a companion for amusement. Yin Ling, regardless of his identity, had decided that after Lady Song stealthily entered her chamber the previous night without any intention of lingering, she had chosen not to pursue the matter further. However, now that her interest had been piqued, she felt it was time to teach them a proper lesson, ensuring they understood the consequences of intruding upon her privacy. Chapter 120. The timely thunder god. A day later, the tumult surrounding Iron Man's hearing had reached a fever pitch. With the entire United States federal government aware of the situation, the shameless actions of the federal government ignited considerable public outcry, much of which was fueled by Stark Industries' hired commentators. In Los Angeles, within Tony's seaside villa, Pepper Potts gazed at the carefree Tony and felt compelled to remind him. Although the government had faltered at the hearing, they would not relent, they would remain vigilant. Isn't he just a child? This person is from the professor brought in by the country. If he is not merely a child, then who do you claim he is? The leader's expression soured, having been spat upon, which could hardly elevate his mood. Sophie maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the unexpected events, allowing Lin Dong to ease his worries slightly. After all, they were now in complete opposition to the United States, and without his presence, he genuinely feared those individuals might concoct some insidious scheme. The shrill cries of the zombies echoed just before their demise, attracting a gathering of the undead outside the building, shuffling through the thick fog towards their destination. While everyone remained silent, observing with cold detachment, their minds were rife with speculation, further muddled by the fact that Kai Jiao belonged to Lin Xiao. In Donghai, who dared to challenge Lin Xiao so audaciously? Within El Lai's mental realm, the once menacing black flame had shrunk into a quivering ball. Upon hearing its master's call, the black flame gradually materialized into a strikingly beautiful black bull, snorting with reluctance as it gazed at El Lai. That afternoon, I could leisurely accompany my sister through the formalities, but first, let us dine. Then, Brother Chu, you may attend to your affairs without concern for me. Your matters are of utmost importance, Jiang Shui wisely remarked. As long as they could evade the pursuit of Mwanta's subordinates, they could once again enter Garissa, with Jacob as their guide. Gaining entry into the city would be quite feasible. Sister Ling's disdainful remarks left the two foreigners feeling slighted. However, recognizing their motive for seeking a partnership with her, they refrained from expressing their anger and instead smiled. Yet, Lu Yun dared not press further, only growing more convinced that Qin Xiaoman had an imposing background, one so formidable that even Ouyang Hong was compelled to speak falsely. Could it not be intimidating? Director Huang was publicly berated, his dignity in tatters. Yet he dared not utter a word in defense. He lowered his head, meekly acknowledging his faults. Guan Xinji thought briefly before addressing the person seated next to Gu Meng. In that moment, he had already restrained his earlier temper, gazing at the individual with a smile, his eyes sparking with electricity. Yi Tianyu looked joyfully at the already disconnected phone, interpreting Lin Wushuang's final words as an indication of her openness to cohabitation. If they could indeed share a residence, proximity would surely enhance his chances with Wushuang. The entire inn seemed diminished in stature, which accentuated the tranquility and indifference of the five individuals and their feline companion. We will be home shortly. Bear with it, murmured Gong Xiaoxia, fully aware that the current Xia Fanyuan might not hear his words. Gu Yuqin contemplated the reasons behind this situation, as Gu Qinji had also pondered the complexities of the internal structure. The Gu family, though influential, would not easily allow Gu Chen to perish unless faced with insurmountable obstacles. Presently, the space of the temporal seal measured less than 300 square kilometers. Yet it was congested with a staggering population of 150,000 magical beasts. Thus, ordinary alchemists would hesitate to concoct the anomalous crystal badge, and anyone who possessed a method for its creation would treasure it like a precious gem, rarely revealing it to others. Chapter 121. We are good people. Daisy picked up her freshly purchased pastry and aimed it at Thor, exclaiming, "This is astonishing." Smile. The pastry featured an integrated software, a mature short video social platform, which had become a must-have application for American youth, thanks to the vigorous promotion by Umbrella Corporation's Civilian Technology Division. Thor responded with a wise smile, acknowledging that, despite his limited intellect within the Marvel Universe, he was well aware of the situation. Not only the fans, but many players from Kaiserslautern also expressed their anticipation regarding this matter, although some may have ulterior motives. Kai was accompanied by a disciple of the Beggars sect, the same one whom Li Tong had instructed to deliver wine to Kai. Upon noticing Li Tong's gaze, he grinned widely. The hardware was sufficiently luxurious, boasting over 100 rooms, ensuring ample accommodation for future generations of Yangshan, regardless of how many descendants would eventually take residence. Hoffnock had somehow discovered his number, which I too suspected was divulged by his roommate. At a table 2 away from her, a boy wearing black-framed glasses sat engrossed in his coffee, inadvertently locking eyes with her for a fleeting moment. Moonlight, akin to sunlight, possessed an ethereal quality, emanating from the heart of Moonfire, a formidable adversary to dark energy. In that instant, the creature's forelimbs exerted tremendous force, its muscles erupting with power, heightening its agility and reflexes to evade Master Kamba's strike. There was little to deliberate. Luo Chong continued, "Regardless, physical training is essential. You have witnessed this child's prowess, which requires no further validation." With a swift motion, he summoned a wave of sword energy, significantly easing the burden on the bright deer, which gasped for breath. In any case, this individual's covert assault on the young master of the Huashan sect could be a pretext to challenge Shaolin. Even if the impact were minimal, it would at least provide a sense of relief. Well, it's still not yet the witching hour, Jibai, so refrain from drinking and hurry back to rest. Yun Shaoer urged. There was no fixed menu. Patrons selected their dishes from an array of fresh ingredients displayed on the first floor. Xie Chong, accompanied by Xie Jing, descended to place their order, while Xie Ying engaged in conversation with Hu Baozhu regarding the precautions of pregnancy, keeping an eye on the 2 children. Niu Fang's eyes sparkled at the sight of food. Heedless of its heat, she voraciously finished a bowl in a blink. At this juncture, her objective had been achieved, and she no longer lingered, casting a calm glance at Ji Xian before shifting her gaze towards the trio from the Song family. If this were the case, would elevating their compatibility not entail enduring countless similar pains? Was this vicinity truly the domain of Longshan? Su Wu observed the bald man, uttering a perplexing remark that left the other baffled. Su Yuman Katsuyuki, fearful of the thick darkness surrounding him, steered his Shikigami, the Yabaheim, towards the flickering red lantern. An hour passed, then 2, then 3, yet Yun Shaoer wandered for an extended period without discovering the focal point of the formation. In that moment, everyone instinctively shivered, particularly the elder couples, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At this time, Mao Lilan approached with a tray of tea, while Xiechen seated himself beside Hirodayami. Lifting a cup of tea that Mao Lilan had just set down to take a sip, the others once again bowed in their direction and returned to their respective tribes. For the number of human cultivators had significantly dwindled. However, humans were unrivaled in reproduction, and thus, given a decade or so, their population could be restored to its former glory. At this moment, Qin Yi, having opened the previously sealed underground passage, found himself in a stone chamber measuring 3 zhang square, which appeared exceptionally dry, with torches illuminating the stone walls. Chapter 122. Are we seeking trouble? Years of research. All gone. Jian and her companions sat atop the roof, not intending to leap, but merely feeling somewhat unwell. The arrogance of S.H.I.E.L.D. infuriated Jian. Yet she felt powerless. Daisy expressed her exasperation, lamenting that they had even taken her belongings. What are the backup files? Eric inquired. They have taken everything, including the backups of the backups, leaving us in dire straits. Upon receiving a call, Lin Shiyuan was somewhat taken aback. He knew Lu Jiejia well. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she would never find herself in such a predicament. Ji Zhongqing, we share a bond, do we not? Yuan Hui smiled as he personally poured a cup of tea for Ji Su and pushed it towards him. Besides myself, who else is a golden reincarnator? The short, middle-aged man ignored him, surveying the crowd instead. Seizing the opportunity, Tai Xiangxua leapt into action as Lei Xian's sword radiated with a purple glow, forming arcs of electricity, and then a series of colossal lightning bolts materialized, coalescing into a swirling domain of light that struck down fiercely upon the head of the millennium-old tree demon. At that moment, Erguzi suddenly realized that following such a person might not be the wisest choice. At the leader's prompting, Huang Bing emerged from the mesmerizing chaos, regaining his senses. Hastily retrieving the handcuff key, Huang Bing, filled with anxiety, attempted to unlock the restraints, yet his efforts were clumsy and chaotic. It took him several tries before he finally managed to insert the key correctly into the lock. In this realm, paying homage to saints is commonplace. Yet seeing his wife in such a state left Mu Feng with an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Jiang Yinglong wished to say more, but the opposing leader had already launched an assault. The ferocity of the attack was far beyond what Jiang Yinglong could contend with. Zhuo Feng, are you still so deliberately avoiding me? Zheng Yuqi voiced the suppressed question that had lingered between them, seizing this rare moment of solitude to speak her mind. Although she could not fathom Mu Nuan's true intentions, it was imperative to secure her safety first. Demos, his brow furrowed with worry, gazed up at the clear blue sky. After a long period of turmoil caused by various burdens, his heart's lake surged once more with unease. Compensation? Upper Elder Zissou grasped Lin Maron's shoulder, stating, "The greatest recompense for me is to leave together, rather than remain here to be humiliated." The old patriarch descended from the hall weak and weary, now left with nothing but the sight of his pitiful disciple, Lin Meiran. Ding Hua, accompanied by Zilulin and Ami, hurried onto the streets of Shaqing, where passers-by instinctively avoided them. However, after a few steps, Ding was suddenly halted, sensing a powerful surge of primal energy approaching from behind. "What? Do you intend to use the old patriarch to suppress me?" Lin Meiran spoke with an air of authority, causing a tremor of unease in both individuals. The three figures before them were the esteemed elders of the Beast Master Palace, ranking just below the Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master. On one of the islands lay the renowned Lan family, once a notable clan in the Xian realm. It was said that the members of the Lan family descended from the Water Tribe, endowed with extraordinary bloodlines, embodying a mysterious legacy and resembling a royal lineage by nature. Gui Xian's claw-like appendage exuded an eerie, feminine aura, radiating a chilling presence intertwined with a fierce demonic wind. Each swing produced a crackling sound, freezing even the waters of the submerged palace into solid ice. "Are you planning to go out? Could you bring something back for us?" The boisterous woman rushed over, holding a list in her hands. This task also fell to one of the artisans at the armory, known for being amiable, as kindness breeds prosperity. Unexpectedly, after a bustling day of business yesterday, today had turned chaotic. Chapter 123. A desire to intervene. As Thor approached, the sky erupted with thunderous roars. "Commander, the satellite signals are obstructed by the clouds and can hardly penetrate through," a technician murmured while operating at the computer. The display flickered incessantly, mirroring the erratic reception on mobile devices. The signal interference rendered the equipment nearly inoperable, and with the storm brewing, it was indeed overwhelming. The technician grumbled quietly. After numerous failed attempts, Lin Miao Miao finally succeeded in creating a caramelized sponge cake, her eyes welling with tears of joy as she beheld the chiefing cake before her. "I said, Xie Yuxing, how inconsiderate you are. Just for a meal, you command my attendance in such a manner? Why haven't you arranged for more servants in this courtyard?" Zhang Yinchang complained. Bai Yuanxiu rose to assist her, a flicker of unease crossing his face. "Grandmother wishes for Jie to marry into the Qiwang residence. Throughout history, which prince has not taken multiple wives? Wouldn't Jie be inviting her own troubles by entering such a situation? Yet, at this moment, Zhang Yang lacked the power to intervene, allowing these pests to brazenly invade his being. It is uncertain whether the Tiger Emperor possesses foresight, but he truly allowed Zhang Yang to remain in the White Tiger Valley for 4 additional days. Fu Wan recounted the traditional Chinese medicine knowledge imparted by her former teammates, leaving Yang Sheng and Yu Mei nearly speechless in awe. Just as they departed, the imposing head of the household, adorned with injuries, strode out triumphantly from among the fallen villagers. She noticed the departing carriage and heard Jing Yin speaking. Zhang Shuiying chose to ignore Luo Shi entirely. Observing Zhang Jinsheng crouched behind Luo Shi, extending his hand to reveal a piece of rose ointment wrapped in yellow paper. Gong Shujiao had long lost all strength, silently enduring the unfolding events. After an indeterminate time, a sound suddenly broke the darkness. Ling Xiao, covered in vivid crimson, lay sprawled on a piece of plain fabric, still clad in the pink attire worn upon her departure, the rosy hue now marred by large patches of blood-red flowers. "Typically, do I not receive invitations directly to your residence? Why, then, has this meeting been arranged at Jinghua Tower today?" Yu Fei seated herself, while Yu Bai, perceptive as ever, stationed himself by the entrance. "Mustering troops? Is there a war imminent? Fang Yuan is preparing to engage, is he not? Yet here I remain in the dungeon. What concern is it of mine?" Yu Fei smiled gently, resuming her meditative state. I believe this cliff should not be named General Cliff. It ought to be called Coffin Mountain, for it is most fitting. Jiangze continued. Indeed, we are all aware. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Chui. The cat and flower responded in unison with respect to Chui's son. Meanwhile, the affair between Bai Wanqing and Bai Wenru stirred a great uproar, known far and wide across the internet. In the tumult, Bai Wanqing struggled to regain her composure, spinning her head to search for the direction of an exit. Although she outwardly agreed to forego marriage, every time she encountered her male companion's parents, she would feign a pitiful demeanor, eliciting sympathy. Upon awakening from intoxication, Lord Shun lamented his past decisions, weeping as he implored Jun Jianyan to spare his family. Yet, what could mere words achieve? Would she truly allow the opinions of others to shame her into despair? Wei Yu hesitated, oblivious to the burnt sweet potato, watching as Ling Yueyan grumbled about the prolonged lack of fish. It took a full month of treatment before she finally regained consciousness. Who would have known that upon awakening, her memories had vanished, prompting the prince to fabricate such a tale to deceive her? Ji Yifan has now become a prominent figure at the Sacred Academy, often referred to as the foremost among his peers, possessing strength that has reached the mid-stage of Sword Sovereign, and hailing from the esteemed Ji family, his power remains unfathomable. In Chapter 124, unable to lift the Miao Miao hammer, after vanquishing the last of the burly opponents, Thor approached the Miao Miao hammer with a confident smile. He placed his right hand upon the hammer's handle, while everyone, including Melissa and Carlson, watched him intently, hoping he could lift the hammer. However, Melissa was already aware from Gordon's intel that Thor was currently incapable of doing so, yet her curiosity remained undeterred. As expected, when Thor exerted force, the Miao Miao hammer did not budge in the slightest. At this moment, Ling Feng made no effort to defend himself, merely evading the attacks of the shadow-biting rats with his speed. Without the obstruction of the Emperor's sword, more shadow-biting rats surged towards him, their sharp claws leaving bloody marks on his body, blood dripping incessantly. His only source of pride was the heaven-splitting giant axe, which paled in comparison to the prowess of Kuang Tianqian. This time, however, Xiao Xiao did not summon his blood shadow clone, but instead released a true energy doppelganger, crimson all over, exuding the aura of a blood shadow clone. As one of the few remaining members of the Shadow Dragon clan, Mylinsera was filled with reluctance and helplessness. She sought vengeance, a restoration of power, and the continuation of her clan's legacy, yet all of this now seemed like an unattainable dream. Confronted with the rapidly coalescing ice ahead, accompanied by a chilling aura, Ling Feng pressed on, raising his long sword and uttering a low growl from deep within. With skin as white as snow, his gaze occasionally wandered to the well-defined peaks, stirring feelings within him. As the last demon emperor fell, Su Bo's true energy surged violently, elevating him to a higher realm. Clad in the infinite sword garb, he reached the 10th level of martial emperor. After a morning of preparations and a lunch, de Gruel drove with Avril, 2 nannies, and 2 bodyguards in their RV, heading to Madison Garden with a certain flair. Damn it, another Michael Jordan, de Gruel muttered under his breath, eliciting chuckles from Iverson and Chris Webber nearby. Bonnie, will you treat us to a late-night snack tonight? On the way back to the locker room, Brad Miller teased Bonnie Wells, noting that all 3 of his assists in the first half had gone to him. Effect: bringing it to the Ancient Ghost Clan or possessing elements of the Ancient Ghost Clan may unlock its attributes. The issues exposed during the competition are significant. When facing a team that falters in both defense and offense, the strategic approach can be exaggerated to obscure certain weaknesses while revealing others. Do you accept deliveries here? Zhao pondered, noting the decent service without any of the typical neglectful scenarios unfolding. The actions of Zixin were unexpectedly abrupt, and Xian Yu, lost in thought due to matters concerning Yufeng, had no reaction to her sudden assault. By the time Xian Yu regained her awareness, Zixin's lips were already pressed against hers, and an elegant fragrance lingered in Xian Yu's mouth and nostrils. Then I shall venture out to absorb the starlight, Zhao Qian declared, returning to his senses as he rose from the stone bed and walked outward. Since you are unwilling to go, you have but one other option, Xian Yu suddenly spoke, observing the prisoners who seemed reluctant to leave. Simultaneously, Yang Jian and Jiang Yulong both exclaimed, their gazes instantly directed toward the source of the voice, a flicker of anger igniting in their eyes. Have you come to a realization? You appear quite at ease, but unfortunately, I cannot afford such luxury, Yukong remarked, shaking his head slightly as he regarded the self-satisfied Juexing. Xiao Bang's eyes narrowed into slits, not out of tension, but due to a sense of sternness. Chapter 125. Time to harvest cotton. After Melissa and the others departed, Carlson entered the interrogation room. At this moment, Thor had spent 5 minutes being cleaned of mud by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, appearing considerably more presentable. Surprisingly, Throughout this process, Thor offered no resistance. Resembling a marionette under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, Coulson approached Thor and quietly inquired. The agents here are the Armée de la Armée of Special Forces, capable of excelling in any situation. That was a bullet wound sustained by Debao during a mission, his only injury, which he commemorated by hanging the extracted bullet around his neck. Furthermore, the note from Hu Cheng was filled with ambiguous statements. Had it not been for Li Xueqian's understanding of him, he might have been completely deceived. The only change at this moment was that their watches had begun to function normally again, a positive sign indicating they had reached the edge of the damned stasis zone. Xiaoling. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Fu Xueqing and Lin Qingtong exchanged glances, clearly familiar with the person Chu Yun mentioned. At this moment, the noise surrounding them was quite chaotic, and it was no fault of those cultivators, given their current cultivation levels. They could not perceive the primal energy fluctuations emanating from this man. Without attaining the realms of Jiang, Yi, and Baiyu, they could not possibly grasp the true extent of his terrifying nature in an instant. Hiss. Lan Feng inhaled sharply, disbelief etched on his face. The older brother he had casually recognized turned out to be the legendary divine beast. Seeing the prospect of treasure slipping away, Nangong Ke realized that with no hope left for the dragon scales, she ought to refer to Lin Xianlang. With each step up the mountain and through the water, I journey toward the Yuguan shore. The wind grows stronger, the snow falls heavier, shattering the dreams of my hometown. If Daxiong were to hear Ilan's thoughts, he would surely be at a loss for tears, pondering, did I not follow your instructions? Why are you still tormenting me? Yet, he could not hear her. Wherever the black fire line passed, the dense fog was evaporated by the intense heat, leaving no trace of toxic mist to traverse the scorched path. Meanwhile, as both a father and the supreme commander, General Qin's heart was in torment. On the table lay 2 lunchboxes. Su Fan opened one containing rice rolls and was about to take a bite when he noticed Yu Yu approaching, prompting him to extend the portion to her. Sheng Xiyuan was taken aback, pondering what had transpired between her in-laws during their brief separation. However, there was no need for explanations. Nie Yao expressed her gratitude to them with a nod, then shook her head and turned off her phone, focusing on her exercises. As for Feng Yihan, despite her feelings of grievance and anger, she chose to suppress her emotions for the time being, recognizing that compared to Ma Feng, Feng Sheng was a person of significance. Could it be that all along, his display of independence and even his wilderness survival training led his father to worry less about him than he would for an ordinary child? In the stillness of the night, the villa was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of rain. When Feng Sheng effortlessly carried Luo Yangyang out of the helicopter in a princess carry. Is there some misunderstanding here? After all, I am the one organizing this wedding. William remarked, adding that the priest's robe he held was not meant for him, but for the princess consort, indicating that they had no choice but to involve her. Lu Ziqing, uncertain of his own feelings, realized that if he had to choose, it would likely be Nie Yao. Countless shells fell upon the light screens, freezing in place. Even those that exploded merely rippled the surface of the screens. Despite the torrential downpour mercilessly washing over the earth, mingling with the vivid red blood, it could not deter the retreating soldiers. Even those disciples from prominent families, unless they were core members, would not necessarily possess more resources than he did. Chapter 126. What does it refer to? Steve shot a glance at Sam, surprised to see him in an uncharacteristically frivolous mood. That's my friend, not my girlfriend. I have to go now, goodbye. Goodbye, Sam waved as he bid farewell to Steve, now working at the Veterans Affairs office. Needing to hurry with his shower and meal before his shift at 9, Steve approached Sharon Carter to exchange greetings before taking a seat in the passenger seat. What is the mission? Zhou Yui sat quietly by the window, fixated on the entrance, deliberately averting her gaze upon spotting a familiar figure in the distance. Misi, clutching her regained treasure, felt an exhilaration that diminished her fear of the dark corridor. With Wu Yu at hand, there was no question of being unable to strike. The 4 elders could now easily dispatch mutated creatures with a mere wave of their hands. She dusted off her hands with a practiced motion, a slight smile gracing her lips as she strode confidently into the courtyard. With both sides steadfastly holding their ground, quarrels erupted daily in the central tent, oblivious to the discreet movements and preparations of the human race. Alti appears to be exceedingly indulgent towards Princess Alpui. Upon hearing Qin Minyan's remark, his gaze shifted towards Alpui, seemingly seeking her counsel. Yun Bupio mused to herself. Though stirring up trouble may not sound like a commendable phrase, it certainly resonates with the youthful spirit that craves excitement. Very well, take me out for a stroll to admire the mountains of Huiran Town, Yang Zixin casually suggested. Excellent. Let us set off immediately. You may take your leave. The emperor waved his hand. Shang Wanyu and Shang Wanjin then exited. Those blocking their path exchanged glances of skepticism, yet ultimately parted, noting that their direction was indeed toward Chengyu Mountain. With a command to proceed, Dian Wei seized the young man by the collar as though he were a mere chick, leading him to the evaluation platform. On the tree-lined path leading to the palace, several beautiful maidens obstructed their way. Upon seeing Yuzi approach, the foremost Princess Han lifted her garments and rushed toward her. Listening to the words of Duan Wunyan, Duan Sanyang could only maintain a smile. In Luozhou City, it seemed that only Duan Sanyang could utter such statements. Meanwhile, today, the ghostly Yu Saint Lord stood before everyone, yet none regarded him as a living cultivator. Even now, Yu Dequan remained skeptical, pondering whether this moment was merely an illusion. Not only them, but even the Demon King Bo Sun was taken aback by the words of the abyssal demon, which he could not help but acknowledge as profoundly insightful. Marquis, do not be hasty in your departure. I wish to inquire about a matter. Zhang Chan's voice prompted the Marquis to turn his attention towards him. Brother Mu, there is something I do not comprehend. May I seek your guidance? The trio settled into the fragrant sandalwood chairs, and Wu Hao inquired softly. As for those so-called bandits, do you think that this large group of individuals, lurking by day and night, would go unnoticed? Yuzi wiped away the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply as she sought a place to rest briefly. Afterwards, he began to analyze the usage of the hooked spear. The spearhead functions similarly to an ordinary lance for thrusting, while the lateral hooks serve not only to slash at foes, but also to ensnare them, effectively preventing their escape. With the complete eradication of poverty, Chu Feng's true form emerged, revealing skin that glimmered with a faint golden light, no longer resembling mere ordinary flesh. Long Yuntian's words were stark, devoid of any pretense, yet they only intensified Long Tianwei's sense of his resolve. I understand, it's akin to an examination, is it not? The current governance should no longer fear assessments. Yi Feng trailed behind, emerging from the vortex, the light of his sword flashing beneath his feet as the eternal night sword materialized, propelling him forward. The green light, however, was far from courteous. It spoke with unrestrained rudeness and an exceedingly harsh tone, its countenance equally disconcerting. Chapter 127. Gu Yi's probe upon reaching the pinnacle of the skyscraper. Gordon had just poured himself a glass of wine when, with a thud, an insect landed on the glass faade. Gazing at Peter, who was knocking on the window, Gordon found himself at a loss for words. With a wave of his hand, he opened the window with telekinesis, remarking, "It seems you have a penchant for entering through windows. Otherwise, I cannot possibly venture into the elevator clad in this attire," Peter remarked with a gesture of exasperation. "What? Do you too harbor an idol's burden? Surely, Spider-Man cannot ascend in an elevator. Furthermore, to the one who promised daily updates, I must extend my sincerest apologies. The reasons have been previously articulated, yet I shall strive to adhere to that commitment moving forward. You need not question my origins. Obeying the edicts of the Lord of the Celestial Domain will grant access to the celestial gates for those involved in the hunt. You are the king of the gods. Having attained the heavenly tier, yet without my guidance, you may find yourself deprived of the opportunity to enter the celestial domain, limiting your cultivation in this lifetime." The robed figure appeared somewhat impatient. Yangzhe earnestly stated that the emperor's explicit decree in the palace against their special department intervening in the reports concerning the insectoid beings likely stemmed from a fear of uncovering something. As I traversed the desert, on the brink of reaching the map's end, that familiar voice beckoning me forth echoed once more. While other families did indeed organize their commercial enterprises thus, the Ling family, due to their arcane arts, empowered the head of the family with sufficient authority to manage all affairs without the need for a consolidator, handling everything singularly. Gao Wen meticulously returned the tea set to its rightful place, wiping his hands with a square cloth. This grand gesture nearly caused the unfortunate souls supporting one another to crash into a wall, yet even should they collide, it would be futile, for their skills fell short. Even the haughty Jiang Feng and Jiang Bo now regarded Jiang Qi with a gaze transformed from derision to reverence. Moreover, Ivan Vanko lurked in the shadows, his intentions veiled in mystery. It was indeed startling when Guan Yu's commendation momentarily left Dian Wei astonished. It was no wonder, for he had been so engrossed in his duel with Jiang Qi that he had failed to notice Guan Yu standing nearby. While he might not recognize other generals in the army, he was unmistakably aware of the illustrious General Guan Yu, the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals. Yangzhe spoke with a hint of trepidation, for the adversary had effortlessly dispatched the most formidable combatant, the Blade Sister, with merely a single utterance. Upon hearing Gao Xian's inquiry, Tianjing remained unusually silent, her hands, entwined tightly, opening and closing several times before she finally whispered, "I do not know." The office fell into a profound silence. "Brother, what troubles you?" Upon seeing Yao Gao shielding his eyes, blood gushing forth, Yao Guang's heart sank in alarm. Just as they were nearing Lin Chun and the others, they witnessed Hua Shuai-Ro suddenly turn, her icy words slicing through the air. A harsh grinding sound pierced the atmosphere, reminiscent of a millennia-old mummy awakening from its slumber. The coffin lid creaked open, allowing them to scrutinize the true visage of the giant within. Yet for reasons unknown, Jing Yi appeared to smile, though his expression was far from pleasant. Frequently glancing towards the crown princess, Shi Jing Tian lifted an oil lamp, bending low to scrutinize the figure ensnared by the shadowy remnants. A man of middle build, high cheekbones, gaunt visage, and somewhat slender physique, donned in the garb of a city patrol soldier, had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Shi Jing Tian withdrew his fist, standing in contemplation, internally lamenting. With a force of 50%, he was undoubtedly far stronger than the average person. Striking him felt akin to mere tickling. Once the top assassin, his formidable prowess was evident, for even this immovable mountain of flesh rendered opponents utterly helpless. Meanwhile, Du Gui's eyes had completely ruptured, leading to the demise of his tear glands, and the meager tears he could muster bore a striking resemblance to blood. Chapter 128. May I accompany you? After Gu Yi's departure, Gordon placed a call to Peter. The serum required time to be transported from Africa to New York, and Peter expressed his willingness to wait. He wished to inquire about Gu Yi, but Gordon, lacking knowledge of her background and only familiar with her through films, skillfully deflected the question. Subsequently, Gordon instructed Red Queen to arrange for the delivery of a super healing serum. He also commanded her to prepare the airport's fighter jets for takeoff. Zhao Go cast a deep gaze until Wang Shishi's silhouette faded from view before retracting his attention. He then instructed everyone to disperse and turned to return to his quarters, preparing to rest, all the while knowing he needed to clarify the reasons for her lingering presence. Chitai took the black ball from Sayus, scrutinizing it for an extended period, ultimately admitting ignorance before handing it to the perplexed Nivea. After several days of recuperation, Lin Chang's injuries had improved significantly. Though still unable to engage in combat, he was at least able to rise from bed. However, Zhao Go's condition was cause for concern. As a commanding general with severe injuries, any misfortune could incite the wrath of the current emperor, Song Huizong, potentially implicating them all. Tang Chun frowned upon seeing the intermediate blood potion and promptly insisted on substituting it with an intermediate recovery potion. Under the combined pressure of Hatanaka Masashi and Yobita Masahiro, Sakuragi leapt 3 times, ultimately crashing to the ground, yet he managed to pass the ball to Mitsui. In Chitai's eyes, Ryan appeared unchanged since their last parting. The brilliance in his gaze had even intensified, clearly indicating a significant enhancement in strength. Li Hao paid no further attention to the two, stepping into the elevator and ascending not to the top floor, but to the 48th. Upon reviewing the data, he noted with dismay that they had only covered 10 kilometers, a pace hardly worthy of mention, especially under zero load. Aware of their inferiority compared to Zhao Go and his cohort, they resorted to controlling one of their own at the cost of their life, employing this sacrifice to compensate for their martial inadequacies. Both Zhao Go and the others could not help but admire their audacity. Shili relied solely on his formidable physique, cloaked in a gossamer layer of dark golden flames, charging forth and piercing through the vast ranks of the puppet patrol soldiers, regardless of whether her motives stemmed from a desire for vindication or some other reason. Chung Ini had never faced any injustice within the Chung family. Though grandmother Chung held little affection for her, she maintained a veneer of politeness. Following the gray-clad elder, they traversed the area adorned with wooden swords. The elderly gentleman approached a wall and opened a hidden compartment within it. A sly smile graced his lips as he murmured an incantation, eventually releasing Jerry. Well, let us wait until they yearn for it, Jiang Xianyang remarked with a chuckle. The island offers not only resources, but also the sacred swordfish and pressure membranes. Vice Principal Sui indeed held reservations about the school cafeteria. However, he was not one to casually support just any vendor without due consideration. Responsibility towards the students remained paramount. This collaboration with the Che family was due to Yin Xin. Che Xiaoxiao accompanied them to broaden her horizons. While her father discussed final details with the head of Yin Xin, Che Xiaoxiao wandered outside, exploring the place where Zheng Lan once worked. As the hour of Shun approached, the sales of Liuli's fruit leather dwindled, and the crowd began to thin. She instructed Shanhua to watch the stall while she ventured to procure some meat. If Lin Fan truly wished to investigate Yi Liuli's background, a mere phone call would suffice. The recent events had been too abrupt, especially in her presence, as the entanglement with Sister Yu and the revelation of this person being Mingyue caught Yin Mingyue off guard, leaving her momentarily bewildered. However, now that matters had become clear, Yin Mingyue could not permit Sister Yu to be captured so easily. In Chapter 129, Mike turned at the sound and saw Spider-Man crouched atop a street lamp, observing the scene. Spider-Man, This man attacked my bar without hesitation and seeks to harm me. Please help. Mike shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought Spider-Man's aid, knowing well the strong bond between Spider-Man and Gordon, and that Peter was aware of his role as Gordon's ally in the underground. Upon opening the door, she was immediately met with cries for an ambulance, and tears blurred her vision as she followed the sounds. Emotions can lead one to lose control. He preferred to command all aspects of life, possessing too many matters that were off-limits due to their intensity. What did Sin Curson represent for him? A mere obligation? Regardless of the reason, he needed her now. Could the chances of surgery be improved? Xiachi inquired, fully aware of the absurdity of her question, yet unable to restrain herself from asking. Jun Jinyan departed, fearing that if he lingered, he would uncontrollably inflict harm upon her. Her reasoning was indeed compelling, yet Feng Jiao did not immediately acquiesce. She absently rubbed her belly, her gaze distant and fixed upon the ground, lost in thought. At that moment, she felt that no matter how hard she tried, all her efforts were in vain. She could sense AI lose goodwill toward Hansio, likely assisting her, and at this juncture, Sin Curson did not wish to hinder his progress. By the time Zishur arrived, the embryonic form of Chiangman had already taken shape, with Qi Jinza as the inaugural leader, and Qishan tentatively designated as the candidate for the second leader. The status of the leader's candidate was slightly elevated above that of ordinary elders, with 3 positions available, leaving 2 temporarily vacant. Zhang Yonghai was astonished. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is certainly aware of the nuances. Jingya gazed at the intelligence in his hands, his blood surging with excitement. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall Qiu Yelai. Jiang Yin followed closely, yet the myriad intersections of the alley before him posed a challenge. Yi Fu tested the depth of the mire with a stick. It was nearly 2 meters deep and quite soft. The swift water flowing atop the sludge required no paddling. One could simply rely on thrust to traverse it. However, an essential point remained. The raft must maintain its balance. A single misstep could lead to a plunge into the mire. After speaking, the mirror heart demon clapped his hands, and 2 shadowy figures emerged, forcibly taking Jiaochan away. Perhaps this is the peculiarity of Tokyo, where winters can be warm and springs may bring unexpected snowfall, which might just reappear in a few months. She always dressed simply, in shorts and a crisp shirt, giving her the appearance of a schoolgirl. Though the software clung to her awkwardly, the highly toxic umbrella mushroom, upon poisoning, could continually replenish its vitality through its unique healing properties. Regarding the handling of this matter, I believe I have executed it flawlessly. Awakening from a deep slumber, I noticed a message on my phone. A senior from the mountain requested that I retweet and like a post on Twitter. The burning paper money on the ground sent ash swirling into the air, instilling an unprecedented sense of dread. Yi successfully intervened, fully aware that one could not offend Long Tian, and even less So Liangboan. The prince had already issued a decree. If they failed to capture the portly Taoist who had slain the heir, they need not return alive. In a moment of frustration, he had let slip a harsh word, coincidentally overheard by old Lu, who had come looking for him. Tang Yuqin, well aware of his grandfather's temperament, knew that when he declared he wouldn't go to the hospital, it was as immovable as a bull. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Wanyue. The esteemed national master of Cat Country had successfully rescued all those abducted by Chihua City, including the primary target of her journey, the venerable head clerk of Gus City. Chapter 130, Captain, Not Bad, The Hammer. In the New Mexico Umbrella Division, Gordon's spaceship descended slowly. As he disembarked, he spotted Melissa approaching. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and teased, "Ah, it's been months. Your waist has grown even slimmer." Melissa rolled her eyes at Gordon. "Only you can flatter. So, who has the slimmer waist, mine or Lorna's?" "Darling, you've changed. You would never have posed such a question before." Upon seeing Qin Jian rush out, Lung Ningxuang was curious as to why he dashed inside. Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed Qin Jian clutching several pieces resembling remnants of a heart. Could these be the heart fragments of the fearsome Yama beast? As he approached within 3 meters of the door, the ancient bronze gate swung open automatically, resonating with a timeless and profound sound. This noise caused Qin Jian's brow to furrow, as he pondered how long it had been since this door was last opened. After listening to the man's words, Yiling couldn't help but slap his forehead, realizing that he was the one who had caused this situation. 16 years ago, he had indeed rescued Li Ling, but he had never taken the soul-devouring pearl from her. Thus, it remained in her possession. Although he had only recently come into the world, the influx of chaotic, fiery energy from the heavens and earth had begun to alter his innate, harmonious constitution. Consequently, Zhang Xiuhan now possessed a level 66 Illuma Spirit card, a level 40 Fafnir card, and a level 15 Thor card. Upon understanding this, Gu Qing sought a secluded place to diligently cultivate, turning a blind eye to worldly affairs, allowing his progress to accumulate bit by bit. Yi Ling said little, fully aware that the transaction between himself and the Eye of Insight was indeed worthwhile. Were the ancient sealing technique and the celestial swordsmanship mere trifles? Naturally, he was responsible for gathering firewood and igniting the flames. Initially, the three sisters were in charge of this task, but due to unforeseen circumstances, their lighter had been lost, leading Yi Ling to resort to the most primitive method of fire starting with friction. Eventually, unable to bear the situation any longer, Yi Ling took complete responsibility. Was he a deity descended from the heavens, or perhaps a demon king from the depths of the underworld? What of genius? Genius is surrounded by mines and hidden arrows. Before one can unleash their potential, they may very well meet their doom. Upon entering, Su Qinghan discovered that Su Ranjan was nowhere to be found on the bed. His brow furrowed with an uneasy premonition, and just as he was about to search outside, a sudden rustling noise emanated from the bathroom. Lan Yu and the others, having gazed for too long, felt a surge of timidity within, as if they had sunk to the depths of dust. However, for fragile, vulnerable beings like me, being bitten would surely result in a significant loss of flesh. If the bite were to strike a vital area, such as the head or neck, it could prove fatal. At the dining table, the three engaged in light-hearted banter, the previous awkwardness having dissipated, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a harmonious family. After a brief conversation, they shifted topics to discuss Su Mailing's condition. In this regard, Hong Huang did not intervene. Rather, he intentionally opened the door for the Xian Huang cultivators to enter, thus preempting any future pursuits across the starry skies, effectively eliminating the threat. The interior was damp and dark, devoid of electric lights. Did anyone actually reside there? The dean cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated houses, promptly expressing his aversion. Although Su Jinsi appeared weary, a subtle smile graced her lips, suggesting a favorable mood and a sense of accomplishment. Finally, Wang Hohat, unable to contain her excitement, moved from the window to the door. After speaking, Bai Lu fixed his gaze intently on Hua Luolan, seemingly unwilling to miss a single expression on her face. Chapter 131. Preparing to intervene in the twilight of the gods unbeknownst to Steve, who planned to secretly practice his hammer and shield combination, Gordon brought Melissa to Jane's residence. Originally, the three of them faced a shortage of funds, which compelled them to either rent accommodations or reside in a camper. At this moment, Jian and Thor gazed up at the starry sky, a scene steeped in romance. In this instant, their relationship advanced further, merely awaiting one to shatter the proverbial glass wall between them. However, Thor's heart remained encumbered by doubt, not due to Jian's perceived inadequacy, but rather the indifference that bred disregard for others, leading to reckless actions. After extensive discussion, Wu Go and Yun Zheng reached this conclusion. Jessica, who had always been enamored with him, possessed a remarkably sensitive nature, ultimately surrendering all resistance. Thus, in any case, Jiang Wei aimed to dispatch these two burdens, enabling him to face Chao Ying with a tranquil mind. In this era on Earth, the sudden appearance of two Shaolin people before Wang Junjia was nothing short of astonishing. Please do not deny it, Senior. I have already uncovered some clues. In the face of Jiang Wei's refutation, Yin Quan advanced boldly, undeterred. During their conversation, Nagasawa AI introduced her occupation, expressing her utter boredom with the monotony of daily life. After eagerly awaiting Tang Yichin's return from visiting family in Yinjing, she arranged to dine with her, fortuitously encountering them there. Where do these apparitions come from? Didn't Tizhang Daoling eliminate all demons in the past? Yun Zheng consoled the anxious Lu Qingying. His worries merely a fade. A good husband must align his emotions with those of his pregnant wife. Countless handsome youths existed, yet only one swordsman bore a face akin to that of a donkey, Ding Hao. Naturally, the one capable of safeguarding Ding Hao was none other than the lord of Tianjing City, the president of the Mercenary Association, Tian Wang Taishikuan. The couple remained motionless. Yet the formidable Yun family subtly shifted in Tokyo, a change so minute it barely stirred ripples, yet in the eyes of the discerning, it was akin to a thunderclap. Fang Jueqian sat upon a swing, soaring high, reminiscent of her frequent dreams where she felt she could reach out and touch the clouds and the heavens. Meanwhile, as Liao Yaoxiang and Zhao Xia discussed strategies to deal with Chun Weiyan, in the military headquarters of Chongqing, Yao Weiming was also in a fit of rage. Initially, Xiao Chongqing had sought to display his prowess at the San Shengren Temple, clearly intending to eliminate Xiao Chun. While he did not act directly, the intent to kill was unmistakable. Particularly, Niu Taishui, upon witnessing the blood-red divine core atop Qin Yun's head, stared in astonishment with eyes wide. Hearing Zhou Jiai's words, Chun Hong furrowed his brow. Although the lord of Hongyu City had not directly seized their treasures, keeping them there indefinitely was not a viable solution, especially given the ambiguous attitude of the Hongyu City lord, which compelled them to take heed. An elderly man, offering his counsel, remarked that although cities hold little significance for formidable cultivators, they find themselves in a predicament, forced to proceed step by step. He was acutely aware of Ning Xian's terrifying nature and harbored concerns that Ajai's defiance might incite the wrath of the chieftain of the Witch clan, potentially jeopardizing their hard-won lives. However, the fury of Kuei Nyo was extraordinary, coupled with its formidable explosive power, rendering it a daunting adversary. Was it not merely taking advantage of her status as a divine envoy, the sworn enemy of Shuofeng City? Yet she insisted on wielding this identity to exert pressure. What could they possibly do? Yin Lai inhaled deeply, accepting the letter from Wei Chengyi. As he unfolded it, he was taken aback before he could even decipher its contents. Guan Ju'er would naturally not relay Chu Xiaoqiao's words to Fan Shengmei. Observing Chu Xiaoqiao's continued involvement, Fan Shengmei simply stated that she could convey the message as well, and with that, retreated to her chamber. Chapter 132. Bewildered Professor Eric. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Gordon and Thor promptly requested the server to bring several crates of wine. During the meal, Thor discussed various matters concerning Asgard and recounted the reasons for his exile. At this juncture, Thor had entirely relinquished any thoughts of returning to Asgard, thus speaking of these matters without burden. My father was not mistaken. I indeed lack the merit to become the king of Asgard, impulsive, reckless, and acting without foresight. Our information is limited, and the historical records within the Magical Academy can be easily manipulated. As for the Mage Association, it would inevitably alter the records, operating under the assumption that they are privy to these matters, as Sabru replied nonchalantly. Thus, the strategy proposed by the headquarters involved deploying 50,000 troops, comprising 30,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry, to launch a comprehensive assault on the Hetao region, aiming to obliterate the main force of the northern Lu tribes and restore control over the area. I cannot sleep. May I simply sit beside you in silence? Mary released Long E, gazing at him with pleading eyes. The group immediately fell silent. This was a matter of utmost importance regarding their future positions and prospects within the Liangshan army, warranting their utmost attention. After reviewing the intelligence, Marlin disdainfully tossed the documents onto the table, emitting a dissatisfied scoff. If victory remains elusive under these circumstances, the Yongle army might as well surrender to the Liangshan forces. Achoo! Unable to contain a sneeze, he inadvertently awakened Shun Yi Bin, who groggily opened his eyes to find a snow fox perched upon his chest, its fluffy tail brushing against his face. After observing for a while from the vehicle and noting that the koala slept soundly in its tree branch, completely devoid of danger of falling, Shen Yibin quietly started the car and drove toward Mengji National Park. Senior Chu is indeed a hero. However, I have heard that the title of the Great Chu Heavenly Ranking was seized by you. Does this not suggest that your future holds even greater promise than that of Senior Chu? The elderly man's smile remained unchanged as he continued to probe Yangzheng further. As he moved his hand, the surroundings seemed to freeze in time, leaving only Jean Miao still in motion. The gentle second male lead, Yuan, had completely dropped his facade, revealing his sorrow and exasperation as he gazed up at the heavens. She questioned why she had uttered those words. Perhaps it was jealousy that stirred within her. The fire feather arrow had almost transformed into an instantaneous strike, and its cooldown period, originally just 2 seconds, had now diminished even further. A few days prior, her mother had remarried, not with grand celebrations, but rather a simple meal shared with a few close acquaintances. After an indeterminate time of rambling, he suddenly paused, realizing the gravity of his actions. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that many had seen the three of them together, watching movies, dancing, playing billiards, and dining, their camaraderie evident. Thus, in a state of trepidation, he continuously invested the profits from the playground into the next stock. Lin Fei's gaze was fixated on the ominous darkness above, leaving her perplexed. Zhang Jun nodded, understanding that in this apocalyptic era, everything had reached a point of no return. Who is your elder brother? Lu Shuang inquired, squatting down and fixing his gaze deep into Liangzi's soul, his eyes devoid of any warmth. The next day, Chu Ning Shuang and Mei Gui, accompanied by Lu Fei, arrived at an unremarkable auction house on the outskirts of Huazhou City. A tightness gripped Xing Chu's heart as he deeply worried for Xue Qing. Although it was not his tribulation, he sensed that the heavenly tribulation was far from over. With more trials awaiting her, Luo Li looked at the large gash, the pale flesh tinged with blood, a sight that was painfully distressing. Yet the fish felt no pain at all. Chapter 133. The terrifying destroyer. Upon entering with 4 companions, Thor promptly introduced his dear friends to Jane and the others. After the introductions, Thor turned to Sif and said, "You should not have come. Thor, we are here to bring you back. Asgard is on the brink of war. We need your leadership." Thor paused, glanced at Jane Foster, and then shook his head. I'm sorry, everyone, I am a banished one. My sister called me for dinner, and I thought it was just takeout again. I feel as though I've missed out on so many delicious meals. Song Xiaoyu lamented, feeling an intense regret. In that moment, tears welled up in Bai Jin's beautiful eyes, and without a second thought, she rushed to Song Yuju, weeping pitifully as she sobbed uncontrollably. Without having seen Wang Keti, he was unaware of the severity of his injuries, yet he sought to understand the circumstances from Chen Qingyang, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared, perhaps shrouded in hidden truths. Bai Jin felt a heavy heart and an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The introduction of the spirit technique states, one law shatters, myriad strikes break. The heavens shake and the earth quakes, extinguishing countless lives with a mere clap of hands. Only the blood demon thread remains, though exaggerated. It is not difficult to perceive its domineering nature. Is this acceptable? Would it be too troublesome? Xia Bingxin felt somewhat embarrassed, as she had to stay overnight, which was indeed a bit awkward. In the center, Zhan Wushuang ignited a fire, roasting the previously hunted roe deer, now glistening in a golden hue. Its succulent fat enticing enough to make even the carnivorous beasts howl in hunger at the delicious aroma wafting through the air. In a moment of urgency, Ling Tian gratefully took out his ancient zither, and the melancholic tune of the Return to Heaven, previously played by Ross, resonated through the night. Truth be told, he was merely acting in self-preservation. Although he occasionally showed a lack of reverence toward Li Chengqian, in his heart, he regarded him as a brother. At least in the final journey of his life, he did not wish to provoke him to death. However, at that moment, a tremor reverberated from the grand hall behind Wu Yao and Jin Peng, as a terrifying aura surged forth from the depths of the hall. The protective array outside shattered, causing the gathered prodigies outside to feel unsteady, nearly toppling over. Let us take a stroll to the CAF. I shall impart some lessons to you. My emotionally oblivious friend, Deng Chao abandoned his mockery of Wang Xiu, realizing that Wang Xiu was utterly immune to ridicule. The man sheepishly lowered his hand from his lips, tilting his head toward the luminous moon in the sky, emanating a sense of solitude. I do not wish to ponder the future. I only desire to remain in your heart. Xiu Yunjia, do you understand my meaning? Lu Wanru supported Ling Xiuyun. Yi Feng's eyes widened in urgency as he took a deep breath, then slowly leaned in to kiss Ling, Hu Yishue's crimson lips, breathing life into her. I reckon you already know. Grandpa, please tell me, how did you come across me? Ying exhibited no unusual reactions. When Yi Feng mentioned this before, he had emphasized that Ying must never encounter anything that could disturb her, and especially must not look, for if she did, there would be no hope of return. What is my husband contemplating, ignoring you? Ji pushed Li Yi, who stood there in a daze, lost in thought. He had just communicated with Zhai Qihan, but did not provide many details. Almost as soon as he spotted an opportunity in the middle of the fray, Wang Xiu took action. You are the Goku's father that Raditz spoke of. Piccolo gritted his teeth, filled with dread, knowing that he and son Wukong were sworn enemies. I saw Shun Yu kneel the moment he laid eyes on him, saying, Your humble servant greets your majesty. It was then that I realized the individual I had been watching was none other than the emperor of this realm. Chapter 134. Qianji awkwardly remarked, Master, you are aware that I cannot touch fire. You wouldn't want to see your adorable servant reduced to ashes by flames, would you? Just as they were engaged in casual conversation, the four valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace arrived before the destroyer. Sif confidently instructed the three to divert the destroyer's attention while she sprinted towards the nearby rooftop, weapon in hand. The chubby man nodded, signaling the other two with a glance. The two individuals immediately understood each other. The portly man felt an intense pain coursing through his entire body merely by moving his fingertips. It seemed that his body had reached its limit. Nevertheless, Yaqing stubbornly propped himself up, confirming the identity of the voice's owner. If a victor were to be determined, it would solely depend on which program's sponsorship advertisement was more artfully designed. Nangong Nanyue felt a surge of humiliation and anger at her own inadequacy. She wiped the corner of her mouth and raised her head to gaze at the composed man standing before her. Indeed, there were numerous lavish young gentlemen who had admired this watch, but regrettably, they favored those encrusted with diamonds, exuding extravagance. Han Jing's efforts were rewarded during the second hearing. The presiding judge leaned almost entirely in favor of Lin Jiao, halting any remarks from the opposing counsel that were even slightly pointed. The outcome was predictable. Wei Linhe stood foolishly in place, gazing at her flawless hands, aware that her martial prowess had a significant flaw, her confidence. The old man, upon hearing this, glanced at the tall camphor tree beside him, gently patting it, causing the tree to sway slightly and the leaves to rustle. Stiffly, he walked over to Lin Yue, offering a word of comfort. Noticing Lin Yue tremble for a moment, he caught her gaze, which was momentarily vacant. Only then did Guman nod in satisfaction and exit Guming's room. Guming was never one to dawdle. 10 minutes later, she appeared in the dining room, barefaced. However, wait, what did Lord Ace say? The former king of the Dark Elves was devoured? Unprepared for this revelation, Chu Jujia dashed into the sticky area before Lukik could warn her to steer clear, prompting Lukik to change her words accordingly. Murong Ping gritted his teeth, his spear still pressing against Su Kueiji's chest, while his other hand retrieved a riding shield from the saddle behind him, positioning it in front. The cavalry behind him gasped, shouting, "Protect the general, protect Pinggu." In a rush, over 20 riders surged forward, shielding Murong Ping. I could not comprehend his words. His roar echoed behind me, yet he felt so distant. All of us were students, unburdened by the need for makeup or attire changes before stepping out. Heading straight for food after class was the epitome of beauty. Zhao Hui and Na Yanhua emerged from the changing room into the hall, where Li Zhenghua and He Fangguo awaited them. Ultimately, did the emperor truly care nothing for Jing Mofeng's fate? Or was he already aware of the instigator, yet lacked the will to pursue the matter? He was not a creature detached from society, hiding in a dark, sunless cave. On the contrary, the Baron of Hell was a creature who occasionally ventured online during his leisure time, receiving a considerable monthly salary from the government, and had a penchant for chocolate bars, much like an American civil servant. In that gray world, he was oblivious to the essence of a genuine smile. What he displayed was merely a facade, meticulously crafted for the eyes of others, a so-called smile. Whether it was a gentle grin or a wickedly cheerful laugh, all were but illusions. The classmates danced the 36 steps a few more times before the class came to an end. The first day's group dance practice concluded, and the students returned to the classroom. Achoo! Jean Yeshuan sneezed heavily into the air while having breakfast, drawing the attention of everyone present. Chapter 135. Perhaps he must annihilate the parking lot. The power of the destroyer armor was formidable, yet it paled in comparison to the rejuvenated might of Thor. Thor wildly spun the Meow Meow hammer, unleashing the power of the thunder god, which stirred up a colossal whirlwind. Within the vortex, the destroyer was gradually lifted off the ground. Realizing the peril, Loki immediately commanded the destroyer to assault Thor. Just as the battle raged within the whirlwind, Coulson and others arrived at the scene alongside Steve. "Let us handle this matter between us brothers. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences and ensure you are not troubled. What do you say?" Han Jingdong was itching to seize the opportunity that was at risk of slipping away. Nevertheless, witnessing Su Muyu smile so radiantly at Su Mu-yun left him discontented. He could not fathom why Su Muyu always greeted him with such a sorrowful demeanor. What had he done to offend her? Their victory in this battle did not stem from their own strength, but rather from the fact that the enemy suffered losses in the forest, which instilled fear in them. Accepting benefits was not an option. Returning them was even less feasible, for neither Li Xiong nor King Luo were figures that they, as outer disciples, could afford to offend, even if one held a reputation as a genius among the outer sect. As for genuinely achieving the ability to traverse the void without external aid, only a peerless master who had reached the 4th stage of martial arts, the Yuan Dan realm, and had begun to glimpse the powers of the laws could barely accomplish such a feat. However, Lu Qingqing remained unmoved, maintaining an expression of innocence that only served to darken his countenance further. "Yet, my sovereign, although the Qin people appear to guard our northern front, who can guarantee that they will not become our great adversary in the future?" Since the sovereign mentioned the Qin, Prince Zhao directly inquired. After the two of them perused the diary, they exchanged glances, discovering that their expressions mirrored one another's. It was evident that this revelation had stunned not only him, but also the other party. To their astonishment, the diary unveiled secrets long concealed by their father. "There's no flavor, there's no need to change it." Su Li, whose kindness was met with ingratitude, chose to ignore him, whether there was taste or not. 1.5? That's merely the training wage. Work diligently, and your pay will double in the future. If you perform well, the year-end bonus will surpass the regular salary. Our pharmaceutical factory offers excellent benefits. Gui did not forget to promote his pharmaceutical factory. Zheng Ming gripped the blood goose blade tightly above his head, his body enveloped in black flames that surged uncontrollably into the sharpened edge in his grasp. From a distance, it appeared as though it grasped a pitch-black flame. In almost no time, those who had gone on a search returned, and Jing Xian and Qian Er suddenly emerged before the crowd. Believing matters to be progressing smoothly, they were taken aback upon encountering Hua Hengling downstairs, which posed a significant complication. Today was the family banquet, and everyone was free from restraint. Emperor Xingde swallowed the words he was about to utter, raised his cup, substituting tea for wine, and toasted with his family. With all preparations complete, the individuals gathering firewood gradually returned, while Tsang Hai ignited the firewood stove to brew ginger tea to ward off the chill. "I am not threatening you. I merely offer a reminder. You too, bear familial responsibilities. Do not handle matters so harshly. Chuze had traversed back and forth for half an hour without any sign of change. Just as he felt that the night was wasted, a sudden tempest arose, and the rustling leaves danced wildly in the cold moonlight, creating an exceptionally desolate scene. If these burly men were indeed the hired thugs from the two rival families, they should have immediately overturned her stall and assaulted her, rather than engaging in needless inquiries. I will prescribe a few medicines for your young master to take over the next couple of days. Guyi retrieved several herbs from the pharmacy, emphasizing the precautions needed for brewing, and instructed In Mei to prepare the concoction. Chapter 136. Watermelons are edible. But not the earth. Thor brought Jane Foster to the teleportation point of the Rainbow Bridge. Shortly thereafter, Gordon arrived with Melissa and Daisy, followed by the 4 warriors of Asgard. The god of thunder stood at the center of the teleportation point, where traces of the Rainbow Bridge lingered beneath his feet. Heimdall, send us back. Thor shouted towards the sky, then glanced at Jane, signaling her to pay attention. However, to their embarrassment, 3 seconds later, silence enveloped the air. Indeed, my master says you have always turned a blind eye to death, whether in the past, present, or future. Whoever seeks your assistance must be blind to have approached the wrong person. Chu Yun spoke boldly, unflinching as he articulated those scathing words. Ensure I am dressed in formal attire without any flaws. Otherwise, I shall make it impossible for you to remain in the royal court. As her words fell, Zhong Chuchu's alluring gaze swept over the somewhat anxious face of the sales assistant. Oh dear, this could pose a problem. If I wish, your actions could lead to disciplinary measures, the principal remarked meaningfully at Defu. Lu Gu posed an excellent question, and AIZ suddenly understood the constraints of time. The system was testing their overall capabilities. If too much time were spent on makeup, they would have no time left for the dance recording. AID had only grasped 1/5 of the Earth's power technique, but could wield the Earth Demon's sword. When he channeled his source power, he could distinctly sense the continuous flow of a viscous, earthy force within the main vein. It is worth noting that Richard's constitution had already reached the pinnacle attainable by professionals, even surpassing it slightly, allowing him at one point to contend with the young white dragon, Helmar. Mei Rin and 2 lieutenants were pressing Shi for her experiences battling the celestial beings when a competent senior officer entered. Upon seeing the officer, Milan and her companions promptly formed a line to greet him. Chi Jiao pondered whether there were other living survivors present, or if the system had orchestrated this encounter, perhaps as part of a hidden mission that promised rewards for saving a certain number of lives. What would you like to eat today? I'll take you out, Jerry said, relieved that his primary concern had been resolved, leaving only the conflict between Long Jingtung and Ouyang Jiaming. Upon entering the bedroom, Wu Sen discovered Yuxia bound and sitting on the cold floor, a cloth stuffed in her mouth muffling her sounds. Who would willingly confront Lu Weihong, a scion of a powerful family, unless absolutely necessary? To enhance the overall stability and seismic resistance of the central television tower, a method of integral concrete pouring was employed, reportedly capable of withstanding a magnitude 9 earthquake. The training ground spanned several hundred square meters, its floor adorned with black and white carpets, with a large enclosed area at the center surrounded by elegant sofas and tea tables, clearly designated for observing combat. Leading the group was a dashing young nobleman. His attire splendid, yet marred by a vivid red handprint on his left cheek, diminishing his otherwise remarkable appearance. The silver glint in his eyes further detracted from his composure. The stone walls remained embedded with luminous pearls, and I could distinctly sense that the craftsmanship here far surpassed that at the entrance. Not only were the walls polished to a smooth finish, but the floor was also leveled, nearly devoid of any protrusions. Huyen Hong was infuriated, impatiently charging ahead. With a large shield in one hand and a ladder in the other, he single-handedly leaned the ladder against the city wall. But his towering figure became an excellent target as arrows suddenly rained down upon him after he had barely ascended a few steps. Of course, it remains uncertain how closely Han Yongguang is connected with the leaders of the provincial and municipal levels. For now, Zhengguang could only proceed with such arrangements. Should more problematic officials surface during the investigation, there would be ample time for further action. Chapter 137. The Rainbow Bridge in full force just as Gordon and his companions were returning to New York. A fierce battle for the throne was erupting within the Celestial Palace. Desperate for his father's recognition, Loki had brought the Frost Giants into Asgard. However, just as Laufey was poised to slay Odin, Loki suddenly appeared and shot Laufey dead. Laufey could hardly believe he had met his demise at Loki's hands. For a fleeting moment, he suspected it might be part of Loki's cunning scheme. Yet no one knew that the tortoise shell, black and adorned with desiccated algae, exuded a musty odor and was hollow, as if devoid of its inhabitant. Penetrating downwards into the pit, a surge of dark energy swept away, striking the floating temple of the Wei Kingdom, which trembled in silence. Then, before the astonished eyes of Qi Bao and Hu Buyu. The mystic realm of Taiwu transformed into a miniature continent, significantly larger than the town's Soul Seal. Although the underground formation had weakened considerably, it still retained a formidable aura. Su and I did not take the time to sense it carefully, yet as he ascended, he increasingly discerned the fragility of the formation. Even if one strayed from the proper path, escape was still possible. The 2,000-strong legion behind him had already knelt in unison the moment Qin Zheng transformed. Their heads bowed in reverence. This time, there was no rush. The procession moved slowly, allowing Hong Tian to intricately appreciate the splendor of this celestial city. The strength of the Huaxia nation was waning. Apart from a few direct troops under the government, many units, particularly those below the division level, were not equipped with heavy machine guns. Share his memories with blood color, Lin Huang stated, and as his words fell, blood color emerged from his left sleeve. To speak of nothing else, these formidable foes, the fierce soldiers of Shiliang, would likely scatter if they charged into the camp with their spears. The vast star domain had its warriors, yet their numbers were limited, illustrating the rarity of 3-star beings. Even a single pillar from the neighboring star domain was quite commendable. Samuel followed like a shadow, his form as pliable as a strand of noodle, and he did not initiate an attack, instead seeking opportunities as he circled around Zhang Yu. Suyu, did I look particularly ungraceful while carrying things just now? Lu Yuan was truly kind-hearted, even offering to assist the ant with her belongings, and what more. He was undeniably handsome, simply impeccable. Zhang Ling watched the direction in which Lu Yuan departed, regretting that the figure had vanished. Candidate 11 was merely a deputy alliance leader, not even a cadre, and Ryan showed no intention of bestowing him any respect. The search for her mother's whereabouts had spanned an eternity. Now that she had finally grasped the thread of evidence, how could she allow the opportunity to slip away? As the black hole gradually dissipated, all that remained of Golden City drifted away from Elbu. What ultimately became of Golden City was clear to Elbu without needing to articulate it. What else could it be but destruction? Golden City had become but a speck of dust in the annals of history, even absent from the chronicles of humanity. Amidst the repeated impacts, Garen's wails echoed, and faintly, one could perceive the sound of delicate shattering. Su Jingzong shot her a glare, feeling an increasing ire as he noticed Du Yueme growing more resolute. Fine, I understand. He snapped impatiently. The anguished cries of Antaeus resonated from the river. It must be said that Antaeus was formidable, managing to emerge from the water even in the face of the South American piranha. Simultaneously, the disciples of Xuanjiak gathered around, visibly relieved upon seeing Li Daochong. I merely provided them with a second chance. As for whether they achieve a favorable outcome, I assure you I shan't meddle further. I hastily raised my right hand in a vow of assurance. Among the men, Yang Zilong collapsed to the ground, a foul odor emanating from his lower body, clearly having soiled himself in fright. Ding Dan was taken aback, not expecting that the inspection team would be led by such a young leader. Representing the city and half of the prosecutorial authority, she regarded their work with utmost seriousness. Chapter 138. The spirit cat Hidesky, Thor summoned back the Meow Meow hammer and, with all his might, struck the crystal bridge, intending to sever the energy conduit of the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, witnessing this, was momentarily bewildered. Wait, what are you about to do? Once you destroy the Rainbow Bridge, you will never see that woman again. Thor, seemingly oblivious, continued his assault on the crystal bridge, while Loki hastily grasped the eternal spear in an attempt to stop him. Yet, it was too late. The crystal bridge shattered, erupting in a violent explosion. Loki, having forcefully extracted the holy positioned Dao fruit, was gravely weakened. However, what pained him most was the realization that his son and grandson were selfish and indifferent, completely disregarding Bai Yuan. This revelation crushed Bai Yuan's heart. Why are you helping me? Hui Yongping's tone was heavy, his expression tinged with caution. Xiao Ming felt a surge of joy. Such a grand gesture indicated uncertainty, and victory seemed assured. Yin Qixia nodded, preparing himself thoroughly, though he was uncertain if the tree demon would appear that night. Thus, the forces under the Northern King began to frenzy, launching a fierce assault on all opposing factions. Those unwilling to surrender faced brutal annihilation. Any force linked to the Daiwan Heavenly Dynasty was mercilessly slaughtered. However, by the time they arrived, the area had already transformed due to the earlier group's presence, revealing only a fog-laden hall. What unfolded before their eyes was a spectacle unlike anything they had ever witnessed. A being, Oriana, who bore no resemblance to humanity, and the ethereal blue shield enveloping the vehicle above. Jean Yin held my hand tightly as we silently approached the entrance of the apartment, our spirits plummeting to despair, leaving us at a loss for words. Flirting? Tai Su seemed to grasp the situation, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Taibai. Well then, please follow me inside. I'll assist you with registration and take a photo for your nameplate. Major General Sade waved his hand to the soldiers, signaling them to step aside, and led Zhang Tai Bai and the others into a makeshift tent. Alas, fate did not favor him, as the rain poured into the night. His wife's once warm body grew increasingly cold until it was devoid of warmth. However, before he could touch the sweet embrace of his longed-for love, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his neck. The place Mo Lin had mentioned was overgrown with vegetation, located in a low area, and at first glance, it was impossible to discern its depth. Contemplating this, the old matron's lips curled into a self-satisfied, cold smile, more composed than before. Even the crimson scorpions, once used to absorb the martial artist's spiritual roots, had been thoroughly refined, disappearing without a trace. Could it be? Long Yuchi speculated, his eyes filled with incredulous doubt and confusion. How did the young mistress treat Wei'er in the past? I mean, when Deputy General who was away on a campaign, how was the young mistress towards Wei'er? Shuangji's tone was earnest, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Pe. Xia Yimo mentioned that she had paid the bill, though she had indeed done so. It wasn't long before regret washed over her, wishing she could bite her own tongue in remorse. It wasn't that Chao Jiawei was unyielding, rather, the Gongsun residence was preoccupied with preparations for the old master's birthday feast, leaving all the servants busily scurrying about. Especially for the lowly maidservants toiling in the Huansha Western courtyard, idleness was a luxury they could not afford. Thus they had been dispatched early to tend to the garden weeds. A whirlwind swept through, lifting the crimson blossoms by the Santu River, scattering them into the air. As he embarked on the path of fire with Bai, he found himself at a point where resistance seemed nearly futile. Now, it appeared that Bai was about to summon formidable and peculiar beings. Could he withstand such forces? Chapter 139. Compromise. Hidesky's gaze sharpened, and he seized a nearby stool to strike at Jinbing. The two engaged in fierce combat once more. Hidesky, renowned as a world-class thief, quickly adapted to the rhythm of battle. Jinbing was no ordinary adversary either. As the underground emperor of New York, he had endured his share of skirmishes. However, the serum had enhanced not only Hidesky's strength but also his speed, reflexes, and endurance to an extraordinary degree. Are there any lecherous enforcers in the chaotic time-space? Tang Huan pondered for a long time with her not-so-sharp mind, finally arriving at a possibility. Blinded by a flashbang, tears streamed down her face. Her vision reduced to less than 10%. Hearing Bai Chi's approaching footsteps, Bo Gang gritted his teeth and raised his automatic rifle, preparing to unleash a hail of bullets. "Shower, what use is this?" Fu Tiange remarked as he glanced at Zhuo Yunxiao, who was smiling smugly, unable to contain his curiosity about what Zhuo Yunxiao had created. The evolutionary pace of the Qiankong universe depended on his understanding of the cosmos, as these elements were interdependent. At the stern of the ship, Li Wangyue sat cross-legged. He Xiang had provided him with numerous elixirs, yet full recovery would demand a considerable amount of time, for he had sustained injuries to his very foundation. Weiwei, have you heard the tale of Wu Song slaying the tiger? It is said that after drinking, one's courage swells immensely, enough to fell a tiger. Thus, physical activities are a mere trifle. Yin Luofei wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Qian Rao continuously evaded, while Lu Sheng's attacks grew increasingly fervent. He was unwilling to squander too much time on Qian Rao. Previously ill, he had appeared listless each day, but now that he had recovered, albeit still weak, it was evident that he was a mischievous child. The constable tugged at the corner of his mouth, astonished that this individual was actually a princess. Could she be the sister of the renowned king of Longling? His ostentatious demeanor naturally drew disdainful glances, yet Chen Xiaoshan remained unfazed, not one to steal or rob. He indulged in a rare moment of luxury, reflecting that a life of perpetual constraint would indeed be rather tragic. The colossal wolf scoffed disdainfully, then transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards Yang Jian. "Captain, what shall we do?" Bailey Shuyue inquired of Hua Mulan, his gaze fixed on the immense fireball. He sensed that if this fireball were to descend, it would obliterate everything within 100 miles. "From now on, I shall visit Sister Rushuan's home daily to teach you." When Rin Yiru added, the perspective was entirely robotic. The control chamber sensors could even perceive the ambient temperature and wind speed. As nightfall approached in this season, the streetlights along the road began to illuminate one by one, casting a slight essence of evening. This twilight hour was particularly enchanting, with the setting sun on the horizon and streetlights glowing softly, creating a hazy ambience. Naturally, once the sliding door of the Qinkuan cabinet was closed, the world within could not be revealed. Otherwise, given Hu Ye's close connection to the green leaf world, he should have known of its existence through the cabinet long ago. He inscribed all the addresses of his purchases onto Huanglong Building, the only nearby place he could think of, as it was the sole location to temporarily house such a multitude of flora and fauna. Toast, delicately scrambled eggs, alongside a few slices of crispy, aromatic bacon, complemented by a pot of black tea. Though simple, the preparation was meticulous. Even Luca could not surpass such finesse. Despite the relentless pressure from Sanjing Energy and Barclays Capital, none anticipated the extent of the losses. Old Dragon King, I am aware of your deep-seated animosity towards me. Today, I come to meet my demise. Yet my parents wish to delay their ascension to the upper realms. Therefore, let us resolve our grievances ourselves, shall we? Chen Fei remarked with a chilling smile directed at Dragon King Ao Yuan. Chapter 140. Green Goblin. Iron Man Harry soared through the skies clad in the green goblin armor, captivated by the liberating sensation of flight. Moreover, the armor not only endowed him with remarkable self-healing abilities, but also significantly enhanced his strength. Mid-flight, a golden red figure materialized above him. J-A-R-V-I-S. What is that? A flying goblin? Tony exclaimed, astonished, never expecting someone had developed an airborne suit. A fleeting thought crossed Chewie Bai's mind. Could it be something he crafted himself? He soon chuckled at the absurdity of the idea, casting it aside, unaware that he had indeed guessed correctly. Who was Ouyang Lanlan? How could that rustic village chief possibly rival her? Shortly thereafter, Lu Shi returned, stating that a meeting would be arranged at a restaurant called Yuelai upon Lan Caiwei's return. Geeky was brought forth, and upon hearing the second prince's words, he stood dumbfounded. Geeky's eloquence was no match for the second prince. No matter what he said, he was rendered speechless by the prince's rebuttals. Ultimately, the second prince demanded he provide material or eyewitness evidence. Yet how could Geeky produce even a single piece? As I strolled along the pathway, you approached me unceremoniously and rendered me unconscious. Is this not an act of harm? By what right do you strike me? Qin Zheng, sensing the inquisitive gaze of Wu Qi, felt a wave of grievance spill forth. How similar it is. Wu Qi quickly suppressed his laughter and assumed a serious demeanor. Yet, the more he feigned seriousness, the more he was overcome with mirth, unable to restrain his laughter once more. Ahu's expression twitched, his inner discontent palpable. He was, after all, a rather proud individual. For many years, none had dared to reprimand him, yet now, Pinocchio had done so with such nonchalance, leaving his proud heart in turmoil. With something in her mouth, Ewer bit down fiercely, her bright eyes widening in pain, pupils constricting violently, revealing the whites of her eyes, a sight both startling and fearsome. Zhao Wujia found himself quite content with his current lifestyle, embodying a sense of living for the moment. But what? Are you suggesting that my path is fraught with peril? Even if I were to become the Lord of Chaos, danger would still accompany me? Wang Kai scoffed disdainfully. As spiritual energy flowed continuously, the talisman's sword dissipated its energy, and the aura began to coalesce, enveloping the entire deck in its presence. As the saying goes, a slight deviation can lead to great errors. It was precisely due to the delayed reactions of the foreign demonic soldiers that Su Qi successfully established 5 array barriers. Let them disdain. Perhaps if I were to become a bodyguard, others would still look down upon me. Fei Qian gazed at his arm, where a deep gash oozed dark crimson blood, thick clots falling within. It turned out that the royal prince was named Long Si-hai, who upon arriving here had ascended to the 3rd level to forge magical artifacts. The city lord held him in high regard, initially assigning guards to oversee him, fearing interference in his crafting. Cold, he finally escaped from the Blackwater River, approaching Black Moon City under the guidance of the twin butterflies. Ren Jian let out a low growl, raising his machete and charging towards Yikai. By 7 p.m., the food street buzzed with activity as other vendors emerged to commence their daily endeavors. In my recollection, Gu Huaimo, though rarely smoking, often engaged in social gatherings. Yet alcohol was out of the question. However, in 2011, in the countryside of Anqing, although harvesters were available, the toil persisted, as many chose to wield sickles to cut the wheat in an effort to save money. The head of the technical department was the first to approach, seizing the modified pacemaker and striding towards the laboratory. Chapter 141, each to their own. Soon, Harry arrived at the Jinbing building adjacent to the Brooklyn Bridge. The night was tranquil, and Harry, with his elongated tail, rushed inside. Ha ha ha, where's Frisia? As Harry's modified voice echoed, a pumpkin bomb exploded with a thunderous roar. The blaring alarm pierced the air, prompting countless overworked individuals to scream and scatter in panic. On the other side, Jinbing, who had yet to savor his joy, was abruptly informed by his subordinate that among the 25 youths, 3 possessed exceptional talent. After several days of honing, the blood within them flowed in such a manner that it resonated with a faint, thunderous sound. Behind these 3, ethereal wisps of energy manifested, measuring 1 foot, 5 feet, and 7 feet respectively. The 2 settled by the lakeside, where the wind stirred the water, sending splashes against the embankment with a rhythmic clap, while fireflies danced around them. and the occasional croak of frogs added a pleasant melody to the atmosphere. Simultaneously, Jonas furrowed his brow. He had cycled through several guards without achieving a satisfactory outcome. Pondering this, he found himself puzzled by the underlying meaning. Was it due to strained familial relations? Did it pertain to her? Was she the cause? A resolute young man emerged from his secluded chamber, observing a gathering of individuals in the hall. He straightened his demeanor and respectfully greeted each person present. Among them, Feng Qi had not only retained his peak cultivation state, but seemed invigorated, perhaps spurred by the incident involving Long Qingyu, which had left a pent-up energy within him, maintaining his divine power in a vibrant state. After listening to Lu Yunqing's explanation, Master Lingmu fell into contemplation. His era of severe injuries had been far too distant, and since then he had remained in slumber, completely unaware of the developments in the immortal origin continent. Now, with the clarity provided by Lu Yunqing, he began to comprehend the situation. To rescue someone from a formidable figure of the dragon realm seemed nearly impossible. A mere threat of their aura could crush him entirely. The only force capable of intimidating that individual was the powerful presence within their tribe. After meticulously assisting Tang Meng with her protective gear, he lowered his head and said, "You practice for now. I shall step away for a moment." With that, he hurriedly left. Upon reaching the pedestrian street, Tang Meng and her companions disembarked. She inquired whether they would browse each shop or head to a specific one. This time, even the elder had been summoned. Knowing well that it was he who had initially financed the company, with them holding shares, Yao Lingling vigorously shook her head, fully aware that Zhao Shiran was resolute in her words. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. Wu Yuanshuang echoed her sentiments, while Yang Shi sighed repeatedly, recalling how they had previously sought his intercession. Like Zhou Jingye, he was one to steadfastly refuse those he disdained. The method of flood control employed by Yunjiang merely involved diverting water flows, yet with the numerous tributaries of the Great Song Kingdom, such actions could easily create additional branches, which might lead to further confluences and exacerbate flooding. Chen Yuan was indeed furious. In his view, Zhao Shiran's actions unmistakably signaled a desire to sever ties with him. How could someone so slender bear a royal grandson? The sudden inquiry left Chu Qing at a loss for words. Within the entirety of Tianhai Gate, only this elder had reached the realm of void divine, and he was merely at the mid-stage of that realm. She felt a modicum of sympathy for the bride. Yet little did she anticipate that the bride, with her haughty demeanor, held her in utter disdain, each word laced with mockery and insult. She had never encountered Yi Xiaofeng. Rather, it would be more accurate to say she had never witnessed anyone consume such an astonishing quantity of baijiu. Bai Qiong did not respond to Bai Luo's comment. Instead, she gazed into the mirror at Tang Chuan, as if contemplating something, her brow slightly furrowed. Chapter 142. The positioning of the green goblin armor. Jean Bing chuckled coldly. Since my friend does not wish to converse, you may take your leave. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to notify the authorities. As he spoke, the armed team members had already aimed their weapons squarely at Harry. Harry, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from further dialogue, knowing that unless the gun was pointed at Jean Bing's head, he would not yield easily. Under Harry's control, two miniature Gatling guns suddenly emerged from beneath the green goblin aircraft. Jean Bing's reaction was swift. He remembered the missed opportunity with Wei Yan, which had been enough to make Lu Mama lament. He could not afford to overlook Meng Jun now. An inferno raged, voraciously consuming everything in its path, particularly the colossal whirlwind at the heart of the flames, leaving no remnants in its wake. After he closed his eyes to refine the properties of the frigid liquid, upon reopening them, he found himself significantly rejuvenated. What is your purpose in this? Chong Ning questioned, her gaze as clear as water, now brimming with indignation. Excellent. Thank you for your understanding, manner. Lung Yihan gazed deeply at Su Luoman for a moment, then embraced her tenderly, speaking with profound emotion. Jin Qing felt a twinge of surprise. With Zheng Baifeng gone, the affairs of the Zheng family fell to Zheng Zixing, who was notoriously avaricious. Would he truly be so generous as to offer fine medicinal herbs for half the price as aid for disaster relief in Pingzhou? Lung Outhian heavily sank to the ground, his crown tumbling away, rolling far from him. My sister is missing. Someone claimed to have seen her enter the Wu residence with third brother. It is getting late, and I must hasten to bring her home, Jin Qing said with difficulty. With a swift motion, the individual was forcefully hurled by Xiong Qi, instantly breaking the sound barrier as he soared into the sky. The body, unable to withstand the fierce winds, ignited, trailing a fiery plume behind. Perhaps her lack of talent was not the issue. She was, in fact, quite indolent, reluctant to persevere in the face of setbacks. Were she to exert herself, perhaps a different vista would unfold. Do you truly believe we would take your words at face value? This person is super VIP. Absurd. The young scion scoffed, his face a mask of disdain and derision. Now that the presidents of both nations had resolved their differences, preparations could begin. The artificial sun was stored in Huaxia, eliminating the need for constant travel. Moreover, the scientists from the three nations had gathered there, forming a veritable hub of human ingenuity on Earth. Chao Buchuan frequently admonished the Chao siblings against causing trouble in public, lest they attract the ire of significant figures. However, they had never heeded his warnings, having grown accustomed to the dominance of Xian, where such concerns seemed trivial. After Gongsun Weilu released the edict of the immortal emperor, he looked up at the young man before him, his brow slightly furrowed. Zhu Shui, with a penchant for stirring the pot, deliberately unveiled Meng Xiaowei's suitor in front of Qin Fan. Sighing softly, Xie Sun refrained from making an immediate decision, his face a tapestry of conflict and hesitation. However, Lin Chenyu, bold and audacious, displayed no outward signs, as he was keen to observe what tricks Wu Xiang intended to play. Chang Qingyu raised his head, his face a mask of confusion. Did the emperor acquiesce to her thoughts, or did he not? With a sharp crack, Chen Feng's hand suddenly swept past the four elders, landing squarely on Feng Xian's face, leaving him dazed with 5 vivid red handprints adorning his cheek. After waiting a while, as students began to exit the school gates, Yang Xiantong and his companions gathered there, having arrived late, only to find the closer parking spots already occupied. Tina donned a blue denim miniskirt, so short that Xia Feng could clearly discern the color of her underwear. Indeed, Miss Su is formidable. I too suspected that individual was a serpent demon, though I lacked conclusive evidence to substantiate it, remarked the lady. In Chapter 143, The Collective of Kings, the banquet hosted by Gordon took place in the old house of the Queen S district, rather than in a luxurious residence near the company. Melissa occasionally returned to the old house, finding comfort and ease in its familiar surroundings. The only drawback was the recent renovations by neighbors, which had driven Xianji to distraction. This gathering was not a grand maneuver by Jack. He simply wished to host a dinner party within the dimly lit living room. Do you still recognize it as my hunt? Jun Qing observed with amusement, executing a swift turn that nearly sent his companion sprawling. The shadows danced around them, and a piercing horn echoed through the glass window, reaching their ears. 1. To slay those who harbor intense hostility, possess the capability to inflict harm upon you, and are currently attacking, with the strength of the assailant amplifying the experience of combat. Much like plankton, blue-green algae resides at the base of the food chain, yet it remains one of the most revered organisms, supplying the earth with all its oxygen and becoming one of the first life forms to inhabit land. Setting aside the peculiarities of the ancient divine mountain, the enigmatic undying celestial sovereign alone would deter many from departing. What reward do you intend to bestow upon me? Su Qingqing asked, blinking up at Ningyi. Yi Tian entered, an unusual expression gracing his face, revealing a self-created extraordinary space. Simultaneously, within the submarine, everyone detected a scent of charred material. Before they could comprehend the situation, several massive fissures erupted within the vessel, followed swiftly by seawater gushing in. As Haimu City pushed open the door, a modern metropolis unfolded before his eyes, the distant skyscrapers standing like giants guarding the realm. Yi Tian swiftly withdrew his spiritual consciousness. Overall, the danger level of the Bee City is somewhat lower than that of the Zombie City, as the zombies are mindless creatures carrying the zombie virus. The exclamation from his master did not come from Lu Xiaoxiao, but rather from the usually cold and serious Jiang'an. He raised his hand, intending to grasp the gradually dissipating figure, but alas, due to his insufficient cultivation, he was ultimately a step too late. He could only watch helplessly as the savior vanished into mist, leaving a lingering sense of desolation in his grasp. Evil? Feng Fuyo stared in disbelief at the suddenly zombified Nen Shengong Xia. A hint of panic flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Mu Yunlan and then at Shui Kanjia. Upon confirming that Shui Kanjia had not noticed anything unusual, he let out a sigh of relief. The dancers on stage exuded an air of lethargy, lacking the vigorous and powerful presence they once commanded. He raised his head, gazing intently at the familiar visage before him. As he beheld the bright spark in her eyes, he momentarily lost himself, as if he could see someone beyond her. Since Qin Lai intended to provoke a breakdown in negotiations, there was no need to extend any goodwill to these individuals. His abdomen was kicked by Song Shui, and even though he possessed the strength of the 9 tripods, he felt a searing pain. Your name, much like yourself, is pure and flawless, Xiao Junhong spoke again, his voice gentle and light, yet imbued with extraordinary tenderness. The palace before him sprawled over several acres, resembling a grand edifice, with golden glazed tiles shimmering brilliantly under the sun. Qiu Jia felt concerned about Lin Jing's illness and feared that entering might create an awkward situation between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Ultimately deciding to return first. Then why do you strive so hard to earn so much money? Money is the finest thing in the world. Without it, nothing can be achieved. Having too much is meaningless. Enough to spend is all that matters. Yi Xuanmei reflected sentimentally. The cliffs on either side of the canyon were sculpted with statues of a three-headed, six-armed figure on one side, and a man in a long robe wielding a sword on the other. They formed a perfect pair, their synchronization so seamless that one could only wonder if they had conspired beforehand. The rapport was simply remarkable. It deceived even the most formidable expert of Liao town. Zhang Biao remarked with a smile. Chapter 144. Who do you think you are? Jin Bing was oblivious to the cause of the commotion, suddenly binding Phrygia in Jin Bing Tower. After donning the green demon armor, I attempted to rescue Phrygia, but it was evident that I had failed. Jin Bing's strength was far beyond my expectations. Harry truly did not anticipate Jin Bing's formidable power, which clearly exceeded that of an ordinary individual. Initially, in Harry's eyes, Jin Bing was merely a powerful crime lord, yet fundamentally, he was still an ordinary man. However, upon hearing Zhang Su's subsequent words laced with humor, he shot Zhang Su an irritated glare, a blush rising to his cheeks. The only moments of complete relaxation came at night, when he could bask in the moonlight and savor the precious respite. The last time Chu Yuan crafted the floating vessel was when he had just cultivated his water combat prowess. At that time, due to the nascent nature of his abilities, the accumulation of water energy within him was exceedingly scant. He had barely refined the contraction and expansion formation diagrams before exhausting all of his water energy. As Su Tian's words fell, Zhang Duo's struggling form abruptly ceased, her gaze revealing a hint of stubbornness as she nodded heavily in Su Tian's direction. After being rescued from the constrictor, I exhaled deeply and glanced below, where Gui Wan was skillfully maneuvering the Prajna, while the Daiji and others found themselves in dire straits. Just as I was about to intervene, the sound of jingling bells resonated through the air, signaling the arrival of someone. Very well, I shall await your arrival. I will take your brother away. Whenever Dapeng and Wei Wei return, I shall release him. Is that acceptable? Upon receiving a nod of agreement, Su Tian immediately seized the opportunity. Casting a knowing glance at Yang Dong, who promptly hoisted Li He and placed him in the back seat of the Mazda. At that moment, Li Yanran forced a bitter smile and remarked, "He owes me a wedding. This must be repaid." Double eagles fill the sea. Panheading took the lead, summoning the immense twin-headed blood eagle that surged forward, charged with a torrent of spiritual energy, crashing toward Yi Feng. The air split apart under such pressure, reminiscent of an unending series of firecrackers. Yi Feng swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he stared at Han Guang. Such power, wielded effortlessly, could easily surpass Yi Feng's low-level spiritual techniques. If pushed to the limit, Yi Feng would likely falter after but a handful of exchanges. In simpler terms, it was akin to a steel rod, though crafted with exquisite practicality. Shenmu, Lei Yuan just sent me a message, stating he will arrive at this time tomorrow. The demon clan may also launch another offensive in the next few days. Yuan Yi chuckled. Following closely behind him, Mo Wang returned with a large platter of fruit, beaming as he said it before Tuan Air. Pang Wanchun did not pursue. He primarily led light cavalry, with 1,000 heavy cavalry trailing behind. The two princes bowed and retreated to the palace doors, turning as the third prince humbly declared, "Elder brother, please proceed." The second prince laughed heartily, grasping his hand and departing together. In this perilous moment, Neza emerged with righteous resolve, vowing to repay his parents by severing his own flesh, bearing the weight of all alone. Initially, he merely shook his shoulders, coordinating his hands. Then his shoulders began to sway back and forth, followed by his abdomen quivering, and his legs gracefully joining in the dance. Ah, we are all ministers of the same court. Why must we be so tense? Let us all remain calm and patient. The great 1,000 years has his reasons for arranging things this way, so let us sit here and await his next move, Mu Hua gently advised as she rose. During this ascent, she had contemplated countless possibilities, yet she had never imagined that Li Nanfeng would wish to annul his engagement with the crown prince. Not to mention, the leader of the Demon Dragon clan and his spouse both possessed cultivation at the Demon Immortal stage. It was said that several of the Elder Council above also exceeded this level. Jiu Tian and Elder Huang Yi swiftly soared into the sky. As the deputy leader of the Sun and Moon Divine sect, Jiu Tian and the outer sect elder, Huang Yi, respectfully welcomed the Demon Dragon clan. Su Muling emerged from the bath, seated before her vanity, her fingers tracing the scar upon her face, a sense of inexplicable melancholy enveloping her. Chapter 145. Let's speak frankly, Gordon was certainly no paragon of virtue. Eliminating those he found displeasing was a mere commonplace for him. After pinpointing Phrygia's location, Gordon made his way to the first floor of the Jinbing building. Descending from above, his electric gaze effortlessly penetrated the access control system. "I have a question," Tony inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding Gordon's peculiar method of consumption. Your electric gaze and my palm cannon both emit energy directly. What is it that you expend? Is it stamina? For Lu Song, the atmosphere was rather stifling. He had arrived expecting to encounter some bosses reveling in his misfortune, mocking him for relinquishing the water park. Unexpectedly, Su Kuan had aligned himself with individuals of questionable repute. The compass needle began to spin erratically, revealing intricate patterns upon a rare golden sheet below. Just a mere extra in the societal hierarchy, yet you presume to put on airs before me? Respect? Do you truly believe you deserve such a thing? Scoffed the landlord. Before Jun Yeshi could respond, Lung Yin sensed a disturbance nearby. Chi Yu had vanished, and the formation diagram had also dissipated. Thus, a new team was forged, and the name of Demon Slayer would soon resonate throughout the world. He glanced at Lung Yin, refraining from voicing his thoughts, since she was disinclined to respond to Yin Guang. There was no necessity for him to press further. As Long Tianyu was wholly engrossed in restoring his spiritual energy, the sound of approaching footsteps suddenly startled him. A sense of anxiety gripped his heart. Had the blood-poisoned sect returned? It was entirely his fault for being so careless, resting in place when he should have departed. However, the Duan siblings, possessing inherently kind natures and naivety towards worldly affairs, failed to perceive Lung Rufing's ill intentions. Damn it, is that person surnamed Su a monster? 2 vials of precious potions only delayed him for 3 minutes. Zoe fled in a frenzy. Tears cascaded from her eyes, dampening her attire. The pain so profound it made her wish to bleed. Your Majesty, can Linga not suffice for you? Why must you indiscriminately dote upon others? She lamented. Her heart shattered once more. Su Yin dismissed the troubling thought from his mind, convinced that the elderly gentleman before him was not one to harbor grudges. For had he been, Su Yin would not have lived to see this day. He would have been surrounded by armed thugs the moment he disembarked at the Genji building. The man, struck by her, fell to his knees, fearful of inciting her further wrath, unwilling to provoke her again. Is this what you call harboring a fugitive? Listening to Manstein's words, Su Yan's initial impression of him was irrevocably shattered. Cawing beneath the vast sky, an unknown great bird stretched its wings and soared past, leaving behind a resonant cry that permeated the smoke-laden world. Could it be that everyone has gone to assist in the front? Rao Jiao, seemingly lost in thought, remarked that the palace was not particularly crowded, hence it was quite possible that the staff had been stretched thin and had to assist elsewhere. Su Chuan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was languidly savoring the sweet flavor lingering on his lips, as if relishing a picturesque moment. The sun was already high in the sky. Have you even glanced at the time? We are all set to rendezvous with Yuan Jisheng, and yet you tell me you are still not fully awake? If Su Yin were present before Nua, she would undoubtedly exhibit a somewhat exasperated expression. Although the Grand Elder aspired to seize control of the family, he was equally disinclined to allow external forces to threaten their lineage, which is why he refrained from entirely severing ties with Wang Xingfeng. Xiao Yuheng, though curious, felt hesitant to approach and inquire directly, especially since his current concern was the whereabouts of Xian Xian. After dinner, Mu Chucheng returned to South City due to pressing matters. But fearing that either the matriarch or Jiang Xinyan might come looking for trouble, he instructed Ying Tong to arrange for someone to keep an eye on Shi and them. Chapter 146, The Novice Phase. If Tony were not clad in his armor, he could have been easily taken away at that moment. Stepping forward, Tony declared, "Allow me to handle this." Just as he was preparing to slice through the iron cage with his right hand morphing into a tool of grandeur, a grenade launcher, aimed at an awkward angle, sent him flying. The grenade launcher posed no threat to Tony's armor, for his mark armor could withstand even the artillery of tanks. Observing Gordon's smiling countenance, Tony irritably remarked, "It has been far too long since Qiao entered the folded space, and still, there is no news." Li Ji was aware that she must have emerged from the frozen river expanse into the vast grasslands or other territories. Everyone was prepared, including Qin Shui, who also readied herself to witness the unfolding drama. Though she was a formidable being of the myriad transformations, she lacked the audacity of those 3 lunatics. Even if granted 3 times the courage, she would not wish to engage in battle with a Star Palace warrior from the Hanyuan realm. However, she was resolute in her intent to observe. Lei pondered that tomorrow marked the night of the lunar eclipse, and capturing this beast could potentially enhance his strength. "Everyone, please settle down. Now let us commence the lesson." Bai Shi appeared on the elevated platform, her voice resonating with clarity and penetration. Qin Wu realized that it was Yi Feng who had rescued him, and he understood Yi Feng's prowess. Surviving a fall from the sky was testament enough to Yi Feng's extraordinary nature. Lung Yu smirked, finding it audacious that anyone dared to act so recklessly within his domain, a clear invitation to demise. "Do you think I should call home in advance to prepare them?" Meng Ruping whispered, stealing a glance at Li Ji. The suddenness of her departure left her yet to inform her family, gazing at that graceful figure. Feng Eloy suddenly welled up with tears, muttering incessantly. Whether it was Zhang Jing's abduction or Long Ye's injuries, even the two prominent families in the capital of Huaxia had suffered varying degrees of harm. Perhaps this would prove useful to me. A voice stunned all present in the room. Even the seasoned traveler, Shen Temake, was taken aback. At that moment, Shangwan Feng was being choked, struggling to breathe. Her gaze fiercely fixed upon the enraged Xianyuan Hong, filled with disdain, revulsion, and hatred, which only served to further infuriate him. The awaited blade had yet to descend upon her. Instead, she heard a muffled groan from the side. Opening her eyes in confusion, she beheld Xianyuan Yi, his left arm bleeding profusely. In that critical moment, he had rushed forth and bravely intercepted the blade meant for her. The elder, with a sinister smile, dashed forward, swiftly positioning himself before the chief and the second chief, his hands gripping their heads with alarming precision. Ding Ro's childish antics did not perturb Ding Yezi. She felt no remorse, nor did she harbor any other sentiments. If Ding Ro could comprehend her actions, that would be splendid. If not, it could only be said that each person possesses their own perspective, and she did not demand convergence of thoughts. Present your red mushrooms and white mushrooms for our esteemed leaders to behold. Huan Nan, who beamed with delight, intentionally prompting Chong Lin to showcase the prowess of advanced weaponry. Given China's vastness, it was improbable for Yu Ding to be densely clustered in one area. The most likely scenario was their dispersion at certain intervals. After a preliminary assessment, Wang Yu estimated that a Yu Ding must also exist in the Yangtze River Delta region. Human hearts are made of flesh. Although Wan Yang hailed from humble origins, her devoted care for the elderly matron over the years had earned her a special place in the matron's heart. The matron, wearing a worried expression, sat by the bedside, gently stroking Wan Yang's cheek, her concern palpable. Upon hearing those words, the matron's expression turned icy, her gaze darkening as she looked at Ding Yezi, seated beside Hao Ling. In her mind, how many men truly wished to take a concubine? The real question was whether they possessed the means to do so. Hao Ling's rejection of her proposal likely stemmed from Ding Yezi's earlier whispers in his ear. Chapter 147. The third phase plan soon. Tony successfully infiltrated the system within the Jinbing building, uncovering a plethora of incriminating evidence against Jinbing. To Tony's astonishment, he discovered that this individual had indeed engaged in dealings with Obadiah. Swiftly, the evidence was transmitted to the New York Police Department alongside the mayor's office. At that moment, Gordon gently waved his hand, lowering Hardesky from the air. Once freed, Hardesky embraced Felicia. Han Bing's expression was one of utter disgrace, yet, upon seeing the conscious Lu Ruyan and Su Ziang standing before him, he realized that today's events could not proceed as intended. He could not brazenly act in broad daylight. Such actions would alter the nature of the situation. The second son of the Hua family had sacrificed himself for him. Throughout his life, he had endeavored for the sake of his elder brother. Additionally, he had gifted Mr. Wang several records, including the newly released album Feng Ming Qing Yin. The previous year's album, Hometown's Original Scenery, featured the single Hometown Song, along with another single released on September 9th, titled Passionate Land. Upon reflection, parents could not resist the urge to rush into their children's rooms to discern what they were up to. The airport's searchlights converged this way, illuminating the night as he descended the gangway, holding an umbrella. To be frank, Jiang Yin harbored no concern for the lives of anyone in this prosperous conglomerate, including in Baoxing. Lu Bo was merely one of his many channels, and he looked down upon those who sought to ascend by selling themselves to wealthy patrons. That evening, upon returning home, I had no appetite for dinner. After a serious treatment session, I broke my abstinence for the first time, completed my evening routine, and fell into a deep slumber. This provoked a surge of anger within Bai Yuer, who had always listened to Song Shifeng insist that he and Lin Ming shared not the slightest affection. She pinched herself hard, casting aside this impulse, and retreated 3 steps, choosing not to gaze at the peculiar scene below of someone about to leap. His follower count exceeded 50,000, allowing him to leap from yellow to red status, prompting inquiries about his information and profession. Yet, high above, it seemed as if an unseen hand had stirred, obscuring part of the bright moon and casting shadows over the scene. Guan Yingying regarded him, such a handsome man, who risked his life and spent lavishly to rescue her from the clutches of death, bringing her to Kyoto. She ought to feel grateful. This phoenix seemed to be afflicted by madness, despite Ji Chang's demise dissolving any ties between them. She stubbornly risked defending the Jie sect and the human race to protect Ji Chang. After delivering a solemn conclusion, the professor announced that a patient had encountered an emergency, abruptly concluding the so-called video consultation. Nevertheless, DXIN did not become overly complacent, revealing the matters concerning Ji Chang to the assembly. There was even a possibility of sudden reversal, as the principle of buying high rather than low could apply to virtually all individuals and circumstances. From a different perspective, eunuch Lu indeed possessed capability. In essence, the memories inherited from Li Shun's previous incarnation indicated that eunuch Lu was quite beloved by all. Gu Qingyan stated that she hailed from a millennium hence. Such a notion sounded rather eerie. Was this not akin to possession by a ghost? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he formed a hand seal, and in an instant, the Qingling's sword pierced through the trunk, striking at the opponent's neck. Though they held lofty positions, they lacked an understanding of governance. I have come to a conclusion. As a minister, one should rejoice in the emperor's joys and grieve in his sorrows, Yin Zhonghai remarked, observing his own smug demeanor as if he had truly uncovered some profound truth. Prior to arriving here, Yin Feng had also heard rumors concerning this sect, where individuals would batter their heads against the wall, even if righteous cultivators arrived to assist. It would be of no avail unless their true essence permanently sealed him. In response to Meng Feifei's expression, Pan Yuhong felt quite helpless. Yet now was not the opportune moment to inquire, for a terrifying dragon lurked nearby, its predatory gaze fixed upon them. Although it lacked intelligence, its might was unassailable. Caught in the act by the boss, I was reprimanded for typing during work hours, resulting in a deduction of 500 yuan and a prohibition on bringing my tablet to the office. Thus, the time required for updating the novel has been significantly reduced. The intervals between updates will no longer be consistent, possibly stretching to 2 or 3 days per chapter, likely lasting for half a year. I will resume stable updates after completing another book. Damn the capitalists. Even after working an 8-hour shift, they are unwilling to let me dedicate more than 2 hours to them. Truly, they are despicable creatures. Chapter 148. Merely purple sweet potato. Melissa had not slept a wink throughout the night, as Gordon toyed with her using telekinesis until dawn. Fortunately, neither Melissa nor Gordon were ordinary individuals. Even a sleepless night would not induce fatigue in them. When shall we depart? Melissa inquired as she peeled off her tattered white stockings and Valentino attire. Gordon, appreciating the scenery before him, casually replied, "We shall leave this morning. There is nothing of great importance here to attend to." However, following a resounding boom, an overwhelming surge of energy radiated from the heavens above, particularly at the point where the two had exchanged blows, causing the very fabric of space to ripple and emit audible sonic booms, leaving onlookers in awe. As Zhuang Yi drew closer, the strength emanating from him intensified. Takahashi's demeanor shifted as he began to believe Zhuang Yi's words. Nevertheless, some of the beast king genes within Takahashi's being stirred a desire to fight to the death. Wherever there are people, there will be murmurs. Yet, at this moment, it was not just the surrounding crowd that engaged in discourse, for even within the ranks of the Crazy Shark gang, similar conversations unfolded. Meanwhile, Fong Bai reclined comfortably in his favorite armchair, a large cup of iced cola in his right hand and popcorn in his left, as he fixated on a colossal screen displaying a fellow clad in a red uniform, who was shot and met a gruesome fate. In truth, even if Sun Zhuo were to fully exert his defensive prowess, Durant's height and wingspan would render any attempt to interfere futile. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Lun Yin's expression returned to normal, his hand still pressed against Lien Qingran's chest. My familiarity with Yi Shanshan dispelled any sense of awkwardness, allowing me to proceed smoothly. The instant I succeeded, Yi Shanshan ceased her struggles, gasping in surprise, her large eyes fixed upon me, reflecting neither hatred nor disgust, but sheer astonishment. After resting in the dormitory for 3 consecutive days, I felt my head no longer throb as it once did. After all, the hospital had confirmed the absence of a concussion. I merely bore superficial wounds from a broken bottle that had grazed my scalp. Consequently, the bleeding ceased by the following day, and I was able to remove the bandage. Now, I was nearly fully recovered. After just a few days of acquaintance, "You have pursued me. Could it be that you have developed feelings for my brother?" Zhuang Ling remarked, glancing at Zhang Anya. The notorious reputation of Gue Meng held considerable sway within Ghost City, though Ling Tian appeared oblivious to it. He was seen emerging from a deep pit in the ground, coughing thrice and spitting out blood, yet his countenance remained defiant. Blood drenched his body, and his injuries were grievous, evident in the state of disarray he presented. A chilling, dark aura ascended from all directions within the city, transforming into a protective barrier that enveloped the realm above like an overturned bowl. "Zhou, what is the meaning of this? You are merely resisting in vain." Upon the sight of the soldiers, a sense of trepidation washed over the crowd, particularly among the Zhao and Wu families. As they stepped into the tower, the surroundings instantaneously darkened, and a faint, soothing aroma reminiscent of burning incense lingered in the air, invigorating their spirits rather than being overwhelming. The tempestuous force of the thunderclouds intensified, surpassing the previous strikes by more than tenfold. The old Taoist appeared behind Lu Yujing in a flash, gripping the nape of his neck and effortlessly lifting him from the snow. casting him aside. Yi Wuqing glanced at the fissured ground beneath him. With a delicate push off the earth, he found himself suspended 10 centimeters above the ground. Perhaps they were too engrossed. For the two monkeys failed to notice the iron chains at their feet and stumbled forward, tripping over them. A thunderous roar echoed, startling Zhang Tiansheng, sending chills down his spine. The sheer terror of this sound was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was the arrival of a formidable beast. Not long after, Bruce Banner arrived at the Umbrella Corporation building. As he entered, he clasped his hands together, scanning his surroundings with keen eyes. A sudden crash startled him. Looking down, he saw a rotund robotic trash can. "Apologies, sir. My height is the reason for our collision. Should I accidentally bump into you again, I will relocate your eyes to your knees, allowing you to see the ground." What remained were endless traps, false shells, and the schemes of the King of Potions. "You will travel to Dragon City and face Long Zhantian." Yu Yuran finally spoke, a hint of concern in her voice. To outsiders, both the Tianyi sect and the Ji family were of equal stature. Why could the senior disciple of the Tianyi sect kill, while the Ji family's necromancer was untouchable? Thus, the figure in green stared blankly at the shifting aura of Feng Wuqing. "Headache?" Qin Yibai inquired with a chuckle, observing the pensive expression of the immortal emperor. "Brother Feng, I must clarify, we are not merely capable of absorbing the earth's energy, but we can also bestow even greater gifts upon the heavens, rather than simply plundering." As Qin Yibai shook his head in boredom, two thick chains of primordial energy, glowing with a faint white light, suddenly materialized from thin air, coiling around him with a formidable pressure, akin to two white serpents striking with lightning speed. Gong Sun Yu erupted in fury. "You must be mad. Who in their right mind would agree to such nonsensical terms, especially the last one? What on earth is a pineapple? I hail from Hebei, where pineapples do not grow, and I have no idea what they are." Regarding the whereabouts of his wife and children, Qin Yibai could not ascertain whether they were indeed within the realm of the spirits, yet he could only harbor hope in this direction. If there existed even the slightest possibility, he would not hesitate to pursue it. It is worth noting that since the commencement of high school, Master Ji had never participated in any clubs or organizations. And now, would he truly make an exception for Ningxier? However, the Ji family was preoccupied with their business affairs, and he himself had a company to manage, leaving him unable to accompany Ningxier in Jiangxing. "Put that dish aside," Li Yin interjected, gesturing towards a corner of the counter stacked with several large cabbages. He opened a coding window on his computer, deftly tapping out lines of code, while Ningxier stole a glance, suppressing a smile. A few photographs would suffice, just a minute or two. In such a brief span, how could Ji Yebai possibly arrive? Lord Yong closed his eyes momentarily, his heart laden with heaviness. It was not just Mu Yuan who felt discontent. Did she truly wish for this? "Go on, get some rest," Gong Xiu said, affectionately ruffling her hair before stepping out to open the car door for her. The saying goes that concern breeds chaos. With Jiang Yu's mere celestial-level prowess, he could not comprehend the mind of a formidable being. In the ensuing days, he was engrossed in preparations for the live broadcast event. Clearly, the demise of Feng Zhenhai and his companions had effectively instilled a sense of fear within them, deterring any thoughts of revenge. Cheng Wu, witnessing this, chuckled with delight and promptly commanded his men to close the gates, preparing to ensnare them with ease. Furthermore, there were numerous rare elixirs, the names of which Lin Yang could not even recall, and their quantities were astonishingly vast. On one hand, he was elated to see Vina, yet on the other, he was equally troubled, evidently anxious about the whereabouts of Frost, whose fate remained uncertain. After all, the expanse of the outer starry sky was not only vast, but also exceedingly intricate. Navigating through it could easily lead one to become lost amidst the infinite cosmos. A single misstep in this celestial realm could result in distances of millions, even tens of millions of miles. Some paths could stretch for billions of miles without resolution. Even the most formidable of powers could be utterly exhausted here. The crowd shook their heads, deeming Lu Xian utterly naive. So much so that he could not discern right from wrong. Chapter 150. Tony's invitation having resolved his intentions, Gordon piloted the jet towards Sierra Leone. En route, he received a call from Tony. With a casual wave of his hand, Tony's holographic projection appeared above the screen. "Is there something you need?" Gordon inquired. "Can I contact you without a reason?" Tony replied, astonished. "I know you too well. One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without cause." "Oh." Su Qin observed the situation and joined the fray, each person grappling with one another, her fierce gaze fixated on Su Zheng. "I left home in a fit of anger due to a family dispute, never expecting to be away for over half a year. Now that I have successfully awakened the Tianji seal, it is time for me to return and fulfill the imprinting," Lin Shufeng remarked with a tinge of reluctance. It is indeed peculiar that Lu Moer, who has always been a formidable individual, has never encountered any significant setbacks when alongside others. More often than not, she finds herself in advantageous positions. Shiyun's description of the illusory moonstone is accurate. It is indeed sourced from the illusory moon spring, and the interplay of the spring enhances its remarkable efficacy. However, what Shiyun failed to mention is that this illusory moonstone is the sole remnant of her father's memory, a cherished possession she has not parted with for over a decade. Even though Tang Ding supplemented his innate energy thrice, he still found himself at a disadvantage against the ancient beast, whose power dwarfed that of the surrounding forces, rendering them insignificant in the eyes of the 9 infants. The Liwan Square, owned by the Jin family, has remained unsold for many years, with initial inquiries from a few out-of-town clients ultimately fading into silence. Eventually, regardless of price, interest waned entirely. The engagement between the Qin and Yuan families was, of course, dissolved smoothly, although Qin Miao Miao faced severe reprimands. She ultimately spent 3 years in the countryside as a youth worker. The water Taoist shook his head, informing that while these spiritual herbs are commendable, they are ultimately mundane when compared to the indomitable celestial fire and thus ineffective. Ningfeng contemplated that Feng Lian was correct. Those who could afford to purchase would undoubtedly be affluent, unconcerned with price, but rather focused on their ability to acquire the items. I understand, but I have already given my word to them, and I cannot be untrustworthy, Qi Chigo insisted, fully aware of the challenge at hand. On that day, after Li He emerged dejected from a household in the first camp, he cast a glance back at the family that had accompanied him, feeling a profound sense of frustration. This version of Feng Qingwei resembled a sagacious strategist, devoid of any remnants of the playful youth he once was. Jiang Yi stood dumbfounded at his words, marveling at this extraordinary gem of a person, utterly at a loss for words. It is evident that employing the current illusory step in actual combat would exact a considerable toll on Ling Feng, highlighting the arduous nature of mastering the technique, as there exists a significant disparity between merely demonstrating it and effectively utilizing it. Throughout these days, even during his blacksmithing, he has been obsessively contemplating the contents of the Forbidden War diagram, to the point of madness, resulting in the destruction of 2 forging platforms. Much to the fury of Old Man Chu, Qin Yue swiftly seized the bundle, deftly untying the knot and extracting the blue jade pendant from the bottom of the package. Following the direction indicated by the tiger's claw, he beheld an awe-inspiring sight towering over 10 meters high. Is that a Tyrannosaurus Rex? He pondered. Noticing the creature was outfitted with some equipment, perhaps a closer look would yield more insight. Recalling her past life, Du Ruashi's eyes shimmered with sorrow as she took a hefty swig of wine, only to be choked by it. Yet before she could approach him, her arm was seized by Hu Chong, forcefully twisting it in the opposite direction, the sound of dislocation echoing as beads of sweat erupted on her forehead. Chapter 151. The Hive and the Tri-Stage Plan. Soon, the aircraft arrived at the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. As the plane descended gently, the ground began to morph. The aircraft came to a steady halt on the helipad, which subsequently began to lower, restoring the ground to its original flatness. Gordon and his companions disembarked, proceeding through an underground passage that led directly to the hive. This was the subterranean hive of Umbrella Corporation, the first of its kind to be completed, while an additional 16 hives were currently under construction. One of the members tore off his camouflage attire, revealing a robe-like garment beneath, complete with a black cloak draped over his shoulders. The singular reason for this lay in the captain's authority from the Aiyuan people. Based on my deductions, it appears that the Intelligence Corps and Gundam are not allied. Rather, it was merely a moment of assistance rendered by Gundam to the evolved Intelligence Corps. Perhaps, they have since forged an alliance. After a brief discussion, sensing that the conversation had reached its conclusion, he cleared his throat to redirect everyone's attention back to him. His tattered clothing, the canvas bag cradled in his arms, and his timid gaze, coupled with his restrained movements, instantly betrayed him. The brothers of the Qiandong clan held deep respect for Gong Ping, treating the newly arrived sister-in-law with the reverence one would afford to family. Sir, this is your resting place. You've had a long journey. Please take a good rest, Anna said with a smile as she led Fong Chung to his guest room. Let us head up. This Mingri Tower is one of the finest inns in the royal capital. After such a long journey, we should treat ourselves. Who knows? We might end up imprisoned in the celestial dungeon soon, Fong Yujun remarked, as he bit into the cucumber. Glistening, translucent fruits resembling clear jade emerged from the cut. After a brief flight, they finally returned to Yi Family Village in Songjiang City. The vehicle ascended the mountain, arriving at the world-renowned Yintian Hotel, where nearly 2,000 luxurious rooms were fully occupied, with some presidential suites booked until next year. When it was Xiang Hao's turn to take the stage, he encountered a formidable opponent, the third-ranked swordsman from last year's swordsmanship rankings, a striking young man named Zheng Xing. hailing from the Sanjin Peak. However, Xiang Hao was reluctant to depart just yet. He yearned to visit the resting place of the Death Emperor. As he pondered, the memory of Fu Shi snatching the white deer from him resurfaced in his mind, accompanied by that air of disdain. Fang Yi did not flinch. Instead, he extended his left hand, radiating a brilliant golden light, and seized the broken sword with ease. Just then, Xiao Feng had only recently returned to the villa when a jeep bearing military district plates halted outside the courtyard. Lu Yong consoled himself, gradually calming his frustrations. Nevertheless, he couldn't simply let Cheng Pu leave. He needed to ensure that Cheng would attend to a few matters on his behalf. As Hu Ba gazed at the open elevator doors, a strong desire to rush out surged within him. Yet, he ultimately lacked the courage to do so. It was not that he did not wish to flee, but rather he was acutely aware that he was no match for his adversary. The pond was adorned with lush green lotus leaves, nearly concealing the water beneath, while 81 magnificent lotus flowers swayed gracefully, red, white, purple, blue, and golden hues gracing the scene. However, to his utter astonishment, Xiao Feng, with a fierce expression, disregarded his assault and resolutely pressed the blade towards Yamamoto's throat. I knew it. Who else could commit such an act? One so brazen, one devoid of conscience, surely capable of this. Some murmured softly, fearful of repercussions. Yet, a gentleman's vengeance may be delayed for a decade. These individuals had recorded every insult directed at the king. Chapter 152, Daughter. Subsequently, Gordon assigned tasks to Banner and the others, while Felicia was taken aside by Gordon. Melissa sought out Lorna, as the sisters had not seen each other for a considerable time. Thus, Lorna entrusted her work to another and took Melissa to shop at a nearby mall. Gordon administered a super healing serum to Felicia. To evaluate its enhancement effects, he engaged in a fierce battle with her for several hours, ultimately concluding that even he was astonished by the results. Liang Ji's heart sank further. Must the common people of Zhao truly endure the agony of war and the suffering of city massacres? That afternoon, Zhang Tianxi rented a farmhouse at the foot of Xiangming Mountain and began concocting the Three Talents child that evening. Previously, due to Cheng Jiao's betrayal during the Qin invasion of Zhao, 100,000 Qin troops remained stranded at the border, now under the command of General Wang Jian. Irritated by the blinding golden light, Yin Hong scratched at the talisman paper beside him with his paw. His grayish-blue claws not only shredded the luminous talisman, but also etched 4 deep marks into the stone wall behind it. Qian Baobao attempted to explain something to Suyang. But at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly swept past her ear, and in the blink of an eye, Suyang had whisked her away to a courtyard enclosed by stone walls. Qin Shui shook her head. Her sister had not grasped the situation, but merely refrained from speaking to avoid upsetting her elder sister. In the court, as Zhu Youjiao articulated his thoughts to Xiong Tingbai, the members of the Donglin faction found themselves unable to remain seated. The place they turned over was unfathomable. They had no idea whether it led to a mountain of blades, a sea of fire, a thicket of thorns, or a filthy area teeming with venomous creatures. Suyang, what do you think the clan leader wants with Bai Chao? Qian Baobao inquired while gently stroking the soft ears of her Ruin rabbit. Nevertheless, no matter how he knocked, as the attendant had stated, there was not a whisper of sound from within. Having witnessed his dual demeanor towards Li Yunxi and herself, Susan could no longer conceal the expression on her face. He was truly gentle towards her. Previously, all that tenderness was his alone. Yet now it was freely bestowed upon another. She served as the spokesperson for Lanxiu Xinwei, and today marked the grand opening of the first Lanxiu establishment, where she attended the inauguration in her capacity as the representative. Subsequently, Xing Yue and who shattered the sharp blades embedded in the ground with their true energy, finally allowing Lu Meng, who was sore and weary, to breathe a sigh of relief. The breeze wafted through the open window, causing the white lace curtains to dance gracefully, entwined in a tender embrace, a poignant display of longing. Initially, the wind lingered, yet in the end, it departed. The curtains, in their fervent attempt to hold on, eventually succumbed to silence after showcasing their final splendor. Just as Chu Fan was seized by restlessness, he was abruptly interrupted, a hint of displeasure gracing his handsome face. However, how could such a lucrative opportunity, presented by the major commerce association of Shunfeng City, go unnoticed? To his astonishment, upon his appearance, a pitch-black skull also manifested beside him. Understanding dawned. Master, I have departed. With the last words of the second elder, his spirit dissipated into the ether, returning to the underworld. As the crimson lightning, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, flickered within the ceiling formation, Chu Fan had already positioned himself within its confines. The black-clad Taoist, resembling a formidable bear, sneered arrogantly, spitting droplets like rain that splattered upon the ground, dampening the earth, before his elephantine legs thundered towards Huangshi Jinren. You need not worry, elder. I shall be the one to laugh in the end, and it shall be a beautiful laughter. Ling Jiuyu retorted sharply in response. Chapter 153. This is hardly amusing. My friend, Yukino is quite adorable, yet regrettably, she is currently under Gordon's personal care. Once the crimson heat vision spiraled out of control, a mere touch from an ordinary person could prove fatal, leaving the lightest victims severely disabled. Fortunately, Kana's and the others swiftly devised a pair of glasses that could shield against Yukino's heat vision for a limited time. Otherwise, Natasha would be unable to nurse. Time flew by, and soon a week had passed. Tony and the others arrived in Fort Ridton. Pei Yuqing found himself somewhat admiring Lin Jingyi's audacity and acting skills. So clumsy, yet still attempting to deceive so many. No sooner had the words left his lips than the screen displayed a text message platform number, prompting the crowd to fervently send messages, each person invigorated as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Did you not hear what my boss said? The bodyguard observed that Zhao Taizhu and Zhang Yang remained unmoving, stepping forward to loom over Zhao Taizhu. Su Jinxiu examined the depth and shape of the wound, unable to discern the weapon responsible. In addition, he bore numerous burn marks. Yet, Zhao Taizhu was not inclined to let him off easily. Thus, the seemingly light hand resting on Su Long's shoulder concealed a force that suddenly left Su Long feeling a pang of soreness in his shoulder. 5 individuals disembarked from the vehicles, while the 4 drivers in the rear were apprehended by Lin Yipeng, Qin Jinhua, Gao Qingzhu, and Ma Jihuan, each wielding firearms. The legendary Nangong family, rumored to possess the ability to command beasts, resided deep within the vast mountains. With a light chuckle, it seemed to mock Shirkaijian's desperation in employing his ultimate move. At this juncture, the Indonesian government had yet to engage in any substantial discourse with the kidnappers, likely indicating their unwillingness to advocate for the hostages. As they arrived at the Xiangxi Hall building, Zhao Taizhu promptly dispatched a brother to relay his directives, urging Su Jin to arrive at the earliest opportunity. Having secured the emperor's favor, they now shared a fate intertwined. Any triumph or misfortune would resonate equally. Perhaps it was morally questionable, yet at that moment, the ethnic armed forces could hardly be blamed, for their agreement had not stipulated a commitment to safeguard the hostages. Furthermore, Luo Tian needed to grasp his own path, determining the direction in which to further his cultivation. Ultimately, he must continually fortify his physical form and enhance his spirit, while refining his vital energy until it harmonized with his sea of qi. He was the inner demon of Lin Miaoka, and with the Tsangsong sect situated within the territory of the Qinchang sword sect, his presence there would merely serve as an invitation for Lin Miaoka to strike. When would the shipyard finally be completed? The presence of such a colossal vessel at the dock was undoubtedly problematic, prompting the crew to ponder this matter while idly wandering the ship. This was an army unlike any Wang Wei had ever witnessed. It could scarcely be referred to as an army, for even the legendary Tiger Ben lacked such grandeur. After that fateful day, Ba seemed to have developed an unusual lethargy, drifting in and out of consciousness. She claimed to have depleted her inner energy, necessitating extensive rest for restoration. Each visit to this site of sealing required these consolidating measures. The same applied to the other sacred places, although the individuals chosen for each visit might differ. Shangguan Yunrao adeptly countered Heilong's subsequent strike, a testament to the formidable disparity in their strengths. Yet even after neutralizing the blow, unease lingered in Shangguan Yunrao's heart. Perhaps, without a glance at Jessica, she nodded in agreement with Rui's assertions, as if satisfied. Xiao Ji was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Is it truly entertaining to toy with me? Brother Pengyu, with my handsome visage and charming disposition, why not accept me?" The one capable of summoning them was Yi Chengxian, who at that moment was preoccupied with social engagements. A graceful smile adorning his lips, though none noticed the predatory sharpness in his gaze.